There is a saying, what is united must one day break apart. True enough, today, at this very moment, Chen Zixu and the girl who had been his first love for barely a month have broken up. The breakup is anything but low-key. If there is something wrong with me, tell me, Chen Zixu pleads. Chen Zixu still tries his utmost to win her back. After all, as a shabby, down-and-out youth, finding a girlfriend this beautiful again will not be easy. Yet she is already seated in the luxury car of a rich and handsome man. Enough, Chen Zixu. Wake up, will you? We are over. Chen Zixu's first love, the girl before him, is called Su Hong. She is indeed beautiful and knows how to dress herself: a low-cut top, a short skirt, wine-red hair, colored eyelids, and lips like burning flame. Do you have money? Are you handsome? Is your figure good? Su Hong sits in the passenger seat of the luxury car, speaking disdainfully to Chen Zixu on the roadside. The four treasures of a man: wealth, power, looks, and skill in bed. Tell me, which of these do you possess? Even if you had just one of them, I wouldn't dump you. But look at yourself. No money, no power, and your face is downright ugly. Let me ask you, is your little brother even 3 centimeters long? Hi, Su Hong you. Chen Zixu is so choked by her words that he cannot speak, and the worst part is that everything she says feels painfully true. What about you? What can you say? She snaps. Listen, Chen Zixu. From today on, no, from this very moment, I belong to Lu Xiao. Stop pestering me, and do not ever again go around telling people I am your girlfriend. I cannot afford that kind of shame, do you understand? No matter how cowardly he usually is, Chen Zixu is still a man. To be insulted like this, and in the middle of the street, is something his pride cannot swallow. Yet his anger has already passed the point of boiling. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, then opens them again, and says to Su Hong, don't worry. From now on there is nothing at all between us. And as for the things you gave me, I'll return them when I have time. Look, everyone, take a look. Su Hong sneers. When other people date, it's the guy who buys gifts for the girl. But with me, it was the girl who bought gifts for the guy. Chen Zixu, I'm telling you, dumping you today is honestly the best decision I have ever made. Su Hong adds another vicious cut. Actually, I don't even want back what I gave you. Keep it if you like, or throw it away if you don't. I find it filthy, you know. At that moment, Lu Xiao, who has been sitting in the driver's seat, finishes his cigarette and flicks the butt toward Chen Zixu. The cigarette passes so close it grazes his ear before flying into the trash bin behind him. Lu Xiao says, kid, Su Hong is so beautiful, you were never a match for her. After today's little drama, you should understand. From now on, you'd better stay away from Su Hong, or you'll regret it deeply. Oh, Lu Xiao, Su Hong coos. Back then, I was just naive, had never dated anyone, so when someone chased me, I agreed. But I never let him touch me, you know. Let me tell you a secret, I'm still original. What she says is not entirely false. Whenever Chen Zixu tried to touch her in the past, she would always push him away. At first, Chen Zixu had thought she was truly guarding her purity. He never imagined she had never taken him seriously at all. The luxury car drives off, carrying Lu Xiao and Su Hong's happy laughter away. Exhaust fumes spray across Chen Zixu's face. When he glances around, he catches the mocking expressions of the people nearby. Rage makes his liver tremble, and his face grows as dark as storm clouds. Did you hear that girl just now? She said her ex doesn't even have 3 centimeters. She said it that loudly. Who could possibly not hear? A chorus of hushed giggles follows, people pointing at Chen Zixu and discussing him under their breath. Why is he still standing here, just to continue making a fool of himself? Fuming, Chen Zixu turns on his heel and stalks away. Alone, he tramps along the road until he reaches Biyun Lake on the campus. Chen Zixu is a second-year student at Longqing University of Science and Technology, majoring in logistics management at the School of Management. The path back to his dorm passes by Biyun Lake. The campus lake is quite large, surrounded by several small groves of trees. Because Biyun sounds similar to contraception, those groves often hide pairs of wild lovers after night falls. Now, as the sky gradually darkens, several such pairs begin to scout out their territory. Once the area clears of people, they will be ready to spur their steeds and gallop into action. Damn it. I refuse to believe I'll be a loser my whole life. The more he broods, the angrier he becomes. Chen Zixu curses aloud, then almost without thinking hurls what he is holding into Biyun Lake. There is a loud splash. Then, what have I done? Chen Zixu looks at his now empty hand, then at the rippling surface of the lake. No way. I'm such an idiot. Of all things, why did I throw my phone just to vent? My phone. I paid 300 yuan for that, he cries. A moment ago, he had been so intent on venting his anger that he threw whatever was in his hand, without even noticing it was his phone. He is left feeling utterly miserable, on the verge of tears. That is his current state of mind. But in the space of a heartbeat, misery is replaced by shock and utter disbelief. Because beside Biyun Lake, a sudden flash of golden light erupts, and an old man appears right in front of Chen Zixu. Perhaps others do not notice anything, but to him the old man's arrival is abrupt and uncanny. You, who are you? Stunned, Chen Zixu blinks rapidly and asks without thinking. The old man looks very much like an immortal out of legend. His clothes are not extravagantly ornate, yet his beard, white as silk, is longer than some women's hair. I am the river god of this lake, the old man says kindly. River god? You're saying you're a river god? Chen Zixu cannot quite believe it, yet deep down he already does. That aura around the old man is something no ordinary mortal could possess. The river god smiles and nods, perfectly capturing the bearing of a celestial being. Young man, just now I picked up a phone in the lake. Look, this phone made of silver, is it yours? Chen Zixu shakes his head. No. Then is this phone made of gold yours? He is about to shake his head again, when suddenly a sense of déjà vu strikes him. Thinking it over, Chen Zixu says, River god, what I threw in wasn't a phone made of gold nor a phone made of silver. It was just a plain, ordinary battered phone. What? The river god is taken aback. Just a battered phone. Yes. I see. Then these two phones aren't yours, the river god says, enlightened. By the way, do you still want your phone back? Shall I dive down and look for it? He turns ready to leap into the lake. Chen Zixu sees this and realizes the script is not going according to the usual routine. Panicking, he hurriedly blocks the river god and smiles ingratiatingly. Hey, river god, dear river god, the phone I dropped is actually that gold one. Everything I said just now was nonsense. I was just joking, eh? The old man strokes his beard, thinks for a moment, then slants him a look. Young man, one must be upright in life. Do you know why Chen Mengqiu, the author of this very book, keeps failing miserably? Because he is upright. The old man snorts. Exactly. Because he is far too upright. Chen Zixu thinks bitterly to himself, then why are you telling me to be upright? Isn't that wishing failure on me for life? The river god says, anyway, I think your character is not bad, young man. So here's the deal. I happen to have a super phone. Its version is a bit outdated. I usually just use it to play card games, but it's still far better than those Apple or Pear phones on Earth. The old man takes out a 5-inch screen smartphone. I have a new phone now, so I'll give this super phone to you. Then the old man hands this so-called superphone to Chen Zixu. Staring at the large screen smartphone in his hand, Chen Zixu is momentarily blank. When his mind finally catches up, he suddenly wants to curse aloud. This thing was fished out of the lake. How can you guarantee it even works? A river god, aren't you supposed to give me the gold and silver phones? Tell you what, I don't want this phone. I want that gold phone. He tries to shove the large screen smartphone back at the old man while snatching at the gold one. The old man may look advanced in years, but his movements are nimble and his footwork deft. Somehow Chen Zixu cannot lay a finger on him. Young man, you mustn't be greedy. That's enough. I have other matters to attend to. I'm off. As his words fall, he vanishes as abruptly as he appeared. Holding the so-called super phone he had received from the river god, Chen Zixu walked back to the dormitory in a daze. He was originally a sophomore in the School of Management at the University of Technology, majoring in logistics management. The dorm assigned by the school housed 8 students from the same major. As Chen Zixu stepped into the room with a phone in his hand, one of his roommates happened to see his dazed expression. Hey, what are you doing? Startled back to his senses, Chen Zixu reflexively hid the phone behind his back, as if he had just done something illicit. Nothing. He climbed up to his upper bunk and sat there staring blankly at the phone again. I'm definitely not dreaming. The phone is right here. So that river god was real too. Chen Zixu shook his head with a grin. I really hit the jackpot. I actually met an immortal. Then he burst into wild laughter. The other guys in the dorm could not stand his neurotic behavior. Damn, Chen Zixu, have you gone insane? You're the ones who are insane. Chen Zixu muttered this under his breath, then finally calmed down. Only then did he curse himself as an idiot for holding the phone all this time, without even thinking to turn it on and take a look. Let me take a look. Heaven, please let this really be a super phone. The power button was on the left, the volume keys on the right, a headphone jack on top, and a charging port at the bottom. He powered it on. Soon the screen lit up, displaying a dynamic image of the starry river of galaxies, making it feel as if the other side of the glass truly opened onto outer space. A few shooting stars streaked past, and then the screen shifted to the main interface, a wallpaper of a voluptuous girl and 6 application icons. At the bottom were messages, contacts, dialer, and browser, looking no different from an ordinary phone. The other 2 were an app called Cosmic App Market and another called Dodiju. Damn, that old river god really knows how to have fun. He must have set this wallpaper himself, and it's even an RBAV girl. He first opened the contacts wanting to see who was listed, but found only a single entry: Z, Hitudi Hongwang Universe, Milky Way Galaxy Solar System Earth, and not even a phone number attached. It was truly bizarre. However, Chen Zixu knew who Z Hitudi was, the Earth god of an old street beside their University of Technology. That street was called Laomiao Street, and had a Z Earth god temple on it. Nowadays in modern society, no one went there to pray or burn incense anymore. The temple remained only as an old building that had not been demolished. Damn, could it be that Earth god is real too? Staring at the long contact name, without a phone number, Chen Zixu hesitated, unsure whether he should try calling to verify it. After much consideration, he decided to leave it for later. He opened messages. The inbox was completely empty. The browser was a type he had never seen before, and its bookmarks were full of content, several of them being those kinds of websites. Ho ho ho. Who would have thought? The old river god has already become an immortal, yet his moral cultivation is still so low and his thoughts remain so impure. He did not bother opening the Dodiju app since he did not like that game anyway. Turning the phone over and over in his hands, he kept wondering how a phone could possibly have only a few apps. So he opened the app market. Even the name of this market was ridiculously over-the-top cosmic app market. Could phone apps really be used across the entire universe? He did not know whether the phone's hardware was excellent or the market itself was lightweight, but it opened almost instantly. The visuals were refined, and at the bottom were 4 categories: Discover, ranking, software, and entertainment, somewhat reminiscent of Tencent's app market. The rest of the screen was filled with rows of apps and games, each one clearly marked with its file size. Chen Zixu wanted to find Cuckoo first, since it was the messaging software everyone used daily. He kept scrolling, but Cuckoo never appeared. He muttered inwardly what's going on. Such a wildly popular app like Cuckoo was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there were all sorts of strange programs. In the end, he had no choice but to type in Cuckoo and search for it manually. He finally found it, but the description was so odd that it nearly drove him crazy. The description read: an application from Earth in the Milky Way galaxy of the Hongwang universe, a level 2 civilization product. Its maximum range allows real-time chatting over the Earth's local network. The app showed a size of 36 megabytes, which seemed about right. Blinking and seeing that the phone did have signal, Chen Zixu ignored everything else and tapped download. Ding. System reminder: you are about to use 36 megabytes of data to download and install the app Cuckoo. Do you confirm? What was there not to confirm? Of course he confirmed. As soon as he did, the download progress bar flashed once, and the system informed him that the download was complete. The speed was astonishing, shattering his understanding. 1 second. It had taken only 1 second. After the download, the system prompted him to install, listing all the permissions Cuckoo would obtain on the phone. Chen Zixu did not understand any of that. He simply tapped install, and again, 1 second. 1 second later, installation complete. Damn, this phone is insanely powerful. Just this alone completely crushes any Fruit-branded phone, leaving it 70 or 80 streets behind. Then he suddenly remembered that this was the phone given to him by the river god, who had called it a super phone from the start. This clearly proved it was no lie. Back on the screen, he saw that the app market interface had returned, displaying related recommendations, just like any other store that suggests similar apps after an installation. The Cosmic App Market had recommended several programs. Among them was a cosmic instant messaging app whose description was outrageously impressive. Its description read: developed in the Yadangmi star system of the Shunyuan universe, a level 5 civilization product. It can search for friends across 128 surrounding universes, offering group chat, private chat, and file transfer. Do as you wish, just as your heart desires. The app size was over 20 gigabytes, which gave Chen Zixu quite a fright. His fingers trembled as he tapped the download button. Ding. System reminder: you are about to use 26 gigabytes of data to download and install the app. Do you confirm? The reminder popped up again, and the size really was enormous. After thinking it over, Chen Zixu still chose confirm, never once considering where all that data would come from. He watched as the download bar for this so-called cosmic instant messaging app, named Haha, climbed by 1% per second, and in just over a minute the download was complete. I take back what I said earlier about leaving Fruit-branded phones dozens of streets behind. This is on track to leave them an unknown number of light years away. At the same time, Chen Zixu truly felt how extraordinary this phone was. Of course, he also realized that it was definitely far more powerful than he could imagine. That much was obvious. After all, the description explicitly said it could search for friends across 128 surrounding you. Installation was just as fast, and soon there were 8 apps on the phone's home screen. When he opened Haha, he saw that like Cuckoo, it required registration or login. Except this time registration was done by scanning an avatar. Scanning an avatar meant using the camera to take a photo of one's face, then employing certain techniques to blur everything except the head, leaving only the person's face as the final avatar image. After fixing his hair, Chen Zixu tapped confirm to open the camera, and his captured image appeared on the screen. An intelligent scan ran over it with numerous data values appearing beside it, numbers that an ordinary person could not possibly understand. The next step was setting a password. Haha offered several login methods: voice input, avatar, skin, fingerprint login, and a standard password. Of course, fingerprint login is the most convenient. So Chen Zixu scanned all 10 of his fingers. From then on, any fingerprint could serve as his password. Registration complete, he tapped into the app. A tutorial video popped up, very short. A beginner's guide, probably for users unfamiliar with the functions. Chen Zixu thought it was extremely simple and grasped it at a glance. It was practically foolproof. He was just getting a feel for the functions when the phone suddenly buzzed. A new message had arrived. It was a text from his mobile service provider. Dear esteemed one-star customer, as of May 2016, the usage of this month's package is as follows: 1. Internet category total used data 26. 5 gigabytes remaining data 73. 5 gigabytes 2. Communication category total used time 42 minutes, remaining time 258 minutes, total used messages 6, remaining messages 24. This is a message from the telecom operator, but it is strange. Is there really a company called Cosmic United Mobile Communications in this world? Unfazed Chen Zixu continued to return to the experience of the Haha app. The Haha app is very simple to use, and its settings are almost similar to WeChat, featuring chat contacts and other functions. Of course, right now the contacts list is quiet with not a single friend. In the upper right corner there is a symbol for adding friends, but it's useless. Chen Zixu doesn't know who to add nor anyone else's Haha account. Clicking on personal space, Chen Zixu saw his avatar nickname and account at the top. The avatar was a dynamic swirling cloud, the nickname was empty, and the account was a string of data that seemed to appear when he scanned his avatar. Chen Zixu decided to change his nickname to Ancient Emperor of Supreme Desolation, which is his WeChat nickname. He decided not to change his avatar. The dynamic avatar feels quite nice. Then let's shake it quickly and see if I can shake out a girl. This guy actually forgot that he had just broken up. With a couple of clicks he managed to find a friend. The unfortunate little soldier. This was the friend's nickname, and the avatar depicted a silver-armored general. Below this avatar there were 2 button-shaped options, one for add and one for cancel. Chen Zixu hesitated. It looks like a person, but it's a man. What should I do? Should I add him as a friend? However, his hesitation allowed the unfortunate little soldier to add him first. Unfortunate little soldier, greetings my friend. This was a greeting from the other side. Chen Zixu, adhering to the fine tradition of Chinese etiquette, replied, hello. Which planet? Why would he ask that? Could it be that the other party, which planet? Why would he ask that? Could it be that the other party is really an alien? Is this app really connecting to the universe? Chen Zixu, I am from Earth, how about you? Perhaps the unfortunate little soldier on the other end doesn't even know where Earth is, as he sent a questioning emoji. Not to mention that emoji was indeed stunning. It was a real person's expression, and it was that of a beautiful, unfortunate little soldier. I am from the heavenly realm, which is in the Supreme Star System next to the Milky Way and Shakyamuni star systems. Are you sure Earth is a planet? Wow, that's quite a lot of information. If the other party is not mocking him, then this phone and this app might actually connect to aliens. Chen Zixu, hee hee, yes, Earth is a small planet within the Milky Way. Unfortunate little soldier, what? Shocked expression, how can you be in the Milky Way? Isn't there no spiritual energy left there? Chen Zixu was at a loss for words. Unfortunate little soldier, that star system is mostly useless except for some stars, right? Chen Zixu rolled his eyes. What does that mean? Am I also useless? Hey, can you even chat? So Chen Zixu just replied with huh? Unfortunate little soldier didn't realize he had committed a conversational taboo and continued to ask questions. Unfortunate little soldier, what did you grow up eating, my friend? Unfortunate little soldier, what does your place look like in desolation? Unfortunate little soldier, why aren't you speaking, my friend? Chen Zixu, what do you want me to say? Unfortunate little soldier, what's wrong? Didn't you see the questions I sent you? Should I send them again? Chen Zixu, no need, I saw them. I grew up eating grains. Our place isn't desolate, it's quite prosperous. Chen Zixu was really angry, feeling like he was being attacked by a map. There's a story about a person who always talks bad about his alma mater, but when others do the same he gets angry. So the alma mater is something you can insult, but others cannot. To put it broadly, it's the same for countries. Of course, when chatting with aliens you cannot insult my Earth. At this moment the unfortunate little soldier sent a file named "This is what we all eat." Chen Zixu was taken aback. What is this? Showing off. Addicted, huh? However, he still clicked on the file, and soon a download progress interface appeared. In less than 3 seconds the download was complete, and it showed recovery pill, a level 5 civilization grade 1 pill that can replenish various essential energies for the body. It was accompanied by an image, a pale yellow pill that looked like a candy. At the bottom were 3 option buttons: extract, store, and discard. After squatting in the bathroom for nearly 20 minutes, Chen Zixu finally felt the warmth in his body begin to fade. He spent another 20 minutes washing off the greasy dirt from his body. By this time it was dark outside, and his roommate thought he had collapsed from exhaustion in there, calling out several times. Feeling refreshed, Chen Zixu first walked to the glass mirror on the wall of the dormitory. Hey, this guy is getting more and more handsome. Look at this skin, look at these muscles. Not quite there yet. And then check out this physique. A bit chubby though. Chen Zixu really wanted to praise himself, but it seemed he couldn't quite hold up to it. It looks like the road to revolution is still long. I must continue to work hard. Actually, there are still some things worthy of praise about him, such as his skin, which seems to have just shed a layer, and this new layer is quite fair. Watching Chen Zixu posing in front of the mirror, his roommates finally couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn. Chen Zixu, didn't you just break up? Is it possible that you've been mentally affected and have now gone a bit neurotic?" This shifted Chen Zixu's attention. "Who told you I broke up?" "Yeah, that just happened this afternoon, and it didn't happen at school. I didn't mention it when I got back." See, Su Hong has already posted about it. On QQ, Su Hong posted a picture of herself drinking red wine at a bar accompanied by a lengthy text recounting the events of the day. Chen Zixu gritted his teeth as he read, "Damn it. Su Hong is so shameless, she broke up with me, yet she exaggerates the facts saying I begged her to change her mind, and then cursed her out of love. What is this nonsense? Hey, you can't really be like that, right?" A roommate also saw the post and asked Chen Zixu. "That's just utter nonsense, that's not like that at all." Chen Zixu replied angrily, "I only said one sentence, okay?" And out of love, turning to hate. For crying out loud. He couldn't help but explode in anger. The wonderful mood he had after taking the recovery pill was completely ruined by Su Hong's post, leaving Chen Zixu feeling extremely frustrated. Indeed, while Su Hong might not be the campus belle, she was certainly beautiful enough. As for Chen Zixu, he was from any perspective just a loser. The two were never really meant to be together. This breakup was merely a matter of time. As for the authenticity of the events mentioned in Su Hong's post, given Chen Zixu's loser status, most people chose to believe it. Having finally tidied up his mood, Chen Zixu lay back on his bed and picked up his phone, where the miserable little soldier had sent several messages. "Miserable little soldier, how does it taste? Miserable little soldier, are you still there? Miserable little soldier, let's chat again." Chen Zixu guessed that the other party had also gone offline, so he decided not to reply. Then he opened the shake feature ready to shake for another friend. But just as he opened it, he received a text message. The message was from Zhe2D saying, "Ziyang, old man, hurry over, we are missing one player." It's easy to guess that this is about playing mahjong. Ziyang is probably the old river god. At this moment, Chen Zixu felt a bit conflicted. It was clear that they were familiar with each other, and they were in urgent need of a player. If he didn't reply to the text, and didn't let them know that the phone had changed hands, it could lead to an awkward situation. After thinking it over, Chen Zixu realized that the old river god was actually quite generous, giving him such a high-end phone. He didn't know if the old man understood the value of this phone. After all, he only played Dodiju. Better reply to the text. "Hello, I am not Ziyang. The Ziyang you are referring to is a bearded old river god, right? This phone was given to me by him. If you need to contact him, he is at Biyun Lake. I apologize for the trouble this causes you. Goodbye." Chen Zixu read the message twice. There was no helping it, his skills weren't high, and given his limited ability, it was already good enough for him to compose a text like this. The other party quickly replied, "Oh, okay. Just an oh, okay." Returning to the shake feature, he shook twice, but didn't find any friends. Once more he shook, and hey, found one. Beautiful misunderstanding. Seeing the avatar was a beauty. But nowadays there are many feminine men online, so he wasn't sure if this one. Hey, what does 2 out of 10 mean? Chen Zixu suddenly noticed that after adding a friend, there was a 210 in the contacts. Reflecting back, it seemed it was 110 before. Could it be that the limit for online friends is 10? Shaking his head, he couldn't figure it out for now, so he decided not to think about it. "Hello," Chen Zixu proactively sent a message. The other party replied quickly, "Add friend." See, the alien is proactive and direct. After adding the friend, Chen Zixu asked, "Beauty, handsome, which planet are you from?" "Beautiful misunderstanding, female." Beautiful misunderstanding, a small place in the Comet Dragon N star system. Comet Dragon N. Which star system is that? With a curious mind, Chen Zixu asked a few more questions. Chen Zixu, "Beauty, do you know the galaxy star system?" Beautiful misunderstanding. "I don't know, is that an alias?" It seems there isn't such a star system in the Jayasama universe. Jayasama universe. How did another universe name pop up? Is the universe that Earth isn't called that? That's too low class, right? Suddenly Chen Zixu recalled that in the contact notes for Zhe2D, there was a note like, Hong Huang Universe Galaxy Star System Solar System Earth. Could it be that Earth belongs to the Hong Huang universe? And this Jayasama universe is another universe. Chen Zixu, I think I am in the Hong Huang universe. Are the Jayasama universe and the Hong Huang universe the same universe? The universe, after all, is the largest collection of space and time, which should be boundless, right? There should only be one, so the Hong Huang universe and the Jayasama universe should be different names for the same thing. This was Chen Zixu's thought process. But beautiful misunderstanding suddenly sent a shocked emoji. She sent 2 in a row. Beautiful misunderstanding. You are in the Hong Huang universe. You are not from the Jayasama universe. Chen Zixu was puzzled, thinking what kind of problem this was. Then the other party gave Chen Zixu a tremendous surprise. Beautiful misunderstanding. Your phone can actually connect to another universe. You are so lucky. This 1 in a billion chance of being a master. Our phones can only connect to a few nearby star systems within the same universe, but yours can open a time-space tunnel between universes for communication. You are so lucky. Chen Zixu looked at this text carefully and felt a mix of surprise and joy rising from his heart. He had a feeling that he was about to embark on an extraordinary journey of a loser, turning his life around and dominating the planet. Next, Chen Zixu and Beautiful Misunderstanding chatted for over an hour, during which he found time to shake for a few more friends, adding 2 of them. He noticed that the contacts had changed to 410, indicating that there indeed seemed to be a limit of 10. He also gained a better understanding of the remarkable features of the super phone in his hand. According to Beautiful Misunderstanding, almost every universe has a 5-star civilization, which creates most of the technological products and other items in that universe, including a type of superphone called Universal Link phone. Such phones are extremely rare, with only a few tens of thousands in each universe at most. Don't think that tens of thousands sounds like a lot. You haven't considered how vast the universe is. Tens of thousands are likely less than a drop of water in the Pacific Ocean compared to the total population in the universe. This shows just how rare this superphone is. As for why they are so scarce, Beautiful Misunderstanding explained that it is due to a combination of technological and resource limitations. Chen Zixu understood a bit. Beautiful Misunderstanding also mentioned that the phones used by her and the vast majority of people can only connect to a few nearby star systems, mostly just roaming within their own universe. Some phones can only chat with others within their own star system. Beautiful Misunderstanding. Don't worry, I will keep the fact that your phone can connect to other universes a secret. This statement inexplicably gave Chen Zixu a sense of crisis. Could it be that this super phone might bring him some danger? After all, a common man is innocent, but possessing a precious item can lead to trouble. It seems he would have to protect this phone well in the future, and absolutely must not reveal the secret of its ability to connect to the universe. After chatting for a long time, Chen Zixu glanced at the time on his phone and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's already past 11. I have class tomorrow," so he prepared to end the conversation and go to sleep. However, Beautiful Misunderstanding suddenly sent a link. "Beautiful Misunderstanding, can you help me buy this item? They'll give you the money, and you help me buy it." Chen Zixu looked at it, puzzled about the situation. After asking a few more questions, the other party explained the reason. It turned out to be a store on a trading platform which had launched a new product, but required each account to purchase only one item. So Beautiful Misunderstanding wanted Chen Zixu to help her use his account to buy one. Initially, Chen Zixu had some thoughts about it, but later the other party said that this item wasn't expensive, mainly first-time users only needed one universal currency. Isn't this just a common marketing tactic for software or stores? The first-time user experience price is naturally very low, but it disappears on the second purchase. It's an effective way to attract users. Clicking the link, Chen Zixu saw the store information. It turned out to be selling clothing, but this clothing was too ugly, right? What was up with the helmet? What about the antenna on the helmet? And why does this outfit have so many sleeves? This isn't something meant for a person to wear, right? At this moment, Chen Zixu suddenly realized that this Beautiful Misunderstanding was probably not the kind of human we often talk about. Once he perceived that the other party didn't meet his aesthetic standards, Chen Zixu became less enthusiastic. Transaction successful. Chen Zixu's phone showed a balance of 58 universal currency. He didn't know the exchange rate between the universal currency and renminbi, but it was indeed very late. It was already past 11, and after a round of online shopping in the universe, it was well past midnight. Thus, Chen Zixu buried himself in sleep. The next day before dawn, Chen Zixu could no longer sleep. He was awakened in a rather pleasant manner. Entering the bathroom, he looked at the puddle of white sticky substance on his discarded underwear, feeling at a loss for words. Ever since he learned to take care of himself, he hadn't experienced such an event, and now, at over 20 years old, it unexpectedly happened. Chen Zixu comforted himself, thinking it might be a good thing. Science proves that most of this is due to excess, indicating ample storage. In truth, he knew nothing about this area. So early in the morning, Chen Zixu had no choice but to turn on the shower and take a cold rinse. After a night's sleep, not only was there excess, but why was I sweating so much all over and feeling greasy? Well, it really needed a wash. While scrubbing, he wondered what's going on. Could it be that the effect of the recovery pill hasn't worn off yet? Logically speaking, that is a celestial pill, and its efficacy wouldn't be so trivial. It seems yesterday's meal was merely a small part of the recovery pill's effect. I'm afraid most of the effects were flushed down the drain after my session yesterday. Chen Zixu figured those unabsorbed recovery pills were washed away. Somewhat regretful, yet also sighing, Chen Zixu suddenly remembered that his phone could connect to many universes. Oh, what was one recovery pill worth? It was just a snack for the many deities of the celestial realm. Surely there would be plenty. Later, couldn't Chen Zixu just ask that poor little soldier for some? However, he needed to be cautious not to reveal that his phone could connect to other universes. What if he didn't give it to he? Haven't you seen many web novels mentioning this? The stuff from the celestial realm of the five-star civilization must be quite beneficial, but it doesn't negate the fact that things from Earth are also favored in the celestial realm. For instance, spicy strips. Have those celestial beings ever tasted them? What about the old vine pickled beef noodles? Are they sold by aliens? What does it mean that something is precious because it is rare? Just think casually sending over a couple of spicy strips and claiming they're the most exquisite delicacies on Earth, having never seen them before. They would naturally treat the spicy strips as prized food, and exchanging dozens or hundreds of recovery pills shouldn't be a problem, right? With such thoughts, Chen Zixu had already imagined aliens fervently seeking spicy strips or other snacks unique to Earth, each one wanting to trade gold, diamonds, celestial pills, or even beautiful women. Little did he know he wasn't the only one on Earth who had a phone that could connect to the celestial realm. If such a good thing existed, how could it be his luck? Moreover, spicy strips probably only had a slightly unique flavor and contained almost no spiritual energy. How would celestial beings even care for that? However, perhaps there was someone who craved that little bit of indulgence and would trade good items for it. If that really happened, it would be Chen Zixu's good fortune. Wiping away the non-existent drool, he turned off the shower, dried himself, changed into fresh underwear, and headed out. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to leverage his phone for some benefits. Isn't it obvious? In those web novels, the protagonists all become incredibly powerful after receiving gifts from celestial beings. For Chen Zixu, this was motivation. It was still dark, and since he couldn't sleep, he decided to sit on the bed and put his phone on silent. He then opened his contacts where 4 friends were arranged. He clicked on the poor little soldier. After all, this was a friend with whom he had a good history. Chen Zixu, are you there? The other party did not respond for a long time. Switching to another, a beautiful misunderstanding. Although he now somewhat doubted that the other person was not human and didn't meet his own aesthetic standards, aesthetics wouldn't fill his stomach. He was here to seek benefits. Chen Zixu, are you there? Then rather reluctantly, he typed 2 words, beauty. Still no reply. Could it be that they also followed the trend of sleeping in? He couldn't keep hanging on a crooked tree. He continued. This was a friend called Feiyong 989. Chen Zixu, hello. Oh, a reply. Feiyong 989. Is the gentleman inquiring about the Gojiao business? Smiley face. Chen Zixu question mark Feiyong 989. Gojiao is extremely rare and toxic, a descendant of the ancient dragon race and other creatures. Although due to genetic limitations, it cannot transform into a dragon, but it is full of treasures of various health products, and liquors made from its reproductive organ are favored by many male consumers. Chen Zixu understood. It turned out that this Feiyong 989 was running an online store. No wonder he easily added him as a friend. However, seeing the reply, Chen Zixu felt a bit tempted. What was Chen Zixu's foundation? A hero less than 3 centimeters long. What did he need? Clearly, it was something that could promote secondary development. What a pity about that recovery pill. Although it could cleanse and refine, it seemed to have no effect on enlargement. Chen Zixu took a deep breath. A man cannot lack greatness. However, back in the day, he had purchased various enhancement products from online and physical stores multiple times, and the effects were evident, or rather non-existent. So in the end, he concluded online stores are just traps. Enhancement is impossible. Chen Zixu, but I don't have any money. Feiyong 989, smiley face. It's alright if our product can be trialed for free. If the effect is not good or obvious, we won't charge you. Another smiley face. Glancing at the time, it was almost 7 o'clock. In half an hour, these roommates would be getting up since they had class at 8. Chen Zixu, alright, send the product over. Just to clarify, if the effect is not good, I really won't pay. He thought to himself, how old am I? If it works, would I tell you? Moreover, which product offers free trials without giving customers the effective ones, and then when it comes time to buy, they might substitute in the inferior products? Feiyong 989. Alright, here is the link to our product. The gentleman needs to provide some identification information. Oh my, they really don't give Confucius a chance. But Chen Zixu thought about it and decided to fill in some false information. Also need to be careful not to include his address, otherwise they would discover the secret that his phone could connect to other universes. Among the information, there was a section asking for his strength level with options like star 1 star, 2 Tian, 3 Tian 4, and Chen Zixu couldn't understand, so he simply selected Tian 5. Having filled in the information, he informed the other party that he had completed it. The other party quickly confirmed, and even said he was very fortunate to encounter a Tian 5 Tianzuan, then sent over a small bottle of liquor in the transactional auxiliary function. In fact, the transaction did not require both parties to add items, it just needed both parties to agree. A bottle of liquor in hand, it didn't look great, it was murky yellow, and seemed to have some bloodstains. This small bottle was about 350 milliliters, contained in a transparent vessel that did not look like glass or plastic. There were some characters on the bottle that he couldn't understand, although they were also square characters. Feiyong 989. please consume it as soon as possible as the quantity of liquor is not large, only enough for one use. If you want stronger effects, please continue using our product. Smiley face. Chen Zixu, alright, let's discuss it again after the effects show up, talk later. On Monday, classes began at 8 in the morning with a total of 5 sessions in the morning. The first 2 sessions were English classes and the teacher took attendance every time, so skipping was not an option. Chen Zixu looked at the small bottle of cooking wine in his hand, pondering where to put it, and ultimately decided to store it in the phone's built-in storage space. The phone's storage space is essentially a file management area. As for its capacity, Chen Zixu saw in the settings that it seemed to be 64 gigabytes, and it was mentioned that it could be upgraded in the future. He wasn't quite sure what that meant. However, from now on he too was someone who possessed an extraordinary space. Wahaha! He entered the classroom just in time as the teacher was about to start taking attendance. Chen Zixu chose a seat in the back corner, planning to let the teacher teach while he played on his own. He thought to himself, holding a phone that could connect to the universe following the usual narrative, he would become a character like those in novels, so why should he exhaust himself studying things that he might not even need in the future? He opened his phone, initially intending to chat a bit with friends on Haha, hoping to get some extraterrestrial goodies from them. However, he noticed that QQ was constantly showing that friends had sent messages. Upon opening it, he found out it was about a class activity. Chen Zixu was studying logistics management with 40 students in his class, and the class monitor Zhao Xinxin was a girl. From the chat records, it seemed that Zhao Xinxin had suggested a class activity last night, but the message was sent very late, so it wasn't until this morning that the topic began to gain traction, with everyone chiming in about the class activity. Chen Zixu was not particularly prominent in the class, and he usually did not participate much in class activity. Thus, he merely glanced at the QQ group messages and was about to close it. Just then a word suddenly popped up in another group, causing him to furrow his brows. This was the group of Lu Xiaojin, the vice president of the student union at the management college, where almost all students from this cohort were present. Lu Xiaojin was the same Lu whom Su Hong had just gotten involved with, and his group name was Lu Vice President. Lu Vice President Su Hong has long split from that guy. In Tao, so that guy really is just clinging on stubborn. Big bang the sophomore among the onlookers. Lu Vice President, don't let me see that guy again. In Tao supporting Lu Xiao and acquiring a harem. Meow meow Mia the bench for the onlookers. What kind of person is Chen Zixu? He was a man who couldn't tolerate personal attacks and slander aimed at him. Immediately he sent a message, so you're Lu Xiao, huh? Come if you dare. With these words the group fell silent for a moment. Then Lu Vice President responded, who are you? Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, I am Chen Zixu. Whoa. The group became lively. It turned out there was a main character present. Various tangents started to emerge. In Tao Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, I sympathize. Meow meow Mia Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, I sympathize. Lu Vice President, hee, are you still entangled in this? Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, I had already let go, okay. Su Hong can be with whoever she wants, a split is a split. What's the point of showing off in the group? Lu Vice President, he. Business Management 142, Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, don't be so angry. Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, am I not allowed to be angry when someone slanders me behind my back? Angry Big Bang Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, he. In Tao Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, he. Meow meow Mia Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, he. Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, he, your sister. Big Bang, I was going to comfort you with a few words, but who knew you wouldn't appreciate it? Now I can only say you deserve. Left humph Gu Huang Zun Tian de Di, didn't see your comfort. Big Bang, you deserve to be dumped. Smirking, damn, what a lunatic. In a fit of anger, Chen Zixu clicked the upper right corner, then selected to leave the group in the pop-up menu. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Damn, it's as if you all are gloating over my breakup. What does this have to do with you? Don't let me find out who you are, otherwise beware of the black bricks behind you. Fuming with anger, Chen Zixu slammed his phone down on the table, the sound loud enough that the English teacher shot him a glare, nearly causing Chen Zixu to bury his head in his pants. The situation did not calm down after Chen Zixu left the group. Instead, it was exacerbated by his departure. Originally, only a few people were discussing the matter, with more merely being onlookers, but Lu Xiao seemed to have misplaced his priorities, and after Chen Zixu left the group, he escalated the situation, promoting it in several groups. After asking a few people, he learned that Chen Zixu was a logistics management major, and then he used a friend to spread the news of Chen Zixu's breakup in the logistics management group. In English class, although many were studying, a significant portion were not, and this group was busy playing on their phones, so they quickly noticed this topic, which was more relevant to their lives than others. After all, the protagonist of this event was in their own class. Chen Zixu, in a moment of anger, did not check his phone again. It was only when his roommate beside him informed him that he learned of the situation. Now he felt an itch in his heart, always thinking that if only he had a hammer in hand, he could smash that guy. After all, the feeling of being oppressed was not pleasant. He picked up his phone, and although many in the major group did not voice anything due to their student relationships, a few people were still gossiping. This was also because Chen Zixu was not very sociable, and his relationships with them were just so-so. Chen Zixu quietly observed, then silently remembered these people, deleting all those who were supposed to be friends, and reported each of them. In the end, he still left the group. Heartless, it is said that alcohol is a good remedy for forgetting sorrows, and that saying is probably not wrong. As for raising a glass to dispel sorrow, which only brings more sorrow, let's not worry about that for now. As soon as the English class ended, Chen Zixu left and arrived at Biyun Lake. By the lakeside there were not only a few small groves, but also several ancient-style pavilions. At this time there were not many people around, and Chen Zixu took a pavilion for himself. He remembered he still had a bottle of cooking wine, and took it out preparing to get drunk. He figured that as long as it was alcohol with a sufficient degree, it could make someone like Chen Zixu, who easily got drunk from just a couple of beers, completely inebriated. As the lid was lifted, the intoxicating aroma of the wine wafted out, undeniably alluring. Chen Zixu swallowed hard, frowning, as he sampled a small sip. The wine appeared murky with a hint of blood-like streaks, making Chen Zixu feel a bit uneasy. When it reached his lips, he tasted a rich passion fruit flavor accompanied by a hint of the wine's savory essence. It was smooth on the palate, a gentle caress down his throat. This was no advertisement. Chen Zixu felt utterly relaxed. A warm current surged into his stomach, akin to consuming a rejuvenating pill. At that moment, Chen Zixu suddenly realized, smacking his forehead with a gasp. Damn it. I questioned whether the online store sold counterfeit goods, never considering they represented a higher civilization. Could a high-level civilization even have fakes? Well, perhaps they could, but surely their counterfeits would be far superior to the genuine products on Earth. Alas, I almost missed this wonderful treasure. He patted his chest in regret and took another swig. This time it hit him hard. After that small tasting, he felt no effects of drunkenness, just the fruity aroma and comforting warmth, but after that large gulp, he realized the true potency of this wine was yet to come. Since it was so delicious and he had already prepared himself for a complete intoxication, he ignored the strength of the wine. One gulp after another, in less than 5 minutes, he had downed nearly half a bottle. A warmth began to radiate within him, reminiscent of taking a rejuvenating pill, but this time the heat concentrated in his lower abdomen. Chen Zixu's mind was still clear when he remembered this wine was no ordinary cooking wine. It was a vitality-boosting wine brewed from the reproductive organs of a magical creature. Upon closer inspection, he felt a tingling sensation down there, as if something was stimulating him, though it didn't feel entirely real. Hey, what kind of wine are you drinking? Chen Zixu looked up and was startled to see an old river god. But the effects of the wine began to kick in. Just as he was about to greet the old deity, he collapsed onto the table with a thud, unable to move. His tongue felt swollen, unable to form words. The old man, appearing mysterious and eccentric, entered the pavilion, snatched the wine bottle from Chen Zixu's hand, and sniffed the aroma. Oh, this scent is so pure, and there's a hint of celestial energy within it. What a treasure! At this moment, Chen Zixu remained somewhat lucid, but his body was indeed losing control. He wanted to retrieve the wine bottle, but he couldn't lift his arms. The old river god looked at Chen Zixu's flushed face, and said with a tone of schadenfreude, "You, a mere mortal, have consumed so much potent elixir. I foresee you will suffer greatly soon." Then he lifted his upper lip and blew gently into the bottle. The river god exclaimed, "Oh my, this is truly a great treasure. Such a tonic. If one were to take a sip daily, it would be pure bliss." Ha ha. Chen Zixu listened to the river god's words, thinking that this was his possession, and he had to get it back. He reached out to snatch the bottle, but his legs felt weak, and he couldn't stand, only able to lay on the table in the pavilion, his tongue unable to articulate. The river god took the bottle cap and sealed the wine bottle. Just as he was about to hide it in his robe, he noticed Chen Zixu's wide eyes and the bottle of cooking wine in his hand. An idea struck him. "You see, my young friend, you are currently unable to handle such potent nourishment. Your entire body is in agony. If you don't have a woman to accompany you, you will soon be consumed by desire. However, I am particularly fond of helping others. Finding a woman for you is a trivial matter. But nothing in this world comes without a price, so you must offer something in return. Consider this bottle of wine as my payment for your assistance. How about it? If you don't speak, I will take that as your— Shall we be off then?" Chen Zixu could only mumble, his tongue failing him. The river god was highly efficient, grabbing Chen Zixu and saying, "However, you've consumed too much of this nourishing substance. I must help you expel some of it." Saying this, he gently pressed his palm against Chen Zixu's lower abdomen. With a slight push, Chen Zixu made a retching motion and vomited a stream of filth from his throat. The filth was expelled onto the banks of Biyun Lake, some even landing in the water. "All right, now we can go." The old river god watched as Chen Zixu expelled the filth, shaking his head in disappointment. With a stomp of his foot, the two of them soared into the sky unnoticed by anyone. Perhaps neither of them realized that after they ascended into the air, Biyun Lake became lively with many fish and shrimp rushing to the area where Chen Zixu had just been greedily gulping down the filth. Many insects also swarmed to the shore, and within minutes they cleaned up the ground as if autumn winds had swept away the leaves, revealing a thick layer of earth that had been gnawed away. Flying high above, Chen Zixu felt completely limp. If it weren't for his empty bladder and the small amount of wine he had just consumed, he would surely need to relieve himself. The river god, however, appeared quite relaxed, his beard blowing in the wind, exuding an aura of celestial grace. It was unclear how he evaded the gaze of so many people. Did they really not see two individuals flying in the sky? Oh no, I have no idea what type of woman you prefer. Suddenly the river god exclaimed, "My young friend, do you prefer a pure school beauty, a charming mature woman, or a captivating middle-aged lady? Also, do you like them a bit plump or on the thinner side? Do you prefer a heart-shaped face or a round one? Should the backside be curvy or flat? Should she be tall or short? Just give me a word and I can find her for you." Chen Zixu felt like crying. How could he respond when his tongue was tied? What use is all this talk? It only made me itch with desire. The river god seemed to realize that Chen Zixu had lost his ability to speak. He awkwardly scratched his head and was about to say something else when he looked down and noticed Chen Zixu's gaze was fixated and his pants were tinting. Following his gaze, he was stunned to see a stunningly beautiful woman standing at a window of a tall building, her ample bosom accentuated with curves. "Hee, my young friend, is this the woman you've set your sights on? Great. He'll send you right over." Chen Zixu was thrilled. A celestial being was helping him find a companion. Wu Mengqiu stood by the window deep in thought about matters concerning her company, her brow tightly furrowed. Suddenly a flash of golden light appeared, and two men materialized, one old and one young. The old man had a long white beard exuding a celestial aura, while the young man looked ordinary, dressed simply, yet his face was flushed as though he had consumed a great deal of alcohol, being supported by the older man. Wu Mengqiu was startled by the sudden appearance of the two men and took several steps back, falling directly to the floor. Who are you?" She was genuinely terrified. Despite having seen many events of all kinds, she had never encountered someone appearing out of thin air, and besides, there was no magician in her house. These two were of course the river god and Chen Zixu. The river god stroked his long beard and turned his warm, kind face toward Wu Mengqiu, saying, "Beautiful lady, please do not be afraid. We are not bad people. Our sudden visit is for a reason, and we seek your assistance." Wu Mengqiu got up and backed away several more steps, now suspecting that these two had been hiding in her home all along. She had only thought she was imagining things when she believed they appeared out of nowhere. "What exactly are you? What help do you need from me?" Wu Mengqiu asked, peering over the sofa in the living room. The river god replied again, "It is like this. My junior is too fond of drinking, and he has consumed my precious 1982 vintage daughter red. That wine is incredibly nourishing for the body. Just look at him, he's so replenished that he's turned soft." Wu Mengqiu. Chen Zixu silently cursed the river god in his heart, wondering, was that wine even in a precious 1982 vintage daughter red? Can that wine really nourish the body? The shamelessness of the river god far exceeded the imaginations of Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu. The river god said, "However, don't underestimate him. Although his body may be weak, there is one part that is quite firm." If Chen Zixu were not so weak that he couldn't even raise his hand, he would have definitely covered his face and found a gap to slip away. Wu Mengqiu was not ignorant of vulgar culture. After all, she had been in society for many years and had a certain level of understanding. She glanced at Chen Zixu's groin area, and sure enough, a large tent was raised. Her face instantly flushed red, and in her heart, she secretly criticized him for being a lecher. His body was ruined by alcohol, rendering him unable to stand, yet he still thought of such lewd things. Wu Mengqiu naturally assumed that it was Chen Zixu's inappropriate thoughts upon seeing her that caused his lower body to swell. Well, otherwise, how could it be explained? Moreover, it goes without saying her beauty was evident to all. Though she wouldn't dare claim to be a stunning beauty, she certainly resembled a celestial maiden descending to earth whose smile surpassed the brilliance of the stars. While Wu Mengqiu was thinking this, Chen Zixu was also assessing her. Earlier from a distance he thought she was beautiful, but now that he was closer he found her even more stunning. She was an elegant, mature woman, naturally beautiful, possessing attributes that most women would envy. Just look at that black lace bodycon dress, which accentuated her ample bosom, slender waist, and curvaceous hips, a pair of enchanting big eyes, celestial brows, a straight nose, and cherry-like lips. An oval face, long legs. What more could one ask for? He truly wanted to compliment her out loud, but his tongue betrayed him, only managing to produce inaudible sounds. The old river god continued, "There's no way around it. This is the consequence of not listening to the advice of the elderly. Sneaking a drink of my treasured 1982 daughter's red, how could that not lead to your demise? But hearts are made of flesh. As an elder, I cannot just watch him burn with desire and let him perish, can I? So didn't you see a beautiful woman? You should bear with it and help my clueless junior cool off. The old man first scolded Chen Zixu as if it were truly his fault, then turned to Wu Mengqiu with a request. Wu Mengqiu gritted her teeth, forcing a trademark smile cultivated in business, and said, "Old man, how about this? I have some money here, you take it, and find some women in those lively places. Those women are compliant, beautiful, and skilled. They will definitely take good care of your junior." Saying this, she prepared to rummage through her bag for money, secretly seizing the opportunity to take out her phone to call for help. Wu Mengqiu said, "What do you think of 10,000? This money is enough to find several lovely girls. Perhaps you might not regret coming here after all." The old river god was intrigued, glancing at Chen Zixu, implying, "Why don't we go to that place and take a break?" Chen Zixu was anxious. Although he made muffled sounds of disagreement, it did not stop him from expressing his firm opposition through his facial expressions. Besides, how could the girls there compare to her? Although they had always kept themselves pure and had never been to such places, they had gathered enough knowledge from films and dramas about the so-called beauties there, which were certainly worlds apart from the one before him. The old man noticed Chen Zixu's anxious expression and understood his disapproval. Moreover, there's a saying, one should be soft-hearted when accepting favors. Having taken the alcohol meant for others, the old man should in theory make some compensation. Alright, since this kid has set his sights on this beauty, I'll grant him this outrageous request. The old river god thought for a moment, then supported Chen Zixu and walked towards Wu Mengqiu. Wu Mengqiu had already retrieved her phone, but found it inappropriate to make the call openly. She had to hide it behind her back, but at that moment the two men moved towards her, and in her nervousness, she probably dialed the wrong number. After all, smartphones were tricky. "Don't come over. Let's talk properly. Oh, please don't do anything reckless," she said, backing away several steps, preparing to retreat into the bedroom. The old man placed Chen Zixu on the living room sofa, then shrugged at Wu Mengqiu and said, "Beauty, you saw it. I am very willing to follow your suggestion and go to those vibrant places to find two women to have fun with, but my junior here has a picky taste. He has set his eyes on you. There's no way around it. You'll just have to bear with it. After all, engaging with my junior in that manner is actually quite beneficial. There will be many advantages in the future." Wu Mengqiu realized this was getting serious. She wondered if she could handle these two by herself. Looking at the situation, although this young man should be strong and fit, he was now like a wilted chicken. As for the old fellow, who looked like he had lived for several hundred years, he was agile and quick, probably still had some strength left. Regardless, maintaining her purity was the most important thing. If they dared to act recklessly, she would fight to the death. Wu Mengqiu thought this and began to eye something within reach. However, she never expected that the old man would not play by the rules. With a simple wave of his hand, Wu Mengqiu felt her neck stiffen, her waist harden, and her legs became immovable. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, her vision blurred, and she found the old man miraculously appearing beside her, steadying her. Just as they had first appeared. What kind of magic was this? "Beauty, look, it's come to this, you might as well accept it. After all, my junior has quite good qualifications. Whether you choose to entrust yourself to him in the future or merely indulge in today's fleeting pleasure, he is worthy of you." The old river god's assessment of a person's worth was not based on their appearance, family background, or status in society. His judgment was based on the potential for cultivation as viewed by the immortals. However, Wu Mengqiu was unaware. She cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zixu, her eyes not entirely filled with disdain, but at least partially with unwillingness. "Forget it. At this point, I have no choice today. I'll just consider it being ridden by a dog." Wu Mengqiu clearly felt bitter, but she couldn't express it. The old man was surprisingly strong. Otherwise, how could one person hold the arms of two young people, kick open the bedroom door, and with a left swing and a right swing send both of them flying onto the luxurious bed? As he flew through the air, Chen Zixu was still thinking, "Am I really flying onto someone else's bed?" When the river god hurled Chen Zixu away, he applied a subtle force, subsequently opening the Ren and Du meridians within Chen Zixu's body. As for how exactly he opened them and their locations, well, let's just leave that aside, for it's not the focus and the teacher won't ask or test on it anyway. However, once the Ren and Du meridians were opened, Chen Zixu felt a surge of energy in his limbs and regained sensation in his tongue. Although he wouldn't immediately return to normal, he anticipated it would happen in 3 to 5 minutes. Indeed, as he fell onto the spacious bed, he pressed against the beautiful figure beneath him, and his Buddhist reactions intensified. The river god simply advised, "Well, I've only helped you up to this point. The rest is up to you. As for how to deal with the aftermath, I won't interfere." With that, the old man slipped away, vanishing into thin air. Wu Mengqiu once again witnessed this miraculous scene. After 3 to 5 minutes, Chen Zixu was already able to move and said, "Sister, I feel so uncomfortable. Please don't blame me. After saying this, he began to nibble and kiss, leaving Wu Mengqiu's face covered in saliva. At first it was just on her face, but soon it spread to her chest or stomach. Oh dear, just thinking about that scene is thrilling. Unfortunately, Wu Mengqiu was unable to move due to the pressure point the river god had struck. Some believe that pressure points are merely legends, but in reality they exist. Whether it's the common eye exercises, foot massages, or the legendary pressure point therapy, they are indeed real. Wu Mengqiu was struck at a certain nerve point by the river god from a distance, instantly rendering her reactionless, which is why she found herself in this predicament. Of course, the effects of pressure points are temporary. Wu Mengqiu would return to normal in about half an hour, as the points struck do not inflict harm on the body, so there would be no adverse effects afterward. However, during that half hour of being immobilized, it was all Chen Zixu's time to act. Chen Zixu was burning with desire and found it hard to endure. Even though his mind was still clear enough to know that what he was doing was illegal, his body, however, honestly defied his rationality. He stripped himself completely, then joyfully discovered that his member had indeed grown. What used to be just 3 inches was now already over 10. This truly was a great day for us common folk. He felt elated, but Wu Mengqiu was utterly disgusted. Why are you undressing in front of me? Moreover, you exposed that disgusting thing of yours. Don't you see that your belly is covered in hair reaching to your chest? Ugh, how revolting. But alas, she couldn't move and couldn't even shout. Chen Zixu began to undress the beautiful figure beneath him, but unable to figure out how, he grew anxious like a cat scratching. Finally, he made up his mind, and with a rip, he tore her clothes. Covering the essentials was much easier. This didn't require violence. Oh. After searching for a long time, Chen Zixu finally found the right place and burst through the door directly into the den. Below, Wu Mengqiu winced as tears welled in her eyes. Chen Zixu felt the most comfortable now after so many years. Wu Mengqiu, however, felt the most pain at this moment. He charged ahead recklessly. Chen Zixu was becoming more spirited. He could feel that warmth which had originally lingered in his lower abdomen gradually shifting to his member. After sneaking a few glances at his proudly standing member, he felt it was larger than before. Until Wu Mengqiu's pressure point in her throat was released, she let out a moan and gasp from her nose and throat, then kicked Chen Zixu, who was thrusting above her. Chen Zixu looked at his member and was startled, not realizing it was so shocking until he saw it. To avoid being labeled as vulgar, I won't elaborate here. If you truly wish to know, you'll have to imagine it yourself. Wu Mengqiu also saw it and widened her eyes, thinking, isn't that as thick as my forearm? Afterward, Wu Mengqiu still didn't report him. It wasn't that she didn't have the chance, but she suddenly didn't want it anymore. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she rubbed her wet hair with a towel while glaring at Chen Zixu, as if she could execute him with her gaze. Hey, you haven't told me how many people live in your family. Before this, the two had been entangled for an entire afternoon. Wu Mengqiu didn't possess the same robust physique as Chen Zixu and had fainted several times. Of course, the supreme pleasures that a woman should experience came in waves despite having been a virgin until after Chen Zixu's emotions and desires erupted in a supernova, he chose to recount the events leading up to this moment to the beautiful woman beneath him, starting from when they drank alone in the ancient pavilion by Biyun Lake. He never expected that Wu Mengqiu would choose to let him go, not only refraining from reporting him, but also promising not to retaliate in the future. Filled with immense gratitude, Chen Zixu struck up a conversation with the beauty. After their passionate encounter, both were drenched in sweat. They took a shower and then began a census-like interrogation in the living room. In the presence of Wu Mengqiu's powerful aura, Chen Zixu turned into a compliant boy. He said, there are 4 people in my family besides my parents. I have a younger sister. How old are they? My parents were born in the same year, 23 years older than me, currently 45. My sister is 5 years younger than me, now 17. Oh, my sister is in her 2nd year of high school and my parents are farmers. Wu Mengqiu nodded. She had already asked most of the information about Chen Zixu. Knowing he was from HN, she was also aware of his school major and enrollment time. If she asked any further, she'd probably inquire about his past relationships. From across the low glass table, Chen Zixu attempted to ask Wu Mengqiu a few times, but he grew timid at the moment, so he didn't dare to speak. Just then, when he was about to speak, but didn't dare, Wu Mengqiu caught sight of him and raised an eyebrow, saying, alright, I just wanted to ask him, are we? Not that. What do you mean by that? Can a man be more straightforward? Upon hearing this, Chen Zixu lost any hesitation, mustered his courage, and asked, so, are we officially in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now? Wu Mengqiu's eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. After a moment of thought, she replied, not yet. But perhaps we will be in the future. Wu Mengqiu regained her CEO-like icy demeanor. From today on, you must not be fickle. If you can pass my tests, I will allow you to be my boyfriend. Originally, Chen Zixu had planned to spend the night at Wu Mengqiu's home, but a single glance from her made him abandon. Wearing his original set of clothes, the two exchanged contact information, phone numbers, WeChat, and QQ. before Chen Zixu stepped out of that enchanting haven. It was then that Chen Zixu realized his superphone also had a SIM card designed to meet the user's needs. The phone number was incredibly impressive 188 with the suffix 6660. Leaving Wu Mengqiu's residence in Xinyalu residential area, Chen Zixu waited at the community gate for a bus. After a long wait with no bus heading to the University of Science and Technology in sight, he decided to walk. In fact, Xinyalu residential area was quite close to the university. Less than a li in a straight line, at most 2 kilometers on foot, and even shorter via a shortcut. Chen Zixu embarked on one of his rare walks since starting college. Though less comfortable than riding a bus and somewhat tiring, it felt like a special way to welcome a new beginning. Taking a shortcut, Chen Zixu planned to pass through Laomiao Street. As he saw the sign reading Laomiao Street, he felt as if he had forgotten something, but couldn't recall what. When he reached the middle of the street, a dilapidated earth god temple appeared on his left. Chen Zixu slapped his forehead. Damn, isn't this the Zai earth god temple? Just last night, they had exchanged text messages, though the replies weren't originally meant for him. Since the other party was a deity as a mere mortal, it was only proper to pay respects to gods and Buddhas alike. What? You call this superstition? Then explain everything that has happened before. The earth god temple was not large, the red paint on the outer walls had largely peeled and flaked away. There was no gate, only 2 stone steps beyond the threshold. Stepping up the stone steps and crossing the threshold, he was greeted by crumbling walls. The lime plaster used in earlier repairs had reverted to powder scattered everywhere, along with human and animal excrement on the floor. This was sheer disrespect to the deity. Worse, it was desecration. Chen Zixu thought indignantly, then carefully examined the clay statue of the earth god on the central altar. The statue's head was made of wood with traces of painted colors that were aged. The body was clay, now missing parts. The right arm gone, the left foot nowhere to be found. To be a deity reduced to such a state was truly embarrassing for an immortal. Sighing, Chen Zixu wondered why he felt so melancholy upon entering the temple. Before the altar stood a chipped enamel basin, dented and leaking, filled with old incense ash from past offerings, with a few unburned incense sticks stuck in the center. Seeing this, Chen Zixu recalled that he should perhaps offer a stick of incense to the earth god. There were some incense sticks on the altar, but they had been there for years, broken into several pieces, and Chen Zixu had no lighter. Or it'll go by some. Laomiao Street was fairly bustling. Not far away was a supermarket. He bought a lighter and incense sticks, returned to the temple, and lit them. Lord Earth God, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm the one who texted you yesterday. If you can't recall, let me remind you, 3 missing 1. Muttering to himself, Chen Zixu bowed a few times before the statue. Today, by chance, I've done some business with the Zai River god. I just returned and passed by your esteemed place, so I came to pay my respects. Today's visit was hasty. Next time, I'll bring a construction team to renovate your temple thoroughly, front, back, left, right, top to bottom. How about that? Chen Zixu thought to himself that the next time might be uncertain, but speaking pleasantly might please the earth god enough to grant a blessing. After waiting for a long time, there was no sign of divine intervention or any boon. Could the earth god be napping? Chen Zixu wondered. Or maybe he's off playing mahjong with friends. Nodding, Chen Zixu felt his speculation was reasonable. He prepared to head back, but as he turned, he was startled. An old man with white hair and a goatee, wearing an indigo Tai Chi uniform, stood behind him. His face was ruddy and smooth without a single wrinkle. Whoa, sir, don't you know that startling someone can scare them to death? Chen Zixu patted his chest as his pounding heartbeat gradually subsided. The old man glanced at him. I am the earth god of this realm. What the? Chen Zixu thought. He had just joked about the earth god playing mahjong, and now the deity appeared in the temple. Sir, are you this Zai earth god? Chen Zixu asked tentatively. Zai is my monastic name, and I am indeed the local earth god. Zai stroked his goatee. Indeed, the deity exuded a certain aura, ethereal and surrounded by a faint halo. Chen Zixu had sensed a similar aura from the river god. Don't panic. Zai Ziang, these are monastic names. They sound like they belong to the same family, he mused, studying Zai and pondering the relationship between the earth god and the river god. Zai surveyed the temple interior. From his expression, Chen Zixu guessed he was furious. The old man, bristling with anger, finally spoke. This is utterly outrageous. Then with a wave of his hand, Chen Zixu felt a strong wind rising. In an instant, all the dust, debris, excrement, and cobwebs inside the temple were swept into a whirlwind, coalescing into a large mass that was flung outside the door. Chen Zixu was about to comment on littering, but thought that the sanitation workers would clean it up anyway, so leaving it outside was fine. The old man added, I haven't been here for years, and the temple caretaker has been utterly irresponsible, letting the shrine fall into such disrepair. Absolutely outrageous. Chen Zixu refrained from interrupting, simply standing aside. However, he thought, what era is this? A scientific age of atheism. If you don't manifest miracles occasionally, who would stay as a caretaker? Zai then examined his own statue, looking left and right, and finally remarked, "It doesn't resemble me at all, lacking my charisma and spirit." Indeed, the old man was vigorous and spirited, appearing well over 100 years old, yet his body showed no signs of decline, likely stronger than most young people. After all, he was a deity with inscrutable divine powers. How could a mortal compare? In contrast, the clay statue now seemed awkward, not just because of its missing limbs, but its long beard and the pose resembling Lord Guan, lacking the typical hunched small stature, with a cane of an earth god, and bearing no resemblance to the true deity standing there. In the temple of the earth god, the old deity was undergoing a significant transformation. Outside the shrine, one might be unaware of the events occurring inside, but Chen Zixu was thoroughly enjoying a performance of divine magic. Finally, Chen Zixu found a moment to speak, and asked, "Earth Lord, is this not your temple? How could you allow it to become like this?" The earth god replied, "Just call me immortal. As for the matter of the temple, it is all due to the trouble caused by societal development." Chen Zixu recalled the frequent mentions in novels of drastic environmental changes and the thinning of spiritual energy, and asked with some doubt, "Has something happened on Earth that has caused the spiritual veins to sever and the spiritual energy to thin, making it impossible for even a deity like you to cultivate?" The old man did not answer, but began to examine Chen Zixu from head to toe, then countered, "Has elders taken you as a disciple?" Chen Zixu was taken aback and honestly replied, "No." The earth god continued, "Then how could a mere mortal like you possess such a phone?" "Well, it's a long story. Hey Race, what happened?" Chen Zixu recounted the entire process of how he obtained the phone. The earth god said, "Then you are not considered one of us. Asking this question is pointless." Chen Zixu felt awkward yet amused. Did they really have their own social circles? However, after a moment's thought, it made sense. The earth and river gods certainly included more than just Xiang and Zai, and there must be other divine roles on Earth. It was not surprising that they had their own social circles. Chen Zixu scratched his head and replied, just asking. The earth god, with hands behind his back, strolled around and stroked his beard, waiting a long time before speaking. Humans are a remarkably intelligent species. They know how to use tools and harness energy. They used to burn coal, now they use electricity, and they can even collect solar energy. Would you say they are not clever? As for immortals, are they any less clever than these mortals? Spiritual energy is a form of energy that can be directly absorbed, but if there is no spiritual energy, do we immortals cease to exist? Is it impossible to cultivate? No. Without spiritual energy, we can still turn to other forms of energy. Cultivation is not a single path to follow. Chen Zixu had never heard of such theories before. Reflecting on it, almost all novels spoke of cultivation using spiritual energy, celestial energy, or chaotic primordial energy. Who would have thought that immortals on Earth could still cultivate without spiritual energy? However, since the topic had turned to cultivation, Chen Zixu's curiosity piqued, and he wanted to ask if he could seek a cultivation manual. "Immortal, do you think I, a mere youth, could also cultivate? It is clear that your innate talent is merely average. If you were an ordinary person, it would be impossible. But who knows, you might have stumbled upon some opportunity. Are you saying I could cultivate to become an immortal?" The earth god almost rolled his eyes and replied, "How difficult it is to become an immortal. It's as if asking this makes it as easy as drinking plain water." Just then a buzzing sound came from the earth god's waist, resembling the vibration of a phone. He took out his phone, and Chen Zixu noticed that it was vastly different from the phones ordinary people used. It resembled a square mirror with handles. Someone is looking for me to play mahjong. I must leave." "Wait, immortal." Chen Zixu quickly grabbed his sleeve. "Why don't we add each other as friends?" He thought that these immortals also used that cosmic chat application, so he wanted to add them as friends to have more conversations and gain insights into the divine world that ordinary people could not access. Add friends. The earth god pondered for a moment. "All right, I usually enjoy chatting with you young people." He then provided his phone account, and Chen Zixu tried to add him as a contact using the method the earth god suggested, but found that he already had it. It dawned on him that this phone originally belonged to the river god, hence the contact details for the earth god were already saved. "So you already had it. Later download the Xianin app and add me as a friend through your contacts," said the earth. Chen Zixu did not expect the earth god to be so easygoing. The earth god finally bid farewell and added, "Kid, I see you have a great affinity with Elder Xiang. Don't forget to ask him to take you as a disciple." Then, just as a look of confusion crossed Chen Zixu's face, the earth god transformed into a breeze and departed. Before returning to his dorm, Chen Zixu found Xianin through the Cosmic App Market and downloaded it. It turned out to be an instant messaging application, but its usage was quite limited, only operating in certain areas of the galaxy. As for its features and design, could I say it was similar to QQ. Through his contacts, he added the earth god as a friend, and looked at the profile card which simply named him Zai. He also discovered that there was a group called Earth Immortal Chat Group. Chen Zixu's eyes darted around, then he clicked to apply for membership. Unexpectedly, after Zai accepted, a message was sent. System notification: the other party has added you as a friend, and you can start chatting now. Zai, why did you apply to Gu Huang Xintian Supreme Emperor? It's nothing, just that I don't have many friends, and wanted to join a group to chat with some immortals. Smile. Zai, let's not discuss anything else, but change your nickname. Your attitude is too bold. How dare you call yourself an emperor? Gu Huang Xintian Supreme Emperor. Okay, I'll change it right away. Smile. Chen Zixu wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead, not expecting that even a nickname could provoke discontent. It was understandable, though. A deity wouldn't dare to call themselves an emperor, and a mortal stepping out of line was certainly not appropriate. He promptly changed it to his own name. Chen Zixu Immortal, I've changed my nickname. Please add me to the Earth Immortal. Zai, we can talk about that after you have taken Elder Xiang as your master. Without a master, you can't enter the group. Also, don't apply again. Oh, I'm the administrator. Oh my. The administrator is impressive. If I can't apply, then I won't. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's not like I can't survive without your group. At this moment, Chen Zixu returned to the dorm, and as soon as he entered, his roommate, Zhao Gang, asked, "Where have you? You disappeared right after English class. I called you, but you didn't answer, always turned off, and didn't reply to QQ messages." Chen Zixu replied, "What happened?" Chen Zixu had impulsively thrown his old phone into the lake, unsure if it had been ruined by the water, and he hadn't removed the SIM card. Later, he hadn't had time to replace it, so it was surprising that he could even make calls. As for the QQ messages, after drinking the liquor, Chen Zixu had started his tasks and had no time to check QQ. However, he couldn't explain this to others, so he had to ask what had happened. What happened? Actually, nothing at all. It was just that the teacher called the roll again in the afternoon class, and since no one helped answer, it was marked as an absence. Oh, is that all? Chen Zixu had just been guessing that Lu Zhao was going to trouble him again. That being said, the breakup with Su Hong was not Chen Zixu's fault at all, yet Lu Zhao and Su Hong were spreading rumors, making jokes at the expense of an ordinary student like him, which made him a bit angry whenever he thought about it. Damn it. This will definitely be repaid in kind. The time was getting late, just in time for dinner, so Chen Zixu headed to the cafeteria for a feast. He hadn't eaten breakfast, going straight to the English class. Later, he hid by Biyun Lake after class drinking, and was then taken to Wu Mengqiu by the river god, and after a whole day, he hadn't eaten anything. Although the replenishing pills from last night provided energy, which were meant to substitute food in the heavenly realm, most of it was expelled from Chen Zixu's body. The drink also contained some spiritual energy, but it still wasn't enough. After eating and drinking to his fill with nothing much to do that evening, it was just the right time to take a good look at his. Today's meeting with Zai and the land deity made Chen Zixu realize that there are actually many immortals in this world, which sparked his desire to pursue immortality. Let's be honest, if one could achieve longevity through effort, who wouldn't be willing? Without further ado, Chen Zixu was half leaning, half reclining on his upper bunk, phone in hand, and opened the app, Xianing. This was the app that Zai and the land deity had him download, where he discovered a chat group for Earth Immortals. Xianing is unlike Haha. It is software that can only be used within the Hongguang universe. This means that even with Chen Zixu's superphone that can connect to 128 universes, he could only search for friends within the Hongguang universe. Typically, many users of Haha could only search for friends within the same universe, while someone like Chen Zixu could defy the odds and connect with friends from other universes. Xianing opened up the nearby people feature, and wow, quite a few. But why were the distances measured in light years? A light year refers to the distance light travels in a year, approximately 94.6 trillion kilometers. Damn, a Ferrari could run for miles, but it wouldn't be able to run that far. Hey, this girl looks pretty good. Oh, let's check it out. First, there was a large personal avatar, followed by her external profile card. Nickname: Imo Shui Feng Shi. Address: Hongguang Universe, Milky Way Galaxy. Friendship declaration: leisurely watching snowflakes scatter across the sky, solitary smoke rising straight to greet the cold winter. Likes: Tianxin sword dance, bamboo forest drizzle. The introduction was well done, but he didn't quite understand what the likes meant. However, this was inconsequential. The main point was that this person must be an alien, and adding her as a friend was definitely a good idea. System prompt: the other party has added you as a friend, you can now chat. Then Chen Zixu noticed that the contacts section also displayed a message, 210, indicating that, like, haha, this software could only add 10 friends at least for now. Imo Shui Feng Shi, who are you? Chen Zixu had already changed his nickname, so the other party could directly see this name, meaning they were inquiring about his identity. Chen Zixu, am also from the Milky Way Galaxy. Imo Shui Feng Shi, did you add me for a reason? Chen Zixu was at a loss, unsure how to reply. Being completely honest wouldn't be very clever, but what could he come up with? Oh. Chen Zixu thought of a plot from an online novel he had read where the protagonist was a merchant involved in buying and selling. Why not give himself the title of a cosmic merchant based on Earth? This way chatting would be convenient, and it would open up topics directly, making it easier for him to search for things useful for his cultivation. Chen Zixu, I am a cosmic merchant. Mo Shui Feng, she confused, and then, Chen Zixu, I just wanted to ask if you have any local specialties I could purchase some from you. Mo Shui Feng, she does snow count. The place I'm in only snows here. Chen Zixu really wanted to say you're kidding, it snows where I am too. Chen Zixu, that doesn't count. Can you see if there's anything else special? After a long wait, the other party finally replied. He didn't know where they had gone earlier, but this reply came with a document. System prompt: Mo Shui Feng, she has sent you a file, please accept it. He clicked to download and read the information, which included a small image. Snow honey. Snow bees are a type of bee that grows in ice and snow. Adult snow bees are large, reaching 3 to 5 inches in length, with a crystalline semi-transparent body. Snow honey is made from the essence of rare flowers and herbs collected by snow bees from the snowy mountains, possessing miraculous effects. Chen Zixu looked around and saw that others were playing games, not paying attention to this, so he clicked to extract. The screen flickered and a thin, translucent porcelain bottle appeared in Chen Zixu's hand. With excitement, Chen Zixu opened the bottle, intending to smell it, but the aroma had already wafted out. Quickly cover it. But it still escaped. What's that smell? So fragrant, Zhao Gang shouted. Then others also caught the scent and asked each other if someone was secretly spraying perfume. Chen Zixu pretended not to notice where the fragrance was coming from. Anyway, the scent dissipated after a while, so it wouldn't be easy to trace it back to his bed, right? The person on his phone was still waiting for a reply, so Chen Zixu hurriedly typed a few words back. Chen Zixu, that's great, your honey is truly a wonderful thing. Mo Shui Feng, Shiham, what price can you offer? Or would you prefer to barter? Chen Zixu was thinking of bartering. If he were to settle with money, the universal currency of the cosmos might work, but he didn't have much on hand. Bartering would allow him to find something inexpensive on Earth that the other party would find valuable. So Chen Zixu replied, let's barter. Then he began brainstorming what items from Earth might be lacking on the other party's planet and would be considered precious there. Perhaps it was Chen Zixu's quick thinking. He noticed the snow in the other party's nickname, while the snow honey they sent also contained snow. When he asked about local specialties, she mentioned snow, indicating that it often snowed there. So what was most lacking in a snowy environment? Fruits, vegetables, warm clothing, fuel, transportation. Asking about a few items would surely lead to something the other party would be pleased with. Indeed, after quite some effort, Chen Zixu finally discovered that the other party desperately needed several items: summer fruits, vegetables, hot pot ingredients, and ironware. Mo Shui Feng, are you really a merchant? If so, I'll give you our clan leader's CNE number. Maybe you can make a... Chen Zixu, really? That would be wonderful, thank you. Smile, bowing. Mo Shui Feng, she just saying thanks isn't enough. How about something practical? Cute. Since the other party has taken the initiative to speak, it would be inappropriate not to respond, especially since this concerns a major client. After some exploration, Chen Zixu discovered that the function labeled receive was essentially for storing actual items in his phone storage, and by sending a file, he could transfer real-world items to the other party. Even when lying in bed, Chen Zixu quickly got up and ran to the campus supermarket to buy some snacks, guessing that the other party had probably never seen these items. First, he picked a bag of long spicy strips priced at $3.50 a bag. Authentic. Mo Zufengzi exclaimed, wow, the packaging is so exquisite. The illustrations are truly beautiful. Chen Zixu said, tear open the packaging and eat it directly, it's absolutely delicious. After a moment's thought, he also sent the other party a bottle of orange juice. Chen Zixu explained, just twist off the lid and drink directly from the bottle, it's really tasty. Mo Zufengzi replied, it's really good. Chen Zixu smiled, realizing that the barter system was indeed quite effective. The snow honey he received from the other party might not be considered a precious item in their world, but here on Earth, just the aroma that wafted up when he opened the lid was enough for Chen Zixu to conclude that if snow honey were marketed, it would surely be a hot commodity. He almost forgot that Sister Chio was the boss of a company. He could collaborate with her to market this extraordinary product from the alien. Thus, in the future, he aspired not only to be a celestial being, but also a wealthy and powerful tycoon. Sister Chio is Wu Mengqiu, and since she is several years older than Chen Zixu, he calls her sister. Thinking of Wu Mengqiu reminded him of the unforgettable meal they had shared today, that flavor. No, he couldn't dwell on that, he had to get up again. After finally suppressing the rebellious urges below, Chen Zixu glanced at his replies. They're not following the usual script. Mo Zufengzi remarked, however, the spiritual energy contained in the ingredients you used is really minimal, almost non-existent, so it seems to have little value. If that's the case, it's unlikely our clan leader would buy your goods. Indeed, while the food from Earth might satisfy your taste buds, if the food lacks nutrition, it would still receive negative. Chen Zixu couldn't think of an effective solution at the moment, so he asked the other party for their clan leader's Xianin account, promising to find a way to replace the junk food with better ingredients. However, the other party clearly wasn't impressed, and they didn't provide their clan leader's Xianin account. Sigh. His enthusiasm was dampened, and Chen Zixu felt a bit exhausted. At that moment, Chen Zixu received 2 messages on his phone. One was from Wu Mengqiu, a text message, "Are you free tomorrow? Come shopping with me." It seemed like a question, but remembering her personality, Chen Zixu realized this was more of a command. Chen Zixu quickly replied, "Yes, yes, yes. As long as you're willing, I'm free 24 hours a day. I'll come over early tomorrow, just wait for me at home." It sounded almost like they were sharing a love nest. The second message was from the Haha app sent by the unfortunate little soldier. System notification: the unfortunate little soldier invites you to join Yaoguang, singing "Do you agree?" Recalling that the unfortunate little soldier had also sent him a recovery pill before, Chen Zixu immediately clicked to agree to join. Then he saw a prompt in the group chat indicating 11. Can the group chat only add 1 person? Group chat: Yaoguang singing, since a new member has joined, I will send another group message. This is a leisure and entertainment group, and all members must remember the group's principles. 1. No work talk, just casual chatting. 2. First warning for sending ads or recruiting second time will result in a kick. 3. All members are prohibited from flirting, as all girls belong to the group owner. Appendix: member ranks strictly follow the celestial realm hierarchy: celestial sovereign, celestial emperor, celestial king, true monarch, star monarch, immortal marquis, senior, immortal person, and those below person are collectively referred to as ordinary. Note the highest rank currently held in this group is immortal. Haha, that would be me, the group owner. Senior Zhu Li, welcome new member. Applause. Group owner Yaoguang Ji Silang, welcome new member. Applause. Senior Lier, new members should actively send red envelopes. Grinning. Zikue, not bad, not bad, I actually got a fire escape pill. Laughs. Zing, I didn't get it, I demand a resend. Crying. Ziang Z, ordinary Liang C, new members should actively send red envelopes. Grinning. A long list of requests for new members to send red envelopes made Chen Zixu sweat profusely. Group owner Yaoguang Ji Silang, alright everyone, don't make a fuss and scare the new member away. I'll send a red envelope instead. Sure enough, a large red envelope adorned with pearls, gold, silver, and jade bottles appeared on the screen. Chen Zixu quickly tapped on it. System notification: too slow, the red envelope has been snatched up. What kind of speed is this? It was snatched up in less than a second. Senior Zhu Li, I didn't get it. Request a resend. Crying. Senior Lier, hee, I got a treasure chest, so much gold. Grinning. Ordinary Liang C, I got a 2nd grade sword, not bad. Senior Lier, I'll send a red envelope as well. Oh, let the red envelope rain begin. System notification: Senior Lier has sent a large red envelope. System notification: congratulations, you have snatched up the red envelope sent by Senior Lier, please check it. Chen Zixu was overjoyed, quickly opening it to see what he had obtained. The screen flashed red, showing that it was a pill different from the recovery pill. This was a red pill. Li Huadan, a 3rd grade pill from a level 5 civilization containing a large amount of fire attribute, celestial energy. I never expected to have such good luck grabbing a golden light jade talisman without even checking its purpose. I should return and poke at the red envelope. System notification: congratulations, you have snatched a red envelope from Master Julie, please check it. System notification: too slow, the red envelope has been claimed. System notification: too slow, the red envelope has been claimed. System notification: congratulations, you have snatched a red envelope from Du Fan Liang C, please check it. Amidst a flurry of red envelopes, Chen Zixu kept poking, unsure whether he had poked a dozen or 20. However, there weren't many people in this group, with barely 10 active participants, and some wealthy individuals had sent several envelopes. As the time approached bedtime, Chen Zixu checked all the items on his phone in the system's file management. Universal currency of the cosmos: 58. Li Huadan, 1 piece from Master Lier, a 3rd grade pill of a level 5 civilization. Golden light jade talisman, 1 piece from Immortal Yaoguang, a 2nd grade talisman of a level 5 civilization. Heavenly realm universal currency merit points: 13 points from Du Fan Liang C. Viper grass, 1 piece from Master Zhu Li, a 2nd grade herb of the heavenly realm. Fate talisman, 2 pieces from Du Fan, a 2nd grade talisman of a level 5 civilization. Aside from that, there was nothing else, and the bottle of snow honey had already been extracted and placed beside the pillow. It was hard to tell if it was due to his excitement or because he had taken restoration pills and liquor for the past 2 days, but even though it was late, Chen Zixu felt wide awake. However, recalling that he had to visit Wu Mengqiu early the next morning, Chen Zixu set an alarm and forced himself to sleep. Naturally, the night passed without incident, leading to the next day's events. the Xinyaolu community where Wu Mengqiu's home was located. As mentioned before, it was not far from Chen Zixu's school, merely a mile in a straight line. Even with fewer cars in the morning, Chen Zixu arrived at the community entrance in a little over 10 minutes. Wu Mengqiu had called to say they would meet at the community entrance. Chen Zixu waited for 20 minutes before finally seeing the goddess-like Wu Mengqiu appear in his sight. She still carried the same irresistible charm as yesterday, holding a small sunshade in her right hand and a small leather bag on her left arm, wearing a white t-shirt, blue jeans, and canvas shoes. Dressed like this, she exuded a youthful vitality completely different from the aloofness she showed to others yesterday. "Sister Qiu, you're here, you look beautiful." Women love compliments, and Chen Zixu was not stingy with his words. Wu Mengqiu was taken aback, not expecting someone to approach her and greet her. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Chen Zixu was also stunned, blinking, about to say, "Sister Qiu, don't mess around." But upon a closer look, he realized this person was not Wu Mengqiu, yet she looked strikingly similar. At that moment, a Porsche stopped at the community entrance. The window rolled down to reveal a stunning face. Wu Mengqiu walked around Chen Zixu and approached the car. "Sister, am I sitting in the back?" The beauty inside nodded, then called out to Chen Zixu, who was not far away, "Why aren't you coming to get in the car?" Chen Zixu then walked around the front of the car and sat in the passenger seat. Seeing that this man who was flirting with her had also gotten into the car, and it was her sister who had called him along with how he had addressed her as Sister Qiu, Wu Mengqiu suddenly realized. "Sister, do you know him?" "Yes, he is my friend." Chen Zixu turned to look at Wu Mengqiu in the back seat, and then at Wu Mengqiu in the driver's seat, swallowing hard. He said, "I never expected that, Sister Qiu, you have a twin sister." Wu Mengqiu had not yet spoken when Wu Mengqiu leaned over the passenger seat and said, "My sister and I are not twins. She is 7 or 8 years older than me. My name is Wu Mengqiu." "My name is Chen Zixu, nice to meet you." Chen Zixu greeted her, and then added, "But you two really look alike. I almost mistook you just now." Wu Mengqiu was different from her sister. She appeared lively, sunny, and full of energy. "Actually, my sister and I are quite different. See, my hair is straightened." Chen Zixu then noticed that Wu Mengqiu, who was driving, had her hair styled up with 2 strands hanging down from her temples, forming a cloud-like bun, while Wu Mengqiu in the back seat had straight hair cascading over her shoulders. "Hey, where do you work? I've never seen you before," Wu Mengqiu asked Chen Zixu. At this point, Chen Zixu found it a bit difficult to answer, thinking about how he was still an undergraduate. Where would he have? Just as he hesitated on how to respond, Wu Mengqiu, who was driving, answered for him. "Like you, he's also a college student, and he is a year younger than you." "No way, you're a sophomore." "But how do you know my sister? Did you intern at my sister's company?" Wu Mengqiu asked with a hint of confusion. "Sister, you're being biased. Why is it that I wanted to intern at your company, and you wouldn't allow it, but you let him?" "Who told you he is my company's employee?" Wu Mengqiu asked. "What do you mean? He's not." "Then how?" "Actually, it was just a coincidence. I encountered some trouble that day, and your sister helped me, and that's how we met." Chen Zixu had to say something, so he picked up the conversation and made up this line. Wu Mengqiu glanced at her sister, who was driving, and then at Chen Zixu, who seemed a bit awkward in the passenger seat. She suddenly felt that there must be something going on between the two, but it was probably none of her business. Pouting her lips, she began chatting with friends on her phone, momentarily forgetting everything else. Suddenly, the car was filled with only the sound of Wu Mengqiu chatting with her friends. Chen Zixu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know if it was the right time to speak. At this moment, Wu Mengqiu caught a glimpse of him in the rearview mirror and said lightly, "I already said if you have something to say, just say it, and don't be so hesitant." Chen Zixu had no choice but to speak. "I have something to discuss. I actually want to talk to you privately." Wu Mengqiu turned her head to glance at him, and then, combined with Chen Zixu's previous hesitant demeanor, she misunderstood, thinking that Chen Zixu was already savoring the taste of a woman after just one day and couldn't help himself. So she shot him a fierce glance and said, "Don't even think about it until you've passed my 3 tests." "What?" Chen Zixu didn't understand. In the back seat, Wu Mengqiu suddenly heard this and leaned forward with interest, asking, "Hey, what 3 tests?" It seems that Wu Mengqiu is truly a girl with a strong sense of curiosity. Her sister Wu Mengqiu shot her a glance in the rearview mirror, saying, "Why so many questions? If you knew, I wouldn't have brought you along." Then Wu Mengqiu pouted and went back to playing with her phone. This diversion by Wu Mengqiu made Chen Zixu's quick mind suddenly grasp the meaning behind Wu Mengqiu's words. He shook his head with a smile, feeling inexplicably relieved. Though they had that layer of relationship, Wu Mengqiu had been navigating the business world for many years, unconsciously exuding an air of authority that made Chen Zixu feel close, yet distant, something he could not dare to touch. However, after hearing Wu Mengqiu mention the 3 trials, he suddenly felt that she actually cared about him. They were just 3 trials, they were not out of reach. This feeling of lightness mixed with joy was akin to when he first confessed to Su Hong, who did not reject him. The feeling he had when he returned to the dormitory and lay on his bed grinning foolishly. His mood broke free from its previously restrained state, and Chen Zixu's face immediately displayed a range of expressions. What's wrong with you? Why are you grinning like an idiot? Nothing, I just... Glancing at Wu Mengqiu, Chen Zixu stopped that topic and instead expressed what he meant earlier. I really do have something to discuss with you. I have a great thing here that I want to show you. It's definitely something good. As he spoke, he winked at Wu Mengqiu. What he referred to was the snow honey, but due to Chen Zixu's winking, Wu Mengqiu misinterpreted it. She shot a glance at the area around Chen Zixu's waist, her face flushing deeply as she muttered softly, shameless. Chen Zixu was left dumbfounded. Upon arriving at the shopping center, they parked the car, and all three got out. Wu Mengqiu linked arms with her sister and walked ahead, followed by Chen Zixu. Truly stunning. Chen Zixu's gaze inadvertently shifted to the figures of the two breathtakingly beautiful women. Whether it was the graceful Wu Mengqiu or the lively Wu Mengqiu, both had curvaceous bottoms and long slender legs, walking with an allure that could ignite desire. Looking up further, one could see their waists so slender that if one could pinch them between their fingers, they would be a sight to behold. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zixu dispelled these lewd thoughts and followed the two sisters into the shopping center. The building was over 40 stories high, with electronics on the first floor and clothing on the fifth and above. The elevator was conveniently stopping on the first floor as the three entered. As the elevator already contained over 10 people, when Chen Zixu stepped in the elevator, alarmed surprisingly, he was taken aback and then reluctantly exited the elevator. Wu Mengqiu also heard the alarm and prepared to come down to wait for Chen Zixu to take the next elevator, but just as she thought this, she was stopped by her younger sister. Wu Mengqiu's eyes curved into a crescent shape, revealing a mischievous glint as she said, Sister, let him run up the stairs by himself. Hey, Chen Zixu, you better hurry up, or you won't find us. She shouted at Chen Zixu outside the elevator. Then she pressed the close door button hard, and the elevator doors shut. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that they were beautiful women, Chen Zixu would have definitely been angry. Since the elevator was already on its way up, it was pointless to sulk. Chen Zixu ran toward the stairwell, only to accidentally bump into someone after just 2 steps. Ouch, watch where you're going. I'm sorry. Chen Zixu quickly apologized, bowing twice to show him. Damn, just saying sorry isn't enough. What do you need the police for? The person he bumped into was a burly man, and Chen Zixu had collided with his arm. You bumped into me, so it's your bad luck. Quickly pay for my medical expenses. Great, he encountered a rogue. But in a public space, Chen Zixu wasn't afraid. With so many people watching, how could one demand medical expenses just for a slight bump? Brother, your demands are a bit excessive. Chen Zixu's tone grew firm as many eyes were on them. The burly man looked him up and down, snorting out a puff of steam from his nose. Oh, are you talking to me? Do you know who I am that you dare to speak to me like this? Do you believe I can call someone to take you in? Chen Zixu could tell from the man's unpleasant demeanor that he was a big bully. Brother, to be honest, I really don't know who you are. Come tell me, who are you? Hey, you've got some guts, huh? Not afraid of me. The burly man's eyes bulged like copper bells as he glared. Let me tell you. I'm from the Zhang family gang. I have dozens of brothers behind me. With just a wave of my hand, I could drown you in my spit. Do you believe it? His voice was deafening. Within 2 minutes, many people were drawn over by his loud voice. Chen Zixu first wiped the spit that had splattered on his face, then pretended to glance behind the burly man. Finally, he said to the man, Brother, it turns out your unreasonable behavior is because you're a fool. Otherwise, how could you say you have dozens of people behind you? Look now, your back is completely clean, and there's no one. Also, you said your spit could drown me. Ooh, I think that's a misrepresentation. Look at me. Shut up. The burly man flared his nostrils, showing off his menacing demeanor, revealing his yellowed teeth. Dare to call me a fool. Believe it or not, I'll really hit you. It's said that a person in a fit of rage can do anything. Chen Zixu was also a bit worried that this guy might get a rush of blood to the head. If he actually threw a punch, he would be the one to suffer. Stepping back a little, Chen Zixu nervously said, Please don't do that. Everyone is watching. It's not a big deal. If you act out, it'll be trouble. At that moment, the person in charge of the shopping center approached. Gentlemen, what's going on? Let's all cool off. Harmony brings wealth. Harmony, my ass. The burly man, grabbing anyone in his path, was truly hot-tempered. This kid didn't even look where he was going and bumped into me. Do you know if he caused me an internal injury? Quickly make him pay for my medical expenses. The person in charge saw through it and realized he was just a thug, truly quite unreasonable. Chen Zixu said, Brother, you're really joking. I bumped into you, but everyone is watching. We merely brushed against each other. Look at me, I'm just a small guy. How could I possibly injure you? Moreover, you mentioned internal injuries. Haha, allow me a moment to laugh. The burly man grinned, adopting a very aggressive stance. You really want to die, don't you? I say you injured me, so you injured me. Otherwise, do you want to experience my fist the size of a sandbag? The shopping mall manager shook his head and sighed, saying to Chen Zixu, "Little brother, I suggest you call the police. Otherwise, I recommend you resolve this outside the mall." At this moment, the shopping mall had gathered dozens of people due to this minor dispute, attracting some customers who were initially there to shop, thus affecting business. The person in charge suggested that Chen Zixu call the police, which he was also considering, although he was somewhat worried that the police would not be very effective. However, before he could take out his phone, the burly man across from him laughed loudly and arrogantly said, "Go ahead, I'll call my dozens of brothers too anyway. I don't even know what their tempers are like. And I say to the manager here, when my dozens of brothers arrive, you better treat them well. Otherwise, while wandering around, I can't say if anything will go missing, but they sure love to cause trouble, haha." This was a blatant threat. The person in charge shot him a glare and then huffed before walking away. The burly man laughed even harder as he saw the manager scurry away. Chen Zixu furrowed his brows, weighing his options, and eventually asked him, with low expectations, "How much do you want?" The burly man smugly sneered, extending one finger. "Originally, if you had just given me 100 or 200, I would have let it go. But since you dared to act tough to teach you a lesson, it's 1,000 yuan. Hurry up and give it." After receiving a message from Wu Mengqiu yesterday, Chen Zixu withdrew all the money from his bank account early this morning, totaling just over 2,000. He thought to himself that although Wu Mengqiu was a wealthy and beautiful girl, she wouldn't spend his money, but at least he could show some intention when it came time to pay or quietly buy a gift. Who would have thought had encountered such a dirty situation? 1,000 yuan was not a small amount, and since he still needed to buy a gift for his already determined girlfriend, Chen Zixu certainly wouldn't give it. But 200 yuan was still acceptable. Chen Zixu pulled out 200 yuan bills and held them up, saying, "I only have 200, take it or leave it." The burly man stepped forward and told him, "Do you think I can only accept 200 yuan? He not only glared at Chen Zixu, but also patted him roughly on the shoulder twice, making it clear that he was using, "Let's talk it out, you'd better not make a move." The burly man smirked, "Hey, I'm going to make a move on you, what's it to you?" Chen Zixu narrowed his eyes and suddenly smiled. "All right, come hit me if you dare." The onlookers were stunned. How could this person be so self-destructive? Indeed, in everyone's eyes, Chen Zixu was at least a size smaller than the burly man across from him. Looking at the burly man's arms, they were probably as thick as Chen Zixu's thighs. "You said it. Don't blame me for not warning you. If I hit you with this punch, you'll either be dead or severely injured." The burly man grinned maliciously. Chen Zixu took out his phone, seriously tapped a few times, and then tucked it back into his pocket. He then laughed. "First, you need to take me down before you talk big." The burly man raised an eyebrow, somewhat doubting whether this kid was a hidden martial arts master, but then scoffed, how could that be? Looking at the kid's stance and build, there was no way he could have trained. So he immediately gathered his breath and shouted, "Ha!" then threw a punch. The onlookers had already covered their eyes, thinking the result would just be this kid getting hit and bleeding. Edge. But everyone noticed that the situation seemed to be going off script. Why was that kid still standing? Wait, why did the burly man from the Zhang family seem to be in pain, holding his fist? "Are you cheating?" the burly man shouted in pain. Chen Zixu shrugged. "Everyone's watching, how could I cheat? You have an iron plate hidden on you." Oh, the crowd understood. It turned out this kid had already had a plan and hid a piece of iron plate on him. So, when the burly man's fist hit the iron plate, it hurt him. Chen Zixu pouted, then patted his body, saying, "Where's the iron plate? Where do you think I have an iron plate?" The crowd was puzzled again, looking at the way this kid patted his body. Clearly, he had no iron plate on him. So what was going on? The burly man was also confused. His eyes filled with doubt, then suddenly thought, could it be that the long-lost golden bell shield and iron shirt skills have resurfaced? He quickly dismissed that thought, telling himself he was definitely overthinking it. He rubbed his fist, ready to throw another punch at Chen Zixu, when suddenly he heard someone shout, "The police are here." It turned out someone had indeed called the police. This person was really enthusiastic. The burly man looked and saw a female police officer walking towards them. He frowned and leaned down to Chen Zixu, saying, "Kid, this matter isn't over. You'll see how you'll pay for it later." After saying that, he left before the police arrived in the crowd. "Comrade, are you all right?" Chen Zixu turned around and saw, wow, it was a beautiful female police officer. Judging by her appearance, she should be around 25, with light makeup and a good figure. I'm fine. The female police officer scanned the surroundings and said, "I happened to be patrolling outside the mall when someone informed me that there was a minor civil dispute here. When I came in, I saw someone yelling at you. Where is he?" "Oh, it was just a misunderstanding, already resolved, and that person has left. Thank you for your hard work, police sister," Chen Zixu said with a smile to the female police officer. "Since that's the case, then it's fine." The female police officer smiled back. "If there's any further situation, please contact us in time." All right, goodbye, police sister." After the female police officer left, the onlookers dispersed and the mall returned to its original state, except for a few discussing the police officer using phrases that men would understand. With a sigh of, "People's hearts are not what they used to be," Chen Zixu suddenly realized that over 10 minutes had passed, and Wu Mengqiu and her sister were likely waiting anxiously. He lifted his leg to move, and then Chen Zixu felt something break, followed by a force leaving his body. The golden light talisman is really impressive. Its defensive power is extraordinary. If that punch had really hit me, I would have certainly been injured, but after using the golden light talisman, I felt nothing. Chen Zixu sighed. It's just a bit of a waste to use it for such a trivial matter. After a few more sighs, he reached the elevator and found one arriving just in time, so he no longer ran up the stairs and stepped in, arriving on the 5th floor. When he arrived on the 5th floor, Chen Zixu looked around and indeed did not spot Wu Mengqiu and her sister. The 5th floor was quite large with many partitions, and he didn't know where the two went. He could only make a phone call. While on the phone, Chen Zixu found Wu Mengqiu, who was resting in a lingerie store's lounge. "Where's your sister?" "Oh, she's inside trying on lingerie." She then patted the empty seat next to her and said to Chen Zixu, "Hey, sit here and tell me what's going on between you and my sister." "Didn't we already talk about it in the car?" "Just friends," Chen Zixu replied as he sat down. "If it's just friends, how could my sister be shopping in the mall with you? Honestly, are you two dating?" Wu Mengqiu raised her eyebrows, blinking with a hint of a meaningful smile on her lips. On this topic, Chen Zixu found it hard to answer, so he passed the ball to Wu Mengqiu, who was changing clothes in the fitting room. "You should ask your sister." "So that means you like my sister?" Wu Mengqiu asked again. "My sister brought you to the mall, which shows she has an interest." "Unexpectedly, I didn't think my sister would go for someone younger." Chen Zixu nearly spat out a mouthful of water. "Sister, is it really necessary to be so shocking?" Wu Mengqiu was not finished yet. She continued, "I haven't even asked how old you are. Tell me, how much younger are you than my sister?" "I'm 7 years younger than your sister." How do you know? Did my sister tell you?" Wu Mengqiu's eyes widened with curiosity. "You two really have something going on." Chen Zixu felt a bit awkward being in a women's lingerie store, and now discussing this made it even more awkward. It seemed that Wu Mengqiu didn't feel Chen Zixu's awkwardness at all. She spoke as if to herself, "Actually, my sister is not that young anymore. Although she has had a relationship before it ended up failing. Now she's already 29, heading towards 30. Especially for women, isn't that considered a leftover woman? My parents are urging her to get married quickly, but she hasn't listened." Suddenly she turned around and slapped Chen Zixu on the shoulder. "Young man, I have high hopes for you. You must work hard to win my sister over quickly." Her serious tone and stern expression made Chen Zixu feel strange. "Because only if my sister gets married will I completely free myself from her clutches. For my freedom, young man, I'm putting you at a disadvantage." "What the heck? Calling me a young man and a young rascal, what's going on here?" However, Chen Zixu understood a bit. It was likely that Wu Mengqiu's single status made her focus more on family, and thus her younger sister was naturally well taken care of, which put a lot of pressure on Wu Mengqiu. Wu Mengqiu thought that all this was because Wu Mengqiu was single. If Wu Mengqiu could establish her own family, then the care she received would lessen, allowing her to be freer. Chen Zixu had never encountered a situation like that of Wu Mengqiu, but he could understand her feelings of being. Even so, Chen Zixu felt awkward saying, "I will do my best." After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "Your sister has 3 tests for me." Wu Mengqiu's curiosity was piqued as she asked, "What tests? Did she mean that after passing them you will get—" "Not exactly. I need to pass the tests before I can say I am her boyfriend." "Is that all?" Wu Mengqiu seemed incredulous. "Come here and help me see which one looks good." Wu Mengqiu, however, leaned back and said to Chen Zixu, "My sister is—" "Come here and help me see which one looks good." Wu Mengqiu, however, leaned back and said to Chen Zixu, "My sister is—" "Chen Zixu." Wu Mengqiu rolled her eyes. "You little brat, I'm calling you. Hurry up." Wu Mengqiu lazily stood up, muttering, "I don't want to hang out with you," and slowly made her way into the fitting room. Sitting in the chair, Chen Zixu sighed. Life is truly unfair. Whether it's a perfect face or a stunning figure, it all went to one person. Once in the fitting room, Wu Mengqiu said to her sister, "Chen Zixu is complimenting you." Wu Mengqiu and Chen Zixu. The fitting room was quite small, just 2 square meters, with a mirror hanging on one wall reflecting 2 extremely similar-looking women, one half-dressed, the other with her arms crossed. Wu Mengqiu pouted and asked, "How can I help you?" "You help me button the one at the back, and then see if it looks good." Shaking her head, Wu Mengqiu replied, "You bought the lingerie, not me. Besides, lingerie is worn underneath, so as long as it's comfortable, who cares if it looks good?" After fastening the back button, Wu Mengqiu twisted her body, looking at her voluptuous curves supported by the cup in the mirror, and couldn't help but touch the deep valley there. Hearing her sister's words, she turned back and said, "Then how come you used to be so picky when buying lingerie? You didn't just care about comfort back then." "I am me and you are you," Wu Mengqiu said. "Sister, why have you become so vain?" Loving beauty is a woman's nature, besides it's normal to love beauty. How is that being vain? Wu Mengqiu, however, wore a knowing smile, and asked sister, is it because of that person? Which person? The one sitting outside. Wu Mengqiu said gloomily. He's ugly, short, and has no taste in clothing. What could I possibly see in him? Hey. Wait, sister, actually I find it strange. He's clearly just a country bumpkin. Although our family has no prejudice against country folk, the difference in status is too great. Logically, he and we are from two different worlds. Wu Mengqiu leaned closer to her sister and said, but you two are in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship now. I'm really curious how that happened. Did he possess something that attracted you, sister? But what could it be? Wu Mengqiu pondered, propping her finger against her chin, unable to figure it out. Wu Mengqiu looked at her lively yet overly curious sister and thought it was amusing. How could you possibly guess or imagine? Even for me, after experiencing it, it still feels surreal. Lost in thought, she seemed to see two men, one old and one young, suddenly appearing out of nowhere, only for the old one to vanish just as suddenly. Then there was the distant acupuncture and that kind of event. Chen Zixu told her that there are immortals in this world, and that old man is one. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Wu Mengqiu wouldn't have believed it. So what exactly attracted Wu Mengqiu to Chen Zixu? In fact, it was the things behind him that attracted Wu Mengqiu. As for Chen Zixu himself, aside from the joystick that brought her a lot of pain, which had some attraction due to its size, there was probably nothing else. These thoughts were not something she could share with others, even with her own little sister. While the two sisters were trying on clothes in the fitting room, Chen Zixu was not idle outside. His phone kept buzzing. What turned out the river god had finally replied. Yesterday, while chatting with Zai and the land spirit had suggested that he worshipped the river god as his master. Chen Zixu thought that since the person was an immortal, it couldn't be wrong to worship him, so he sent a request to become a disciple using his phone with the river god's account provided by the land spirit. The old man replied cheerfully, saying he already had over 80 disciples and wasn't concerned about one more, so he agreed. Chen Zixu was still thinking about the Earth Immortal chat group and asked the river god master, are you in that Earth Immortal? Can you add me in? Then a system message popped up. System notification, Master Zhang, the river god invites you to join the Earth Immortal chat group. Do you agree? This is something I've been dreaming of. Only a fool would refuse. After agreeing, the chat list on the Immortal Sound app also displayed a 11 notification like this chat group can only have one member. As soon as he entered, he saw many people chatting, and of course there were welcoming messages for him. Zicheng, wow. A new member, is it a girl? Wink. Ziwing, beauty, show us a picture. Wink. Zikawa, don't be silly, can't you see the name is a guy? Zhang, will tell you this is my new disciple, a male. Big shock. Chen Zixu raised his eyebrows when he saw his master appear, but the subsequent comments made him want to close his eyes in embarrassment. Ziwing, Zhang, you're so perverted, you take male disciples too. Ziying summoned the group leader. Zikawa summoned the group leader. Gongyan, the group leader, is here. All gods step aside. Grin. Ziwing, hello master. Zai, hello master. Ziyang, hello master. It seems this Gongyan is the master of Ziyang, Zai, and others, making him a generation above them, thus becoming Chen Zixu's grandmaster. Seeing his grandmaster appear, Chen Zixu thought he should greet him to show politeness, but he saw his grandmaster sending a message. Gongyan, you all are well. Ziyang, have you taken on a new disciple? How many is that now? Ziyang, smile, it's all fate. The 84. Chen Zixu quickly interjected, Grandmaster, hello. Gongyan, Chen Zixu. Is this your secular name? Meeting you is fate, how about I give you an immortal name? Chen Zixu, holding his phone, replied him. He hadn't expected to need an immortal name, but it was just a name, so he— Chen Zixu, sure, thank you for the naming, Grandmaster. Grin. Gongyan, I will give you the name Wink, not Ka means to be kind and virtuous, a gentleman. Laughs. Chen Zixu, that's a wonderful name, thank you, Grandmaster. Smile. Zikawa picking knows the best way to show gratitude is through red envelopes. Zicheng picking knows the best way to show gratitude is through red envelopes. Looks like I got scammed. Chen Zixu felt a headache coming on, thinking about how he had nothing to give them. Suddenly, he brightened up, remembering the few items he had snatched in Haha yesterday. He had used one golden light talisman, but the others were still unused, so he decided to send them out now. Chen Zixu, everyone pay attention, I'm about to send a red envelope. Selecting the few items, he tapped to send the red envelope. System notification, Gongyan has snatched the red envelope you sent out. System notification, Zikawa, Zicheng, and Ziwing also snatched the red envelope you sent out. System notification, your red envelope was snatched in 1 second. Zikawa is the luckiest. Zikawa, not bad, not bad, I actually got a fire escape pill. Laughs. Ziying, I didn't get it, I demand a resend. Crying. Ziyang, Zikawa, luckiest, are you going to send one? Waving hand. Ziying, luckiest, Zikawa, send one. Chen Zixu was checking who had snatched what from his red envelope, aside from Zikawa, who he wasn't sure if was his senior uncle or senior elder, and had snatched the fire escape pill. Zicheng had snatched the viper grass, and Ziwang had snatched 13 points of merit. Due to Zikue being mentioned several times in the group, the Luck King decided to prepare a red envelope. Ding! The red envelope appeared. Chen Zixu clicked eagerly but only received a notification saying you arrived a step late. However, before he could feel disheartened, Master Ziyuan was about to send a red envelope too. Ziyuan, I find sending red envelopes really fun, so I'll send one too. System notification: Ziyuan has sent a big red envelope. As soon as the red envelope with a red background and yellow letters appeared, Chen Zixu exerted all his strength to click the screen. Hard work pays off. The red envelope is in hand. System notification: you have seized the red envelope sent by Ziyuan, please check it. Opening the red envelope information, a description of a type of elixir appeared on the screen. Strength God elixir, an elixir containing a large amount of energy. Consuming it can greatly enhance strength, making one incredibly powerful. Duration 10 minutes. Method of consumption: oral. It looks like a good item. Returning to the chat interface, Chen Zixu saw that 2 more red envelopes had been sent and reached out to click, managing to grab both. Upon checking the red envelope information, Chen Zixu couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that his own master and Zai had each sent a red envelope, with each containing over 20. Almost everyone active in the chat had seized a red envelope. Ziyang River God sent 200 RMB, and Chen Zixu managed to grab 5600 yuan. Perhaps due to the super smartphone, the software was different, and there were no limitations on sending red envelopes. RMB could be sent freely. Zai sent out 30 portions in one red envelope, totaling 200 Zhu fruit saplings. Zhu fruit frequently appears in many films and literary works, gaining significant fame, yet no one really knows what it looks like, with many believing it doesn't exist in the world. Chen Zixu had good luck. Although he wasn't the Luck King, he still managed to seize 102 saplings. Looking at these saplings that resembled little grass, he pondered where to plant them. Just as he was thinking, the fitting room door opened, and he saw Wu Mengqiu and Wu Mengqiu coming out. With Wu Mengqiu helping to choose, Wu Mengqiu quickly picked 2 sets of suitable and beautiful lingerie. Exiting the fitting room after having the staff pack it up, Wu Mengqiu handed Chen Zixu a card. Go pay for it. Chen Zixu was taken aback and replied, "This, I have some money, I can pay for myself." Wu Mengqiu glanced at him and said, "The 2 pieces of lingerie cost about 4,000. Do you have enough money?" Feeling embarrassed, Chen Zixu's face turned red, and he felt a wave of inferiority. Wu Mengqiu handed the card to him again, speaking gently, "Go on. I want to see how you perform." Nearby, Wu Mengqiu winked at him, suggesting, "Hurry up, keep it up." Chen Zixu took a deep breath, regained his confidence, and approached the counter to swipe the card. Logically, there shouldn't be anything wrong with this. Since they had already spent half a day here, there was no longer the shyness of a boy entering a girl's lingerie store. But being in this environment, Chen Zixu still felt shy. The staff had heard the conversation among the 3, so they knew Chen Zixu was here to pay. Although he was dressed in inexpensive clothing, he was clean and bashful, which made the staff think of teasing him. "Sir, you are really fortunate to have such a beautiful girlfriend with a great figure." "What?" Chen Zixu didn't fail to hear, but simply didn't react. The female staff member puffed out her chest. "Your girlfriend is well endowed. Her cup size is directly chosen as F." Amidst Chen Zixu's awkward smile, the staff said with envy, "And she's so perky, simply exceptional." After swiping the card and receiving the items, Chen Zixu could no longer bear to stay a minute longer with this female staff member. Speaking of which, have women become this open nowadays? Exiting the lingerie store, Chen Zixu was carrying 2 paper bags, following behind Wu Mengqiu and her sister, embarking on the purchase of tops. It was already early May, and in this city, the weather had gradually warmed up, prompting various shopping malls to start showcasing fashionable summer attire. Wu Mengqiu and her sister's home didn't lack money. Their wardrobe was already filled with clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. However, as the saying goes, a woman's wardrobe always lacks one piece, and it seemed these 2 truly enjoyed shopping in malls, so they were genuinely tireless. Chen Zixu followed closely behind them, nearly visiting every women's clothing store on the 5th floor, with his legs feeling as if they were filled with lead, both sore and heavy. At the same time, the number of paper bags in his hands reached over a dozen. The life of the wealthy is decadent. "Hey, sister, why are we entering a men's clothing store?" Just as Chen Zixu was about to murmur, "Here we go again," he suddenly heard Wu Mengqiu say this, and upon looking up, indeed, it was a men's clothing store. He was puzzled, wondering why Wu Mengqiu and her sister would buy men's clothing, when he saw Wu Mengqiu waving at him. While summoned at her call, Chen Zixu placed the items he was holding aside and asked, "This is a men's clothing store. Hey, what are you doing here?" Wu Mengqiu looked at him with amusement. "You know this is a men's store. Of course, we're here to reward you for your hard work. Buy me clothes." Chen Zixu looked at Wu Mengqiu, who simply replied, "Love it or leave it." Originally, Chen Zixu intended to politely decline, but then he thought this might be the start of Wu Mengqiu accepting him, so he scratched the back of his head and awkwardly accepted. After that, Chen Zixu was directed by the two women to try on one outfit after another suits casual wear sportswear. He didn't miss a single style. By the end, the excitement of wearing such expensive clothing faded, leaving him mechanically putting on and taking off clothes. It was simply exhausting. In the end, he got a full set of suit belt and leather shoes. Once he put it on, he didn't take it off again, and his overall image instantly ascended several levels. As Wu Mengqiu put it, walking together finally didn't feel awkward anymore. He looked presentable. Chen Zixu pouted, thinking, if your sister wasn't here, would you believe I'd spank you? The three of them spent half a day shopping in the mall, not only for clothes, but for other items, including several tens of thousands spent on women's cosmetics. Seeing this made Chen Zixu's heart ache. After all, this would be his money in the future. Carrying a large portion of the items, the three finally exited the mall. Wu Mengqiu instructed her sister and Chen Zixu to wait at the mall entrance while she went to the parking lot to bring the car over. Chen Zixu had quite a bit of stuff in hand and had to put some down first. Wu Mengqiu shielded her face with her hand. The sun was too bright and hot. Damn, I finally caught you. Suddenly, not far from Chen Zixu, a loud voice shouted at him. You still know how to come out. You made me wait. Chen Zixu followed the voice and suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. A burly man, followed by 7 or 8 others with fierce looks, walked straight toward Chen Zixu. This burly man was the one who had a confrontation with Chen Zixu on the first floor of the mall. The other party approached with great aggression, clearly looking for trouble. Chen Zixu, considering the presence of a lady, mustered his courage, straightened his back, and asked the group of people in front of him, "Are you talking to me?" A tall but bony guy glanced at Wu Mengqiu several times, swallowing hard, and asked the leader, Brother Chow, "Is this the kid you mentioned?" Brother Chow sneered disdainfully, "Hell, we haven't seen each other for just a few hours, and he's already covered in a layer of dog skin. I almost didn't recognize him." His words were indeed quite foul. Wu Mengqiu lowered her hand that was shielding her eyes and glared at the group of men. They all appeared somewhat tall, each towering over Chen Zixu, but their attire seemed to scream that they were from the underworld. She tugged at Chen Zixu's sleeve and timidly asked Chen Zixu, "Who are these people?" "Troublemakers." Brother Chow chuckled lewdly, his eyes roving over Wu Mengqiu with an insatiable desire. He's not wrong. We are indeed looking for trouble. Brother Chow stepped forward again. "Weren't you pretty stubborn back then? You wouldn't cough up any cash. You better not chicken out now. Show me what you've got." "I definitely won't back down." With the stakes raised and a lady present, how could Chen Zixu show any signs of retreat? Despite his fear, he had to muster his courage. Brother Chow was half a head taller than Chen Zixu, and with the added intimidation of numbers, he already had Chen Zixu at a disadvantage. Wu Mengqiu, who had been lively before, now resembled a frightened little duck shrinking behind Chen Zixu. Brother Chow grinned menacingly and shouted, "You've got guts, kid. Have the courage to take a few punches from me." He was already rolling up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Suddenly, a Porsche stopped beside the group. As the window rolled down, Brother Chow and his crew almost thought they were seeing things, then realized it was a pair of twins, mistaking them for the girl who had been standing there earlier. "What's going on? Get in the car." When Wu Mengqiu arrived, she had noticed Brother Chow and his gang making threatening gestures, clearly with ill intentions. They were likely eyeing her sister with brazen intent, preparing to harass a respectable woman in broad daylight. So she accelerated and parked beside them, deliberately projecting a cold demeanor to deter the group. Brother Chow, however, was not an easy target. He saw the girl hiding behind Chen Zixu, ready to pull him into the car, and suddenly stepped forward, slamming the car door shut. Thinking of leaving? Not so easy. Brother Chow waved his hand, and several of his subordinates surrounded them. "Either leave your money or shed some blood." "What money?" Wu Mengqiu looked at her sister in confusion, while Wu Mengqiu glanced at Chen Zixu, puzzled. Chen Zixu had initially planned to fight back fiercely, hoping to showcase his heroism in front of the beauty. However, after Wu Mengqiu arrived, he felt that putting his woman in danger would make him less of a man. A true man can bend and stretch. Oh, what's wrong with temporarily lowering his head? "I'll give you the money, but it must be clear that this matter ends here, and we'll keep our distance in the future." Having thought it through, Chen Zixu said this to Brother Chow. Brother Chow glanced at the two sisters, feeling a strange excitement in his heart. He chuckled, "All right, let's have the money." But Chen Zixu didn't have much cash. He had only about 2,000 in his pocket. No, wait. Not just 2,000. Chen Zixu suddenly remembered that he had snatched 5,600 in the immortal chat group. Most importantly, he had also obtained a great strength pill. With a glint in his eye, Chen Zixu already had a plan. He smirked, clearly intending to play tricks. Pretending to make an online transfer, he pulled out his phone. Wu Mengqiu tried to speak, but Chen Zixu silenced her with a glance. Brother Chow casually pointed, and the lanky guy reported his payment account. Chen Zixu began to fumble with his phone. The sunlight outside was too bright, making it hard for the group to see what was on the screen. In reality, Chen Zixu had already accessed the file manager, easily locating the great strength pill. He clicked to extract it, and suddenly turned the phone screen down. I suddenly forgot how much I was supposed to transfer. Wasn't it just $1? He put on an innocent expression, genuinely looking as if he had forgotten. Wu Mengqiu suddenly let out a sigh of relief, and stepped in front of Chen Zixu, patting her chest, and saying, "Oh, I thought it was a lot, but it turns out it's just $1. Then she pulled a $1 bill from her pocket, and handed it to Brother Chow, saying, "Here for you." As she stuffed it into Brother Chow's jacket pocket, she turned to pull Chen Zixu into the car. Just as she turned, Brother Chow's expression darkened with fury. "Damn it, are you two messing with me?" He suddenly lunged forward, and grabbed Wu Mengqiu by the hair. "Qian, let her go." Chen Zixu shouted, slapping his right hand against his mouth, the great strength pill already transforming into liquid flowing down his throat. Boom. Brother Chow shoved Wu Mengqiu away, and kicked Chen Zixu in the stomach as he lunged forward, sending Chen Zixu flying 3 meters. Seeing what was happening, Wu Mengqiu was about to jump down to help, but Chen Zixu glanced at Wu Mengqiu, who was on the ground, but not seriously hurt, and shouted at Wu Mengqiu in the car, "Don't come down." Then he stood up, his eyes turning red. His breathing became heavy, and his nostrils flared. The few men Brother Chow had brought were initially just watching. They thought daring to mess with a member of the Zhang family gang's wolf faction, isn't that like walking into a bathroom with a lantern to look for death? Brother Chow had the same thought. He was confident in his skills. He even regretted not having taught this kid a lesson sooner to avoid all this trouble. He cursed himself for gathering several brothers and waiting so long. Looking at the Porsche beside him, Brother Chow thought these people are wealthy, and after teaching this kid a lesson, if he could extort 70 to 80,000 from him, that would be a huge profit. As he thought this, his eyes began to gleam with excitement, even redder than Chen Zixu at that moment. Chen Zixu felt a sudden surge of heat erupting inside him, and within seconds that heat flowed to his limbs. He felt as if he could leap into the sky and break through the heavens. Sure enough, he followed his instincts and bent his knees to jump. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Chen Zixu actually jumped over 2 meters high. Brother Chow saw it, his little brothers saw it, and the people coming in and out of the mall saw it. Everyone was so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. Wu Mengqiu also saw it, her eyes widening in disbelief. Only Wu Mengqiu, although shocked, squinted her eyes. She recalled that she had seen a deity just yesterday morning. How could a man who mingled with a deity and even got assistance in finding women be an ordinary person? It was midday, and the scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting brilliant rays upon the earth. Chow Guess' astonished expression froze on his face as he saw Chen Zixu hovering more than 2 meters above the ground amidst the shimmering halo of sunlight. Even the flying man Jordan couldn't jump that high. Just as Chow Gu was lost in astonishment and failed to react, Chen Zixu extended a leg, and the sole of his leather shoe landed squarely on Chow Guess' face. Bang! The hefty man rolled along the stone floor for 5 or 6 meters, crashing to the ground with a loud thud when his back hit. Chow Good. The sudden turn of events left several henchmen dumbfounded, and they rushed to Chow Guess' side, helping him up while staring at Chen Zixu in shock. "Chow Good, this kid seems extraordinary," remarked one of the thin men. Chow Good gritted his teeth in pain, his eyes filled with boundless fury as he looked at Chen Zixu. "What are you all still standing there for? Get him." Upon hearing this, several henchmen hesitated for a moment, then one of them said, "What are we afraid of? With one fist hard to fend off 4 hands, he was just one person while we are several. Charge." The others encouraged each other, shouting as they rushed towards Chen Zixu. The thin man supported Chow Gu while cheering, "Yes. Hit him." Chow Gu exclaimed, "Damn it. Why aren't you joining in?" Chow Gu, "I'm just trying to support you while you're in pain." Chow Gu slapped him, saying, "I told you to support me. You get in there too." With no choice, the thin man awkwardly joined in. Surrounded by 6 or 7 individuals, Chen Zixu, with no previous fighting experience, charged left and right, but the opponents skillfully evaded. At that moment, Wu Mengqiu opened the car door and ran in her high heels to her sister Wu Mengqiu, helping her up. "Qian, how are you?" "Sister." Wu Mengqiu cried with a pale face, "My leg is hurt. It hurts so much." Wu Mengqiu quickly looked over and sighed with relief when she saw it was just a scrape on her knee. A piece of skin the size of a fingernail was torn and slightly bleeding. Chow Gu reached inside his clothes to rub his swollen back, wincing in pain, his expression quite animated. Suddenly he noticed the Wu sisters and exchanged a knowing glance with the thin man, who understood immediately. The thin man circled around Chen Zixu and came up behind Wu Mengqiu, staring at her, alluring back, his heart racing with desire. Unable to suppress his lustful gaze, the thin man's lips curled into a smirk as he prepared to pounce on her. At that critical moment, Wu Mengqiu noticed him and shouted, "Sister, be careful." Wu Mengqiu turned her head back in shock, quickly standing up and clenching her fists into a fighting stance. "What are you doing? I'm warning you not to mess around." The thin man spread his hands, grinning. Hey beautiful, don't be afraid. I'm just here to play with you. With a sinister grin revealing his yellowed teeth, the thin man approached step by step, while Wu Mengqiu seemed frightened, covering her ears and screaming continuously. Chen Zixu was entangled with a few others when he heard Wu Mengqiu scream and rushed over without a second. Though not very fast, his imposing presence still made those around him part ways. Damn it. Again with this move, he flew again. Chen Zixu leaped 3 meters high, turning sideways for a stylish kick. If the thin man hadn't reacted quickly, he might have met his end right then. Even so, after landing, Chen Zixu managed to grab him, then, with a throw, the thin man went flying. Wu Mengqiu took Wu Mengqiu and ducked into the car, grabbing her phone to call for help. More people began to gather at the mall entrance, but it seemed no one was willing to intervene. It was obvious that one side was outnumbered and not composed of good people. Although no one came forward to inquire, someone still called the police. However, some noticed that the group of thugs who had been bullying others were now the ones being bullied. Wow, is this guy a superhero? Not only can he jump high, but he also has incredible strength. Yeah, that guy must weigh at least 150 pounds, and he tossed him away so easily. Hey, look, he threw another one. The area in front of the mall was turning into a circus for spectators, with many people standing around, some seemingly with foresight, already recording videos. Dragon City has a superhero, with immense strength, tossing people like trash. The video started uploading to the web alongside the title. Move aside, move aside. The crowd suddenly parted. It's the police. The police are here. Fu Xiaobing, dressed in a light blue police uniform and dark trousers with shoes and a tie, was fastening a walkie-talkie to her waist. She squinted, realizing that the call to the police reported a group of thugs surrounding a young man, but now it seemed to be a false report. It was clearly just one young man overpowering a gang of thugs. And that was indeed the reality. Having consumed a strengthening pill, Chen Zixu felt a surge of heat throughout his body, brimming with energy and immense strength. Had it not been for his lack of agility, he would truly be a superhero in real life. Xiao Gu, right? Aren't you so tough? Trying to scare me. Wanting money, huh? Here, take this, but you still don't want it. Xiao Gu kneeled on the ground, crying and holding his head, realizing that the person before him was a devil. Cursing a bit and getting hit, it hurts so much. And you thin guy, are you just lying there? Do you believe I won't really make you unable to get up? The thin man, pretending to be dead, slowly opened his eyes at the words, looking confused and saying, "Where? Oh no. My body hurts so much. Am I time traveling?" Chen Zixu replied, "Time travel this," and slapped him, leaving his face swollen. Surprisingly, the originally sharp-faced man looked a bit better with a swollen face. Chen Zixu was about to teach the others a lesson when a woman called out to stop him. "Stop!" Fu Xiaobing frowned and looked at the young man she had seen before, her expression serious, but with a hint of curiosity. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly felt her calf being grabbed by a burly man with a swollen face. "What are you doing? Let go!" Xiao Gu wailed. "I won't let go, police lady. You must uphold justice for us. We were all beaten by this kid. It hurts so much. TCH. It was just a few light punches." Chen Zixu stood with his arms crossed, genuinely thinking that Xiao Gu and his gang were too weak. He hadn't considered that he was strong due to the strengthening pill. Fu Xiaobing glanced at the 7 or 8 men lying on the ground, thinking, "You're something, kid. You call that a light punch? You turned their faces into balloons. If you were to hit them hard, wouldn't they be dead?" The situation was a bit strange. How could one person overpower 7 or 8 burly men without any help? Could it be that this young man was a martial arts master? Fu Xiaobing had made her decision, telling her subordinates, "Take them all away." Back to the station. As 2 police officers turned their heads, they approached to take someone away. Wu Mengqiu comforted her sobbing sister inside the car and immediately got out when she saw the police wanting to take Chen Zixu. She tidied herself up, stepped forward slightly, and smiled gently. "Comrade police." Fu Xiaobing's eyes sparkled with surprise. She did not expect to find such a charming woman here. "Who are you? Is there something wrong?" Wu Mengqiu approached and spoke. "I am Wu Mengqiu, the general manager of Mengqiu Cosmetics Company. The man you want to take away is my friend. Oh, we are all victims here." Fu Xiaobing sensed a hint of urgency in Wu Mengqiu's eyes. She nodded non-committally and smiled. "Ms. Wu, as you can see, the scene is quite complicated, and this is not the place to handle cases. But rest assured, we are only following procedure to bring the direct participants back to the station for a brief inquiry. As for whether they are victims, as police officers, we have the ability to make that judgment." Then a male auxiliary officer drove over a van, and a large group of people were crammed inside as the vehicle headed to the Baishan District Police Station. "Sister, what should we do? Chen Zixu has been taken away." Wu Mengqiu asked anxiously. "He hurt that person so badly, will he be sentenced?" "Don't say nonsense, that was self-defense." "Self-defense." Wu Mengqiu. Watching the police car leave, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. "Chiu, why are you so free today? It's rare for you to call me." Listening to the voice, it was a gentle man. Brother Sheng, don't you know someone in the police system? Can you do me a favor? Wu Mengqiu said with a smile. The other side was surprised for a moment and then asked what happened. Today has been really unfortunate. I ran into some thugs. A friend of mine fought with them to protect me, but he ended up using too much force and was taken to the police station. Wu Mengqiu briefly described the situation. Of course, after it had been handled, this friend of mine is inexperienced and worried he will suffer in the police station. I would feel terrible about that. Brother Sheng, you know people, can you help me say a few words? Brother Sheng responded with an oh, and then laughed. What do I care? Your friend is my friend. I can help with this matter. By the way, what is your friend's name? Which police station were they taken to? Wu Mengqiu, Chen Zixu, just over 20 years old. It seems he was taken to the Baishan District Police Station. Okay, just wait for my news. I guarantee he will come out fine. Thank you so much, Brother Sheng. They'll treat you to a meal later. After exchanging some pleasantries, Wu Mengqiu hung up the phone and reassured Wu Mengqian not to worry as the two drove towards the police station. On the bustling Donghuan Avenue, the Baishan District Police Station was not far away. Fu Xiaobing sat in the passenger seat, initially resting her eyes. To be honest, she was really exhausted today. Although the Baishan District didn't seem large, if one person were to patrol it entirely, it would probably take 6 hours to complete. In the morning, Fu Xiaobing had been patrolling the entire Baishan District. Suddenly, there was a soft sound of bang from the back compartment, as if something had fallen to the floor of the car. Then an auxiliary officer in the back compartment spoke up. Hey, get up. Stop pretending. We all know you're not injured at all. Chen Zixu's face was pale, breathing heavily and wheezing as he groaned, feeling blue like mushrooms. Why is this happening? So feeling blue. Fu Xiaobing, who was initially resting, turned around to look only to see that Chen Zixu, who had just been brave and fighting against many, was now lying on the floor of the compartment. What happened? Her eagle-like scrutinizing eyes swept over everyone. She initially guessed that Chen Zixu had been retaliated against by the others in the car after recovering his strength. Brother Chao's face was entirely swollen, one eye barely open, and he was speaking unclearly. Officer, we didn't do anything. Seeing his ordinary but devastated face, Fu Xiaobing couldn't help but twitch her lips a couple of times, then cast a puzzled glance at the auxiliary officer. The auxiliary officer said, Boss, he doesn't even know how he fell down, and it looks like he's exhausted now. Chen Zixu timely chimed in, feeling blue. Like mushrooms. Fu Xiaobing rolled her eyes in exasperation. It's fine. Let's head back to the police station. As she spoke, they had already arrived at the Baishan District Police Station, and Chen Zixu and Brother Chao's group were all taken to the interrogation room. The two police officers holding Chen Zixu did not hold back in scolding him. Damn. You're doing this on purpose, right? You have no strength at all. You're like a jellyfish. Then they threw him onto a chair, and Chen Zixu slumped over like a paralyzed person. Truthfully, his inner thoughts mirrored his mumbling about feeling blue and like mushrooms. This state was definitely a side effect after taking a powerful pill. He didn't expect that taking a pill would have such severe consequences. The introduction on his phone hadn't mentioned, Sigh. The master is not reliable. This is a trap. Click. After the two auxiliary officers left, the door opened again, and Fu Xiaobing came in alone with a notebook and a pen sitting across from Chen Zixu. Let's take a statement. First, let me say, just tell me what you need to say. Don't go into details. Fu Xiaobing name. Chen Zixu, what? Speak louder. Chen Zixu. Fu Xiaobing, extremely frustrated, slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Can you please speak louder? Chen Zixu, slumped in the chair, was also feeling distressed. It wasn't that he didn't want to speak loudly, but he truly had no strength left. Noticing that Chen Zixu indeed seemed to be in trouble, Fu Xiaobing got up and walked over to him. Hey, are you trying to evade responsibility, pretending to be like this? As she spoke, she grabbed Chen Zixu's hair and pulled his head back to face her. Seeing Chen Zixu's eyes, which he wanted to open but could only droop, Fu Xiaobing softened her tone a bit and asked with concern, What exactly happened to you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Then she muttered to herself, Wasn't he quite fierce earlier? Why is he like a weak shrimp now? Unfortunately, even though Chen Zixu understood what was going on, he still couldn't tell her, and he didn't have the strength to speak. Fu Xiaobing thought for a moment and was about to go out to instruct an auxiliary officer to take Chen Zixu to the hospital when the interrogation room door was opened from the outside. Chen Zixu, Team Lu frowned. Fu Xiaobing explained to him. It seems he suddenly fell ill, completely exhausted, even more so than just exhaustion. Chen Zixu, Team Lu frowned. Fu Xiaobing explained to him. It seems he suddenly fell ill, completely exhausted, even more so than just exhaustion. Then why not send him to the hospital? We were just about to. Team Lu suddenly reached into Chen Zixu's clothes and rummaged around, finding a wallet. Inside the wallet, besides money, there were Chen Zixu's relevant documents, including his student ID, library card, and of course his identification card. It really is him. Fu Xiaobing raised an eyebrow. Team Lu, who is he? Chen Zixu, someone up top, called to have him released. Then he returned the wallet to its place. Team Lu spoke clearly, and Chen Zixu and Fu Xiaobing listened attentively. Fu Xiaobing has always disliked those who rely on connections to circumvent procedures. Initially, she intended to have someone take Chen Zixu to the hospital, but now she directly left with Team Lu, no longer inquiring about Chen Zixu. In the spacious and cool interrogation room, there was a table, 2 chairs, and 1 person. Chen Zixu could not understand who had called to plead for him. He later cursed himself for being foolish. Only the Wu Mengqiu sisters knew he had been taken to the police station, so it must have been them who made the call. Soon the door of the interrogation room was opened again, and Wu Mengqiu appeared at the entrance. With a worried and distressed expression, Wu Mengqiu hurried to Chen Zixu's side. "How are you?" Chen Zixu still lacked the strength to speak. An accompanying police officer informed Wu Mengqiu about the situation. Wu Mengqiu suddenly felt an urge to be furious, but the police officer said, "We don't know exactly what happened. You should hurry and take him to the hospital." So in her high heels, Wu Mengqiu slung one of Chen Zixu's arms over her shoulder and carefully assisted him, with Wu Mengqiu's help, getting the approximately 150-pound Chen Zixu into the car. Chen Zixu, with drooping eyelids, could sense the heartfelt concern Wu Mengqiu had for him, and he suddenly felt a warmth enveloping him. For the next day and a half, Chen Zixu lay in the hospital, spending half the time sleeping and the other half feeling very bored. He had already communicated with his classmates at school and in the dormitory, so he wouldn't be returning for the next couple of days. As for the Wu Mengqiu sisters, they were originally there to keep him company, but later Wu Mengqiu had work matters to attend to, and Wu Mengqian could not stay overnight. Given that Chen Zixu was in the hospital and should not encounter any issues, he was left alone. The next morning, Chen Zixu finally regained his strength, and straining pulled out his phone to check the time. It's only 6:30. Propping himself up, he instinctively wanted to open QQ, but he saw that the entire chat interface was eerily quiet. Switching to haha, he had just opened it when he was stunned by the chat group named Yaoguang Fuchong 999. What the hell, is it really that intense? Opening the chat group and choosing to read the messages from the beginning, he discovered that a large number of heavenly gods of the Dufan and Shangren levels had joined the group. System notification: Shangren Jiu Bang invites Dufan Lai Fu to join the chat group. System notification: Shangren Jiu Bang invites Dufan Lai Lu to join the chat group. System notification: Shangren Jiu Bang invites Dufan Lai Shou to join the chat group. System notification: Shangren Jiu Bang invites Dufan Yapando to join the chat group. System notification: Shangren Jiu Bang invites Dufan Jialabai to join the chat group. Most importantly, please do not tease the girls. Do not tease the girls. Do not tease the girls. Important things are repeated 3 times, because the girls are all the property of the group owner. Smiley faces. Dufan Yapando: wow. This chat group is really great. If I want to invite my master to join too. Dufan Jialabai: great, hurry up and invite our master in. Shangren Lier: who is your master? Dufan Yapando: our master is the renowned Wuding Maria. Shangren Ju Li: respect, respect. Shangren Lier: truly a respect. Group owner Yaoguang Zhishir: Wuding Maria has made immense contributions to the happiness of otaku throughout the entire heavenly realm, and we have all seen it, though we can only watch from afar. Laughing. Chen Zixu couldn't help but stifle a laugh at the group owner's comment. Continuing to scroll down, he eventually reached a system notification. System notification: Dufan Yapando invites Shangxian Wuding Maria to join the chat group. Then came a flood of welcomes to the group, with flowers and emoji dazzling his eyes. Shangxian Wuding Maria: you guys are too kind. Since I am new here, let me send out a red envelope. Then came a big red envelope. Unfortunately, this red envelope had been sent out a long time ago, and was probably long snatched up. With a glimmer of hope, Chen Zixu tapped lightly. Hey, there's actually still a red envelope. System notification: congratulations, you have snatched a red envelope sent by Shangxian Wuding Maria. Please. Holding the phone up to his eyes, Chen Zixu took a closer look. What the hell is this? Wuding Xianiku, crafted from the silk collected by Wuding Maria from the essence of heaven and earth. It can regulate women's endocrine to a perfect state, prolong life, and enhance beauty. This is simply unbelievable. Such a thing exists, eh? Chen Zixu was dazzled by this 27K, spending dog eyes. Then Chen Zixu stared at the phrases like, can regulate women's endocrine to a perfect state, prolong life, and enhance beauty, and thought that this gift would indeed be excellent for Wu Mengqiu, though he wondered if it would be awkward at that moment. Continuing to browse the chat history, Chen Zixu found many red envelopes, including those sent by the 3 brothers Lai Fu, Lai Lu, and Lai Shou, who had just joined the group. Unfortunately, it seemed Chen Zixu's luck had run out. All those red envelopes had already been snatched. Just feeling a bit down, his phone chimed twice. It was his friend Beautiful Misunderstanding. Last time, she had asked Chen Zixu to help her buy a piece of armor-like clothing. Chen Zixu: what's the matter? Beautiful Misunderstanding: Oh, nothing much. Just wanted to thank you. I've tried on the clothing, and it fits perfectly and looks great. As promised, let me send you a red envelope. As always, after a burst of illusion on the phone screen, the things within it appeared outside the screen. One hand held the phone while the other grasped a magic wand. This magic wand was merely a foot long and an inch thick, gray-blue in color and rather unremarkable. Unsure of how to use it, Chen Zixu scratched his head, preparing to store the wand in his phone for later study. Suddenly footsteps were heard outside the door, and the ward door opened. Chen Zixu had no time to hide the magic wand, and could only act natural, placing it beside him. Entering was none other than Wu Mengqiu. After she entered, she first asked, "How are you feeling? Are there any parts of your body still uncomfortable?" Chen Zixu leaned back slightly, sitting up straighter, and replied, "I'm fine now. I'm as good as new." Rolling her eyes, Wu Mengqiu placed several fruits and a bag of steaming buns on the table beside the hospital bed. "Since you're okay, let's talk about what happened yesterday." Chen Zixu sighed. "After you all got in the elevator. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking why you suddenly collapsed." Wu Mengqiu's expression turned serious. "The police told me you seemed fine at first, but then suddenly went limp in the car." Chen Zixu realized she was referring to this matter. Chen Zixu hesitated a bit, unsure if he should tell Wu Mengqiu, but then suddenly remembered that she wasn't just an ordinary person without knowledge. After all, she had seen a celestial being the previous morning. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zixu organized his thoughts and prepared to explain everything to Wu Mengqiu. Of course, he intentionally omitted mentioning the superphone. "You know, there are indeed celestial beings in this world, just like those in mythological novels. The old man with the white beard who flew me to your house last time is now my master. He is a river god. Besides my master, there are also land gods, mountain gods, and other celestial beings around us. The reason I suddenly transformed into a scion yesterday was that I had taken a pill called the strengthening pill given to me by my ancestor. As the name suggests, this pill grants immense strength after consumption, which is why I was able to overpower those thugs without giving them a chance to fight back. As for why I suddenly lost all my strength afterward, I suspect it's a side effect of the strengthening pill. I honestly didn't know it had side effects, or I would have considered the consequences before consuming it." As Chen Zixu spoke, Wu Mengqiu had already found a chair to sit down, then handed him the breakfast she bought, encouraging him to eat while he talked. The steaming buns and a cup of soy milk, imbued with a faint fragrance from Wu Mengqiu, made Chen Zixu indulge in a bit of daydreaming early in the morning. "By the way, I mentioned yesterday that there was something I wanted to discuss with you, and I almost forgot about it because of all this." Chen Zixu suddenly recalled the matter of the snow honey and said to Wu Mengqiu. Originally, she wanted to issue a stern warning to Chen Zixu, but unexpectedly he turned around and pulled out a small bottle from his coat draped over the bed. Originally, she wanted to issue a stern warning to Chen Zixu, but unexpectedly he turned around and pulled out a small bottle from his coat draped over the bed. Holding the bottle up, Chen Zixu gestured to Wu Mengqiu, saying, "This is the thing." Wu Mengqiu thought to herself, could this be something that makes a man strong? Just like the other day, after consuming it, he had to engage in certain activities. Chen Zixu excitedly said, "This is a great item I obtained from those celestial beings." "Hey, what are you doing? Chen Zixu, can you stop thinking about those dirty things all day? You do realize you're still lying in a hospital bed, don't you?" "What dirty things?" Chen Zixu looked confused. What does lying in a hospital bed have to do with anything? Wu Mengqiu wore an expression of helplessness and disdain. How could Chen Zixu be so oblivious? Seeing through Wu Mengqiu's thoughts, Chen Zixu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, and replied slowly, "What I'm talking about is related to business. I have a bottle of unique honey with astonishing commercial value." After saying this, Chen Zixu noticed Wu Mengqiu's skeptical and questioning gaze. This bottle of snow honey was obtained from an old celestial being. Its fragrance is rich and refreshing, which is why I said it has incredible commercial value. As he spoke, Chen Zixu opened the bottle cap. The moment he did, a rich honey aroma spread throughout the room. "It smells so good." Unable to resist, Wu Mengqiu sniffed vigorously, her eyes fixating on the bottle in Chen Zixu's hand. "What is this?" "This is called snow honey, a very special honey produced by a unique bee." "Give it to me." Wu Mengqiu snatched the bottle from his hands and took a deep whiff from the opening. Her expression and feeling were undoubtedly akin to that of a drug addict after indulging in their fix. After a long while, the fragrance wafted even further, and someone in the corridor outside the ward was already searching for the source of the delightful aroma. Wu Mengqiu snapped back to reality, quickly sealing the bottle cap and then tightly closing the door. Chen Zixu leisurely watched her panic as she covered the bottle and shut the door, finding it amusing. Wasn't she just looking so disdainful? Why was she not now? After a while, Wu Mengqiu calmed down and shot Chen Zixu a fierce glare. "Why didn't you take this thing out earlier?" Chen Zixu wore a wronged expression. "I did bring it out, but you seemed so disdainful earlier." "All right, let's move on." Wu Mengqiu waved her hand and then asked, "You said you got this from an old celestial being. Do you have any more?" Chen Zixu replied, I definitely don't have any more right now, but I can go ask that old celestial being for more. He waved his hand, as if to say it was a trivial matter. Wu Mengqiu, however, showed a conflicted expression, gently touching the material that resembled porcelain, yet was not in glass. Yet was not. Wu Mengqiu said, you mentioned wanting to discuss business with me. It seems this snow honey is it. But this is a good item produced by celestial beings. How can we? Chen Zixu smiled. Are you worried that if this snow honey is sold there won't be any more? You see, the stones in the mountains are worthless when left there, but once quarried and carved into statues their value changes completely. Furthermore, some things must be assessed based on their environment to determine their value. For example, air is worthless on the ground, but in space or underground it becomes valuable. As he spoke, the people lured by the fragrance had already found their way to the hospital room door, but since it was tightly closed they had no choice but to leave. What I'm saying is, you're a big entrepreneur, you should understand, right? I own a cosmetics company, but I'm not sure if this honey can be made into perfume. If it can, I dare say it would become the finest perfume in the world. With blazing eyes, Wu Mengqiu began to envision this perfume of her imagination going global. Chen Zixu smiled. This was exactly what he wanted to see. Take this bottle of snow honey. You can have its composition tested at an official laboratory. As for what to do next, I think you understand better than I do. They'll just watch you work your magic. A faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Chen Zixu could almost see himself drowning in a sea of money. He picked up another fruit, peeled it, and popped it into his mouth. Snapping back to reality, Wu Mengqiu prepared to return to her workplace immediately to arrange a series of matters regarding the perfume operation. But Chen Zixu called her back. Why rush off? I still have something good for you. Hearing that there was more, Wu Mengqiu shed her usual aloof demeanor, her eyes narrowing into slits. What is it? Hurry up and show me. Slowly, Chen Zixu pulled a small white bundle of fabric from earlier. Chen Zixu had been covered with a thin cotton quilt. Even though it was June, the nights still required some. Unsure of what it was, Wu Mengqiu reached out to take it, initially thinking it was another extraordinarily divine artifact. She shook it open to take a look. Wu Mengqiu was instantly stunned, and Chen Zixu's face also showed a hint of awkwardness. It turned out to be a pair of underwear, triangular and pure white. But it was certainly no ordinary underwear. This was the Mudo Little underwear, obtained from a lucky draw in the Celestial chat group, crafted by Mudo Maria from the silk of celestial spirit silkworms. Holding the pure white underwear, Wu Mengqiu's expression shifted repeatedly. Well, it's not what you think. Chen Zixu quickly offered an explanation. This is a Dharma garment I begged from a celestial maiden. Oh, it's incomparable to ordinary clothes. With a peculiar look, Wu Mengqiu asked, you begged a pair of underwear from a celestial maiden? The implication was rather ambiguous, and Chen Zixu let out a dry chuckle, unsure how to explain. It was his own fault for making up a story without thinking. Now he had slipped up. Oh, come on. Just forget where it came from. Anyway, this underwear is definitely something good. You'd better wear it often. It's good for your health. Meeting Chen Zixu's intense gaze, Wu Mengqiu was mostly convinced, as he really had no reason to deceive her. However, accepting a pair of underwear from a man she had only known for 2 days was far too embarrassing. Besides, the underwear didn't even come in a package. Could it have been worn by some deity before? Unable to overcome her own cleanliness obsession, Wu Mengqiu tossed the Mudo Little underwear back onto the hospital bed, shaking her head in refusal. Chen Zixu wanted to persuade her further, but Wu Mengqiu left without giving him a chance, leaving him alone in the room, sighing deeply. Before noon, that day, Chen Zixu left the hospital, gave Wu Mengqiu a call, and returned to school. Walking along the campus path, Chen Zixu kept his head down, holding a paper bag with a suit in one hand, while fiddling with a magic wand in the other. After some experimentation, Chen Zixu had figured out how to use the magic wand. It relied on one's mental energy. As long as he held the wand and focused his attention to activate it, it would release energy. Moreover, depending on the amount of mental energy concentrated, the energy output would vary. After 3 or 4 attempts, Chen Zixu discovered that using the wand was highly draining on mental energy. He estimated he could only use it about 8 or 9 times consecutively, provided he didn't concentrate too much energy each time. In truth, mental energy was such an intangible, unverifiable thing that no one seemed to have quantified it. Spotting a small pond nearby, Chen Zixu looked around to ensure no one was watching, then held the wand in his right hand, muttering something under his breath. For several minutes, nothing happened. Finally, he closed his eyes and stopped muttering, but his right hand began to tremble inexplicably. So, with a soft crackle, a thin bolt of electricity shot from the wand, striking a stone by the pond and leaving a patch of black marks. Damn it, I missed the target again. Muttering in frustration, Chen Zixu continued walking back toward his dormitory. But before he knew it, 2 people he particularly didn't want to see appeared before him. Su Hong and Lu Chao. The 2 were arm in arm, even carrying a parasol in the shady tree-lined path. When Chen Zixu saw them, they saw him too. Both sides were momentarily startled, unsure whether to lament their narrow encounter or their ill fortune. Having spent some time with Su Hong, Chen Zixu knew her character well. She was narrow-minded, always holding grudges that never lasted past the next day. Sure enough, Su Hong, who had been cooing with Lu Chao, caught sight of Chen Zixu. A flicker of surprise crossed her face, then a sly smirk curled her lips as she taunted from a distance. "Oh, isn't this Chen Zixu? What a coincidence. We just got here, and here you are. You're not still hopelessly pining for me, are you? Did you follow me here on purpose?" After getting to know Wu Mengqiu, Chen Zixu's horizons had broadened. He had quickly let go of someone as vulgar as, yet for some reason the bitter twist of love turning into enmity had befallen him. He couldn't stay silent. Pretending not to recognize her, he said with a puzzled look, "Ma'am, who are you? You called me by name. Do you know me? I'm sorry, but I have a poor memory for people who are old, ugly, and especially those of bad character. Are you insulting me?" Su Hong was stunned, thinking to herself, given his old personality, how dare he insult me? Lu Chao had just lit a cigarette, but now crushed it under his foot with a pompous air. "So you're Chen Zixu. Funny, I have a bad memory too. I can't remember poor, ugly, and talentless brat, but today you've made an impression on me. Because you're too arrogant." With his arm around Su Hong's waist, they approached Chen Zixu step by step. Lu Chao added, "Su Hong is my girlfriend now. Have you thought about the consequences of speaking like that?" Looking at Su Hong's smug, arrogant face and Lu Chaos' indifferent, haughty demeanor, Chen Zixu thought they were a perfect match. In his heart, he wished them, while hoping they would share a bed in life and a grave in death. But he had to respond to Lu Chaos' threat. Chen Zixu replied with a smile, "The only consequence I can think of is that if you take one more step forward, it'll knock you down." Then he twirled the magic wand in his hand. Don't be fooled by Lu Chaos' tall stature of over 1.8 meters. That's just a result of good genes and ample nutrition. Now he has become a hollow shell drained by women and fine wine. Knowing himself, while Lu Chao felt a sudden fear when Chen Zixu spoke those words with a hint of threat in his smile, worrying that Chen Zixu might act recklessly without regard for the consequences. However, he still had to uphold some decorum, saying, "Rude. Just a brute who only knows how to use his." At the right moment, Su Hong flattered Lu Chaos' position, saying, "Indeed, Lu Chao is absolutely right. I regret ever being enchanted to be your girlfriend in the first place. Look at Lu Chao, wealthy and handsome. More importantly, he's gentle and considerate, unlike you, a complete country bumpkin. Do you even know what Lu Xiao's family does? Do you know who Lu Xiao's mother is? To be honest, she could effortlessly crush you with a single pinky finger, and you still want to confront Lu Xiao? Look at Lu Xiao, wealthy and handsome. More importantly, he's gentle and considerate, unlike you, a complete country bumpkin." Chen Zixu shook his head with a smile, saying, "If you still want to bully others with your power, feel free to bring out all the big shots you can muster and see if I can handle it. I too am curious to know who could easily crush me with just a pinky finger." With an air of dominance, a radiant glow seemed to emanate from Chen Zixu. He picked up the paper bag he had placed on the ground, brushed off Lu Xiao's shoulder, and walked away. Lu Xiao's words trailed into Chen Zixu's ears. "Kid, I advise you not to be so arrogant. At least for now, you don't have the capital to be arrogant." Without turning around, Chen Zixu replied, "Whether I do or not, you can come and try." Having said that, he ignored the still fuming Lu Xiao and swaggered away like a victorious rooster. As he turned the corner, he spotted a sports car parked by the side of the road. At first, he didn't pay much attention, but suddenly he remembered, isn't that Lu Chao's ride? Usually not paying much attention to vehicle information, Chen Zixu didn't know what kind of sports car it was, only that the logo had 4 circles, which meant it was an Audi. Suddenly struck by a mischievous idea, Chen Zixu glanced around. The tree-lined path had no surveillance, and no one was passing by. With one hand holding a magic wand, he pointed one end at the sports car and closed his eyes. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, causing the dials on the car's dashboard to shake erratically. Then he heard several faint clicks, and as he tried to listen more closely, a burnt smell wafted to his nose. Damn, could it really be that powerful? He quickly decided to leave. Back in the dorm, his roommates began to question him, and Chen Zixu casually brushed them off. Today was Sunday, and in the evening, according to the class monitor's announcement, a study activity was to be organized between classes requiring full attendance, as the advisor would be present to guide the study. Although Chen Zixu usually didn't seem too keen on participating in activities, he would still attend those that were necessary. For now, he decided to eat first, and then lie in bed playing on his phone, awaiting the evening's class-to-class study activity. In the past, when lying in bed, Chen Zixu would merely read novels or play mobile games, and the games he played were single-player since his old phone costing around 300 couldn't handle online ones. However, with the new superphone, playing single-player games now felt rather low. He browsed the Cosmic app market and found a role-playing game called Breaking the Wilderness. This game was impressive. Using a special gaming helmet or pod could even enhance one's cognitive agility. This was something typical screen-based games couldn't achieve. Ding. The system notifies you that you will spend 62 gigabytes of data for downloading and installing the Breaking the Wilderness software. Do you confirm the action? It seemed that after downloading Haha, he had about 70 GB left. Afterward, he downloaded WeChat Taobao and other apps, but still had over 60 GB remaining, so his data was sufficient. So of course he decided to download it. A few minutes later, the installation was complete. Then the game officially prompted him to match gaming accessories, namely the helmet or pod. But Chen Zixu didn't have any of those. After pondering for a moment, he thought about buying one. The login interface was linked to the official website, so he clicked in. Upon looking, Chen Zixu was immediately astounded. Goodness gracious. It turned out that this company was quite formidable, with dozens of developed and operated games, not including those mini-games, and all kinds of gaming helmets, glasses, pods, and even high-tech battle suits were available, dazzling beyond compare. Glancing at the helmet for the Breaking the Wilderness game, it required over 1,000 universal currency, while right now Chen Zixu had only 58 universal currency in his phone. Feeling quite regretful, Chen Zixu temporarily set aside the game and logged into Haha, hoping to earn some currency from there. As soon as he opened it, he noticed the chat group Yao Wang Singing had a notification for 999 messages. Are these immortals really all that bored? However, recalling that he had just snatched a message from this group sent by Wu Maria that morning, Chen Zixu became excited again, unsure if anyone was sending red envelopes now. Upon opening the chat group and reviewing the first message, he indeed saw many red envelopes, but not a single one was left unclaimed. His luck was too bad, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Just as Chen Zixu lamented the sleeping fortune goddess, he suddenly saw a user named Jiu Bang announcing loudly in the chat group, "Attention, everyone. I, Jiu Bang, am opening a new tavern that will officially start operations in 3 days. I hope friends will come visit, and those with money can support with cash, while those without can support with their presence. In here, let me start by sending a red envelope as a token of goodwill." Then with a flash of golden light on the screen, a red envelope appeared. Chen Zixu felt like he was using his single status, Now that he wasn't single anymore, he was using the speed of having been single for over 20 years. With a quick tap of his finger, the red envelope was in his hands. Subsequently, several users with titles like Immortal and Du Fan claimed the envelopes. Upon opening the red envelope, Chen Zixu felt a bit disheartened because what he received was a jar of wine. The wine was good wine, but after his experience the day before, Chen Zixu had developed a certain aversion to wine. Now seeing these bottles, he felt a bit uneasy. Well, it's better than getting nothing at all. Chen Zixu consoled himself, the river god. Oh, I should now call him master. Doesn't he enjoy drinking? He even took my powerful tonic wine, and since I don't drink, I might as well give this jar to him. Thus he opened Xianin and found master in his contacts. He sent the bottle of 2 by Lao Gan directly in a private message. After waiting for a while with no reply from master, Chen Zixu opened the Earth Immortal chat group. Coincidentally, his ancestor Gong Yin was imparting knowledge to several juniors, and Chen Zixu quickly widened his eyes to watch closely. But it was like reading a celestial text. Chen Zixu couldn't understand a thing. What is spiritual energy surrounding the celestial pivot and the 3 emperors returning to rest? Truly profound. Chen Zixu chuckled bitterly, thinking that in these 2 hours he had no money to buy equipment in the game, only snatched a jar of wine in Haha and sent it to master, while in Xianin he couldn't understand anything either. He really didn't know what to do. Just as he was feeling rather frustrated, his phone rang. It was Wu Mengqiu. "Hey, why did you leave the hospital? Are you fully recovered? Where are you now?" She was indeed a curious one. "Qian, I already informed your sister about my discharge. I thought she would have told you if you asked. My sister's phone can't get through at all. Even when it does, she hangs up after a few words." Wu Mengqiu's voice was filled with grievance, and Chen Zixu was caught between laughter and tears. "Your sister is probably busy." Indeed, she was busy, very busy. Ever since obtaining the snow honey, Wu Mengqiu had been like a wind-up clock, personally overseeing everything: the laboratory production lines, raw material procurement, packaging design, and sourcing, and so much more. Wu Mengqiu murmured a few vague sounds, perhaps unsure of what else to say, and then offered a generic farewell of "take care." Those words reminded Chen Zixu of something. The side effects of the Hercules pill he had taken earlier were deemed negligible by the hospital, but Chen Zixu still harbored some unease. Now was the perfect time to consult his Grandmaster Gongyan. He directly asked in the group chat, "Grandmaster, your disciple has a question." Gongyan replied, "Oh, it's Wank. Ask away." Organizing his thoughts, Chen Zixu said, "Yesterday, while grabbing red envelopes, I got a Hercules pill." Before Gongyan could respond, others chimed in. Ziying surprised, "A Hercules pill? Zikue, this junior nephew is truly remarkable." Crying with laughter, Chen Zixu was puzzled by the reactions of these 2 uncles when Grandmaster Gongyan spoke. "Gongyan, Mengqiu shouldn't have taken the Hercules pill. While it contains some spiritual energy, it is more akin to a poison. But rest assured, this poison won't be fatal. Closing his gaping mouth, Chen Zixu swallowed a mouthful of regret, his complexion turning pale. Chen Zixu, Grandmaster, save me. Crying loudly, he pressed his face against the screen, hoping for his Grandmaster's intervention. Instead, Zhang Hushan sent a furious emoji. Brat, you have no idea how to live, and you still have the nerve to trouble your Grandmaster. Get over here. I promise I won't kill you. Furious, Gongyan, Zhang the ignorant are blameless. Teach your disciple with patience and calm. Zai master is right. Chen Zixu never expected that taking a single Hercules pill would provoke his master's wrath. He shrank his neck, feeling a chill from head to toe. But despite the anger, the word master was still reliable. Zhang Hushan personally sought a cultivation manual for both body and energy from Gongyan and passed it to Chen Zixu. Of course, the manual was requested and given in private. When handing it over, Zhang Hushan added, "You're not bad, kid. You know what I fancy, so this manual wasn't wasted." Chen Zixu rolled his eyes repeatedly. So the manual was obtained only because of the alcohol. Regardless, he quickly retrieved it. Holding it in his hands, he took a closer look. The manual was about 3 centimeters thick, size 16 mm, but due to the paper's thickness, it had fewer than 100 pages. The cover was simple blue with white background and black text in the upper right corner. Yin-Yang Force. Cursive calligraphy, bold and vigorous. With reverence, Chen Zixu opened the manual. He was greeted by the scent of printing ink, followed by a preface. Indeed, the title page featured a preface with an artistic author signature at the bottom right. The song typeface in size 4 dashed Chen Zixu's expectations from the clouds to the ground. Smiling wryly, he turned to the next page. Sure enough, it was a table of contents. He skimmed the table of contents, flipped through a few pages, and finally concluded that this was indeed a martial arts manual produced by a modern print shop. Wasn't it said that martial arts secrets were passed down orally or handwritten? Could such an industrial product be truly effective? Harboring some skepticism, Chen Zixu took a deep breath and began reading the Yin-Yang Force. From the to practice this skill, one must build a harem. In ancient times, the chaos of Yin and Yang was divided, and now one must blend Yin and Yang into chaos. Men belong to Yang, women belong to Yin. Men possess Yang energy, while women possess more Yin. Combining both genders, blending Yin and Yang. Yang is like a golden dragon, while Yin is like a deep abyss. The golden dragon absorbs water, refining essence into qi and storing it in the dantian. Qi travels through the meridians, the spirit wanders the 4 seas. However, Chen Zixu could hardly comprehend the 500 or so characters. Fortunately, the main text of the book is no longer filled with such vague classical Chinese. The table of contents shows that this book is divided into 5 parts. The first part introduces basic knowledge. The second part is about body refinement. The third part focuses on qi refinement. The fourth part is about chaos blending, and the fifth part is the appendix. Chen Zixu glanced at the general content of each section according to the table of contents and discovered that the appendix actually contains the most pages, taking up half of the paper. The appendix is further divided into 3 small parts. The first part is the compilation history of this manual, which elaborates on several thousand words and occupies over 10 pages. The second part includes dozens of medicinal formulas with descriptions of some rare herbs, also taking up the most pages. The third part is impressive, illustrated with images, and features some hand-drawn beauties, introducing the characteristics of such women and what kind of physique they possess. Just as he was about to look more closely, Chen Zixu was informed by his roommate that it was almost time, and the class leader was already gathering everyone to arrive early. Time flew by unexpectedly, and it was already 6:30. There was no need for dinner, and following a few roommates, Chen Zixu went directly to the class meeting location. Students from both classes had already arrived in numbers, and the class officials were setting up the venue. Finding an empty seat, Chen Zixu sat down alone and was about to take out his phone to play when he noticed a few items in his file manager, which were essentially just some things in his phone storage. The marriage talisman. It doesn't seem to have any strange features. Should I try to see what effect it has? Thinking this, Chen Zixu took out a piece of jade resembling a jade pendant, but in pink. He held it in his hand, unsure of how to use it. How do I use it? Do I just hold it in my hand? Just as he pondered this, Chen Zixu suddenly saw the jade transform into tiny star-like particles and then vanish. Chen Zixu gasped in surprise, not knowing how the marriage talisman had been triggered. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted into his nostrils, and a girl sat down beside him. The girl had flowing long hair, a slim waist, long legs, and a curvy figure. More importantly, she possessed a pair of ample bosoms. By all accounts, such a figure was a blessing from the heavens, but the heavens had truly showered her with an abundance of grace. Could it be that the marriage talisman is taking effect? Could it be this quick? Muron Wanwan also turned to look at Chen Zixu. Her name was Muron Wanwan. With a puzzled expression, Chen Zixu turned to look at Muron Wanwan, not understanding why among so many empty seats this campus beauty chose to sit beside him. Could it be that the marriage talisman is taking effect? Could it be this quick? Moron Wanwan also turned to look at Chen Zixu. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, her gaze dreamy. While actually her entire facial expression conveyed a message, I disdain you. Kid, are you Chen Zixu? Moron Wanwan asked Chen Zixu arrogantly. The latter was even more surprised, but he still nodded. Moron Wanwan, do you know who I am? Shaking his head, Chen Zixu mischievously thought, you probably think you are very famous, right? But I will pretend I don't know you, campus beauty. Chen Zixu, who are you? Moron Wanwan, my online name. Big Bang. Clearly it doesn't mean that. The name sounds familiar, but I can't recall where I heard it. Chen Zixu furrowed his brow in deep thought, suddenly remembering that 2 days ago, he was in a chat on QQ where this Big Bang mocked him. Are you that Big Bang? With a tone of disbelief and a hint of anger in his eyes, Chen Zixu sought confirmation from Moron Wanwan again. However, Moron Wanwan simply raised her chin, crossed her arms, and turned her head away. After giving this girl, who although is a campus beauty but lacks discernment and is overly emotional, a million death stares, Chen Zixu turned his attention back to his phone. The majority of the meeting's content revolved around promoting mutual assistance, learning together, and progressing together. It was inevitably dull and tedious, especially since it dragged on for a long time, making Chen Zixu quite restless. Getting up, Chen Zixu prepared to leave early. Where are you going? Moron Wanwan asked, her eyes sparkling. Chen Zixu's seat was against the wall, so he would have to pass by her to leave. Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? Chen Zixu replied irritably. Moron Wanwan didn't let him go, staring at him with wide eyes for several seconds until Chen Zixu almost doubted whether this girl was mentally sound. Then she suddenly raised her hand and stood up, addressing the podium. Report. Chen Zixu is leaving early. All the classmates turned to look, and even the whispers had stopped. The class monitor who was speaking twitched his lips and cast a pleading glance at the counselor. The counselor also looked over and said, sit back down, you are not allowed to leave early. Seeing Moron Wanwan's smug expression, Chen Zixu defended himself, saying, Teacher, I can't hold it anymore, I need to go to the bathroom. Ahem. The counselor felt a bit embarrassed and said, go quickly and come back soon. Now it was Chen Zixu's turn to be smug. He waved his hand, signaling Moron Wanwan to make way. With a snort, Moron Wanwan reluctantly stood up, making room for him to pass through. Chen Zixu brushed against her well-rounded chest as he slowly moved past her. What's the use of having such big breasts? Besides blocking the way, there's no substance at all. Chen Zixu muttered as he passed by Moron Wanwan. Looking down at her once proud chest and hearing Chen Zixu's mocking voice echoing in her ears, Moron Wanwan became angry. Narrowing her eyes into a slit, her long lashes casting shadows, a ray of killing intent radiated. As soon as Chen Zixu stepped out of the conference room, Moron Wanwan raised her hand to indicate she needed to go to the bathroom and left her seat. Standing by the urinal, Chen Zixu took out his brother, and the stream of water splashed violently against the stainless steel basin. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar, fragrant breeze behind him. Turning around, he was startled. Moron Wanwan stood behind him holding a broken broomstick, and judging by her posture, she was about to hit Chen Zixu. He gasped and quickly turned to dodge. But turning around made things worse. Moron Wanwan's broomstick hadn't come down yet, but Chen Zixu had already turned around. Let's not forget his brother was still releasing water, and with the momentum from his turn, a stream of manly urine sprayed all over the restroom. Most importantly, Moron Wanwan's chest and face were also caught in the splash. Moron Wanwan was stunned, and the broomstick froze in midair. Chen Zixu was also stunned, and then his brother generously contributed a pot of 37-degree Longjing tea onto Moron Wanwan. Crouching down and holding her head, Moron Wanwan was about to go crazy. Chen Zixu quickly turned his back, covering his brother, and casually washed his hands with Longjing. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, I didn't expect this. You suddenly stood behind me, and I was scared. Tidying himself up, Chen Zixu apologized incoherently, but it had no effect. Moron Wanwan was silently crying. With Chen Zixu's earlier contribution still on her face mixed with tears, it was impossible to differentiate. What happened? The counselor rushed in from outside the restroom, not seeing the situation clearly, and asked. As Chen Zixu was about to answer, the crouching Moron Wanwan suddenly stood up and ran outside, wiping her tears with the back of her hand as she ran. The oblivious counselor scolded Chen Zixu, mistakenly thinking he and Moron Wanwan were a couple who had just quarreled, assuming they were having a spat again after the earlier incident in the classroom. Initially wanting to explain, Chen Zixu thought about it and chose to remain silent. Sigh, what kind of situation is this? When Chen Zixu returned to the conference room, the activity had already entered the game segment. He quietly returned to his original seat, and just as he sat down, a very handsome guy sat down next to him, leaning against his shoulder, and asked, Dude, may I ask your name? Chen Zixu took a good look at this classmate and found he bore a striking resemblance to Peng Yuyan. Chen Zixu. What's up? Oh, so it's Brother Chen. Nice to meet you. In the sports committee member of class, one of the business school. My name is Zheng Ran. Although this Zheng Ran was quite handsome, he had a somewhat wicked look, giving off a rather sleazy vibe. Finding a comfortable position, Zheng Ran wore an ambiguous smile and said, "Just now, Brother Chen and Moron Wanwan. You know, are you two dating?" Finding a comfortable position, Zheng Ran wore an ambiguous smile and said, "Just now, Brother Chen and Moron Wanwan. You know, are you two dating?" There were not many people around, so Zheng Ran's voice wouldn't attract attention, but Chen Zixu still glanced around and then replied him seriously, "I have nothing to do with that Moron Wanwan." Such a serious response left Zheng Ran a bit stunned. Based on his eavesdropping behind the counselor, he deduced that there must be something going on between Chen Zixu and Moron Wanwan. If they weren't a couple, then what were they? With a suspicious gaze, Zheng Ran looked at Chen Zixu with a creepy feeling. Luckily, Zheng Ran was also perceptive and quickly changed the subject. However, this topic still made Chen Zixu quite embarrassed. "Brother Chen, I suddenly remembered that a while ago the vice president of our student union, Lu Zhao, got a new girlfriend, and later there was some trouble. I heard that the girl's ex-boyfriend was also named Chen Zixu. It wouldn't be you, right?" Chen Zixu's face immediately darkened. Zheng Ran knew he had guessed correctly, then continued, "Actually, Brother Chen, I can't stand that Lu Zhao either. I heard today that he was showing off driving an Audi R8 to take a girl for a ride and ended up crashing into a tree. I even drank a couple more bottles of cola because of it. An Audi? Isn't that the car I tampered with today? I didn't expect that Lu Zhao, that guy with dog eyes, would actually suffer a loss." After hearing from Zheng Ran about Lu Zhao crashing into a tree, Chen Zixu finally felt a bit of relief from his depressed mood. Though it was somewhat unethical, the fact that it was directed at Lu Zhao, that pretentious guy, lessened Chen Zixu's skill. Glancing sideways at Zheng Ran, Chen Zixu thought this kid was actually quite interesting. "Coke is bad for your vitality, drink less of it." "What's wrong with that? I have countless descendants. If one dies, there are many more." Zheng Ran wiggled his eyebrows, his demeanor becoming even more lewd. "Later, I'll treat Brother Chen to KFC for fried chicken and the most authentic Coke." "Is there even a difference in authenticity?" Zheng Ran straightened up and said mysteriously, "It depends on whether you want the one from 82 or 16. His words were too mysterious for Chen Zixu to comprehend, so he shook his head and began watching the program. Time passed quickly, and outside the sky had turned completely dark with not a single star in sight. Fortunately, the surrounding area was illuminated by electric lights invented since the Industrial Revolution, casting a warm glow over the land. After chatting for more than half an hour, Zheng Ran and Chen Zixu had become quite close, leaving the conference room with their arms around each other. Since neither of them had eaten in the afternoon, and it was now time for a late-night snack, they coincidentally invited each other to the night market. 1 grilled fish, 2 side dishes, and a box of beer were prepared for a night of indulgence. After downing a glass of beer, Chen Zixu questioned himself, wasn't he supposed to be a bit apprehensive about drinking? As they clinked glasses, both were already tipsy, their conversation becoming more candid and substantial. Zheng Ran's face was flushed, attracting the attention of several young women nearby. Chen Zixu held down Zheng Ran's hand as he tried to open another bottle, burping loudly, as he nearly shouted, "Stop opening them. No. No more drinking." The colorful LED lights around them seemed to blur into doubles. Zheng Ran leaned wearily on the table, taking several deep breaths before speaking in a tone that seemed out of place. "Brother Chen, do you know? Actually, I really like someone, but she doesn't like me. Brother Chen, do you know who she is?" Chen Zixu, feeling a bit dizzy, shook his head. "Her name is Moron Wanwan." "Brother Chen. Oh, it's that girl." Chen Zixu replied. "Yes, she is indeed very pretty. But she likes you, Brother Chen." Chen Zixu laughed, then shook his head, saying, "No, she wouldn't like me, as she hates me. Because I drenched her." Ha ha. Drunk Zheng Ran didn't catch that well, and Chen Zixu was also nearing the point of collapse. At that moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind Zheng Ran. There were 2 of them, one fat and one thin, one tall and one short, with the fat one being taller and the thin. Though Chen Zixu couldn't see their faces clearly, he heard them giggling softly as they hoisted Zheng Ran onto their shoulders and carried him away. Chen Zixu wanted to get up and ask them what they were doing, but his body wouldn't cooperate. He had indeed drunk too much. If it hadn't been for the boss splashing him with a bucket of cold water when closing time came, he probably would have slept until the next day. Huh, where am I? This isn't my dorm. Have I traveled through time? He looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, shaking his head and murmuring. The boss interrupted his thoughts. "Young man, stop daydreaming. If you don't leave soon, I won't care about you." In the end, Chen Zixu accepted the fact that he hadn't traveled through time. With the cool wind blowing at midnight, he walked back to his dorm alone. Only when he collapsed onto his bed did he exclaim, "How did I forget something?" Unbeknownst to him, Zheng Ran was enduring cruel and inhumane torment. Monday morning was bright and cheerful. Flowers glistened with dew, birds chirped on the branches, the sun rose, and the first cicadas began to make their noise. Everything was so full of life. Chen Zixu was no exception. After his roommate called him 3 or 4 times, he covered his impressive physique, and amidst envious and jealous voices struggled to get out of bed. He attended class like everyone else, and while others held textbooks, he held an additional one. It was Yin-Yang Force. In the past, besides reading novels, he had some interest, and he didn't expect to be able to continue reading a martial arts manual. He spent the entire morning immersed in fulfilling study. Of course, if it weren't for 2 phone calls, he would have likely found that morning very pleasant. However, because of those 2 phone calls, Chen Zixu's cheerful mood in the morning was completely ruined. The first call came from Wu Mengqiu. He had no idea how she got his current phone number, but she took the chance to call him during the 5-minute break between classes to give him a threatening call. Clearly what happened yesterday had caused quite a stir. The second call came from the police station. The caller was policewoman Fu Xiaobing. On the phone, she informed Chen Zixu that although someone had smoothed things over for him regarding the brawl before the match, Brother Chao wasn't planning to let it go, and now the Zhang family gang behind Brother Chao was preparing to retaliate. As for Mu Ronwanwan's call, Chen Zixu dismissed it as a joke. She was just a girl, and she probably wouldn't go. The key issue was Brother Chao's gang. He had repeatedly humiliated them and beaten them into a pulp, so the grudge had certainly grown large. He wondered what method they would use to retaliate against him. Regardless, he spent the day feeling anxious and that evening Chen Zixu came to Biyun Lake by himself. In the pavilion, under a dim yellow incandescent light, 2 old men were sitting around a table with a chessboard before them. The god of Xiang River scratched his long white beard, which was even longer than some girl's hair, and in the other hand, he picked up a horse piece. Crack! The horse moved and captured an opposing soldier. Hey, old man, not bad. You actually managed to checkmate this time. Zihi, the god of land, said, moving a piece nearby. It seemed that he had reached a bottleneck as the god of Xiang River scratched his head in confusion about how to proceed, ultimately having to retreat one of his already crossed pawns. Zihi chuckled and said, "Old man, this game I shall win." Then he placed a cannon on the rook. Right now this is a tank. Invincible. The god of Xiang River shook his head finally, sighing and saying, "Junior brother, your chess skills are getting better and better. I can no longer compare to you." With a mischievous grin, Zihi responded, "That's all thanks to your excellent teaching, senior brother." Just as Zihi was preparing to reset the board for another match, the god of Xiang River stopped him. "Wait, what's wrong?" The god of Xiang River shook his head and said, "Didn't you see that I still have a bomb?" He pointed at the 2 cannons stacked together. Standing by, Chen Zixu was wide-eyed, watching a spectacular game of chess. With a respectful heart akin to that of Cheng Min, Li Shui, he had remained silent until now. Until the moment when Xiang River God was about to play a bomb in this round. Z and 2D side, saying, "Today my luck is poor. Ooh, I can't draw any good cards. Next time let's play Mahjong, and it'll teach you how to play Do Diju." After saying this, in the blink of an eye, he had already vanished by the shores of Biyun Lake. The evening lights cast the shadow of the pavilion, swaying on the lake's surface, mirroring the feelings of Xiang River God at that moment. Alas, a master feels as lonely as snow. Chen Zixu, standing aside, twitched at the corners of his mouth, reaching a point where he could no longer suppress the urge to spew blood. It seemed that it was at this moment that Xiang River God finally noticed him. "Hey, what are you doing here?" Chen Zixu thought to himself, "Isn't it because you asked me to come? If it weren't for you saying there were things you needed to tell me in person while passing on the secret manual, I wouldn't have bothered to make this trip." But he couldn't say that out loud. "Firstly, I haven't officially apprenticed to you yet. I'm here to pay my respects. Secondly, I've encountered many troubles lately, and am here to ask for your help." With a wave of his hand, Xiang River God collected the chessboard and pieces from the stone table, standing up. As he walked past Chen Zixu, he said, "Come with me." Following his master to the lakeside, Chen Zixu pondered where they were headed, only to see Xiang River God turn around and grab his arm. "Don't be afraid." Hee. Before Chen Zixu could react, he was pulled into the lake by Xiang River God. Instead of the usual splash sound upon hitting the water, Chen Zixu felt as if he had entered a place resembling a time-space tunnel from a film. His surroundings were filled with rapidly moving points of light. Chen Zixu wanted to look closely, but was dazzled by the spectacle. Suddenly the scenery changed, and he found himself in a resplendent mansion. What a sight to behold! Chen Zixu was stunned by the view before him. Wasn't this the Dragon Palace? Indeed, it was splendid, with golden decorations, intricately carved beams, and an architectural style that was both ancient and grand. More importantly, it seemed to be underwater. Schools of colorful fish, soft, swaying seaweed, patches of coral, and the bubbles he exhaled while breathing. This was truly reminiscent of the Dragon Palace. If only they could line up a troop of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in front of this magnificent hall, it would be even more fitting. Though underwater, for some reason Chen Zixu felt he could breathe easily, and did not experience the uncomfortable sensation of water clinging to him. Ziyang River God held on to Chen Zixu's arm, soaring towards the entrance of the hall. As they approached, Chen Zixu noticed a massive plaque above the entrance towering over 10 feet high. It bore the words Chan Yuan Mansion in bold golden characters. After being dazzled by the beautiful scenery, Chen Zixu followed Ziyang River God into the hall. Upon entering, he was once again astonished. This place was like a divine temple, with a towering pure gold statue standing at the center. The statue was several feet tall, resembling the Ziyang River God beside Chen Zixu. There were also many large fish of gold and red swimming back and forth. A lobster about half a person's size played among them, swaying its tail. Master, where is this? Though he had his suspicions, Chen Zixu still asked, you fool. Seeing the majestic statue of your master, you still don't realize this is my dojo. Ziyang River God scolded, puffing his beard. How did I end up with such a foolish disciple? Then why are there fish and shrimp here? Ziyang River God shot him a glare. Isn't it because of you, you brat? That time you drank my treasured 1982 daughter red, and then spat a mouthful into the lake, do you remember? Those fish and shrimp shared in that nourishing essence from your mouth and mutated into this. What could I do? I had to keep them here, otherwise wouldn't those little fish and shrimp suffer? Chen Zixu was momentarily stunned, but began to recall. Wasn't that the day he had some fun with Wu? He had drunk nearly half a bottle of the mating liquor, and not being able to handle the potency, nearly passed out. In the end, he had to unite with Wu Mengqiu to feel okay. But why was it again your precious 1982 daughter red? Behind the massive golden statue was a second entrance leading into a small courtyard, which was also the residence of Ziyang River God. Sitting under a toad tree, Chen Zixu looked up at the rippling waves above, where various fish swam freely. Rays of rosy light streamed in from who knows where, transforming into a rainbow. Is this the immortals' cave? It's so beautiful. I'd rather stay here for a lifetime, even without money. Ziyang River God gave him a head pat. You little rascal, how naive. He picked a mysterious fruit, eating it. As he spoke, you still want money. Being able to enter here, I haven't even asked you for money, and that's good enough. He added, don't you think this is a place where ordinary people can just walk in? A disciple is just being foolish, merely talking nonsense. Chen Zixu rubbed his head and returned to the main topic. Master, please teach me some skills. You haven't even learned to walk yet, and you want to run. Master, I have encountered troubles. Just teach me those simple things, spells, techniques, just a couple of moves, so I won't be bullied in the future, right? A branch from the toad tree dropped a fragrant osmanthus flower, its scent wafting in the air. Ziyang River God held the flower to his nose, inhaling deeply, and after a long time, he replied to Chen Zixu, alas, you are my disciple. Although you haven't gone through any trials, you are still my student. How could I watch you being bullied? However, before practicing martial arts, you must cultivate your qi. You have no internal energy or vital force in you. Teaching you those things would be useless. Chen Zixu felt a wave of disappointment and said, then what should I do? I can't just hide, can I? But if I can dodge the first month, I can't dodge the 15th. Ziyang River God laughed heartily, finishing the last fruit and clapping his hands. Aren't they just a bunch of ruffians? What can they do to you? Chen Zixu lamented, Master, can this be settled without any issues? I beat them up the other day until they were almost unrecognizable. This feud has grown. How big could it be? They have backing, the kind that can kill and commit arson. At that moment, Chen Zixu pleaded, would you help me out, Master, and directly resolve this for me? Otherwise, if I were to be taken down, I'd be fine with a broken arm or leg, but I'm afraid if those elders find out, they would gossip about you and tarnish your reputation. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Zixu received another pat on the head. Are you trying to provoke me? Don't forget how many years I've lived as an immortal. Keep your tricks to yourself. However, seeing that Chen Zixu truly couldn't handle this matter, Ziyang River God contemplated for a moment and said, all right, I'll send your second senior brother over to protect you for a while. After all, he usually has nothing to do, so let him stay with you for 3 to 5 years. Chen Zixu revealed a smile. Master, is this second senior brother very powerful? Hearing this, Ziyang River God showed a meaningful smile. Indeed, he is quite formidable. Recalling Ziyang River God's previous eccentricities, Chen Zixu expressed deep skepticism. All right, these things aren't important. The reason I called you here is not to deal with these trivial matters. Stand up, Chen Zixu. Ziyang River God became serious, saying, you have consumed certain cleansing and detoxifying substances. Later, you drank potent nourishing liquor, which has given you a foundation, but then you foolishly consumed the Hercules pill, which ruined everything. That Hercules pill extracts all the true energy and internal force. By consuming it, you have buried many hidden ailments within you. If we don't carefully eliminate these ailments today, don't even think about becoming an immortal or deity. Even living a natural life could be a problem. Hearing the grave words of his master, Chen Zixu felt a wave of fear wash over him. Fortunately, with the divine techniques of his master, these minor ailments should be easily resolved. Indeed, the god of Xiang first handed Chen Zixu a pill and instructed him to place it in his mouth. The pill dissolved upon entry, a warm current surged into his stomach. Then the god of Xiang formed a complex hand seal in front of his chest, and a wisp of celestial energy was drawn out, swirling around the seal to transform into a Taiji symbol. Go! As the hand seal opened, the Taiji symbol spun and imprinted itself on Chen Zixu's chest. Immediately, Chen Zixu felt as if all the energy points in his body were opened. The pill's warm flow mixed with the celestial energy, striking his chest, enticing each other like a massage, nourishing every cell, tissue, and organ within him. The comfort was evident, as one could tell from Chen Zixu's expression. If not for the presence of the god of Xiang, he likely would have moaned aloud. This wisp of celestial energy may seem scant, but it is something that ordinary cultivators dream of yet cannot attain. If it weren't for the fact that you are my disciple, do you think you deserve my celestial energy for healing? Chen Zixu felt warmth in his heart upon hearing these words. Indeed, his master had a certain affection. At this moment, the Taiji pattern began to expand, and the heat flow from the pill within Chen Zixu's body coursed through his limbs and bones. It was visible to the naked eye as oily impurities began to seep out from the surface of his skin. Right now, since you have already undergone a cleansing and detoxification before, the effects this time won't be too pronounced. But thanks to the celestial energy, you little rascal have benefited from disaster and can directly enter the foundation establishment realm. Chen Zixu stood there enjoying the nourishment of the internal and external celestial energy and the pill while asking, Master, I still don't know how many realms there are in cultivation. Are you going to teach me today? Stroking his more than a foot long white beard, the god of Xiang replied, Today I will simply provide you, this novice, with some basic knowledge of cultivation. Cultivation, also known as pursuing the Tao, is the quest for some form of eternal life. There are various paths in cultivation, complex and difficult to explain. Some involve refining the body to become divine, others focus solely on the great Tao, and yet others advance the divine soul. The most common path nowadays is one that emphasizes refining qi while primarily focusing on refining the spirit. In the early stages of refining qi, there are 4 realms: refining qi, foundation, establishment, golden core, and the golden core mixed with essence blood, which leads to the nascent soul. In the later stages of refining the spirit, there are 2 realms where divine sense is infused into the nascent soul, leading to the integration stage, which faces tribulations. Successfully overcoming this tribulation leads to the great ascension, and if another tribulation is surpassed, then one becomes a celestial being. Thus, the entire process of cultivation encompasses 6 major realms: refining qi, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, integration, and great ascension. Each major realm is further divided into 4 minor realms: early stage, mid-stage, late stage, and peak. Hearing these familiar terms, Chen Zixu felt an overwhelming excitement within him. Just a few days ago, I never would have dreamed I could achieve this today. I can cultivate now. Chen Zixu was overjoyed, unable to contain himself as he shouted in exhilaration, his face beaming with extreme excitement, jumping around and flailing his arms and legs. In the not particularly large courtyard, there were only Chen Zixu and the god of Xiang. Even if Chen Zixu shouted loudly, no one outside could hear him. Chen Zixu's excitement also affected the god of Xiang, standing nearby. The old man, seeing the ecstatic Chen Zixu, seemed to recall his own first encounter with cultivation when he had been even more frenzied than this kid. As emotions calmed down, 2 to 3 hours had passed. At this moment, Chen Zixu felt an unprecedented explosive power within his body and asked the god of Xiang, Master, did you just say I have already reached the foundation establishment stage? Looking at the eagerly expectant Chen Zixu, the god of Xiang explained, How should I put it? A person's physical body is like a water tank, and the true qi is the water within this tank. Your tank size has indeed reached the standards of the foundation establishment stage, but the water you have only amounts to a ladle. More importantly, ordinary foundation establishment cultivators have spent many years mastering various knowledge far beyond what you as a novice can compare to. Overall, you could be considered an unqualified foundation establishment cultivator. Unqualified. Chen Zixu muttered, feeling a bit downcast, but he quickly shifted his mindset. After all, everything that had happened today could be seen as a significant blessing from heaven. Oh, what did it matter if it wasn't perfect? Just as he was feeling happy, Chen Zixu noticed a greasy discomfort on his body. This was also a form of cleansing. The god of Xiang handed him a set of clothes, and after he washed up and put them on, Chen Zixu looked entirely different. Originally, even if Chen Zixu dressed handsomely, he still exuded a rustic air from within. Now, even if he wore no clothes, not wearing clothes is not good. Even if he only wore a set of cheap clothes, he would still appear dignified and exude an extraordinary temperament. It was as if he had become one of those celestial beings seen on television, emanating a radiant aura. Master, this outfit is so comfortable to wear. It feels like it was specially prepared for me. This was a casual outfit complete with a shirt, pants, and an outer jacket, as well as underwear, a belt, and leather boots. The god of Xiang, who was playing with his phone, noticed the neatly dressed Chen Zixu and smiled slightly, saying, "I ordered 100 sets of these clothes especially prepared for you juniors." Then he handed Chen Zixu a ring that looked like an ordinary stainless steel band, perfectly sized. "This is a storage ring, keep it well. Everything I give you is inside." Receiving the storage ring, Chen Zixu stared at the stainless steel circle in a daze. It really exists. My heavens. My heavens. Chen Zixu exclaimed repeatedly until the god of Xiang grew tired of it. The usage of the storage ring was simple, and after practicing a few times, Chen Zixu had already mastered it. The space inside the ring wasn't particularly large, but it was also not small, approximately 4 cubic meters. Inside the storage ring, 3 boxes and a black iron sword quietly awaited. In the 3 boxes, one large box contains 12 portions of herbs for refining the liang san, while the other 2 boxes contain the tiejiafu and xuanxi qianlifu. The god of Xiang instructed Chen Zixu. Listening to his master's instructions, Chen Zixu took out the 3 boxes and glanced at each. However, Chen Zixu wasn't particularly interested in the herbs or talismans. He was more intrigued by the black iron sword. "But, Master, why is this sword so short? It's too small, even smaller than a dagger." Chen Zixu asked, holding the black iron sword with confusion. The god of Xiang, while playing with his phone, said, "You all continue to play, it'll be right there," and then flicked his right hand. In an instant, the black iron sword, which was only 3 to 4 inches long in Chen Zixu's hand, transformed into a streak of black lightning, reaching the god of Xiang's palm before Chen Zixu even realized what had happened. Unbeknownst to its origin and depths beneath the water, a magnificent hall stood serenely. Behind the hall was a low courtyard home to a light pink-flowered toad tree, its canopy resembling an umbrella, beneath which sat an old man with a beard over a foot long. The god of Xiang held a black iron sword with one hand, the small blade merely 3 to 4 inches long, pointing downward, spinning continuously. Suddenly the god of Xiang smiled and said, "Watch closely." Then Chen Zixu's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed a momentary blur, and the small sword directly expanded several times in size, followed by another blur as the now larger black iron sword grew even more. In the end, the sword measured 3 feet and 3 inches long, 2.5 inches wide, its color unchanged. This is incredible. What is this?" Chen Zixu's mouth gaped wide, big enough to fit a duck egg. "This is a flying sword. Once a cultivator successfully establishes their foundation, their true qi can transform into liquid, allowing for the use of various magical tools, among which the flying sword is the most favored and commonly used by cultivators. While ordinary flying swords are quite powerful, capable of slicing through iron like mud, they cannot compare to the one in my hand. As you can see, this flying sword can grow and shrink akin to Sun Wukong's golden staff, making it a true masterpiece." The master's words left Chen Zixu's jaw dropped even wider, while his heart brimmed with delight. Holding the enlarged black iron flying sword, Chen Zixu asked his master if the sword had a name. The god of Xiang opened his mouth, paused for a long time, and finally said, "You can name it yourself. They say men love guns, but what they truly adore is the imposing aura that radiates from such weapons. Holding a treasured sword, no one dares to approach within 3 steps. Surely that is a form of intimidation." As he caressed the flying sword in his hand, Chen Zixu grew increasingly delighted, his mind racing, and he murmured to the sword, "Sword, oh sword, from now on you'll be called Little Black." The god of Xiang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chen Zixu scratched his head. "Just kidding. How could I possibly name it like that? Let's start over." Yet, having rummaged through all his knowledge, Chen Zixu could not think of a name that he liked and that fit the image of the flying sword. However, as he pondered, he suddenly recalled the name of an ancient treasured sword that he greatly admired, Zhanlu. The Zhanlu sword is one of the renowned swords forged by the master craftsman Ou Yezi during the spring and autumn period. It is regarded as the foremost among the 5 legendary swords. According to the records of Yue, in 496 BC, King Yuan of Yu earnestly requested the world's greatest swordsmith, Ou Yezi, to forge a sword for him. After receiving the order, Ou Yezi set off with his wife Zhu Shi and daughter Mo Xie from Minhao, following the Min River upstream, arriving at Zhanlu Mountain, which stood 1230 meters high, where they discovered the divine iron and sacred water needed for sword forging. After settling here, Ou Yezi established a forge, and took 3 years to finally complete the sword. Though Zhanlu is exceptionally famous and regarded as a treasured sword of the feudal lords in terms of quality and grade, it is likely inferior to the flying sword. The flying sword in Chen Zixu's hand was black, matching the color of the legendary Zhanlu. Thus, why not borrow the name of Zhanlu for this sword? Regarding this name, the god of Xiang was indifferent, as the sword had already been given away and no longer belonged. Subsequently, the god of Xiang taught Chen Zixu the proper techniques for using the flying sword. However, since Chen Zixu's true qi was insufficient to control the sword, the instruction was limited to its growth and nurturing methods. The god of Xiang, eager to find a few old friends to play mahjong, ended this first lesson early, but he also mentioned that should Chen Zixu have any questions in the future, he could consult his second senior brother. Upon returning to the Chanyuan Hall, the god of Xiang instructed Chen Zixu to pay his respects to his 3 to 4 zhang tall golden statue with 3 kneels and 9 bows. This could be considered as learning the art before paying respects to the master. Once this matter was settled, Chen Zixu returned to his dormitory. Little did he anticipate that this first lesson lasted the entire night, and when he stepped outside, the sky was already bright. As he entered the dormitory, just as he was about to turn around and flee, he was halted by a sharp voice. Chen Zixu, if you dare run away, do you believe I will remove your bedding and burn all your belongings? What do you plan to do, Moron Wanwan? The woman before him was indeed Moron Wanwan, who had called Chen Zixu the previous day, vowing to take revenge. Unexpectedly, her vengeance had reached the boys' dormitory. With dark circles under her eyes, Moron Wanwan declared fiercely, what do you think? Beating you up would be too kind. Even making you serve like a cow or a horse wouldn't compensate for the pain I've endured. Recalling the events of the previous night, Chen Zixu's lips twitched, his expression indescribably peculiar. No laughing allowed. How can you see this as laughter? At that moment, Chen Zixu noticed something was off in the dormitory. Where had everyone else gone? No need to search. Your roommates were already chased away by me. This extra space is just waiting for you. Chen Zixu's face darkened, and he sighed, realizing that this incident had ultimately caused her distress. He decided to accommodate her a little, allowing her to vent her frustrations. So he stepped forward and lowered his head. Go ahead and hit me. I absolutely won't retaliate. Moron Wanwan was taken aback, then scoffed. Do you think what I said earlier was nonsense? I already told you hitting you would definitely be too kind. You should prepare for my even sharper retaliation. After saying this, she prepared to leave the boys' dormitory, seemingly only to deliver fierce words. However, she suddenly turned back at the door. But first I need to collect some interest. As soon as she finished speaking, she unleashed violence on Chen Zixu, using both hands and feet. Hey, why doesn't it hurt at all? Initially, Chen Zixu had been ready to defend himself, but he found that Moron Wanwan's strikes felt light, akin to a gentle massage. Yet seeing the fierce determination on her face and the heavy breathing afterward, he understood that it was not her holding back, but rather his robust physical condition. It seemed that the rewards of the night had indeed been significant. What are you laughing about? Is there anything amusing about this young lady? As Moron Wanwan panted heavily, she raised her head to see Chen Zixu with a grin, wondering what could possibly make him happy. Thus she became furious, thinking that her beating him had somehow brought him joy. Chen Zixu quickly suppressed his smile, repeatedly denying it. However, no matter how he tried to conceal it, Moron Wanwan's keen eyes could see right through him. Alright. So you're laughing, huh? They'll make sure you laugh enough. Moron Wanwan's eyes brimmed with mischief as she gritted her teeth and said this. Then, in the astonished gaze of Chen Zixu, she squatted down and extended her right hand. On my egg. Moron Wanwan exerted a bit more force. Are you still happy? Are you still feeling impressive? Do you dare to flaunt in front of this young lady? Do you dare to urinate in front of me? Huh? Speak quickly. Do you dare? I don't dare. Please let go. The egg is going to break. However, Moron Wanwan was thrilled to see Chen Zixu in pain and did not let go, instead adding another hand. Huh? Now I'm holding both of your eggs. If you defy me even a little, I'll use all my strength to ensure you'll be a eunuch for life. I wouldn't dare. Whatever you say, I'll do it, ensuring it aligns with your desires. Just ease up a bit. Moron Wanwan was too frightened to relax, but being too far away made her arm uncomfortable, so she took 2 steps forward while squatting. Now that she was closer, it indeed made grabbing easier. They weren't wrong. A man's weakness lies below. As long as I deal with this pair, who would dare to defy you? As Moron Wanwan spoke, she was already pondering whether to settle the score today and make Chen Zixu kneel and sing conquer for her. At that moment, many heads suddenly peeked out from outside the dormitory door. Wow, is this really the bite? The big-breasted campus beauty is in the boys' dormitory with her boyfriend early in the morning. I'm going to check this out. This title is explosive. The whispers reached Moron Wanwan's ears, and with a fierce glare she turned to see who was so audacious, but those people quickly slipped away. Chen Zixu felt quite awkward, as he had just seen someone taking pictures without a phone, and he happened to be facing the dormitory door. Someone took a picture. Chen Zixu said with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Moron Wanwan felt even more embarrassed. These people were probably Chen Zixu's roommates who had come out and heard about the campus beauty in the boys' dormitory, so they came to see the excitement. They could come and watch, but at this moment the position of Chen Zixu and Moron Wanwan was exceedingly ambiguous. Squatting Moron Wanwan's face turned red and her heart raced as she realized how deeply misleading her position was. Of course, grabbing someone's private parts made her feel utterly ashamed. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have happened. Chen Zixu's private parts were in her grasp. He didn't dare to refute. Yes. It's my fault, my bad. But could you ease up a bit? It really hurts. Seeing that Chen Zixu's face had indeed changed, Moron Wanwan's heart tightened, and she quickly released her grip. As soon as she did, Chen Zixu immediately stepped back several paces, covering himself with both hands, moaning while rubbing. Oh, it hurts. Feeling a bit of that pain herself, Moron Wanwan felt slightly apologetic, but maintained a disdainful expression. Look at you, all worked up. How painful could it be? I didn't even use much strength. If you had used strength, I'd be done for. Chen Zixu's face turned a shade of shrimp color, almost scaring Moron Wanwan. Moron Wanwan reached out. No way. Really hurts. How about I give you a rub? No, don't come over. Chen Zixu hurriedly retreated several steps. No need for your esteemed self to bother. I can handle this myself. After rubbing a few times, the pain eased a bit, but still anxious since this was related to future generations. Chen Zixu undid his belt while rushing toward the bathroom. He wouldn't feel secure until he checked it himself. Moron Wanwan opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Now she was neither sitting nor standing, wondering if she had truly caused some issue for Chen Zixu. Finally, she yelled toward the bathroom. Chen Zixu, I shouldn't have grabbed you there earlier. I'm saying if anything happens, I will take responsibility for you. After shouting, she ran away. Inside the bathroom, Chen Zixu was bewildered, unsure what had caused Moron Wanwan to act that way. Looking down and checking himself repeatedly, he confirmed nothing was wrong. Everything was still perfectly fine, neither squished nor flattened. When he finally exited the bathroom with his pants, Moron Wanwan's figure had long since vanished. Suddenly he shook his head in disbelief. What is this all about? The incident of the big-breasted campus beauty in the boys' dormitory with her boyfriend had exploded. Just back in her dormitory, Moron Wanwan hadn't even had time to wash her face and cover up the panda eyes she got from waking up early when her roommate handed her a post on the phone that left her dumbfounded. This was the BBS of the Technology University, where many students often chatted and posted. Importantly, it was a place to get a lot of campus gossip and news. And now the gossip about the campus beauty had arrived. The more she read, the angrier she became. This is complete nonsense. When did I ever have a boyfriend? Let alone anything with a guy? Her roommate shrugged. But there are photos. It's all about angle. Moron Wanwan actively defended herself. Look, he took the picture from behind me. You can't see my face right. I just grabbed that guy's private parts. I absolutely did not do anything disgusting with my mouth. Several roommates were left speechless. You grabbed that guy's private parts? Yes, just grabbed his private parts. Then she suddenly felt that saying it this way could also lead to misunderstandings, so she added, he was wearing pants at the time. Several roommates. You have to believe me. We believe you. But what about others? They won't believe it. Ah, those bastards. I will make them pay. In the office of the general manager of Mengqiu Cosmetics, Wu Mengqiu was reviewing the inspection report for Snow Honey, while a handsome young man sat opposite her desk. Weihua, what do you think? Pan Weihua was the sales manager of the company, and also one of its founders, regarded by Wu Mengqiu as her. He flashed a confident smile, and said, this stuff is simply something only God could create. Using it to process cosmetics might be a bit of an overkill, but if we develop a line of cosmetics with Snow Honey, our brand will surely astonish the world, and we will have our place in the market of top-tier cosmetics. Pan Weihua's words pleased Wu Mengqiu. Let's hold a meeting later to finalize the product name and other matters, then let your sales department prepare a sales plan. No problem. No problem. Pan Weihua made an okay gesture and then asked, but I wonder how much Snow Honey there is, and is the supply guaranteed? Wu Mengqiu closed the inspection report. I will personally take charge of this matter and ensure the effective supply of Snow Honey. Then I can rest easy. After finishing, Pan Weihua stood up to take his leave. After leaving the office, he glanced at his phone where the call duration was still changing, with the contact being Chui Haifu. In the office, Wu Mengqiu was unaware of Pan Weihua's earlier phone activity and was currently on the phone trying to contact Chen Zixu. When Chen Zixu received the call, he was overjoyed, only to be informed that he needed to quickly prepare more. In fact, Wu Mengqiu also wanted to chat a bit more with this younger man. But as soon as it came to personal matters, she felt awkward, yet she was quite straightforward when discussing business. She thought for a moment, and then picked up the phone to call her lawyer. Is this Lawyer Fong? Please help me draft a contract regarding the transfer of company shares. After receiving the call from Wu Mengqiu, Chen Zixu began preparing to purchase supplies on his super smartphone. Today is Tuesday, and he has no classes in the morning. At the same time, he wasn't feeling tired, despite not having slept all night his spirits remained high. So he half lay on the upper bunk of his bed and opened the chat application CNN. He found Mo Zufengzi in his friend list. Chen Zixu, are you there? Estimating that the other party might not reply immediately, he first entered the other party's profile to see if there were any updates. Chen Zixu was quite curious about what life on an alien planet was like. The other party was from the Milky Way Shirtus system, and from their previous conversation Chen Zixu already knew it was an icy and snowy world. Indeed, the few pictures in the profile card were all beautiful scenes of icy landscapes. After saving these special images on his phone, Chen Zixu thought that he could show them off later. At this moment, the other party replied, Mo Zufengzi, I was just practicing martial arts at the training ground and just got back. Smile. Chen Zixu got straight to the point. Do you still have the snow honey you gave me last time? I found a buyer in another star system who is quite fond of this snow honey. Mo Zufengzi, is it just the snow honey you want? If you need anything else, I can give you our clan leader's CNN account. Last time the other party mentioned that Chen Zixu should contact the clan leader, but then did not provide the account information. Bringing it up again, Chen Zixu thought that relying on Wu Mengqiu would surely expand his business. Having a strong supplier was almost beneficial for him at this stage. Chen Zixu, I indeed want some other things as well in significant quantities, so please send me your clan leader's account. Without further ado, after receiving the account information, Chen Zixu quickly added the other party as a friend. The other party's nickname was Nia Clan Leader. Nia Clan Leader, I heard from my daughter that you have business to discuss with our Nia clan. Seeing the message from the other party, Chen Zixu raised his eyebrows. It turned out that Mo Zufengzi was the daughter of the group leader. No wonder she introduced the business to the clan leader. The clan leader communicated briefly with Chen Zixu, and just from these few sentences, Chen Zixu felt that the other party was an impressive figure speaking with precision and undoubtedly adept in social interactions. Chen Zixu had to be careful with his words presenting the items he needed. According to his request, the Nia clan leader provided samples of 3 items. They included the snow honey that Chen Zixu was already familiar with, as well as snow fat fish oil and ice lotus fruit. These 3 items could only be produced in an icy environment. Snow fat fish oil comes from a type of fish common in their icy rivers. This fish has a layer of aromatic oil beneath its skin, which is a frozen green color, giving the fish itself a frosty appearance. Chen Zixu quietly took a bit of the fish oil and rubbed it under his nose. Just as the Nia clan leader had said, it was aromatic and smooth. It is an excellent ingredient for making cosmetics. The other item, the ice lotus fruit, is a relatively common fruit in that area, and one of the few varieties available. The ice lotus fruit is about the size of a thumb, round and semi-transparent, resembling a glass ball. If it weren't for its insufficient hardness, it could easily be mistaken for a mere decoration. This fruit feels cool to the touch. Chen Zixu ate one and discovered that besides its delightful taste, there was a warm sensation. After a while, Chen Zixu realized that this fruit contained spiritual energy, and that warm feeling was the energy replenishing his body. The Nia clan leader sent 3 ice lotus fruits. After eating one, Chen Zixu still had 2 left, which he intended to give to Wu Mengqiu to help her assess their commercial value. Afterward, Chen Zixu made another trip to the supermarket to buy a few items that matched what the other party requested, including spicy strips. Additionally, he bought a set of stainless steel bowls and chopsticks along with a bottle of Hengshui Lao Baigan. Not long after sending the items, the Nia clan leader replied. The decision was made swiftly. Based on Chen Zixu's purchasing power, the other party decided to try conducting a transaction. The time was set for noon the day after tomorrow, with both parties preparing for their first transaction. Once the transaction details were clarified, Chen Zixu called Wu Mengqiu, informing her that he had finalized the deal with the old immortal for the evening of the day after tomorrow. The reason he mentioned the next evening was that Chen Zixu thought that a half-day would be enough for him to finalize the deal with the Nia clan leader. By then he could stagger the timing to hand it over to Wu Mengqiu, so she wouldn't have any doubts. Upon hearing the news, Wu Mengqiu was very pleased and stated that she would provide all necessary funds for the transaction. Then just 3 minutes later, Chen Zixu received a notification of a deposit of 100 yuan into his agricultural bank account. This is fantastic. At this time, a few of his roommates had returned to the dormitory, chattering about the gossip regarding Chen Zixu and the campus beauty on the BBS. Chen Zixu found their conversations quite troublesome, but there was nothing he could do. The roommates imagined the scene, often asking Chen Zixu various questions which frustrated him. It's time to rent a place outside, otherwise some secrets will eventually be discovered. Thinking of this, Chen Zixu wasted no time and dashed out of the dormitory building, as he had no classes that morning. Since it was a super smartphone, the internet was very fast. First, he browsed several rental listings on a certain platform, but found none suitable. Either they were too far from the school or required sharing. Being far from the school made attending classes inconvenient, and if he had to share, his secrets wouldn't be guaranteed. Just as he was about to check a few more pages, he turned and noticed a rental notice. The house was in the faculty and staff community, over 80 square meters. Judging by the date posted, it seemed to have been listed for no more than 2 days, so Chen Zixu quickly called. Surprisingly, it worked out. He immediately went to see the house, signed the contract, and paid around 10,000 as a deposit for 3 months' rent. By noon, Chen Zixu said goodbye to a few roommates and packed his few belongings to move into his newly rented little nest. The house had 2 bedrooms and a living room along with a bathroom and a balcony. The kitchen was right next to the living room. The environment of the faculty and staff community was naturally good, and the rent of over 2,000 a month was not considered high. Although the furniture was not new, it was fairly complete, and there were appliances, albeit old. However, for Chen Zixu, everything was acceptable. After sweating a bit, Chen Zixu took a shower and lay on the freshly made bed, calling his parents, who were thousands of miles away. Naturally, his parents were advising him about the hot weather, urging him not to hesitate to buy a few seasonal clothes, to eat well, and to study hard for future graduate entrance exams. In the past, Chen Zixu would have remained silent, occasionally responding with an but today, feeling good, he chatted with his parents for an hour, making them very happy. After hanging up, Chen Zixu looked at the contact name on his phone and softly said, "Mom and Dad, don't worry. Your son is no longer the aimless little loser he used to be. I will achieve something for you to see. You will be proud to have me as your son." After expressing his feelings, Chen Zixu received an unexpected phone call. It was from that kid Zheng Ran. The night before, they had been drinking, and when he woke up, Zheng Ran was suddenly nowhere to be found. Chen Zixu didn't take it to heart. In fact, he even grumbled that Zheng Ran must have left early without taking him along. So when he answered the phone, Chen Zixu's tone was quite unfriendly. "Zheng Xiao, what brings you to call me today?" Before hearing a response, he first heard a sigh. "Alas, Brother Chen, there's nothing to live for." "Oh, what play is this now?" "Brother Chen, my pure and virtuous body, my chastity that I have preserved for 22 years. I have let down my beloved fifth lady. I have let down the lovely goddess of my dreams. I also owe an apology to my parents, who have high hopes for me. Brother Chen, I feel so miserable." It seems he is genuinely a bit sad, but one wonders what grievances he has suffered. Chen Zixu decided to comfort him. "Zheng Xiao, in life it is inevitable to encounter many setbacks. One cannot walk through life smoothly. We must learn to face life with a smile and hide our bitterness deep in our hearts. If all else fails, why not just jump off a building to solve all problems?" Zheng Ran. This kid probably really thought Chen Zixu would comfort him, but he didn't expect Chen Zixu to be so wicked, ending with such a sarcastic remark. "Brother Chen, I don't want to die," Chen Zixu replied. "But if you don't die, you'll just annoy me to death." Zheng Ran. "Brother Chen, I'm really in trouble." With a scoff, Chen Zixu thought to himself that he had just sought advice from his master on how to deal with trouble, only to find someone else seeking his help because of trouble. Chen Zixu, being careless, casually asked, "What trouble?" Then Zheng Ran went on to explain the trouble he was facing in detail. After listening, Chen Zixu was stunned, thinking to himself, the world is vast and full of wonders. Such things actually happened around him. Strange things happen every year, but this year seems particularly abundant. It turns out that the night before, after drinking, their vision blurred, and at that moment 2 strange figures appeared behind Zheng Ran. These 2 figures, one tall and one short, one fat and one thin, with the tall one being plump and the short. The 2 exchanged glances, shared a wicked smile, and with one hand lifted Zheng Ran onto their shoulders. Then, at the night venue, there were many people present, yet no one stopped any of it. The tall and short figures took Zheng Ran away to a motel, where they spent a tumultuous night. Just as his clothes were being stripped off, Zheng Ran woke up, shook his head, and saw 2 women leaning in to kiss him. This kid thought he had struck a stroke of luck, or was having a spring dream, and without a care he started to indulge with them. After a night of revelry, Zheng Ran was enlightened. Looking left, he saw a robust woman, sturdy enough that not only was her chest ample, but she also had chest hair. Looking right, he saw a petite woman so delicate that her cheekbones protruded, her eye sockets deep set, and her bones were skinny. At that moment, Zheng Ran pinched his arm, puzzled, and muttered to himself, "Am I still dreaming?" But it hurt so much. This was definitely not a dream. This startled the women embracing him awake, and the tall, powerful woman greeted him with a rough voice, "Darling." The right, slender-looking woman also opened her eyes and said in a sharp voice, "After such a night of turmoil, how can your little body withstand it? You should sleep a bit more." And this sleep lasted a whole day. Zheng Ran truly couldn't take it anymore. When he got out of bed, his legs were alas, indeed the handsome die young. Chen Zixu remarked, feeling a sudden wave of dread, thankful that the one taken away was the handsome Zheng Ran. Otherwise, he would also owe an apology to Wu Mengqiu. Zheng Ran cried again, "Brother Chen, I admit I'm handsome, but I don't want to die young. Just run away." And Chen Zixu thought it should be nothing difficult. "Could it be that you are still locked up by them?" Zheng Ran on the other end stopped crying, but still sounded downcast. "Not really, it's just Brother Chen, I've changed places 4 times. In the end, they still found me. Now I'm at my 5th hiding spot. Oh, changing places 4 times and still being found. What kind of ability is this? Could it be that these 2 strange women are masters hiding in plain sight? Initially, just thinking it was a joke, Chen Zixu began to take an interest in Zhang Ran's situation. So where's your 5th hiding spot? In our Science and Technology University's Staff Residential Area Building 4, Unit 2, E Room 602. Chen Zixu was taken aback and then asked uncertainly what? Where? Say it again. In our Science and Technology University's Staff Residential Area Building 4, Unit 2, Room 602. Chen Zixu walked out of his rental room and looked at the door plate, which was 601. And this building is indeed Building 4, and this is also Unit 2. Could this be fate? Just as he was about to say something, Chen Zixu heard a crisp ding sound as the elevator stopped on this floor. The elevator doors opened, revealing 2 figures. One was tall and powerful, and the other was petite and delicate. Both were women. Chen Zixu immediately thought of the nightmare Zhang Ran had described over the phone. Looking left, he saw a robust woman, sturdy enough that not only was her chest ample, but she also had chest hair. Looking right, he saw a petite woman so delicate that her cheekbones protruded, her eye sockets deep set, and her bones were skinny. Swallowing hard, Chen Zixu was about to pretend that nothing had happened and was about to turn back to his little nest when he heard a rough voice behind him say, "Little sister, hurry up and sniff. Is our darling hiding on this floor?" Then the sharp voice replied, "Sister, no need to sniff, but must be this floor." Chen Zixu thought to himself, could it be that every time Zhang Ran was found by these 2 women, it was because of this petite woman's sense of smell? That nose must be sharper than a dog's. Brother Chen, why aren't you speaking? I hear some familiar sounds on. Isn't it familiar? This is your 2 partners from that night. Speaking to the phone, Chen Zixu whispered, "Don't say anything else, think of a plan quickly. They're at the door." After hanging up the phone, he had almost touched the threshold of his little nest, but he could not take another step. A large hand rested on Chen Zixu's shoulder, and its owner said roughly, "I was just wondering why you looked so familiar. Upon closer inspection, it's you. You're the kid who was drinking with my sister's darling the other night. What's up?" Was that my darling's voice on the phone just now? What did he say? Given Chen Zixu's current abilities, to be held down by just one hand is quite rare in this mundane world, and this tall, powerful woman is one of them. Of course, after last night's treatment by the deity of the Xiang River, Chen Zixu's power surged to the foundation establishment stage, and this woman being able to hold him down was also because he didn't use his full strength. Chen Zixu turned his head and said to the woman who was half a head taller than him, "Madam, what do you mean? I still can't understand you. Are you sure you have the right person?" The big woman scratched her head and then insisted, "There's no way I could be. The voice on the phone is definitely that of my lover. No doubt about it. The phone's volume is so low, how can you hear it clearly?" The petite woman stepped forward proudly and said, "Hey, you should find out who my sister and I are. My elder sister has quite the reputation for her keen hearing." Looking left and right, Chen Zixu felt a surprise inside. This sister duo had one with a keen nose and the other with sharp hearing, and the big sister with good hearing was also particularly strong. However, it was best not to betray his brother, so Chen Zixu decided to play dumb. "Well, you must have misheard. I was just on a call with a woman. Ordering takeout." "Right, takeout. Hey, you little rascal, you seem a bit clueless. Do you want me to slap you?" With that, the wind from her palm came rushing. Chen Zixu raised his hand to block. The other party exclaimed in surprise, seemingly astonished that Chen Zixu's seemingly ordinary physique could withstand her 200 pounds of force. Could this be what people referred to as a Qilin arm? The big woman still doubted her strength and put in more force, but Chen Zixu stood like a rock, his blocking arm showing no signs of trembling. The woman realized she had encountered someone formidable. Just then the petite woman called sharply, "Elder sister, our lover is right here." The 2 grappling individuals turned their heads simultaneously, only to see the petite woman lying on the ground, straining to sniff through the gap under the door. "Oh my God, this scent. It really is our lover's body fragrance." The big woman no longer wrestled with Chen Zixu, stepping back and declaring, "You aren't bad, kid. My sister and I have something to attend to, so we won't be playing with you today. We'll have a proper match another day." Chen Zixu twitched his lips, unsure of what to say. The petite woman knocked on the door. 602, your takeout." "Damn, another takeout." A voice from inside exclaimed, "I won't believe you anymore. This is the 5th takeout you—" It seemed that Zhang Ran wasn't as foolish as he appeared, realizing that the sisters were indeed after him. But what happened to the previous 4 takeouts? "Oh, I say, lover, why aren't you opening the door? If you don't open it soon, I might just kick it down." The petite woman lying on the ground chimed in, "Elder sister, this flimsy door is as fragile as paper. If you kick it, won't it break a big hole?" Zhang Ran cried from inside, "Ladies, please spare me. If you like me so much, can I change whatever you want?" The standing big woman and the lying petite woman exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. That sound. Several households had already opened their doors to curse them out. The petite woman asked, elder sister, what do you think we like about him? Do we even need to ask? Little sister, of course we like his handsome face. Could he possibly mar it? Chen Zixu mourned for Zheng Ran for 3 minutes, then eagerly anticipated Zheng Ran opening the door to reveal a face marred beyond recognition. Who told him to be so handsome? After a few minutes of stalemate, Zheng Ran finally compromised, perhaps feeling that having been caught 4 times already, what was one more? When he opened the door and saw Chen Zixu watching the commotion, Zheng Ran wanted to ask for help, but before he could say a word, he was pulled inside by the sisters. At the moment the big woman shut the door, Chen Zixu clearly saw Zheng Ran's eyes welling up with tears of grievance and pity. Alas, it's all a fateful entanglement. Then for some inexplicable reason, Chen Zixu shivered. In preparation for the upcoming transaction, he remained busy for the next day and a half, holding nearly 1 yuan in his hand, wandering through various shops and markets. By that afternoon he had indeed acquired many items and even rented a small storefront. Among the few items the leader of the Nia tribe needed, Chen Zixu wasn't sure which was the most urgent, and with time pressing, he only managed to procure 4 items. The first was table salt, the kind that costs 2 yuan per bag, 1 pound each. He spent half a day going through major supermarkets and small shops to buy 500 bags. If it weren't for the unwelcoming looks he received, Chen Zixu would have bought more, but he wasn't sure if buying too much would cause any issues. Steel was also a crucial material for the Nia tribe leader, and Chen Zixu mustered the courage to visit a wholesale market, examining several types of steel and check prices online before settling on a type of Q235B steel, which was quite pricey at over 30 yuan per ton. After bargaining, he managed to get it down to 30 yuan per ton and ordered 16 tons. While it sounded like a lot, 16 tons of steel only amounted to a bit, probably around 2 cubic meters, as it was made into beams, taking up more space. The third item was Laogan Ma red oil, fermented tofu, particularly spicy. He searched several supermarkets claiming he was a restaurant buyer, and they finally delivered about 10 boxes totaling 240 bottles. The last item was liquor, divided into 2 types. One was the Hengshui Lao Baigan he had previously given to the Nia tribe leader for tasting. This time, he bought the highest alcohol content at 67 degrees, costing 85 yuan per bottle. The other was Nulinshan Erguo, a 52-degree aged brew sold in boxes of 6 for 270 yuan. After counting his remaining money, Chen Zixu calculated and decided to buy 100 bottles of Hengshui Lao Baigan and 100 boxes of Nulinshan Erguo. In total, including transportation fees, the cost of renting the storefront, and tips before the meal, he spent nearly 90 yuan. The 100 yuan he had received from Wu Mengqiu had thus vanished. On the morning of the transaction day, Wu Mengqiu called to ask if Chen Zixu had completed all preparations, reminding him to dress appropriately and speak humbly, etc. She still believed he was seeking some snow honey from an old immortal. At noon, he received a message from the Nia tribe leader inquiring about the transaction. Chen Zixu replied that he had gathered the goods. Chen Zixu had already stored these items on his phone, sitting on the only small chair in the storefront. Nia tribe leader, shall we begin? The Nia tribe leader divided the transaction into 2 phases. The first phase involved him initiating the transaction request with Chen Zixu, placing the items for trade according to their agreed standards, followed by confirming the transaction. The second phase would be initiated by Chen Zixu. Uncertain of his motivations, Chen Zixu indicated that he was indifferent, and thus the transaction began. As he spoke, the first transaction request was sent over, and Chen Zixu saw that the other party had placed 100 bottles of snow honey. According to their previous agreement, snow honey was to be exchanged for table salt, with 1 bag of salt requiring 5 bottles of snow honey. This was the result of Chen Zixu deliberately exaggerating the rarity of table salt. Chen Zixu mentally calculated the amount of salt he should exchange for, and then placed 240 bags. Clicking to confirm the transaction, the first trade was successful. Looking at the snow honey now in hand, Chen Zixu felt a massive weight lifted off his shoulders. Casually taking out a bottle of snow honey, Chen Zixu opened it and took a sniff. It was still the same formula, still the same flavor. Ding! The Nia tribe leader sent a second trade offer. This time, it was snow pheasant fish oil, which they wrapped in animal hides weighing 400 pounds, asking for steel in exchange. After sending the Nia tribe leader a set of bowls and chopsticks last time, he was very impressed with such daily necessities, but they were not particularly needed. What they required were raw materials to produce weapons. The other party also mentioned that 1 pound of fish oil could be exchanged for 10 pounds of steel, so Chen Zixu placed 2 tons of steel on the table. After confirmation, the trade was successful again. Next came the process where Chen Zixu initiated the trade. For the remaining 260 bags of salt, he requested to exchange them for snow honey. This time the Nia tribe leader provided a large bottle of snow honey equivalent to over 200 small bottles. 260 bags of salt were traded for 7 large bottles of snow honey. Then 1 bottle of Laogan Ma was exchanged for 8 ice lotus fruits. Chen Zixu placed all 240 bottles of Laogan Ma on the table, obtaining 2,000 ice lotus fruits with an extra 80 as a token of goodwill from the other side. There were still 14 tons of steel, but considering the preservation issues of the snow pheasant fish oil and the fact that the commercial use and value of this fish oil had yet to be scrutinized and verified, Chen Zixu hesitated for a moment and didn't want to take out so much steel to exchange for fish oil. In the end, he only took out 4 tons of steel to exchange for 800 pounds of fish oil. The other party similarly wrapped the snow pheasant fish oil in animal hides. There was also Hengshui Lao Baigon and Nilanshan Erguo too. Chen Zixu pondered and decided to have the other party trade them all for ice lotus fruits. Just then, while trading Laogan Ma, Chen Zixu calculated that 1 bottle of Laogan Ma exchanged for 8 fruits, which was equivalent to $1 per ice lotus fruit. Then he packaged all these alcohols, requiring a total trade of no less than 3600 ice lotus fruits. In the other party's world, ice lotus fruits were actually quite ordinary, only able to grow in icy environments. The Nia tribe leader didn't care much for ice lotus fruits, but was very fond of this liquid that made one feel warm all over after drinking. Although it contained almost no spiritual energy, its flavor was unique. Agreeing to the trade, 3600 ice lotus fruits were secured. He quickly took out a few, popping them into his mouth one after another until he felt a warmth in his belly, a sensation that made him feel full and unable to eat anything else. He realized that ice lotus fruits were not just delicious. The trade concluded, they exchanged blessings with the Nia tribe leader and agreed to look for opportunities to trade again next time. Then he opened his phone's file manager and saw that there were only a few items in his phone space, but the quantity was considerable. Snow honey, 7 large bottles, 1,200 small bottles. Snow pheasant fish oil, a total of 1,200 pounds, along with hundreds of animal hides used to wrap the fish oil. Ice lotus fruits, 37988 pieces, because Chen Zixu had eaten a dozen after the successful trade. Q235B steel, 10 tons. In addition, there were some items that previously existed in the phone space: a manual for Yinyang power, a magic wand, a pair of Wu Tang's small shorts, 2 marriage talismans, 58 universal currency units, and 102 Zhu fruit saplings. As for the other items obtained from red envelope grabs, they were all distributed as red envelopes in the last chatting group. Actually, he had also grabbed 5,600 yuan, but he had withdrawn and spent it long ago. The day before yesterday at Biyun Lake's Chan Yuan Mansion, Master Ziyang Hishun had indeed given Chen Zixu a few items, but since he had a storage ring, they weren't placed in the phone space. This trade was all done through the phone, not needing to confirm the quality of the goods, and the time was quick, so there was still some time before dark. I need to inform Sister Chiu to come pick up the goods before dark, but the packaging of these items. The fruits are almost in bulk, just find some bags to pack them, but the snow pheasant fish oil is wrapped in animal hides. Changing the packaging would be a bit troublesome. The snow honey seems to be fine. Looking around, he concluded that today, he couldn't let Wu Mengqiu take the snow pheasant fish oil. After making his decision, Chen Zixu quickly ran to a large supermarket, bought a big bundle of sturdy plastic bags, and got a few large cardboard boxes. Returning to the storefront, he locked the rolling shutter door securely from the inside. First took out 300 ice lotus fruits, packed 50 plastic bags with 600 ice lotus fruits each, then placed them into 2 large cardboard boxes. For the large bottles of snow honey, he used 3 boxes to pack 6 large bottles, while the 1,000 small bottles of snow honey were packed into 5 boxes. To prevent the bottles from breaking due to bumpy transport, Chen Zixu stuffed a lot of shredded foam and bubble wrap into the boxes containing the snow honey. Although his physical abilities had been greatly enhanced, the back and forth running and the detailed work of packing made Chen Zixu sweat profusely. At least he waited until it was getting late. With the golden crow setting in the west, Wu Mengqiu drove a Porsche, followed by 2 Wuling vans stopping in front of the storefront. Chen Zixu had been waiting for a long time. With a cheerful smile, he leaned forward towards Wu Mengqiu, saying, "Sister Chiu, we're going to strike it rich this time. Not only did I bring over 1,000 bottles of snow honey, but I've also got another delicious fruit that will surely be popular whether sold in bulk or processed into cans." Wu Mengqiu was equally excited. Her whole body seemed to tremble with happiness. "Don't talk, take me to see it." The van behind had also parked, and 2 drivers who were also company employees got out. Originally seeing strangers, Chen Zixu felt a bit resistant, but thinking that these items would eventually need to be handled by these people to be converted into money, he let go of his concerns. In the seemingly empty storefront, there were only 10 large cardboard boxes filled with items, along with some leftover packaging waste. Opening all the cardboard boxes, Wu Mengqiu, unable to suppress her smile, examined everything one by one. She had already seen the snow honey, but what were these things that were similar to glass balls? Sister Chiu, these are ice lotus fruits, try one. Taking the ice lotus fruit from Chen Zixu's hand, Wu Mengqiu first felt a chill. It felt as if a coolness was seeping from this fruit. Hesitating for a moment under Chen Zixu's encouraging gaze, she put the ice lotus fruit into her mouth. It was not as hard as she imagined, it was very crisp, and then a unique fruity fragrance burst forth in her mouth. Wu Mengqiu's eyes widened in surprise. This fragrance, this texture, fragrant and sweet, refreshing, as crisp as biting into a red grape and then melting like ice cream. This is the best fruit I've ever eaten, no other fruit can compare. Wu Mengqiu closed her eyes, reminiscing about that indescribable ultimate flavor and texture. The two employees standing behind her exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. In the storefront rented by Chen Zixu, Wu Mengqiu lay with her eyes closed, a look of utter enjoyment on her face. When she opened her eyes, she cast her gaze towards the cardboard boxes on the floor. Inside the box were these ice lotus fruits which smelled as delightful as celestial fruits, right? Licking her lips, Wu Mengqiu felt that one ice lotus fruit was simply not enough, so she reached out and grabbed 3 to 5 more. Standing to the side, Chen Zixu could only fold his arms and enjoy the spectacle of Wu Mengqiu being different from her usual self. You two should try some too. The two employees had been standing by for a while, only able to watch as Wu Mengqiu finished the fruit with a look of pure satisfaction, their eyes filled with confusion as they were unaware of its flavor. At that moment, Chen Zixu handed over 2 ice lotus fruits, allowing them to witness the culprit that had enchanted their general manager. Holding the glass ball, the two looked at each other, uncertain whether to eat or not. Wu Mengqiu finally felt a bit full, patting her stomach, feeling a warm sensation within. Turning back, she said in a slightly reproachful tone, "Wang Ji Maru, what are you looking at? If I say eat, then eat." The man Wang Ji shrugged, thinking to himself, isn't it just a glass ball? If I can't eat it, I can just spit it out. However, he couldn't spit it out, for as soon as his teeth met and crunched the fruit's skin, it shattered, releasing a fragrance he had never experienced before that began to spread in his mouth. Then the fruit's flesh turned into juice, flowing down his throat into his stomach. His atoms apple bobbed, and Wang Ji began an expression of disbelief. Maru had been observing Wang Ji's expression, and upon seeing his incredulous look, she too believed that this fruit must be delicious, so she opened her mouth and took a bite. The result was obvious. They, like Wu Mengqiu, were captivated by the magic of the ice lotus fruit. Sister Chiu, counting the fewer than 10 you just ate, there were originally 30,000 ice lotus fruits here, all brought back by me from there. Wu Mengqiu rubbed her belly, puzzled, and asked, "Why am I already so full after eating just a few fruits? It feels like I've overeaten." Chen Zixu smiled and replied, "These fruits are unlike ordinary ones. They are rich in nutrition. Don't let their small size deceive you. Eating one is more satisfying than a whole bowl of rice." Amidst Chen Zixu's smile, Wu Mengqiu burped a few times, but it was somewhat embarrassing. Half an hour later, Chen Zixu followed Wu Mengqiu to the warehouse of Mengqiu Cosmetics Company. This warehouse was located underground, dry and cool. Chen Zixu looked at the ceiling and then at the tiled floor, thinking to himself that it was no wonder a big company had such beautifully decorated warehouses. Although several cardboard boxes were heavy and Wu Mengqiu wasn't working, Wang Ji and Maru were the only laborers. This made Chen Zixu silently grumble about the evil capitalists. According to Wu Mengqiu's arrangements, the fruits and honey in the cardboard boxes were placed in the innermost storage room by the two laborers, filling several large shelves and some drawers. Just when Chen Zixu thought he was free, Wu Mengqiu called him to the Porsche parked at the warehouse entrance. As she opened a folder, Chen Zixu was taken aback. Share transfer agreement. Flipping through the rest, the more he read, the more uneasy he felt. When he saw his name on it, Chen Zixu could no longer remain calm. "You want to transfer 40% of Mengqiu Cosmetics Company's shares to me?" "That's right. Ever since you gave me that jar of snow honey the day before yesterday, I've had this idea," Wu Mengqiu said slowly. "At first I wanted to trade with money, but my company doesn't have enough liquidity. The value of the snow honey is too high, even selling my company wouldn't be enough to buy it. If cosmetics made from snow honey enter the market, it is foreseeable that a large sum of money amounting to billions will flow into Mengqiu Cosmetics Company, like the waters of the Yangtze River into the East China Sea, and all these profits are actually brought by Chen Zixu. Without him, there would be no such possibility. Moreover, to truly dominate this market, Mengqiu Cosmetics must maintain a continuous supply of snow honey from Chen Zixu, so ultimately everything still hinges on him. Chen Zixu also intended to profit from supplying this snow honey, so after thinking it over, he did not refuse. Signing his name made the agreement effective. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zixu told himself that from today on he was also a wealthy man. "Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you yet. What is the market value of our company?" Looking at the expectant expression on Wu Mengqiu's face, she felt reluctant, but still replied, "Actually, Mengqiu Cosmetics Company's annual revenue is only a little over 4 million. If I were to estimate, the total value might reach around 20 million. Indeed, Chen Zixu's mouth twitched. Only 20 million. He had always thought that Mengqiu Cosmetics was worth at least 100 million. It seemed he had been overly optimistic. However, thinking back, with the snow, honey, and ice lotus fruits he provided, it wouldn't be long before the market value skyrocketed to over 100 million, right? Not long after, under the hard work of Wang Ji and Marrow, all the goods were finally stored. After receiving Wu Mengqiu's signal, the warehouse manager locked up, and the group left the place. It was around 8 o'clock. Neon lights lined the roads, and the full moon was at its brightest. The Porsche drove away from the convoy towards the Xinya Lu community. It was around 8 o'clock. Neon lights lined the roads, and the full moon was at its brightest. The Porsche drove away from the convoy towards the Xinya. Wu Mengqiu was the first to get out of the car, followed by Chen Zixu, who still held a small bag. Inside the bag were some iced lotus fruits and snow honey separated from the batch that had just been stored. As they went upstairs, Wu Mengqiu encountered a neighbor while exiting the elevator. It was clear they knew each other and exchanged greetings. "Sis, is this your boyfriend? The young man looks quite spirited." The other party complimented cheerfully. Chen Zixu politely replied, "Hello," but regarding the question asked, he glanced at Wu Mengqiu, saw her silence, and chose not to answer. Upon entering at the entrance where they changed shoes, Wu Mengqiu asked him to sit casually while she wiped her face, feeling quite greasy and wanting to take a shower first. Returning to this place again, inhaling the faint fragrance wafting through the house, Chen Zixu recalled the moment he first met Wu Mengqiu a few days ago. The world is truly miraculous. After expressing this sentiment, Chen Zixu heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. Imagining Wu Mengqiu's graceful body inside, Chen Zixu felt himself getting aroused. Actually, today Chen Zixu had no chance to come here with Wu Mengqiu, but one, there was mutual interest in their hearts, and two, Wu Mengqiu had been swayed by the iced lotus fruits and snow honey that Chen Zixu had brought. Perhaps tonight would be a wonderful evening. The bathroom in Wu Mengqiu's home is quite spacious, adorned with white tiles and a large mirror affixed to the wall. Feeling sticky all over, Wu Mengqiu rushed into the bathroom as soon as she got home. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, or maybe having applied a little too much powder today, her face was also glistening with oil. In the month of June, a cold shower is already sufficient. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, or maybe having applied a little too much powder today, her face was also glistening with oil. In the month of June, a cold shower is already sufficient. Suddenly she exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to bring a change of clothes." Usually when bathing at home, there is no one else around, and Wu Mengqiu likes to wrap herself in a short towel, since she will soon go to bed after her shower anyway. But today Chen Zixu is still in the living room. The towel is not long enough to fully cover her, and one careless move could lead to an embarrassing situation. What to do? I can't really just wrap myself in a towel and go out, can I? If I had known, I wouldn't have tossed my changed clothes into the washing machine. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Mengqiu overcame a bit of her shyness, pulled the door slightly ajar, and called out to Chen Zixu in the living room, "Chen Zixu, come here." Chen Zixu, who was admiring the room's decor, immediately ran over upon hearing her call. "What's wrong?" From the gap in the door, Wu Mengqiu revealed half of her face and said, "Could you go to my room and grab that black lace dress from the outermost wardrobe for me?" Chen Zixu was momentarily stunned by her request, but after a gentle nudge from Wu Mengqiu, he bashfully ran off. Back in that same room, the decor was pristine with a familiar scent. This was the big bed where intimate moments had occurred, and Chen Zixu couldn't help but want to lie down on it again. He opened the outermost wardrobe among the three against the wall, revealing a dozen various garments. However, the clothes hanging on the hangers did not look particularly appealing, perhaps because Chen Zixu lacked the appreciation for such things. He found the black lace dress, and upon picking it up, he thought, "Hey, isn't this the lace bodycon dress that Wu Mengqiu wore on the day of their intimate encounter?" However, he recalled that on that day he had been so eager that when he couldn't undo it, he ended up tearing it off himself. This piece is probably the same style. It seems Wu Mengqiu has a liking for such clothing. After taking the dress, as Chen Zixu was about to turn to hand it to her, he suddenly glanced toward the other two wardrobes. This wardrobe is filled with skirts and blazers. I haven't seen any underwear. They must be in the other two wardrobes, right? Swallowing hard, Chen Zixu felt a bit dry in his throat. "I can't change clothes without wearing underwear, can I? She didn't ask me to grab it, which must mean she's shy, but I can't be insensitive." Opening the other two wardrobes, he indeed found an array of underwear along with some out-of-season clothes neatly folded at the bottom. There were triangle cuts, boxers, pinks, whites, lace, and cotton. If not 20, there were still over a dozen pieces. Naturally, the bras didn't need mentioning as they matched with these panties. An F cup, it must be an F. Chen Zixu recalled what the cashier at the lingerie store had said a couple of days ago. His face flushed as he looked at the underwear, and he wasn't sure which one to choose. Just then a light bulb went off. Right? How could I forget that? This is just the right moment for it. He then took out his phone, and soon he held a pair of pure cotton panties. It was the Mudo small panties that Wu Mengqiu had rejected last time. Returning to the bathroom door, he knocked on the frosted glass door, and Wu Mengqiu opened a small gap to take the clothes. Without mentioning Chen Zixu's situation upon receiving the skirt, Wu Mengqiu was about to dry herself off and put on the lace bodycon dress, only to find that what she received was not just a lace dress, but also a pair of panties. At first glance it looked familiar, but upon closer inspection, wasn't this the divine underwear that Chen Zixu had proudly presented to her that day? She had tossed it back to him with a hint of disdain. Oh, why was it being given back to her now? Wu Mengqiu felt a bit annoyed. However, upon reflection, since it had been brought over, and there were no other alternatives, she thought she might as well wear it if it probably wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, according to Chen Zixu, this was a divine product which surely had its benefits. After putting on the panties and the lace dress, Wu Mengqiu smacked her forehead and scolded, why did Chen Zixu only bring underwear and not a bra too? Exiting the bathroom, Wu Mengqiu stepped into a pair of flat slippers, her chest swaying with each step. Chen Zixu watched, feeling dizzy and swallowing hard. Sister Qiu, you look stunning. Having lived for nearly 30 years being complimented as beautiful for about 20 of those, Wu Mengqiu had long since developed immunity to such sugary remarks. Hey, Sister Qiu, you seem to have a much better complexion now. You were always good looking, but now you look even better. Chen Zixu suddenly discovered something new. Oh, I got it. It must be the effect of the iced lotus fruit. Is that so? Wu Mengqiu touched her face, and the tactile sensation at that moment told her that she did not feel much has changed. However, after Chen Zixu's remark, she took a moment to feel her face and realized that there was indeed a slight difference. That felt as though her pores were breathing cool and comfortable. Looking into the mirror, Wu Mengqiu felt even happier. After all, being a woman, she paid particular attention to her skin, figure, and overall condition. Wu Mengqiu was aware that she had never looked this smooth before. Thinking about it, only the iced lotus fruit could have such remarkable effects. Sister Qiu, you are truly breathtaking from every angle. Wu Mengqiu chuckled, rarely smiling back as she replied, what a smooth talker. Chen Zixu, also overcoming his shyness, added, Sister Qiu, you look beautiful when you smile. I love your smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Mengqiu didn't know how to respond. She quickly glanced at Chen Zixu, but inadvertently caught sight of the bulge in his pants. Both of their breaths grew heavier. Suddenly, Wu Mengqiu stood up and walked toward the bedroom, saying, as she walked, why aren't you hurrying to take a shower? After saying this, she looked back at Chen Zixu with a meaningful glance. He understood her intent, his face blooming with a smile as he clenched his fists and exclaimed, yes. Boys are known for their quick showers, and Chen Zixu was even quicker, taking less than 3 minutes. Wrapped in a towel around his waist, he still clearly concealed something dangerous up front. Boys are known for their quick showers, and Chen Zixu was even quicker, taking less than 3 minutes. Wrapped in a towel around his waist, Wu Mengqiu was sitting on the edge of the bed reading a book, and she questioned him upon seeing him. Chen Zixu approached her while saying, didn't you call me in? Nonsense, I never called you in. Your whole body is inviting me in. Standing before Wu Mengqiu, looking down at this beautiful woman, Chen Zixu couldn't help but reach out and push her. Be gentle. Wu Mengqiu had no choice but to comply. The next morning, the sunlight shone brightly, as if it had been scheduled to do so. After a long night of restlessness, Wu Mengqiu felt as if her body had fallen apart. She had originally planned to wake up early for a meeting at the company, but her exhaustion prevented her from rising early. Chen Zixu was doing well. He woke up early. Not knowing how to cook, he went downstairs to a restaurant to get some dishes. When he returned, Wu Mengqiu was still asleep. Sister Qiu, it's time to get up. He gently called her a few times in her ear and shook her shoulders a bit. The delicate touch made him reluctant to let go. Struggling to stretch her legs and pouting as she murmured a few words, Wu Mengqiu finally opened her sleepy eyes. Recalling the events of the previous night, when she had let him stay over, she felt shy thinking about how they had tossed and turned until midnight. Not only was her waist sore, but she imagined she was also swollen in other areas. Unwilling to let Chen Zixu stay in the room while she got dressed, she sent him to the living room. Suddenly, a beautiful melody filled the air. It was her sister, Wu Mengqiu, calling. Sister, are you at the company or at home? Dad has introduced a boyfriend to you and wants you to come for. Hearing this, Wu Mengqiu frowned, saying, why doesn't Dad just call me himself? And why is he arranging a blind date? On the other end, Wu Mengqiu stammered and couldn't explain clearly. Wu Mengqiu immediately sensed something was amiss. Utilizing her years of experience in navigating workplace conversations, she eventually got to the bottom of the matter. It turned out that a few days ago, when she went shopping with Chen Zixu, it was the closest she had been to a man in years. Since she hadn't asked Wu Mengqiu to keep it a secret, Wu Mengqiu told their parents about it. Her parents had no sons, only 2 daughters. The elder Wu Mengqiu was 29, a typical older single woman, while the younger Wu Mengqiu was 23 and still a university student. A few years ago, Wu Mengqiu had a boyfriend who was well off and had met all the right conditions, and they were on the verge of discussing marriage. However, the relationship fell apart midway, and since then she hadn't mentioned anything about relationships. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the river god bringing Chen Zixu into her life, it would likely have been a long time before Wu Mengqiu casually considered marrying another man. After her last breakup, her parents actively sought out many successful or distinguished young men for her, and Wu Mengqiu had been on dozens of blind dates. However, her emotional scars had yet to heal, leaving her with no desire to start a new relationship. Consequently, dozens of blind dates ended in failure, and over time her parents stopped arranging them for her. However, this time upon hearing from Wu Mengqiu that her eldest daughter seemed to be in a relationship, their parents were 7 parts suspicious and 3 parts astonished. When they learned that their eldest daughter's partner was a male university student, just in his early 20s, they became unsettled. How could this be? Since their daughter was in a relationship, it indicated that she had moved past the shadow of her previous breakup, so entering a new relationship shouldn't be a problem. Yet on what basis was she choosing such a young man? Wouldn't it be better to choose someone of equal standing, or even a more outstanding man? The couple unanimously decided to intervene once more in their eldest daughter's marriage plans, aiming for her happiness by sending that young man away and replacing him with a man they found satisfactory. Thus this blind date was arranged. However, the parents felt that it would be inappropriate for them to make the call themselves, as it might come off as coercive, so they had Wu Mengqiu do it. With the situation clarified, Wu Mengqiu felt a bit confused. Deep down she knew she didn't have strong feelings for Chen Zixu, but the undeniable fact remained that she was already his. Wu Mengqiu was also a rather traditional woman. Since she had given herself to Chen Zixu for the first time, and he had never wronged her, she felt they should be together. After all, she didn't dislike him. Thinking further, what was the purpose of marriage? Wasn't it to define a relationship, allowing 2 people to support and help each other on their future paths, creating a beautiful future together? In terms of feelings, theirs weren't very deep yet, but they could be cultivated. In terms of their relationship, they had already crossed a line, and regarding social status and financial strength, Chen Zixu had a whole host of powerful figures behind him. With this thought, Wu Mengqiu smiled, feeling that Chen Zixu was indeed a rather perfect candidate for marriage, with the only flaw being that he might not be good-looking enough. However, even if he wasn't good-looking, other attributes made up for it. Chen Zixu's physique, comparable to a woman's slender arm, could surely bring her happiness. She couldn't help but wonder how much envy and jealousy other women would feel upon knowing about this. Dressed, Wu Mengqiu walked out of the bedroom and saw that Chen Zixu had already prepared breakfast on the table. There was milk and bread taken from the fridge, warmed to just the right temperature, along with a few appetizers from her. Additionally, there was a small plate containing a dozen round, glistening iced lotus fruits. Upon seeing the iced lotus fruits, Wu Mengqiu couldn't hold back her drool and quickly grabbed one to eat. Chen Zixu enjoyed watching Wu Mengqiu like this. It made him feel he was dating a girl rather than facing a female CEO. Did you wash your hands? Go wash up first. Wu Mengqiu obediently cleaned herself up and quickly returned to the dining table, ready to enjoy what she considered the best breakfast. The milk was mixed with snow honey, making it especially delicious, sweet, and rich. Wu Mengqiu nearly only ate the iced lotus fruits and then drank 3 large cups of milk. Patting her slightly bulging belly, Wu Mengqiu felt a bit embarrassed. Are you going back to school later? After a moment of hesitation, she finally asked Chen Zixu. Is there something going on? Chen Zixu casually replied. Actually, there's nothing much at school. I just need my classmates to mark my attendance. There's nothing to learn. With that, Wu Mengqiu looked at him with hopeful eyes and said, can you come with me to a place later? Of course. Chen Zixu replied with a smile. Where are we going? You'll know when we get there. After changing into a beautiful dress and styling her hair into a bun with a few loose curls framing her face, Wu Mengqiu looked just as stunning and elegant as ever. The suit Wu Mengqiu had bought for Chen Zixu was left at his rented place. Since he hadn't worn it when he went out yesterday, his casual t-shirt and jeans were certainly not a match for Wu Mengqiu's attire. As soon as they stepped out, Wu Mengqiu took Chen Zixu to a men's clothing store. After an hour, a handsome and sunny Chen Zixu dressed in a casual suit appeared at the entrance of the Sihai restaurant, accompanied by Wu Mengqiu. You didn't say anything before, but now that we've arrived, Sister Qiu, you should tell me what we're here for, right? Wu Mengqiu walked on Chen Zixu's left side, linking her arm with his, her body intentionally leaning against him. She looked into Chen Zixu's puzzled eyes and bitterly said, actually, I brought you here today because my parents have arranged a blind date for me. What? On one hand, a surge of anger rose within him, and on the other, disbelief filled him. Chen Zixu paused in his steps, staring face to face at Wu Mengqiu. Wu Mengqiu hurriedly explained, this is just my parents' arrangement. After all, I am of age, and they hope I will settle down early. They are doing this for my own good, right? Then what am I to you? You are my man. Wu Mengqiu fixed her gaze on Chen Zixu and slowly said, Although we have only known each other for less than a week, and to be precise have only spent 2 days together, I believe you are a good man. A good guy card. Chen Zixu shook his head with a smile. No, I am sincere. Wu Mengqiu in her high heels now stood just a few centimeters shorter than Chen Zixu, leaning forward with her chin resting on his shoulder. If you hadn't appeared, perhaps I would never have chosen a man to marry on my own. When I turn 30 at 34 or 35, if my family doesn't arrange a blind date for me, I would just find someone randomly to marry. But you appeared. In such a special way. I don't know why, but I feel a little curious about you, and then I developed feelings for you. Now I have this thought of wanting to form a family with you. Breathing in the faint fragrance of Wu Mengqiu's hair, Chen Zixu calmed himself. His agile mind turned over the implications of Wu Mengqiu's feelings for him. This was due to the existing marital ties and the fact that he represented something celestial, which made Wu Mengqiu not reject him, but instead try to slowly move closer to him. In fact, thinking about it, it wasn't because of deep feelings that he loved Wu Mengqiu. Perhaps love couldn't even be mentioned at this point. One could only say he liked her both for her beauty and for their past intimacy. I understand now, and I thank you for bringing me here. Chen Zixu patted Wu Mengqiu's back. The fact that you brought me here shows that I hold a place in your heart. You care about me. You don't want to be with other men, you just want to be with me. This makes me very happy. It's good that you think so. They separated slightly and exchanged smiles. Chen Zixu then said, so bringing me here means you're using me as a shield. Wu Mengqiu replied, aren't you willing? Chen Zixu, absolutely. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of emotion filled Chen Zixu. He wrapped his left arm around Wu Mengqiu's slender waist, gazing into her eyes, and declared, you are mine, no one can take you away. This domineering side of Chen Zixu was quite different from usual, leaving Wu Mengqiu not only stunned in his embrace, but also filled with sweetness. The Sihai restaurant is one of the more upscale establishments in Longqing, integrating dining, entertainment, and accommodation, making it a landmark building in the city. Having grown up, this was Chen Zixu's first time entering such a magnificent restaurant. However, having already been to the Chanyuan Hall of the River God this time, he was not particularly shocked, although a hint of curiosity was unavoidable. The hostess bent at a 45-degree angle to welcome the two, giving Chen Zixu the illusion of having transformed into a distinguished person. Inside the revolving door was a spacious lobby adorned with crystal chandeliers that glimmered even in daylight, while the floor was paved with smooth, bright marble that reflected shadows. There weren't many people coming and going, but those who did were clearly of high status. Following the waiter, they took the elevator to the second floor, which was filled with private rooms. Outside one private room, as the waiter just opened the door, Chen Zixu's sharp ears caught the voice of Wu Mengqiu. Dad, I'm so hungry. Is my sister coming? If not, let's start serving the dishes. An older voice tinged with a hint of reproach remarked, why are you so impatient? What's the hurry? But I'm really hungry. I didn't eat breakfast, and it's already past noon. If I don't eat soon, I'll be starving. Indeed, Wu Mengqiu had gotten up after 9 o'clock, ate breakfast, and even bought new clothes for Chen Zixu. By the time they were done, it was well past noon. The waiter opened the door, and just as Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu were about to step into the room, they heard a young man's voice. Uncle, actually, I have some matters to attend to. How about we reschedule? Oh, my dear nephew, just wait a moment. Mengqiu should be arriving soon. The tone was kind, but the next sentence turned odd. You little brat, why aren't you calling your sister? At this moment, everyone noticed the private room door was opened, and besides the waiter, a man and a woman. The man was dressed in casual formal wear, but was unremarkable. The woman, resembling the seated Wu Mengqiu, wore a light pink dress, mature and alluring. As Wu Mengqiu walked in, she said, no need to call. I'm here. Then she greeted Wu father and mother, casually introducing Chen Zixu. Mom and Dad, this is Chen Zixu, my boyfriend. Chen Zixu respectfully greeted uncle and aunt, bowing to each of them. Wu father and mother sat straight, sizing up Chen Zixu, then furrowed their brows. They glanced at the young man across from them, and asked Wu Mengqiu, Mengqiu, why did it take so long to come? What took you so long? They completely ignored Chen Zixu after glancing at him. Wu father and mother had left a space for Wu Mengqiu between them, making it awkward for Chen Zixu if she sat down. Fortunately, Wu Mengqiu didn't sit down, but instead chose a seat near the door of the private room, and Chen Zixu followed suit. Mom and Dad, my sister is already here. Can we start serving the dishes now? Wu Mengqiu was probably so hungry she could knock on the table. Wu father and mother sought the young man's opinion. Xiao, now that Mengqiu is here, can we serve the dishes? Just then the waiter was there, and after Xiao nodded, the waiter notified the kitchen to serve the dishes. Before the dishes arrived, the waiter poured some tiguanyin, but Xiao asked the waiter, do you have Da Hong Pao? I can't stand these inferior teas. Switch to Da Hong Pao. Hearing this, both Chen Zixu and Wu father and mother had a look of twitching expressions. At this moment, Wu Mengqiu tapped on the table edge and said, didn't you just say you had to leave? Why aren't you going? Wu father scolded Mengqiu. What are you saying? The young man surnamed Zhao looked displeased, but his frown quickly vanished. He looked at Wu Mengqiu, and like a refined gentleman remarked, I have always heard that Miss Wu is stunningly beautiful. Today seeing you in person it truly lives up to the saying that seeing is better than hearing. Wu Mengqiu smiled politely. You flatter me, sir. Mengqiu, perhaps you don't know young Master Zhao yet. He is the deputy director of the Longqing City Government Office, a deputy-level official. Seeing that the young people weren't talking much, Wu father interjected. A deputy division chief. So young, probably only around 30. It seems that this Zhao is bound for... This Zhao leaned back against the chair, crossing his legs with an air of arrogance. Chen Zixu felt quite annoyed by this, but seeing that Wu Mengqiu was not infatuated with the man due to his high position, he felt a bit more at ease. Wu Mengqiu, who had just started using her chopsticks, was seated directly opposite Chen Zixu. She took the opportunity when her parents and the Zhao man weren't paying attention to exchange glances with Chen Zixu and roll her eyes at Zhao. It seems this girl also dislikes the deputy director. Wu Mengqiu didn't speak to Zhao while her parents tried to make conversation, but Zhao with his lofty demeanor remained aloof. Wu's father ordered a bottle of matai, intentionally stood up to pour Zhao a full glass, and then poured half a glass for Wu Mengqiu. Come. Dear nephew, let's raise a glass together. Chen Zixu, holding an empty glass, understood that Wu's father was deliberately ignoring him, feeling a bit gloomy. At that moment, he glanced sideways and noticed Wu Mengqiu frowning at her half glass of liquor, showing no intention of lifting it, while Wu's father gestured at her. Quick-witted Chen Zixu had a sudden idea. He picked up the wine glass in front of Wu Mengqiu, stood up, and with the disapproving gazes of Wu's father, mother, and the Zhao man upon him, he smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt and Mr. Zhao Mengqiu can't handle her liquor, so let me drink this on her behalf. Without waiting for anyone's response, Chen Zixu downed the half glass of matai in one gulp. It was just a single sip, probably less than an ounce, but his face immediately turned bright red. Do not forget, Chen Zixu had never practiced drinking. He was the type who would get drunk at the mere taste of alcohol. Fortunately, Chen Zixu's physical condition had greatly improved earlier, and he had reached the early stage of foundation establishment. So even though he felt the effects of the alcohol rising momentarily after a few breaths, the redness on his face gradually faded. The Zhao man sneered, glancing at Chen Zixu with a forced smile, and asked Wu's father, I didn't quite catch it when this person was introduced earlier. Uncle, do you know who he is? Wu's father understood immediately, and replied coldly, his surname is Chen, right? He's probably just a regular friend of Mengqiu's. By the way, Mengqiu, today's gathering is for you and Zhao Honghu's matchmaking. This ordinary friend of yours should just leave for now. So this deputy director is Zhao Honghu. Chen Zixu lowered his gaze in silence while Wu Mengqiu frowned and explained, Dad, Zixu is my boyfriend. Nonsense. I haven't heard a thing about this. We just started dating a few days ago, and I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Wu's father, furious, puffed out his cheeks and slammed the glass onto the table, saying, How old is he? Just a kid who hasn't even matured. I don't approve of you dating him. Wu's mother tugged at Wu's father's sleeve, saying, The children are here, watch your work. Then Wu's mother smiled at Zhao Honghu and said, Your uncle is like this, getting old and unable to control his tongue. Zhao Honghu looked at Chen Zixu, who had his head bowed, and replied with a smile, It's all right, uncle is just being... What he implied was that Wu's father's words were not wrong. In his eyes, Chen Zixu was just a kid. And judging by the way he occasionally eyed Wu Mengqiu, he likely had developed a keen interest in her. It's my freedom whom I date. Mom and Dad, you don't need to worry about it, Wu Mengqiu replied indifferently. Not worry. You make it sound so easy, but have you thought about how much we've worried for you over the years? Wu's father was determined to break up Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu. Standing up, Wu Mengqiu smiled bitterly and shook her head. Mom and Dad, if I truly made you worry, I can only say I'm sorry, but when it comes to marriage, I want to make my own decisions. Bang! Wu's father glared and shouted, Are you trying to drive me to my grave? The loud voice startled everyone. Even Wu Mengqiu, who had been eating, stopped, and Zhao Honghu felt quite uncomfortable. No one expected Wu's father to suddenly lose his temper here. But Wu Mengqiu was not one to yield easily. Even when it came to her own parents and her lifelong matters, she wouldn't simply submit to their wishes. I'm not trying to upset you, you're the one forcing me. Mengqiu, just say less, your father is doing this for your own good, why are you still angry at him? Wu's mother reprimanded Wu Mengqiu at this point. Wu Mengqiu felt that her parents were being unreasonable. Mom, you two think this is my fault. No matter whose fault it is, you are the child, just listen to your father, alright? Wu's mother replied. Wu Mengqiu shook her head, her arms trembling slightly. She couldn't understand why her parents always pressured her. Suddenly her cold hand was grasped, a warmth flowing in. It was Chen Zixu who stood up and said, Uncle and Aunt, may I say a word? As soon as he asked, Wu's father immediately interjected, This is our family matter. It has nothing to do with you. Leave. Hearing this, Chen Zixu felt a surge of anger and really wanted to leave, but in the end he held back. He spoke with a calm, yet firm tone. Uncle and aunt, I respectfully address you, but that does not mean I have to endure your anger. You too introduced Mengqiu to Mr. Zhao for matchmaking, presumably because you valued his status and position, but how do you know I lack that? Or that I won't have it in the future? Wu's father and mother were taken aback, exchanging glances, puzzled. Could this kid actually have an identity we don't know about? But that seemed unlikely if they had already investigated him. He was just an ordinary university student who had been dumped by his girlfriend a week ago. Thinking this, they calmed down. You're just a small university student. Oh, once you graduate, it will probably be hard for you to find a job. How can you compare with Honghu? Do you even know what the vice director of the municipal office means? Do you know what level a deputy division chief holds? Wu's father looked down on Chen Zixu with disdain. Zhao Honghu, who had been watching the fun, said, so Mr. Chen is still a student, not bad, not bad. After all, he's a top student. Everyone was not foolish. They understood that Zhao Honghu was praising him while belittling him. Chen Zixu ignored Zhao Honghu and instead asked Wu's father, does uncle really think that Mengqiu will find happiness marrying a deputy division chief? Mengqiu continued Chen Zixu's words, that's probably what you think is happiness. Wu's father was once again enraged, pointing at Wu Mengqiu, speechless and only able to stutter. You. Wu's mother hurriedly soothed him, then turned to Chen Zixu with even more disdain in her tone. If a deputy division chief can't provide, what can you, a mere university student, offer my daughter in terms of happiness? Don't just speak empty words, but first see what you have. In the private room, Wu's father was rendered speechless by his daughter's retort, and Wu's mother spoke on her behalf. When asked about what he currently possessed, Chen Zixu replied forcefully, what you see in me now may not command respect, nor do I have a fortune, but I possess a sincere heart. I truly love Mengqiu. At this point, Chen Zixu glanced at Wu Mengqiu, his tone softening slightly, as if his next words were direct. If I merely liked her before, from our initial acquaintance to now, then after today's incident, I believe I have suddenly fallen in love with her. I wish to marry her, and will dedicate everything I have to cherish her. I swear I will not let her suffer from hunger or cold, nor will I allow her to endure the torment of tears, and meeting her is the fortune of my life. Oh, loving her is the joy of my life. Oh, losing her would be the regret of my life. Without her, I cannot feel the shock of the soul. If she feels cold, I will hold her in my embrace. If she feels sorrow, I will wipe away her tears. If she loves me, I will broadcast it to the world. She is the source of all my happiness. Wu Mengqiu bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. After all, women are emotional beings, and Wu's mother was also somewhat moved, for she could tell that Chen Zixu spoke from the heart. At this moment, Wu Mengqiu pitifully tugged at her mother's sleeve, her eyes and face expressing her viewpoint, as if pleading with her mother not to make things difficult for this man who dared to treat her sister with sincerity. In the hot June, the air conditioning in the private room kept the temperature pleasant. The table was laden with a variety of hot and cold dishes, seafood, stewed meat, and vegetables, but since the dishes were served, no one had touched their chopsticks except for Wu Mengqiu, who was hungry. Because Chen Zixu's sweet words were too moving, everyone was somewhat touched. If it weren't for Zhao Honghu saying another thing. Zhao Honghu said, can I interpret this as Mr. Chen that you actually possess nothing, and we cannot take your word for whether you are truly sincere towards Miss Wu? Upon hearing this, Wu's mother wiped away the hint of emotion in her eyes, replaced by disgust. Chen Zixu turned his head and asked, then may I ask, does Mr. Zhao truly have feelings for Mengqiu? Don't you dare say you do, because I simply don't believe it. Zhao Honghu smiled non-committally, shaking his branded watch. Since you say you don't believe it, my words are meaningless. However, I personally believe that feelings are unreliable. Life is not solely based on emotions. Living in this world, enjoying food, drink, and leisure depends on your wallet and your status speaking for you. Wu's father and mother felt a bit disgusted by Zhao Honghu's blunt words, yet reality compelled them to nod in agreement. Taking a couple of breaths, Wu's father pointed disdainfully at Chen Zixu and asked, what can you possibly provide for my daughter? Chen Zixu replied, perhaps I cannot provide it now, but in the near future I will be able to. Enough. I won't listen to your grandiose claims. In any case, I absolutely will not let my daughter be handed over to a small fry like you. Then Wu's father turned to Wu Mengqiu and said, if you still recognize me as your father, listen to me and be with Honghu. Trust me, I will not harm you. Zhao Honghu, with a gentleman's smile, said, actually, I am also very interested in Miss Wu. I think we could try dating, and after getting to know me better, Miss Wu will be satisfied. Shaking her head, Wu Mengqiu silently shed tears, reaching for Chen Zixu's hand, already prepared to leave, but Chen Zixu stopped her. Chen Zixu had one last question to ask. Uncle, did you choose him because of his high position? If my status were to surpass his, would that mean you could choose me? Zhao Honghu couldn't help but laugh, looking Chen Zixu up and down. Do you really think that becoming a vice department level official is something anyone can just do? I estimate you can forget about it for your entire life. After saying this, he shook his head, completely unconvinced that the young man before him had a promising future. Even if there was one, would it be better than being a government official? Can you reach vice department level? Ignoring Zhao Honghu's ridicule, Chen Zixu replied solemnly, I estimate I want enter the officialdom. A political career is not suitable for me. Then what will you do? Business. Chen Zixu answered, yes, I will become a businessman that you cannot afford to offend. Then my status and position will naturally surpass yours. Zhao Honghu, seeing Chen Zixu's serious demeanor, suddenly became somewhat interested and said, oh, you have grand ambitions. But how many years do you plan to struggle? At this moment, Wu's father also said, Honghu, don't make jokes. He is just daydreaming, thinking he can become a big businessman. I estimate he will never be able to. Back in the day, I went into business and struggled for 30 years, but now I only have several tens of millions in fortune. This kid, if he can earn $1 million within a year, I will consider him impressive. Zhao Honghu smiled and said, maybe uncle. Didn't you say Miss Wu has her own company? Surely if Miss Wu is willing to help. With that said, everyone understood the insinuation. Chen Zixu declared, you underestimate me, Chen Zixu. I declare here today, without relying on others' charity, I can also earn $1 million in a year. Wu Mengqiu glanced at her sister, giving her a look, believing that Chen Zixu must have been provoked by their teasing. However, Wu Mengqiu did not see it. Even if she did, she probably wouldn't stop him for some reasons. She believed Chen Zixu's words. Indeed, Chen Zixu was far more excited now than at the beginning, and with the extraordinary opportunities he possessed, he began to boast. I will achieve great things. Wait until you've made your fortune before boasting. Wu's father clearly did not want to heed him. Zhao Honghu chuckled, Mr. Chen hasn't eaten garlic, yet his tone is so big I'm frightened. But this courage is still commendable. Huh. Chen Zixu really wanted to say, haha, you sister. But the words were snatched by Wu Mengqiu. Dad, Mom, I forgot to tell you, Zixu is not only my boyfriend, but he is also my business partner, holding 40% of my company's shares, and he is already a millionaire. Clatter. The chopsticks in Wu Mengqiu's hand fell onto the table. Zhao Honghu's smile froze on his face, feeling as if he had been slapped. Wu's father and mother were also stunned. Then Wu's father suddenly stood up, eyes wide, pointing at Wu Mengqiu, his expression truly resembling a fiery anger erupting uncontrollably from his eyes, nostrils, and mouth. You are simply going to kill me with anger. Before he could finish speaking, unsteady on his feet, he leaned backward as if about to fall to the ground. This was a fit of rage that had fainted. Old man, Mrs. Wu caught her husband's collapsing body and eased him onto a chair, slapping his cheeks with frantic urgency. Wu Mengqiu and Wu Mengqiu hurried to their father's side. Though Mr. Wu's earlier conduct had unsettled Chen Zixu, he still approached. After all, this was Wu Mengqiu's father. Dad, wake up. Please wake up. Wu Mengqiu shook her father's arm, suddenly consumed by bitter self-reproach, and then paralyzed by helplessness. Zhao Honghu remained remarkably composed. He pulled out his phone and dialed 120, then moved toward the door to summon hotel staff. Chen Zixu noticed his calm and drew from it the resolve to steady himself. Then a spark ignited in his eyes. He'd found a solution. He slipped his hand into his pocket, retrieved his phone, stepped aside, and swiftly opened the Immortal Sound chat group, the Celestial Immortals Guild. Fingers flew across the screen. Tap, tap, tap. A line of text appeared. Chen Zixu, an elderly man, has fainted from rage. What should I do? Urgent. Waiting online now. He deliberately flooded the message with punctuation marks, laying bare his mounting desperation. Hurry. At that moment, hotel staff appeared at the doorway, asking Zhao Honghu what had occurred. Buzz. His phone vibrated. A reply had arrived. Ziwen, countless methods exist. Usually infusing qi into the brain suffices. Zing, just give him a heart-nourishing pill. Infusing qi into the brain. What on earth does that mean? Chen Zixu had no idea, but the heart-nourishing pill sounded tangible, reliable. Chen Zixu, Senior Uncle Zing, please send a heart-nourishing pill. Urgent. Within 3 seconds, a red envelope materialized, its label unmistakably inscribed heart-nourishing pill. He tapped to claim it, and suddenly held a small vial in his palm, no taller than an inch, no thicker than a finger. Make way. The hotel staff acted promptly, calling several colleagues to lift Mr. Wu, clearing space for the arriving ambulance. Chen Zixu rushed ahead of them, poured out a single pill, and handed it to Wu Mengqiu. Give it to your father. He'll recover instantly. His tone carried unshakable conviction, not mere consolation. Wu Mengqiu, having witnessed divine arts firsthand, placed absolute faith in whatever Chen Zixu held. If Chen Zixu declared it effective, it was effective, no doubt. She reached to place the black soybean-sized pill into her father's half-open mouth, only to be stopped by Mrs. Wu. What are you doing? What on earth are you giving your father? Wu Mengqiu herself didn't know its nature, only that it could save her father. Startled by her mother's question, she instinctively turned to Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu explained calmly, "This is a heart-nourishing pill. It treats your father's condition rapidly. Swallow it and he'll improve immediately." Reassured Mrs. Wu withdrew her objection, though lingering skepticism clouded her expression. With no better option at hand, she consented to the trial. Wu Mengqiu gently placed the pill inside her father's slightly parted lips, then turned to fetch water. But before her hand even touched the cup, Mr. Wu exhaled deeply, and his eyes fluttered open. The hotel staff who had just arrived beside them watched the entire scene unfold, and exchanged stunned, speechless glances. What kind of medicine worked so instantaneously? Relief surged through Mrs. Wu, so overwhelming that tears welled before she could speak. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu himself stirred. What happened to me? After fainting, he'd felt the world whirl violently, his soul threatening to depart his body, the agony indescribable. Yet as sensation ebbed away, a surge of warmth erupted from his throat straight to his scalp, and life rushed back into him. "Dad, it was Zixu who saved you." He studied Chen Zixu with complex, searching eyes. "I've suffered from autonomic nervous dysfunction for years. Rage always triggers dizziness. I thought this time might be my end, yet you pulled me back." Thereafter they escorted Mr. Wu to the hospital. Zhao Hong, who departed the hotel shortly afterward, pausing to smile warmly at Chen Zixu. "Mr. Chen, that medicine you used is extraordinary. Such rapid efficacy. Heart and cerebrovascular patients have found their salvation." Chen Zixu offered polite thanks. Zhao Hong, who continued, "I'm beginning to believe what you said earlier in the private room, that you'll earn 1 million yuan this year. No, scratch that. With a medicine like this, 10 million, or even 100 million, seems plausible. May we one day collaborate?" In the hospital ward, Mr. Wu had just received in 4 drip. Mrs. Wu sat beside him, tending to him quietly, while Wu Mengqiu and her sister negotiated with doctors. Chen Zixu alone lingered outside the ward, idle, unhurried. He opened his phone, thanked Senior Uncle Zing profusely in the Celestial Immortals Guild chat, then inquired about the heart-nourishing pill. It turned out to be a low-tier immortal herb refined into an unremarkable celestial elixir, yet perfectly suited to his father's condition, yielding miraculous results for cardiovascular and cerebral ailments. Still, no immortal bothered refining such pills, so Chen Zixu's initial notion of commercializing them dissolved instantly. Soon after, Wu Mengqiu and her sister returned. Chen Zixu followed them into the ward and saw Mr. Wu sitting upright, radiant and alert, utterly unlike someone who just fainted. Soon after, Wu Mengqiu and her sister returned. Chen Zixu followed them into the ward and saw Mr. Wu sitting upright, radiant and alert. Mr. Wu spoke with raw emotion, then added, "Yet I still cannot entrust Mengqiu to you. I hope you understand." Chen Zixu raised an eyebrow. Inside, 1,000 wild horses thundered across his mind. Never had he imagined this man would remain so resolute, even after saving his very life. Wu Mengqiu sighed again, her expression shadowed with disappointment. With a reassuring glance toward Wu Mengqiu, Chen Zixu addressed Mr. Wu. "Uncle, we've spoken of this before. I know your objection isn't to me personally. It stems from your belief that at present my social standing and financial means fall short of what you deem suitable. Am I correct? Very well, let us make a wager. For 6 months, I will prove whether I can earn 10 million yuan, without any financial assistance from Mengqiu. Should I succeed within half a year, I ask only that you cease opposing our relationship. Conversely, should I fail to reach that sum, I will withdraw from Mengqiu's life, of my own accord. Uncle, what say you to this wager?" Mr. Wu gazed upon Chen Zixu, standing tall, unwavering, and inexplicably sensed an aura of quiet, unassailable certainty radiating from him, convincing him against reason that Chen Zixu held absolute confidence in victory. Where did such confidence come from? Was he not merely a university student? Ah, yes. He held 40% equity in Mengqiu Cosmetics Company. Liquidating it would yield roughly 6 million yuan. Yet Mr. Wu narrowed his eyes and abruptly decided to accept the challenge. Agreed, but raised the stake to 100 million yuan. He extended his right index finger, a cold, subtle smile playing on his lips. "What a—" Wu Mengqiu blurted first. 100 million yuan. How could that possibly be achieved? Chen Zixu flinched inwardly, but voiced no protest. Instead, his mind raced. Cosmetics revenue remained uncertain, but iced lotus fruits promised immediate returns. Assuming each sold for no less than 10 yuan, 30,000 fruits yielded only 300,000 yuan. Yet with 300,000 yuan as capital, strategic resource exchange could easily multiply returns tenfold, making 100 million yuan attainable within 6 months. And besides, he possessed other means undiscovered and untapped. With that thought crystallized, Chen Zixu met Mr. Wu's gaze, and declared amid the stunned silence of the room agreed. 100 million yuan, in 6 months. If I fail, I will leave Mengqiu, without hesitation. In mid-June the weather in Longqing became completely hot. After just a trip to the industrial and commercial bureau, Chen Zixu was drenched in sweat, constantly complaining about that guy Zheng Ran. Ever since he made that bet with Wu's father in the hospital the day before yesterday, Chen Zixu became busier than a wind-up toy. Looking at university students, they either leisurely lay in bed playing games, or went out with girls to enjoy the sunrise. Oh, why did it feel like he was working like a dog? But what choice did he have? It was all for the sake of attracting prettier girls. Older sisters. Since they rented houses together, Chen Zixu started to contact Zheng Ran more frequently. Upon hearing that Chen Zixu was going to start a company, Zheng Ran expressed his desire to invest. You can invest, but your shares definitely won't exceed 7%. At that time, Chen Zixu said seriously to Zheng Ran. He thought Zheng Ran would explode in anger and withdraw his investment, which was Chen Zixu's original intention. But Zheng Ran didn't take it seriously at all. He opened his phone and asked Chen Zixu for his account on a certain shopping platform. The company's registered capital is initially set at 2,000, and we'll decide on the name later. Then Chen Zixu saw a deposit of 2,000 in his account. It turned out that Zheng Ran was wealthy. 2,000 didn't even make him blink. Later, after Zheng Ran explained, Chen Zixu learned that Zheng Ran was the son of the Zheng family from Modu, with 3 companies under his name collectively valued at no less than 100 million. At that moment, Chen Zixu finally understood what it meant to be a big shot hiding in plain sight. He searched online for information about the Zheng family in Modu. The details were scarce, but it was clear that the Zheng family was a major financial family. The current leader of the Zheng family was named Zheng Fian, a woman, yet she was a member of the Political Consultative Conference and also the vice president of a business association in Modu. Zheng Ran was her nephew, her biological nephew. You say you have a fortune of over 100 million. Why are you still pretending to be a young fresh meat in school? Touching his slightly thin cheek, Zheng Ran replied leisurely. All the investigation reports and novels tell me that girls are best found in college and classes are less in college. Oh, anyway, college life is good. Your last sentence is ambiguous. You are so dirty. It's you. Then the two discussed the various matters they needed to consider for the company. They talked about the name of the company, its structure, and then its positioning and initial scale, discussing for half a day. In the end, the company name was decided to be Xinyu. To avoid duplicate names, Tianyu, Zhongyu, Xinlong, and Xinyu were all written down as alternatives. In addition to the company name, the materials that needed to be prepared included the property deed for the company's registered address, a copy of the homeowner's ID card, original ID cards of all shareholders, arrangements for shareholder equity, and the company's business scope. However, with Zheng Ran, who had experience, everything went quickly. The material preparation took less than half a day. But when it was time to run errands, Zheng Ran actually disappeared. After checking the various processes for registering a company online, Chen Zixu found that completing all the procedures would take nearly a month and couldn't help but exclaim, the evil system. But the errands still had to be run, otherwise the business license wouldn't just fall from the sky. Fortunately, while he was registering the company on the other side, Mengqiu Cosmetics had already started producing new products with snow honey, and advertisements had been launched on major websites. Chen Zixu, I heard you're starting a company. Do you need people? Can I come help? The call was from his sister-in-law Wu Mengqiu, directly asking if she could join the entrepreneurial venture. Of course, Chen Zixu welcomed her with open arms. It not only lightened his burden, but also allowed him to cultivate feelings. Though not the kind of feelings you might think. As the saying goes, the flowers bloom on both ends. Speaking of which, Chen Zixu had given Wu Mengqiu around 30,000 iced lotus fruits, which under Wu Mengqiu's active promotion had started to appear on the shelves of several large supermarkets. The name remained unchanged, still called iced lotus fruit, with exquisite packaging boxed, but there were only 3 fruits in a box priced at 30 yuan. Today was the first day on the shelves, and several large supermarkets were running promotions. Sister, what exactly is this iced lotus fruit? Is it a fruit? The salesperson used a loudspeaker to promote iced lotus fruit in standard Mandarin. Dear customers, welcome to our Baiguan supermarket. Today we have a new high-end fruit on the shelves called iced lotus fruit. This fruit resembles a pearl with a color like frozen mist and a frosty touch. The iced lotus fruit has a slightly cool taste. With a gentle bite, the skin ruptures and juice flows. After swallowing, there is a warm sensation, as if a celestial energy warms the stomach, making the entire body feel warm, as if floating in a warm river with gentle breezes. Iced lotus fruit is not only a delicious and affordable fruit, but also a nutritious product that can strengthen the body. Eating more iced lotus fruit can dispel ailments and promote physical and mental health, benefiting people of all ages. For the elderly, it helps maintain youthfulness and longevity. For children, it promotes bone density and intelligence. For adults, it alleviates work stress and improves health. So iced lotus fruit is definitely a must-have for home and a top choice for gifts. The salesperson recited such a long pitch, without error, leaving the onlookers in a daze. How many of these iced lotus fruits are in this box? Our Biyun supermarket currently only has this type of packaging for iced lotus fruit, with 3 iced lotus fruits per box priced at only 39 yuan. The salesperson's voice came through the microphone. What? This box costs 39. It doesn't look that big. How big can these fruits be? Forget it, let's go. It's too expensive, I can't afford it. A large group left, mostly older folks, and some younger ones who either had little money or felt the supermarket was a ripoff. But a few people remained, taking the packaging box in hand to look at it. This small packaging was elongated, not even as big as a glass's case, and was tied with a circle of golden thread. That I want to eat. A slightly older child tugged at his father's pants, saying, "The teacher said I'm very stupid, I want to eat iced lotus fruit to increase my intelligence." This child had indeed heard the salesperson say, children who eat it will have dense bones and increase their intelligence. The child's father appeared gentle and quiet, but judging by his attire, he seemed to be someone who didn't lack money. Gently looking at his child and patting his head, the man said, "All right, let's buy a box to try. If it tastes good, we will buy more, okay?" Then he took a box of iced lotus fruit to the counter to pay. Beside the counter, there were several customers paying for iced lotus fruit, who while paying kept praising, "This thing called iced lotus fruit is really good. After eating, my stomach feels warm all over. Not only my stomach, but now my entire body feels warm, especially here in my lower abdomen. I feel a gas slowly circulating, so comfortable. I just meant to try it, who knew it would taste good and also give me energy. This iced lotus fruit is really not." The man with the child chuckled inwardly. The supermarket actually hired quite a few shills for promotions, that's enough. Today, Biyun supermarket took advantage of the promotion for iced lotus fruit, leading to an increase in sales of other fruits as well. After all, summer has arrived and people's demand for fruits has begun to rise. However, there weren't many customers buying iced lotus fruit, even though the promoter tirelessly spoke praises about it. The quiet man with the child thought to himself that the supermarket had really invested in promoting iced lotus fruit, even hiring many promoters. He didn't believe that this so-called iced lotus fruit was as miraculous as the promoter claimed, otherwise it would be sold as ginseng or deer antler instead of fruit. After a while, the people in front had finished paying, and it was this man's turn. He asked while paying, "Isn't there a promotion?" He asked, "Why is the price still 39 yuan per box?" The cashier smiled slightly and replied skillfully, "Sir, today is the first day iced lotus fruit is on the shelves, and there isn't a large batch. The price is set at 39 yuan. Our supermarket will consider a second batch based on the situation, and future prices will definitely rise according to market conditions. So today's 39 yuan is essentially a promotion." It seemed that someone had asked this question before, so the cashier responded smoothly. "What a rare experience. I wonder if the price bureau will give you any trouble later on." Shaking his head with a smile, the man opened the package and took out the iced lotus fruit. Give me. The child jumped and reached out to his father. Seeing that others had already opened their packages and were eating, he thought there shouldn't be any issues with this fruit. However, he was a bit puzzled. Despite having seen many things, he had never heard of this fruit before. The child stuffed the iced lotus fruit into his mouth like eating grapes, finishing it in one bite. Indeed, the iced lotus fruit was only the size of a finger, making it normal to eat several at once. "It's so delicious. Dad, you should try it too." The child clapped and jumped, calling out to his father. The man patted the child's head and immediately popped one of the fruits into his mouth, saving the last one for the child. This feeling. The man was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief, but the taste in his mouth confirmed it. This was the best fruit he had ever eaten. It doesn't have a special aroma, it won't fragrance the area for miles, and it doesn't even have the slight sweetness of a watermelon. It turns out this fruit hides all its charm in the taste. The flavor, the stimulation to the taste buds, is impeccable. The man closed his eyes just like everyone trying iced lotus fruit for the first time, unable to help but praise it. "Dad, I want more. Dad, I want more." The child jumped and shouted, already captivated by the iced lotus fruit. All right. Good boy. Dad is going to buy some now." Back at the iced lotus fruit shelf, the man widened his eyes in disbelief. What happened? Where are the iced lotus fruits? In this very short time, all the iced lotus fruits on the shelf had been sold out. "Hello, do you still have iced lotus?" The man asked a staff member by the shelf. "I'm sorry, sir, but all the iced lotus fruits were bought by a lady just now. She just left." Other returning customers overheard this explanation and couldn't help but feel regretful. Fortunately, the child was very well behaved and didn't throw a tantrum over not being able to buy iced lotus fruit. The focus shifted back to Wu Mengqiu. Ever since she hastily arranged a series of sales plans for iced lotus fruit, she hadn't had a good night's sleep and was preparing to stay up all night again today. Of course, this wasn't good for her or the employees. If the boss was staying up all night, how could a mere employee feel justified leaving on time? They had to work overtime, right? Wang Ji and Ma Ru's purchasing department had been quite idle recently, but the two of them were very busy. The department was free because a new product they had started developing was about to be launched, and with the addition of iced lotus fruit, the company decided to reduce the quantity of cosmetic raw materials purchased. However, as two people trusted by Wu Mengqiu, they had to follow the boss around all day. Only the two of them could access the iced lotus fruits and snow honey in the warehouse, and they monitored the packaging of iced lotus fruits throughout the entire process. It was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Wang Ji yawned, his dark circles even heavier. If only I had an iced lotus fruit right now. Muttering this, Wang Ji continued working on the sales report for the day. Opposite him, Ma Ru looked fine, her makeup light, and she didn't have dark circles. She mysteriously asked Wang Ji, I secretly bought a few boxes when I delivered them to the supermarket today. Do you want to eat some? Wang Ji eagerly said yes, but Ma Ru picked up a stick, pointed to her shoulder, and shook her head as if talking to herself, saying, oh dear. I've been so tired lately, my shoulders ache. If only someone could give me a massage. There was no way around it. For the sake of the adorable iced lotus fruit, what was a little hard work? Comrade Ma Ru, how's this pressure? How about this? Just as they were putting in the effort, they suddenly heard footsteps behind them. Turning around, both stood up immediately. Manager Pan. The person was none other than Pan Weihua, the manager of the sales department. Pan Weihua smiled slightly, casting a teasing glance at the two employees, and said, this isn't a place for... Upon hearing this, the two quickly waved their hands, their expressions tense, saying, no. Manager Pan, you misunderstood. They glanced at the general manager's office, which was still brightly lit, but with the door tightly closed. Wu Mengqiu must be working hard at her desk. They'll go check on Mengqiu. Pan Weihua said as he walked toward the office. Wang Ji hurriedly said, Manager Pan, the general manager, said not to disturb her if there's nothing important. Oh well, I happen to have something to discuss with her. He opened the door, entered, and closed it quietly. Pan Weihua moved so lightly that he didn't even disturb Wu Mengqiu. On the marble office desk, there was a stack of paper documents, a lamp, a fountain pen with ink, a pen holder, and some decorative items. All extremely minimalistic. Wu Mengqiu was in formal attire, still in a bun, leaning her left hand on her chin, while using a fountain pen to jot down notes on a piece of paper. From Pan Weihua's angle, Wu Mengqiu looked incredibly beautiful. Ahem. Mengqiu, I'm here. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Mengqiu looked up in surprise and exclaimed, Weihua, why are you still here? Her gaze followed Pan Weihua as he moved to the opposite side of the desk, and instinctively Wu Mengqiu adjusted her outfit, buttoning up her collar. Pan Weihua felt a bit disappointed, but quickly donned a standard smile, acting like a gentleman. It's almost time to get off work, but I saw your light still on, so I came in to see if there's anything I can help with. Nothing, I'm almost done. Oh. He casually replied, pausing for a moment before suddenly saying, today a product was unexpectedly launched in several supermarkets and launching. I should say it's a kind of fruit. By rights, this isn't within our company's business scope, right? In any case, isn't it great that we can sell it? Wu Mengqiu sidestepped the emphasis with a rhetorical question. Pan Weihua raised his eyebrows slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips, non-committal. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he took out his phone and handed it to Wu Mengqiu, saying, by the way, this is a message from Cui Haifu, the president of Jiumei Cosmetics Company, who sent it to me yesterday. He intends to collaborate with our company to develop the next generation of new products. Wu Mengqiu's smile faded, replaced by confusion and disbelief in her eyes. Looking down at her phone, she saw that it was indeed a message from Cui Haifu. He wrote to Pan Weihua, brother, I am very interested in your company's new products. Let's find a time to meet and discuss cooperation. How could he know about our company's new products? In truth, as Wu Mengqiu asked this, she already had an answer in her heart that she found hard to accept. Pan Weihua maintained his signature smile, the angle of his lips unchanging. Why? Wu Mengqiu's voice trembled, and she felt she could no longer sit still, gradually rising to her feet. Taking back her phone and placing it in her pocket, Pan Weihua remained composed. Mengqiu, you should know my feelings for you all along. But you have never responded to me. But how does this relate to the company's matters? Pan Weihua also stood up. I am seeking a way to make you pay attention to my methods. Moreover, I feel that your trust in me has been waning, and you no longer discuss many company matters with me, so why should I stay in such a company? Additionally, Cui Haifu promised me that if the cooperation is successful, I will become the regional general manager of Jiumei Cosmetics Company in launching. Mengqiu, if you were me, how would you choose? So you betrayed me. Consider it betrayal if you wish, but it was you who pushed me towards this path of betrayal. Wu Mengqiu trembled with anger, her eyes radiating fury, sorrow, and regret. Get out. Just get out. Tears, cold and unwilling, streamed down her cheeks as she pointed towards the door and shouted. The next morning, the employees of Mengqiu Cosmetics Company felt a stifling atmosphere pervading the office. Bad news spread quickly. With a little inquiry, everyone learned that the sales department manager Pan Weihua had betrayed the company, taking key information to join the leading cosmetics enterprise Jiumei. As if misfortunes came in pairs after the company faced such a disgrace, news suddenly emerged from the warehouse about stolen goods. Hastily rushing to the warehouse, Wu Mengqiu nearly fainted, muttering, "Why? Why?" The police arrived swiftly and took the warehouse manager away, but according to the manager, he had no idea when the items in the warehouse went missing. The surveillance was damaged and the manager had no awareness of it. The scene left little evidence, only a few ordinary footprints, making it impossible for the police to deduce who had committed the theft. Wu Mengqiu had an answer in her heart. After all, only a few people knew about this batch of goods. Chen Zixu and herself were definitely not among the suspects, while Wang Ji and Marrow lacked the motive. The only one left was Pan Weiwa. He knew about the snow honey and understood its value. After betraying Mengqiu, he stole the snow honey and iced lotus fruit. Manager Wu, the iced lotus fruit has been stolen, and now only about 5,000 already packaged are left. Should we send them to those supermarkets on time? Send them. Why wouldn't we? We have a contract with them, and if we don't deliver, well, breach it. Despite the blow, Wu Mengqiu quickly adjusted her mindset, her mind still clear. However, the employees in the company were thrown into chaos, especially those from the sales department, who had followed Pan Weiwa for too long. Perhaps he had promised them something, and now they one by one began to submit their resignation letters. In the company, all sorts of rumors circulated. The usual work atmosphere vanished, and some employees speculated that the company had suffered the greatest blow in its history and would likely go bankrupt. Locking herself in the office, Wu Mengqiu clutched her head, unsure of what to think. Until Chen Zixu called. "Sister Chiu, why didn't you tell me that something happened to our company? What can you help with if I tell you?" "Who says I can't help? At least I can make up for the lost snow honey and ice." Right. Previously, Wu Mengqiu had been stubbornly stuck in her own thoughts, focusing on how to retrieve the goods and soothe the company's employees before facing the impending pressure from Jume Cosmetics Company. She had overlooked Chen Zixu and the fact that as long as there were iced lotus fruits and snow honey, she still held all the initiative. As night fell and the lights came on, Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu, who hadn't been intimate for many days, first indulged in passionate entanglement, releasing the pressures and irritations they had felt in recent days. After cleaning up, sitting on the bed, Chen Zixu spoke first. "I want to establish a health supplement company and am currently applying. In the future, the iced lotus fruit business may come to me." Wu Mengqiu was taken aback and then asked, "What about the snow honey? As long as it relates to cosmetics, it will still be sold by Mengqiu. For now, let's just develop its beauty and skincare functions." Shaking her head with a smile, Wu Mengqiu said, "Maybe you're not a qualified businessman. Can I take that as a compliment?" Holding Wu Mengqiu's warm body, he inhaled her faint fragrance, feeling her smooth and delicate skin. Chen Zixu increasingly felt that he was a particularly happy person. "Have you ever thought about having 3 wives and 4 concubines?" Just as he was enjoying this warm moment, Wu Mengqiu suddenly asked this question. What? 3 wives and 4 concubines? Why do you ask that?" Wu Mengqiu pressed even closer, saying, "I suddenly remembered you have a celestial master, so you must be cultivating, right? When that time comes, will you still want an ordinary woman like me?" "Silly. What are you talking about?" Chen Zixu was both amused and exasperated. "You are my woman, who else would I want? Besides, even if I were to become an immortal, I would still want you. You will always be my woman in this lifetime." Unbeknownst to him, at some point the inferiority complex in Chen Zixu's heart had vanished without a trace. In front of Wu Mengqiu, he no longer felt unworthy. Instead, he was confident and viewed her with the eyes of a man. Wu Mengqiu also did not want a man who acted like a subordinate. At this moment, Chen Zixu was the support she desired. A night of sweet dreams. The next day was Saturday, and the 2 exhausted individuals decided to sleep in, only to be woken up at 10 o'clock by a phone call from Wu Mengqiu. The call was for Chen Zixu, but it was Wu Mengqiu who answered. "Hello? Who is this?" Without seeing the caller ID, Wu Mengqiu's voice sounded like a murmured dream. On the other end, Wu Mengqiu opened her mouth to speak, but then fell silent. "Hello? May I ask who this is? If you don't speak, I'm hanging up." Yesterday was too wild. As an ordinary person, how could she compete with Chen Zixu's foundation establishment cultivation? Her eyelids fluttered, but ultimately, she closed them again. Wu Mengqiu listened to the dial tone on the phone, her eyes darting around. To confirm her inner suspicion, she swiped the screen and found Wu Mengqiu's contact number. She dialed. "Why is there another call? Hello? Who is this?" It was still that same voice, murmuring like a dream. Wu Mengqiu spoke up. "Sister, it's me, Chanqian. Aren't you up yet?" "I'm not awake yet." Just as she said this, Wu Mengqiu suddenly opened her squinted eyes wide, sitting up straight. She glanced at the contact on her phone and confirmed it was Mengqiu. "Chanqian, why are you calling?" "Sister, I'm actually at the door." At this moment, Chen Zixu also woke up, and the 2 quickly tidied up. 5 minutes later, Chen Zixu opened the door. Since things had come to this point, there was no need to hide anything. As expected, "You slept with my sister." Chen Zixu was pointed at, and felt a mix of speechlessness and embarrassment. Wu Mengqiu felt the same way. Soon the three sat in the living room, and Wu Mengqiu brought out some breakfast, including milk with snow honey and a small plate of iced lotus fruit. Wu Mengqiu had already eaten, but seeing the fruit, she took one and asked what it was just before eating it. Without waiting for an answer, she popped it into her mouth. As soon as she tasted it, she felt as if she had eaten a peach ginseng fruit. She was even less ladylike, grabbing handfuls and shoving them into her mouth one after another. What kind of fruit is this? It's so delicious. Wu Mengqiu exclaimed, her words muffled as she However, just as she prepared to eat the sixth iced lotus fruit, she suddenly felt a warmth in her stomach and a full sensation, feeling as if she couldn't eat anything more. Looking at her belly, it wasn't bulging. How could she feel so full after just a few of these fruits? What exactly were they? Looking at Chen Zixu and her sister Wu Mengqiu with a puzzled expression, Wu Mengqiu hoped they would explain. Reluctantly, Chen Zixu resorted to his usual tricks, not really explaining, but telling her that these iced lotus fruits were highly nutritious and secretly cultivated by someone. After breakfast, while Wu Mengqiu was present, Chen Zixu mentioned the registration of launching Xinyu Health Products Limited Liability Company, and they discussed the details for an hour. Then Chen Zixu realized he was somewhat of an outsider, while Wu Mengqiu and her sister Wu Mengqiu were quite knowledgeable about the regulations for setting up a company. Great. I hereby appoint you as the CEO of the company. From now on, all operational matters will be your responsibility. CEO? Do you even know what a CEO is? The head of such a small company should only be called the chairman, just the general manager. All right. Then you will be our company's general manager. Selecting capable individuals is an important quality for a leader. Professionals should handle their expertise, and meddling without ability will only lead to disaster. Thus, Wu Mengqiu became the general manager of launching Xinyu Health Products Limited Liability Company, equating her position with that of her sister. This delighted her. After handing over his responsibilities, Chen Zixu realized how poorly he had performed in his previous tasks. Our company belongs to the health products industry, which is essentially manufacturing and wholesale. The minimum registered capital is 500, and you only have 200 now. There's still a long way to go. Chen Zixu quickly said he would gather the rest, which basically meant asking Zheng Ran for help. However, Wu Mengqiu then said, actually, it's not necessary. The government has already introduced policies allowing partial capital registration to be repaid gradually later. That's good. As they were talking, Wu Mengqiu's phone rang. It was a call from Wang Ji, who hurriedly said that there were no iced lotus fruits left in stock, and the last batch had already been delivered to the supermarket. Now major supermarkets led by Guoyan were urging for more. After the call, Wu Mengqiu turned her hopeful gaze to Chen Zixu, who readily agreed, without hesitation, and then returned to his rented apartment in the staff quarters of the Technological University. The 2,000 yuan given by Zheng Ran had not yet been used, and there were still 10 tons of steel and some snow honey and iced lotus fruits left in the storage ring. He opened Xianin to contact the patriarch of the Nia tribe, but didn't know what the other party was doing and received no response for now. Chen Zixu had no choice but to leave a message saying he had prepared another 10 tons of steel and hoped to exchange for no less than 3,000 iced lotus fruits this time. Then his gaze fixed on the chat group he hadn't looked at in a long time. The unread messages in the chat group Yaowang Fuchong had reached 999, and clicking to view showed over 1,000 historical messages. It was impossible to read from the beginning, so he picked out the most recent messages and learned that recently a new Tianzuan had emerged in the heavenly realm. Chen Zixu had no concept of what a Tianzuan was. After browsing through the chat messages, he realized it was a title similar to a nobility rank. It was even higher than the Tian Di. Group leader Yaowang Ji Xizhang. One more Tianzuan is equivalent to 4 more Tianwangs and 32 Xinjians. It seems that soon brother's position will also be in motion. Shangren Li, then let me congratulate the group leader in advance. Shangren Li, the group leader, should give out red envelopes. Smirking Dufan Li, the group leader, should give out red envelopes. Smirking Chen Zixu laughed. With this rhythm, the group leader would definitely give out red envelopes, so he wiped his hands, adjusted his posture, and prepared to grab them. Sure enough, after several messages urging for red envelopes, the group leader Yaowang Ji Xizhang sent out a large red envelope. I'm grabbing it with all my might. System prompt: congratulations, you have grabbed the red envelope sent by group leader Yaowang Ji Xizhang. Please check it. Chen Zixu clicked to check and found 6 1-grade replenishing pills. He had eaten this before. Initially, the unfortunate little soldier, said this was a snack among the health. Because of the replenishing pills, Chen Zixu had conducted a preliminary cleansing of his marrow and muscles, but unfortunately most of the medicinal power had not been absorbed and was expelled with waste. However, at this moment Chen Zixu possessed foundation establishment cultivation. Although it was just a foundation, he was precisely in need of energy supplementing substances like the replenishing pills. He took out all 6 replenishing pills and ate one first. The pill melted in his mouth and a warm sensation spread through his digestive tract. Fortunately, he had studied the body refining and qi refining sections of the yin-yang technique these past few days, so he knew he should use his knowledge from the qi refining section to consciously guide the spiritual power within the pill for easier storage in his dantian. Immediately, Chen Zixu sat cross-legged with his 5 hearts directed toward the heavens. While attentively sensing the medicinal power coursing through his body, he instinctively guided the medicinal energy to circulate along his meridians. It can be said that this was his second time practicing qi, and he was quite serious and cautious. The last time was at the Chanyuan mansion. The river god of Xiang adjusted Chen Zixu's body, allowing him to internally consume a pill while externally using celestial energy to entice and combine with the medicinal power, ultimately enabling Chen Zixu to reach the foundation establishment realm. That time Chen Zixu looked inward at the flow of the medicinal pill and had a good understanding of how to store. Now, after a brief stay in his stomach, the recuperative pill immediately transformed into streams of spiritual power rushing toward any part of the body that needed them. Chen Zixu followed the movements of this spiritual power with his consciousness, and in conjunction with his breathing used the techniques taught in the refining qi method, guiding that spiritual power into the dantian located in his lower abdomen. The dantian is a conceptual idea first proposed by Taoism. Currently, people's understanding of the dantian describes it as a term used in Taoist practices of internal alchemy, with 3 dantians: the upper dantian located at the meeting point of the governing vessel and the yintang, also known as Niwang Palace, the middle dantian found at the center of the chest, where the ancestral qi gathers, and the lower dantian located 3 inches below the navel at the conception vessel's Guanyuan point, serving as the repository of essence. Nowadays, the concept of the dantian has been widely adopted by various schools of qigong or breathing methods, such as using dantian qi while singing or speaking to reduce the chance of vocal cord damage. The upper dantian is the root of the essence, while the lower dantian is the root of life. By cultivating both essence and life, one can connect the small and large circulatory systems to reach the state of refining spirit and returning to emptiness. The ancients referred to essence, qi, and spirit as the 3 treasures, viewing the dantian as a place to store these treasures, thus placing great importance on it as the foundation of life. Although people's understanding of the dantian may not be entirely accurate, it is undeniable that essence, qi, and spirit are indeed stored in the dantian. These 3 dantians. The upper dantian is actually aligned with the midline of the left and right brains, with the cerebellum and brainstem located along this central line. Thus, in ancient times before the advent of anatomy, people believed that the center of the eyebrows was the location of the upper dantian. This is related to spirit, as it is the place where the spirit is hidden. The middle dantian is said to be located at the chest center primarily for 2 reasons. First, the apex of the lungs is here, where the breath resides. Second, it is where the arteries and veins connect to the lungs with dense capillaries, allowing breath to enter the circulatory system. Thus, this is the place where blood and qi converge, hence it is regarded as the middle dantian of essence. The lower dantian is located 3 inches below the navel, and it is said to be the repository of essence. Many people likely understand what this means. It is indeed the place where essence is stored. Moreover, besides the center of the chest, this is another intersection of arteries and veins with capillaries densely surrounding the kidneys. Generally, people are more familiar with the lower dantian. Chen Zixu utilized the technique of yin-yang force to convert the medicinal power into spiritual power, with the storage location also being the lower dantian. Ordinary people wishing to refine qi must first open up their dantian, as almost everyone lacks a dantian capable of storing energy. However, during the last time at the Chanyuan mansion, the river god of Xiang had already opened all 3 of Chen Zixu's upper, middle, and lower dantians, especially the lower dantian, which was now waiting for various spiritual energies to arrive. In the lower abdomen, 3 inches below the navel at the intersection of arteries and veins, the capillaries were as numerous as threads of hair. A portion of them had now clustered together, resembling many droplets of water aggregating into a single large droplet on a lotus leaf. These blood vessels merged into a large vessel, inflating into an olive-shaped internal container. The other capillaries adhered to the surface of this olive shape, and this olive shape is actually the lower dantian. The medicinal power of the recuperative pill flowed through the arteries and veins to the lower dantian, guided by an attractive force into the dantian, which had finally developed a vague sense of mist. This mist is actually spiritual power, which can also be called true qi. In any case, it is a type of stored energy. The characteristics of the dantian for practitioners at the foundation establishment realm differ from those in the qi refining stage, as they can compress gaseous energy into liquid energy. However, Chen Zixu's dantian still contained only a small amount of true qi, and liquefaction was unnecessary. After a while, feeling that the medicinal power had diminished considerably, Chen Zixu consumed another recuperative pill. Thus, in nearly 20 minutes, 6 recuperative pills had been fully ingested into his belly. It is estimated that about 30 to 40% of the medicinal power was truly absorbed into Chen Zixu's dantian. As Chen Zixu finished his practice and looked at his phone, he suddenly felt quite foolish. Just now he had missed out on a rain of red packets. Why couldn't he have waited a bit longer to practice? However, it was too late for regrets. By this time, no one in the group was sending red packets anymore. With a sense of hope, Chen Zixu clicked through the already expired red packets, hoping to find a few that were still available. He was indeed lucky. There were 2 red packets left, because one packet had been split into dozens of portions, so they had not yet been fully claimed. Taiji 4 Symbols Palm, a second-tier martial skill from a 5th-level civilization of the primordial universe, combining the attributes of the white elephant's ability to break through thousands of armies infused with the characteristics of Taiji's seeming calm, yet rapid movement. This was the first red packet that Chen Zixu had snatched, or rather picked up, which contained a martial skill. Alchemy Furnace, a second-tier alchemy furnace from a 5th-level civilization of the primordial universe, capable of refining crude pills, but with a low success rate. The second red packet turned out to be an alchemy furnace, and Chen Zixu quickly took it out. At first glance, this was a crimson metal furnace resembling the seismograph developed by Zhang Heng, and was only the size of a human head. Just as he was about to examine it closely, his phone vibrated. It turned out to be a message from the chief of the Nia tribe. Celestial sound. Here the chief of the Nia tribe agreed to the trade request, stating that it would take some time to prepare the ice lotus fruits, and to please wait. Chen Zixu thought he would have to wait 1 or 2 hours, but surprisingly within less than 5 minutes 30,000 ice lotus fruits were packed and delivered. While marveling at this impressive efficiency, Chen Zixu couldn't help but express his gratitude several times. The chief of the Nia tribe also thanked Chen Zixu, stating that their steel production was extremely low and most weapons could only be made from sharp stones or sturdy wood. With this batch of steel, they could equip a few thousand troops, and whether for hunting or conflicts with other tribes, the Nia tribe would no longer have to live in fear. Chen Zixu, it's all about mutual benefit. This is the principle we uphold as intergalactic merchants. Smile. Looking up, it was already getting late, and he still had to pack and deliver items to Wu Mengqiu, so Chen Zixu ended the chat. In fact, by trading in mutual needs, Chen Zixu could also acquire some precious items that Earth lacked to sell to those big shots. That way, both in terms of money and power, he could achieve significant expansion. However, to be honest, first, Chen Zixu had a strong peasant mentality, wanting to rise step by step. Second, he did not have the opportunity to face the big shots directly. Otherwise, if he directly approached the provincial governor or someone similar and offered them a recuperative pill, it would likely resolve the threat from the Zhang family, which was the backing of Brother Chao, who was troubling him in the business world. Although Chen Zixu is a clever person, he is certainly not someone with profound wisdom. Thus, with a sense of self-awareness, he hopes to use the super smartphone, this remarkable cheat device, to take steady steps toward the peak of his life. Perhaps once he possesses certain skills and status, he can engage in more conspicuous activities without worry. Lying on the bed, Chen Zixu casually glanced through the chat records, which were all trivial matters, so he had to act. He intended to use the shake feature to find a few cosmic friends, but he thought to himself that it would be better to wait until later. Right now, the most pressing matter was to deliver the ice lotus fruits and snow honey to the Mengqiu Cosmetics Company. As he exited the chat, he noticed the super game-breaking wilderness that he had downloaded from the Cosmic App Market. When Chen Zixu moved out of the dormitory, he had considered buying a gaming helmet or a gaming pod to play this game, but he had temporarily shelved the idea due to insufficient universal currency. It seems that when he shakes to find cosmic friends next, he will need to consider earning some universal currency. Without further ado, time swiftly moved to 8 in the evening. Chen Zixu first went to the supermarket to buy a bundle of food bags, then headed to the rented storefront. He remembered there were still 2 large cardboard boxes left here, which would be perfect for packing the ice lotus fruits and snow honey. For the snow honey, Chen Zixu took out a large bottle that he had kept, and for the ice lotus fruits, he packed 60 bags according to the standard of 500 per food bag. The 2 large boxes barely accommodated these items. He called Wu Mengqiu, and just like last time, she brought Wang Ji and Marrow to pick up the goods. This time we can't put it in that warehouse again, but where should we put it? Chen Zixu asked aloud. If it were possible, Chen Zixu could store these items in his storage ring or smartphone space, but the reality did not allow for that. He couldn't just take things out of the storage ring when people needed them, could he? Actually, Wu Mengqiu had already made arrangements before coming. This time, she had cooperated with a highly reputable security company and most of the items would be stored there. Is it reliable? Chen Zixu felt a bit worried, thinking that something might happen this time. The Wuling followed closely behind the Porsche, speeding along the not overly crowded asphalt road. After turning a corner, just ahead was the security company called Beichen. Earlier, Wu Mengqiu had spoken with a manager from Beichen over the phone, and manager Zhu Xian was waiting for them at the company. Today was the 14th day of the lunar month, and the moon was almost full, hanging proudly in the starless night. Slowing down, the Porsche was the first to enter the turning lane. Chen Zixu stole a glance in the rearview mirror and saw that besides the Wuling driven by Wang Ji, there was actually another small car following. Feeling inexplicably uneasy, Chen Zixu sensed that something was off. Sure enough, the car behind flashed its headlights a few times before suddenly accelerating. Bang! The car crashed into the rear of the Wuling. Wang Ji suddenly lost control of the steering wheel, and the car veered off, skidding on the road in an S shape. What's going on? Wu Mengqiu turned to look in the rearview mirror upon hearing the commotion, but she couldn't see what was happening. Chen Zixu had never witnessed such a situation either, and he was at a loss, but the feeling of unease grew increasingly palpable. At that moment, a beam of intense light pierced through the windshield, blinding Wu Mengqiu and Chen Zixu. Wu Mengqiu instinctively hit the brakes. Screech. Leaving a long skid mark, the Porsche finally came to a halt. Wu Mengqiu's eyes were still unable to open. The light was too strong. After a while, the Wuling behind also stopped after crashing into the greenery, and the world seemed to quiet down significantly. Chen Zixu squinted his eyes, and through the light, he saw the car across from them, which seemed to be a Benz. A faint red glow appeared intermittently behind the windshield, revealing that someone inside was smoking. Bang bang. This was the sound of car doors closing, and people from both vehicles were getting out. Wu Mengqiu unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out to see what was happening, but Chen Zixu stopped her. At this point, if he still couldn't determine whether it was a robbery or a kidnapping, then all those years of reading novels would have been in vain. His heart was pounding rapidly, the speed induced by a tinge of fear and tension. Don't go out, just stay in the car and hurry up and call the police. Chen Zixu held Wu Mengqiu's hand and said, what are you going to do? Chen Zixu smiled slightly. I've practiced a bit. Trust me, everything will be fine. With that, he opened the car door and calmly stepped out. Oh, this was Marrow's scream. Chen Zixu turned to look, and two men were each holding a stick and banging on the glass of the Wuling, shouting at Marrow to open the door. Looking to the other side in front of the Porsche, there were also two men, each with a stick, approaching Chen Zixu. Who are you? What do you want? Having undergone training, Chen Zixu's eyesight far surpassed that of ordinary people, and even against the strong light, he could see these two individuals clearly. Dressed in suits and leather shoes, their expressions were emotionless, their eyes filled with menace. Forcing himself to stabilize his breath, Chen Zixu reminded himself that he was a Foundation establishment expert and had no need to fear these ordinary people. However, his mental state had not reached that level, and he was still nervous. His legs trembled without him even realizing it. Are you Chen Zixu? We were entrusted to draw some blood from you. With that, the two men rushed forward with incredible speed. They were not ordinary people. Bang! With a dull thud, both of them kicked Chen Zixu in the chest before he even had a chance to react. Thud! 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 Chen Zixu was kicked back several steps. A few days ago, this would have left him incapacitated, at least groaning on the ground for half a day before getting back up. But now Chen Zixu's physical condition was far beyond that of ordinary people. These kicks felt merely like a tickle to him. Chen Zixu was surprised at first, but then filled with joy, realizing that he had already reached the Foundation establishment stage. His gaze toward those two opponents shifted from fear to disdain and excitement. Disdain because they had become weak in his eyes, and excitement because it was finally time to show off. Huh. The two men were also astonished this kid actually seemed unharmed. Yet what surprised them even more was yet to come. Chen Zixu let out a roar. A gust of wind surged from under his arms, and with footsteps that echoed like thunder, he crossed the 6 or 7 meters between them in the blink of an eye. Die. More impressive than when he had kicked that brother Chow away at the mall entrance, Chen Zixu leaped 3 meters high and kicked the two suited men 10 meters away. Oh, the two suited men were in immense pain. Yay. Chen Zixu felt incredibly relieved. Don't blame me for not giving you the time to show off. You simply weren't worthy. Chen Zixu declared arrogantly, then glanced sideways at the man smoking in the Mercedes, who was left utterly dumbfounded. Duong. Duong. The two, still banging on the glass behind, continued, completely unaware of their comrade's miserable fate. Excitement gleaming in his eyes, Chen Zixu strode over to them and a couple of steps patted their shoulders and said, Hey, haven't you heard the King of Hell calling the roll? Both wore the same expression of shock as they turned their faces, only to see a fist the size of a vinegar pot rapidly expanding before their eyes, until a sharp pain struck their noses. Their minds went blank, and they collapsed unconsciously, blood streaming from their nostrils. Damn, I haven't even put any effort in yet, and you're already down. Chen Zixu grumbled, kicking them a couple more times in frustration. Just as he was about to comfort the startled marrow, a flurry of hurried footsteps reached Chen Zixu's ears. Judging by the sound, he sensed someone approaching from behind. Then came a sharp whistling sound accompanied by a surge of killing intent. Without time to turn, Chen Zixu bent low and executed a quick roll, reappearing a zhang away. Turning back to look, Chen Zixu broke out in a cold sweat. It was another man in a suit brandishing a gleaming razor-sharp Japanese sword. The blade had passed so close that even without touching the Wuling van it had left a gash in the paint. Chen Zixu had a feeling. This guy was more formidable than the 4 men with iron rods combined. Who the hell are you people? Why are you targeting us specifically? This was the man Chen Zixu had earlier seen smoking in the Mercedes. If you survive, my blade will tell you. But only if you're still alive. The man spoke coolly, his face icy. Just then a cloud drifted over, hiding the bright moon behind it, and visibility plummeted. Chen Zixu had the advantage of better night vision, but he was still wary of the Japanese sword. Taking the chance, he quickly retreated, putting some distance between them. Then with his hand behind his back, in the blink of an eye, a short rod suddenly appeared in his grip. It was none other than the magic wand gifted to him by that beautiful misunderstanding. His confidence surged and a smile crept onto Chen Zixu's lips. Ha-ee. The opponent lunged forward the moment the cloud passed, whirling the Japanese sword into a silvery blur that nearly blinded Chen Zixu's foundation establishment level 25k diamond eyes. Balala, roll aside. Like Harry Potter, Chen Zixu raised his magic wand and chanted a spell. A bolt of purplish red lightning shot from the wand, striking the metallic Japanese sword directly. In truth, Chen Zixu knew no real incantation. He had just blurted out something random. The wand didn't rely on spells to release its energy. The suited man, jolted by the electric current transmitted through the blade, instinctively dropped the Japanese sword, but not before his hair stood on end and wisps of smoke rose from it. What the hell is that? You're swinging around a restricted weapon thinking I have no weapon of my own. Chen Zixu laughed quite smugly. This is my super invincible magical divine artifact. I can take an enemy's head from 1,000 li away as easily as picking something out of my pocket. But the man ignored him entirely. Instead, he swept his leg, kicked the fallen Japanese sword into the air, spun around to catch it, and with another spin the blade arced like a rainbow, a swift gleam of cold light aimed straight at Chen Zixu's face. A distance of several meters. There wasn't even time to blink. In that critical moment, Chen Zixu could only raise his magic wand, a faint silver light flickering from its tip. The magical energy clashed with the Japanese sword, sparking on impact, but it didn't halt the blade's advance. Still, it had some effect. It deflected the sword's trajectory slightly. Yet even with this deviation, Chen Zixu couldn't avoid being pierced by the Japanese sword. Though his body was at the foundation establishment stage, his reflexes were only slightly better than an ordinary person's. He could do nothing but watch helplessly as the blade drew nearer, until it stabbed into his chest. Truly, in the blink of an eye, everything happened in a flash. Chen Zixu, that hurts. Then, what's going on? No blood. Hey, why did it fall off? Didn't it go into my chest? The suited man was even more shocked than Chen Zixu. He had put all his strength into that strike. If asked to describe its power, he would have called it a 100-step flying sword. But how could this be? It hadn't pierced Chen Zixu's chest, not a single drop of blood spilled. You? Could it be? You're one of those people. What kind of people? Cultivators, of course. It seemed the suited man knew something. The sword hadn't pierced his flesh. It was blocked by the clothes Chen Zixu wore, which were actually the standard issue gear given to him by the river god of Zhang River in Chanyuan Prefecture. Looking closely, the clothes were barely damaged, but his chest still ached. Wincing in pain, Chen Zixu retorted, "What the hell are you asking me? I haven't even asked you yet." Since the man had no weapon left, Chen Zixu felt no restraint. With heavy, resounding steps, he advanced on the suited man. The guy didn't even dodge as Chen Zixu's fist slammed into his stomach. This punch was fueled by pure fury. How immense was its force! The suited man doubled over like a shrimp, then flew backward over a meter, blood gushing from his mouth. Drops of crimson painted a bloody night. Chen Zixu's face was splattered with blood. Wiping it with his right hand, he felt an inexplicable unease and nausea. Wee. The police had arrived so quickly. Wu Mengqiu quickly got out of the Porsche, glanced around, spotted the dazed Chen Zixu, and rushed over anxiously. "Zixu, are you okay?" No sooner had she spoken than she screamed, "All blood. Are you hurt?" "Where?" Like a mother worried about her child, she checked Chen Zixu all over, but found no injury. "Don't worry, I'm fine. The blood is his." Chen Zixu smiled, relaxing, and gently stroked Wu. Screech. A police car pulled up nearby, and 3 officers got out. One was a familiar face, the police beauty Fu Xiaobing. Stepping out to see the scene resembling a car accident, the three officers didn't seem particularly concerned, even though the report had mentioned kidnapping and hijacking. Did this look like that? What's going on? It's you. Fu Xiaobing had a good memory. She remembered Chen Zixu and the beautiful Wu Mengqiu. Wu Mengqiu was articulate enough to give a brief account of the incident. After seeing the suited man Chen Zixu had punched until he bled, Fu Xiaobing frowned slightly. Then she looked at Chen Zixu and had a general idea of what had happened. Just as Fu Xiaobing was about to call for more officers, her eyes fixed on the bleeding suited man, she failed to notice the two suited men lying by the Wuling van. They had both woken up. One of them, seeing the police, had an unreadable thought cross his mind, but then a vicious expression appeared on his face as he pulled a folding knife from his waist. No one noticed that the night provided them with ample cover. You all need to be more cautious lately, I heard. You know about the Zhang family gang, right? They're the group you clashed with last time, and they've been making sudden moves these past few days. Fu Xiaobing pointed at the bloodied man in a suit and said sternly to Chen Zixu, "This person is called Zhou Chong, a member of the Zhang family gang, and he belongs to the tiger lineage." Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu were both astonished, exchanging glances and inevitably feeling a sense of awe. What is the tiger lineage? Fu Xiaobing explained, the leader of the Zhang family gang is Zhang Tao, and there are many members under him. Are they seeking revenge for that brother Chao from last time? Chen Zixu could only think of this, otherwise he couldn't fathom why the Zhang family gang would go to such lengths to harm him. While he was deep in thought, a sudden scream erupted. It was Wu Mengqiu. Chen Zixu looked up and his anger surged as he felt both shock and fear. He saw that the two men in suits who were previously unconscious on the ground had now stood up behind Wu Mengqiu, taking advantage of everyone's negligence. One of them was holding a folding knife and had it pressed against Wu Mengqiu's neck. "Stop! Put down your weapons. Do you know what you are doing? This is a crime." Fu Xiaobing noticed the hostage situation and immediately shouted, "Mengqiu, let her go." Chen Zixu also shouted in alarm. However, the two men regarded Wu Mengqiu as their only guarantee for escaping and had no intention of releasing her. "I warn you, don't move. The knife in my hand isn't blind. If you force me, I might accidentally cut her throat." The other man, though unarmed, was looking for an escape route and was quite cunning. "Freer, the car. Get in the car." The one searching for an escape called out to the knife wielder, and the two of them circled around Chen Zixu and Fu Xiaobing to the car they had arrived in. "Mengqiu, Zixu, save me." Wu Mengqiu was terrified, tears streaming down her face. She was afraid of this Freer. If he suddenly lost control, the sharp blade could leave a deep mark on her neck, and then it would be too late. Chen Zixu was genuinely panicked, biting his lip until it bled, his nails digging into his palm. He took a step forward and shouted, "Stop. Don't hurt her. You just want to leave, right? I'll let you go. Please just don't hurt her. Let her go." Fu Xiaobing, as a police officer, remained rational and quietly urged Chen Zixu, "Shut up. What you're doing will only harm your girlfriend." The Freer grinned wickedly. "Looks like she's very That's even better. Now you have to listen to us. You're not allowed to move." Then he turned to say, "Second brother, get in the car," and started. This second brother circled around the front of the car and sat in the driver's seat, about to start the car in less than a minute. What to do? Chen Zixu was scratching his head, afraid to charge forward to rescue Wu Mengqiu, and no matter whether it was a magic wand or all other possessions he had, nothing was useful. "Zixu, save me. I'm scared." Wu Mengqiu truly felt how fragile a woman's heart could be when facing such situations. Suddenly Chen Zixu turned sharply, grabbing Zhou Chong, who was bleeding, and punched him, causing him to spit. "Let her go, or I will kill him too." Chen Zixu was truly furious. His whole body trembled, his eyes were bloodshot like a ghost, revealing a chilling glare. The second brother and Freer clearly did not expect Chen Zixu to act like this. They were taken aback for a moment, but only for a moment. Then they sneered, provoking Chen Zixu, "Go ahead and kill him. If you dare, then kill him. If you don't dare, then don't come with that nonsense." Fu Xiaobing, as a police officer, naturally couldn't let Chen Zixu do something foolish. She immediately grabbed his hand with all her strength, shouting into his ear, "Chen Zixu, are you crazy? Stop. Killing is a crime. Do you understand? Chen Zixu, get lost." Freer laughed a loud laugh. Then, in the face of Chen Zixu's furious expression, he gently raised the knife in his right hand, the blade tip scratching Wu Mengqiu's face. "Chen Zixu, no." Wu Mengqiu. The blade tip left a blood mark, cutting from the outer corner of her right eye to the right side of her mouth. Blood gushed out. Fortunately, it was not on her neck, and not too deep. Fu Xiaobing also swallowed hard, forcing herself to calm down, then shouted at Freer, "Stop. Do not harm the hostage anymore." She then thought to herself, the owner of the Mengqiu Cosmetics Company is such a beautiful woman. This might ruin her reputation forever. In fact, no one was stopping Freer from leaving, at least no one dared. The two auxiliary police officers were only gesturing with their batons, and Chen Zixu, and Fu Xiaobing were too afraid to approach, having no weapons themselves. Chen Zixu was using Zhou Cheng's life as leverage, but the second brother and Threer's reactions indicated that they didn't care at all. Were they not on the same side? Threer, looking deranged under the moonlight, leaned close to Wu Mengqiu's ear and said in a voice audible to everyone, "Don't scream, don't scream. If you do, I'll get annoyed, and when I'm annoyed, I might just leave marks on your face. Do you want to become an ugly monster?" Huh? Wu Mengqiu shook her head in terror, making sobbing sounds in her throat, tears streaming down her face. Whether from pain or fear, she broke down once more. The deranged Threer forcibly stuffed Wu Mengqiu into the car, then jumped into the compartment himself. The car roared and sped away before everyone's eyes. "Don't run!" The two auxiliary police officers weakly shouted after them. Fu Xiaobing was a bit more decisive. She immediately instructed the auxiliary police to notify the criminal investigation team and call for the armed police to mobilize. Then she quickly got into the police car, and 3 seconds later the rear wheels of the police car spun, kicking up dust as it sped away. Fu Xiaobing told herself that these two suspects were truly deranged. They actually took a hostage. It seemed there must be other cases involving them which drove them to use a hostage-taking method to escape capture. "Don't get cocky. I will definitely catch you myself." Fu Xiaobing gritted her teeth, slammed her hand on the steering wheel, and pressed down harder on the accelerator, which was already at its lowest. At that moment, Fu Xiaobing caught a glimpse out of the right-hand side car window. A streak of light flashed by, as if it were the light of a sword. Yes, it looked like the kind of special effects seen in films because the speed of the sword was so fast, leaving behind that kind of sword light. In the blink of an eye, the sword light blossomed and vanished, resembling the trace of a bullet passing through, leaving behind almost no sound. In the next moment, the car, driven by Ergo, suddenly swerved, crashing directly into a row of guardrails on the roadside. Bang! The car collided with the guardrail, irreparably joining the ranks of totaled vehicles. Fortunately, even during the day, the traffic on this road is sparse, and at night, it is in a pitifully low state. Fu Xiaobing slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side. "Don't move. Hands on your head. Get out of the car." But Ergo slumped over the steering wheel, showed no signs of movement. San Er and Wu Mengqiu in the back were the same. They were likely knocked out from the crash, and probably injured, though it was unclear where. Peeking inside, Fu Xiaobing was taken aback to see a blood gash, at least 2 fingers long and 1 centimeter wide, oozing blood from the back of Ergo's head. Peeking inside, Fu Xiaobing was taken aback to see a blood gash, at least 2 fingers long and 1 centimeter wide, oozing blood from the back of Ergo. Opening the car door, Fu Xiaobing placed her index and middle fingers on Ergo's neck. The pulse was gradually weakening. He was indeed dead. The criminal who had taken hostages had perished. Yet Fu Xiaobing felt not even the slightest thrill from the cessation of the criminal's heinous acts. Who? A gust of wind blew by, and turning her head, she saw Chen Zixu had already run to her side. The two cars had moved at least 2 miles from their original positions, yet in just 2 minutes, how could Chen Zixu have run so fast? Now beside the road was the Longqing Beichen Security Co., Ltd., where Wu Mengqiu intended to temporarily store the Binglian fruit and snow honey. As Chen Zixu reached the car that had crashed into the guardrail, he pulled on the door handle and found it wouldn't budge, then suddenly exerted all his strength. Kata! The entire car shook violently several times, and to Fu Xiaobing's astonishment, Chen Zixu tore the car door off the vehicle. Is this still a human? Fu Xiaobing couldn't help but doubt her own senses, but whether it was the biting cold wind or the strong smell of blood, it reminded her that all of this was happening in reality. Bending down, Chen Zixu carefully pulled Wu Mengqiu out of the car. Perhaps due to overwhelming emotions, or seeing the horrific scar on Wu Mengqiu's face, he silently shed tears. 10 minutes later, police cars and ambulances arrived at the scene, and after confirmation from medical personnel, it was clear that Ergo was indeed dead. He had been pierced by that strange sword from behind through the seat, and then into his heart. However, when the police attempted to retrieve the black sword, they found it had inexplicably vanished. The disappearance of the murder weapon astonished everyone present. Fu Xiaobing once again cast a meaningful glance at Chen Zixu, who was only focused on Wu Mengqiu, and watched him for a long time. Was it him? It should be him. Who else could it be? Chen Zixu, who exactly is he? How did he achieve this? Why could he run so fast? For the first time, Fu Xiaobing felt such great interest in a man. If it was him, then he is the murderer, as should I take him into custody. Though the dead man committed crimes and took hostages, his life should not be unlawfully taken by private individuals. The body of Ergo lay to the side, gradually becoming cold in Fu Xiaobing's eyes. It seemed as if a soul was jumping out, crying out, "I am wronged, I am wronged." The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. Fu Xiaobing saw Chen Zixu, who was struggling with pain, and suppressed her impulse to ask him, then whispered to herself, "Chen Zixu, don't let me find evidence of your crime, otherwise I will definitely arrest you." Seemingly sensing something, Chen Zixu's tear-filled eyes turned to Fu Xiaobing. His tearful gaze seemed to contain not just tears, but also a hint of guilt. At the Longqing People's Hospital, in a clean and bright ward, Wu Mengqiu, with her right cheek wrapped in double layers of bandages, was sound asleep, yet it seemed that even in her dreams she was still haunted by some unpleasant scenes as her brows remained tightly furrowed. Chen Zixu gently smoothed her brows, which startled Wu Mengqiu awake. No. Wu Mengqiu woke up with a startled cry, thinking that the hand caressing her brow was the same folding knife that had slashed her face. Only upon seeing the pristine ward did she slowly calm down her terror, but the sadness and heartache were unmistakable. Don't be afraid, I'm here, I will stay with you. Chen Zixu grasped Wu Mengqiu's cold hand, bringing it to his lips to kiss, using a determined gaze to convey his feelings. It's strange to say Chen Zixu had only known Wu Mengqiu for just over a week, yet his feelings for her were as deep as those for family. At this moment, an elderly doctor walked in, speaking in a peculiar tone. It's not like there's anything wrong with her legs. Oh, why is she in the hospital? Wasting money. A young nurse behind him tugged at his sleeve, constantly urging him to keep his comments to a minimum. She then nodded apologetically at Wu Mengqiu and Chen Zixu. However, due to the events of the night, Chen Zixu's anger flared up. Hearing the doctor's disrespectful words, he immediately erupted. With a glare, he stood up and pointed at the doctor, shouting, "What did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again." The elderly man was unyielding, ignoring the nurse's attempts to pull him back, and retorted defiantly, "Hey, whether I have guts or not, I'll say it once. What can you do to me? Your girlfriend isn't injured in her legs, as she can walk and jump, so why is she in the hospital? Did you open this hospital? What if I want to stay? What can you do about it?" As Chen Zixu spoke, he had already walked up to the doctor, and if the doctor said one more word, Chen Zixu would surely blow up. The elderly man clearly did not notice the fire in Chen Zixu's eyes, and continued to act smugly, saying, "I don't care what you can do. Anyway, you're wasting your own money. What? Looking at you like this, do you dare to hit me? Zixu, don't." Wu Mengqiu's voice was weak, afraid to open her mouth wide, fearful of pulling at the wound on her face. Chen Zixu's anger surged inexplicably, not hearing Wu Mengqiu's pleas. He seized the doctor's collar, roaring his fury from his throat. "Don't push me, or it'll make you regret ever meeting me." Yet the elderly man seemed oblivious to Chen Zixu's rage, still acting nonchalantly, saying, "I'm pushing you, so what? And pushing you, so what?" Wu Mengqiu silently cried out in alarm, preparing to get up. But there was no time. Chen Zixu raised his fist, and with a low growl brought it crashing down towards the doctor's face. Wu Mengqiu instinctively closed her eyes, remembering that Chen Zixu's punch had caused blood to flow, and could this apparently elderly man withstand one of Chen Zixu's punches? How many times stronger is the physical strength of Chen Zixu at the foundation establishment stage compared to an ordinary person? Even without any force application techniques, it is foreseeable that this punch could very well kill the old man. Wu Mengqiu seemed to have already envisioned the scene of blood gushing from the old man. However, the old man remained unfazed, waiting for the punch to close in, before suddenly a golden light flashed in his eyes. Chen Zixu's fist could no longer descend, blocked by a thin sheet of golden light. No matter how hard he tried, he could not penetrate it in the slightest. The nurse who had been tugging at the doctor's coat laughed, and in Chen Zixu's eyes her face became blurry, and eventually her body grew taller, transforming from a delicate woman into a strikingly handsome man. This is unscientific. Yet there was something even more unscientific. The direction in which Chen Zixu's fist was aimed saw the old man's beard first grow longer and turn white, then his eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose all changed. "Master." Chen Zixu, who had been filled with rage a moment ago, now calmed down. It turned out that this old man was actually the manifestation of the Xiang River deity. No wonder he was so nonsensical. Restoring to his original form, the Xiang River deity changed back into his usual casual attire, with his left hand grooming his beard and his right hand raised for a light slap. The slap struck Chen Zixu's head, despite not being very forceful. It was quite painful. After a cry of ouch, Chen Zixu knelt on the ground, resembling a child being punished. Wu Mengqiu opened her eyes, surprised to see the drastically changed old man and nurse. However, being someone who had experienced storms, she was not foolish from the sounds she had just heard. She understood this was a mix-up created by Chen Zixu's master using divine means. Since her last encounter with the deity, Wu Mengqiu had been particularly attentive to matters of the divine. If it weren't for her pride, which made it hard for her to express herself, she would have considered asking Chen Zixu to teach her cultivation. Seeing the deity now, she was naturally very surprised, but also excited. "Old deity." Wu Mengqiu threw off the covers and stepped down, carefully standing beside him with her heart in hand. Before the Xiang River deity could speak, the handsome man who had once been the nurse made a gesture to him, shaking his head lightly and saying, "Do not speak, listen." "Listen to what?" Wu Mengqiu obediently remained silent, albeit with some confusion, until she heard the Xiang River deity scolding Chen Zixu. The Xiang River deity no longer wore a playful demeanor, but instead appeared angry and disappointed. He said, "Do you know why I have come?" Chen Zixu shook his head not knowing, and thus had to ask back. The Xiang River deity said, "Do not concern yourself with why I have come, but do you know why I struck you just now, eh?" Chen Zixu replied that it was because he had offended his master. The Xiang River deity said, "Do not concern yourself with why I struck you, eh? Do you know why I?" Chen Zixu cried out, "Master, I really do not know. If you want to say something, just say it directly." Cough, cough. The atmosphere disrupted by Chen Zixu's interruption caused the Xiang River deity to give him a glare. Sighing, he let Chen Zixu rise, and then sat on the empty hospital bed beside him, pointing to the handsome man beside him, saying, "This is your second senior brother, Weiqi. Oh, by the way, what is your name again?" Weiqi, the handsome man, displayed an expression of helplessness and lazily replied, "Weiqi Xian." Although he was answering his master's question, it seemed like he was introducing himself to Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu recalled that during his last visit to the Chanyuan mansion, when he complained to his master had said he would send his second senior brother to protect him. Chen Zixu never imagined that his second senior brother would be such a handsome person. At the same time, a surge of jealousy invaded his heart, and he subconsciously glanced at Wu Mengqiu. The Xiang River deity and Weiqi Xian exchanged glances, and the Xiang River deity nodded, leaving Chen Zixu puzzled. Calling Chen Zixu forward, the Xiang River deity said, "I have come today because of you. I struck you because you killed someone. Now do you understand?" Chen Zixu was taken aback, then suddenly looked up, his mouth agape, and his face drained of color. "Master, how did you know?" He initially thought this matter was known only to the heavens himself and no one else, but he overlooked the fact that his master belonged to a group of extraordinary divine beings. It was impossible to keep it hidden. Chen Zixu could only speak the truth. Every word he spoke was careful, and as he narrated, his emotions fluctuated from excitement to sorrow. Wu Mengqiu stood by, and upon hearing that Chen Zixu had forcefully summoned a flying sword from 2 to 3 miles away to kill the driver, although she had prepared herself somewhat, she still felt fear as she had the day before. Firstly, she found it hard to believe that her seemingly harmless university boyfriend, who was several years younger than her, could be so cold-blooded as to kill. Secondly, she felt immensely grateful that Chen Zixu killed for her sake. In a world so vast with billions of people who would rage and kill for their own safety. This is the legendary anger for the beauty, isn't it? After listening to Chen Zixu's account, the Xiang River deity was extremely angry, but his way of expressing anger was to strike Chen Zixu several times on the head, showing that he had quite the unique character. Disciple, we cultivators are not supposed to get involved in the worldly grievances and entanglements. However, this incident occurred to you, so it is permissible for you to use some cultivation techniques, but you cannot kill. Do you know that killing carries karmic retribution? Weiqi Xian nodded at the appropriate moment, indicating that the master was right. Karmic retribution refers to the sins that obstruct the attainment of the correct path in cultivation, akin to human sins. This is a term from Buddhism, but it is quite accurate. You must acknowledge it. Look at you now, filled with resentment, all that malice. You are about to develop an inner demon. The Xiang River deity shouted. Chen Zixu felt deeply remorseful, but did not know what to say. Come forward and sit down. Following the Xiang River deity's instructions, Chen Zixu had no choice but to sit cross-legged on the floor, disregarding whether it was clean or not. Fortunately, you are my disciple. With your master shielding you, most of the karmic debt and retribution will not fall upon you. Otherwise, you would be in a state of mental turmoil right now. Not to mention achieving results in your cultivation. One day, your entire path of cultivation might be at an end. Chen Zixu nodded repeatedly in agreement, then raised his head in confusion and asked, "Master, I wonder how you knew about this matter. I am a master of great skill and profound magical power. What is it that I do not know?" The Xiang River deity proudly stated, stroking his beard with his left hand. Chen Zixu almost believed him, and Wu Mengqiu looked at him with admiration. However, at that moment, Weiqi Xian said blandly, "The cycle of heaven's way dictates that the karmic retribution for killing will automatically fall upon the killer, and as a master who imparts teachings, I too bear a portion of that retribution. When karmic retribution comes, it can be deduced where it originates from. So that's how it is." Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu realized. Although it wasn't because, as his master said, of his profound magical power, it still made Chen Zixu feel a wave of emotion. "It is my fault, I've implicated my master, and I am sorry for that." Chen Zixu lowered his head in self-reproach. Well, as they say, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all things as straw dogs. Masters like you are already earth immortals. How could you truly care about the life of a mortal? But I must remind you, your cultivation is still shallow, and your foundation establishment is not yet solid. Do not engage in actions that would attract karmic retribution. Instead, do more good deeds. Karma can be both good and bad. Ziyang River God chuckled. Although Chen Zixu felt a bit confused, he understood his master's intent to do more good in the future. Now I will help you eliminate this karmic burden so that your mind will not be harmed. Then Ziyang River God placed his right hand, resembling withered tree bark, on Chen Zixu's head, and a flicker of light radiated, filling the ward with a warm aura. Wu Mengqiu, who had previously experienced significant emotional turmoil, suddenly felt inexplicably. Wu Mengqiu experienced such a miraculous effect simply from being touched by this light. As the direct beneficiary, the benefits Chen Zixu received were beyond words. Everyone fell silent, and the ward was quiet. Wei Qixuan had long set up a magic formation outside the ward to ensure no one would disturb them, preventing any unnecessary trouble. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Ziyang River God withdrew his hand from Chen Zixu's head and informed him that it was done. Master, has my karmic obstacle been removed? Let's just say it has. Do you feel that your mood is no longer easily agitated? Ziyang River God. Closing his eyes, Chen Zixu took a moment to feel it, then opened his eyes with a smile and replied, I truly feel much more at peace now. I had been trying to recall that earlier scene, which should have been filled with panic and anger, but now I find it has faded significantly. Immortals are truly remarkable. They can eliminate such negative emotional factors with ease. Ziyang River God instructed Chen Zixu to stand up, and then rose himself, saying, If all goes well, you may be my last disciple. In my lifetime, from the time I began taking disciples in Qi refinement, you make a total of 86. Not too many, but not too few either. Most have now gone off on their own, and the least, like your second senior brother, still remains in foundation establishment. As he spoke, Wei Qixuan rolled his eyes, and even his aloof expression softened slightly. Ziyang River God continued, The one with the highest cultivation is of course your senior brother. He has probably surpassed me by now, right? You and your second senior brother are the lowest among my disciples, which makes me particularly worried about you. Disciple, although you started late, you have a high starting point. Make sure to work hard and strive to surpass your second senior brother soon. I have high hopes for you. Wei Qixuan's eyelids drooped and his expression became more varied. Chen Zixu agreed, and then he heard Ziyang River God say, Look at you, you have your cultivation technique, your magical weapon, and even a universal connector, which is just your phone. After this, there won't be much else I can help you with. From now on, have your second senior brother follow you. You can take care of his living arrangements. The two of you can cultivate. Chen Zixu readily agreed, since this matter had been discussed before, and he was secretly pleased. After all, his second senior brother, despite his lower cultivation, understood much more than he did, and was far more capable. So he no longer needed to worry about any threats to his safety. More importantly, there were many aspects of cultivation that Chen Zixu still did not understand, including the foundational knowledge which he needed to learn from others. This was a case of someone offering a pillow when one was sleepy, and Chen Zixu was naturally delighted. Ziyang River God left without taking a single cloud with him, even more gracefully than last time, transforming into a colorful bird before soaring away. After bidding farewell to his master, Chen Zixu began to curry favor with his second senior brother. At this time, it was necessary to reintroduce this handsome man. Have you ever seen someone so handsome? He simply looked like a beautiful girl disguised as a man with an oval face. His features were exquisite, and he stood tall, probably around 185 centimeters, fully meeting the criteria for a Korean-style handsome guy with long legs. His skin was fair, and his long fingers were enviable, exuding an elegant and admirable demeanor. Second senior brother, you should consider participating in a talent show. With you around, everyone else would be finished. After sizing him up, Chen Zixu summarized, You've got it all. Wu Mengqiu had a broader perspective, but her amazement was still quite evident enough to indicate Wei Qixuan's exceptional talent. Just as Ziyang River God had transformed into a doctor and mentioned earlier, Wu Mengqiu's injury was on her face, and being hospitalized didn't really help. With second senior brother around, he had already agreed to use his immortal techniques to help Wu Mengqiu restore her appearance. Thus, after a short wait, having gotten to know each other, the three of them completed the discharge procedures and left in Long City at the dazzling Jumei building on a midnight in the CEO's office on the 21st floor. In the 120 square meter office, the floor reflected the sparkling light from the ceiling, with a redwood desk measuring 4 meters long and 1.6 meters wide, almost devoid of any furnishings. Beside the redwood bookcase, a slightly stout and dark-skinned man was selecting books he wanted to read from the rows of shelves. He was the president of Jumei Cosmetics Company Chui Haifu. Jumei Cosmetics Company is a joint-stock limited company headquartered in Modu, with this branch in Long City. A week ago, Chui Haifu received news that a competitor in Long City, Mengqiu Cosmetics Company, had developed a top-tier cosmetic product, initially brushing it off. In China, could there really be a possibility of producing high-quality cosmetics? Anyone in the know would understand that the best cosmetics are generally renowned in Europe and America or South Korea. However, later Pan Weihua, the regional president, delivered a sample which was when the moisturizing lotion called Mengqiu Xianlu truly entered his view. Perhaps at first Cui Haifu was merely surprised by the fragrance of Mengqiu Xianlu. After testing it several times, he was astonished to find that this moisturizing lotion not only had moisturizing properties, but also nourished the skin, leaving it supple and delicate with additional effects such as whitening and wrinkle removal. Ordinary beauty products often claim to have such multiple effects, but Cui Haifu had never seen one that worked so quickly. He gathered several women to test the effects of Mengqiu Xianlu. Immediately after applying the lotion, they felt a refreshing coolness on their faces, and their reflections in the mirror appeared smooth and supple. In half an hour, there was no sign of oiliness or dryness. Half an hour later, after washing with water, they noticed some oiliness was removed, yet their faces still felt fresh, and there was a marked difference compared to before trying the product. Among them, several women who originally did not have particularly fair skin discovered that after washing off the moisturizing lotion, their faces were visibly fairer. Cui Haifu was completely captivated by the product developed by Mengqiu Company. He had to obtain it. If this product is allowed to enter the market, Cui Haifu can guarantee it will absolutely trigger a seismic shift in the cosmetics market. At that time, not only will his own company's products suffer, but all similar cosmetics will face the fate of being eliminated. What a significant blow this will be. Cui Haifu could hardly imagine. He must turn the situation around, starting with Pan Weihua. Either collaborate on the production of this product or seize this product. Fortunately, Pan Weihua is greedy, and fortunately this product has entered his sight. However, collaboration on production is no longer possible. Pan Weihua has already left Mengqiu with the research materials for Mengqiu Xianlu and is currently negotiating terms with the regional president of Jimei Longqing. Cui Haifu picked up a book titled Thick Black Theory and muttered, "Those who serve my purpose need not be treated kindly, those who stand against me must be eliminated." Pan Weihua let him first become the regional sales department manager. This is entirely fabricated, and I don't even know if this book exists. Of course, there will be many similar nonsensical names and theories before and after. I hope everyone can read happily and just laugh it off. I wonder how Pan Weihua will feel when he learns of Cui Haifu's decision. Originally, Pan Weihua, who held the new product research materials, was here for a higher position. Of course, the regional manager of Jiumei is of a higher social status than the department manager of Mengqiu, yet they are ultimately of the same level. Daylight is about to break. The events of the night seem as if they never happened by day. Chen Zixu received a call from Fu Xiaobing stating that Zhou Chong had been hospitalized due to severe injuries, and the Zhang family gang has hired a lawyer, not ruling out the possibility of an appeal. Listening to this, Chen Zixu felt both amused and somewhat angry. Fortunately, after the enlightenment to clear karmic obstacles process from yesterday, he was not yet calm, but surprisingly did not lose his temper upon hearing this news. Wu Mengqiu, on the other hand, called a friend to say she needed to hire a lawyer. But this was not what Chen Zixu needed to focus on for now. What was urgent was to finalize the orders from several supermarkets. After last night's incident, Wu Mengqiu had hardly slept for a few hours, and given her injuries, she could have but who could blame Wu Mengqiu for being a career-oriented woman? Chen Zixu was worried about her, so he followed her to Mengqiu Cosmetics Company. This was Chen Zixu's first time at Mengqiu, located in the Donghuan Avenue Industrial Park. The managers of various supermarkets waiting to pick up goods were all gathered here. Previously, Wu Mengqiu had the logistics delivered to them, but now the supermarkets came to pick up the goods themselves. There was no choice, the customers were urging them. The iced lotus fruit had just been shelved, and it was almost completely sold out in under 20 minutes. Today the time for shelving was approaching, but the iced lotus fruit had not yet arrived. Were they to tell the customers that it was out of stock? Actually, these supermarkets were not in a hurry, but Wu Mengqiu was anxious. As soon as she arrived at the company, disregarding her facial injury, she directed Wang Ji and Marrow, who had also arrived at the company, to bring the iced lotus fruit into the office. After the incident yesterday, the iced lotus fruit had not been delivered to Beichen Security Company. Manager Zhu Xian from Beichen was frustrated waiting, and after making a call, he learned that there had been an accident nearby, and the matter was left unresolved. The iced lotus fruit and snow honey were stored together in a total of 2 boxes. Fortunately, there were protective foam materials, so nothing was damaged or broken. They were about to start distributing the iced lotus fruit, with Wu Mengqiu personally overseeing, allowing representatives from various supermarkets to line up to collect the goods. Baiguoyan Supermarket was the leading one here. Of course, they had to be the first to collect the goods. Manager Wu, our supermarket has a significant flow of customers, and the demand for iced lotus fruit is high, so could you give us a bit more? Actually, who we distribute the goods to, we can all make money. Whatever we should earn, we will earn. But why don't you ask if the others are willing? Without needing to ask, one could tell from the expressions of the other supermarket representatives that they would not be easy to deal with. Biguoyan supermarket wants 2,000 boxes. Wang Ji, hurry up and package. Wang Ji grabbed 6 bags of iced lotus fruit and rushed off with the receipt. The previous packaging was done by the lower-level staff. While the speed was not rapid, the boxes were ready. The tasks at hand were merely to pack the fruit, label it, and tie it with golden thread. With nearly 50 Mengqiu employees, things could be done quickly. Just 10 minutes had passed, and Biguoyan's goods were all completed. After making the advance payment, the manager left with several boxes of iced lotus fruit. Haoyujia supermarket wants 1,000 boxes. Marrow, you go. Supermarket wants 1,000 boxes. Wang Ji, you come. Around 10:30, over 10 supermarkets had finished their pickups. The later few stores were not significant, so Wu Mengqiu did not allocate them much of the iced lotus fruit, almost only 200 to 300 boxes each. There are still a little over 10,000 iced lotus fruits left, mainly because several new supermarkets came today, but at least today's matters are settled. Chen Zixu saw that Wu Mengqiu was sweating from her forehead and felt quite distressed. He handed her a few tissues and said doing things like today is definitely not sustainable. At the very least, packaging work should not be left to the employees, especially since they are all graduates. Doing such unskilled work would be a source of embarrassment if word got out. Wu Mengqiu carefully took the tissues and wiped her face, saying, I know all this, but I haven't finalized a partnership with a factory yet, and I don't feel comfortable letting others handle the iced lotus fruit. Chen Zixu raised an eyebrow, thinking that this must be the trouble caused by that department manager's betrayal, making Wu Mengqiu overly cautious. Heir Shixiang Wei Qixuan had been following Chen Zixu. He was also at Mengqiu Cosmetics Company, but wearing a mask and sunglasses, and otherwise with his looks the female employees would probably not work at all. Just revolving around him would be enough happiness. Chen Zixu still needed to arrange things for Wei Qixuan and conduct a transaction with the Nia tribe leader, so after ensuring Wu Mengqiu was settled with work, he first took her back to the Xinhua Lu community before returning to his rented place. Senior brother, what did you just give Sister Qiu? The title of Heir Shixiang always seemed to carry some ambiguity. Calling by name felt impolite. Chen Zixu thought it was better to call him senior brother. Wei Qixuan gave a faint glance around the living room, waved his hand, and immediately performed a spell, causing a small wind to sweep away all the dust in the room, leaving Chen Zixu astonished, wondering if the floor had been waxed. Sitting on the sofa, Wei Qixuan leisurely replied, just a bottle of hemostatic ointment, stops bleeding, promotes tissue growth, and removes scars. Hemostatic ointment. Senior brother, do you have any more? Then Wei Qixuan raised his hand, tossing over a bottle. It was a very ordinary ceramic bottle 6 centimeters tall. Chen Zixu shook it and felt no granules. When he opened it, he found it was powdery. Pouring a little into his palm, it was powdery white with a faint floral scent, though he wondered how effective it was. But he expected that what Heir Shixiang used was definitely not comparable to anything on the market. Looking at the powder on his palm, Chen Zixu fell into deep thought. After staring blankly for about 5 minutes, Chen Zixu let out a faint self-deprecating laugh and murmured to himself, do I really have the heart to fiddle with this now? I'd better focus on sorting out the few things I already have first. Then he sat down across from his second senior brother, asking every now and then if he was thirsty or hungry. After receiving negative answers to both, Chen Zixu led his second senior brother to take a look at another empty room. It's not tidied up yet. Wait a moment, senior brother'll have it done shortly, Chen Zixu said, preparing to start cleaning the room. Yu Qixuan replied indifferently, no need. I can handle it. Chen Zixu was about to remind him that some items in the room belonged to the landlord and shouldn't be damaged. But then he watched as his second senior brother gestured to the left, and an object flew into a storage pouch, then to the right, and another object followed suit, until only a bed remained in the room. The room was finally clean, but also empty. Because Yu Qixuan appeared aloof and spoke little, Chen Zixu felt awkward and uncomfortable being around him. Suddenly remembering that he needed to go out for supplies, Chen Zixu excused himself, telling his second senior brother to rest at home. He also showed him how to turn on the TV and change channels, suggesting he watch it if he got bored. Yu Qixuan, however, simply sat cross-legged on the bed in his room and began to cultivate. Seeing this, Chen Zixu thought, well, that's even better. After leaving a plate of iced lotus fruit for his second senior brother, Chen Zixu opened the door and stepped outside. It was midday and the sun blazed fiercely, likely the first scorching hot day of the year. Chen Zixu hadn't eaten anything since morning, but with the iced lotus fruit, whether he ate other things or not, as he walked, Chen Zixu took out his superphone, logged into Celestial Sound, and contacted Chief Nia. However, Chief Nia did not respond immediately. Chen Zixu then contacted Mo Shui Feng, she the chief's daughter, who seemed to have plenty of free time. She replied as soon as she received his message. He asked the girl to inform her father, and in the meantime Chen Zixu arrived at the steel market. The steel he had purchased last time was from this very place, and the price had been far from cheap. The boss happened to be there. After a brief chat learning that the young man was here to buy more steel, the boss took a drag of his cigarette and asked, "Xiao Chen, what kind of factory do you run at home? If possible, leave a contact method. We could establish a long-term partnership." Chen Zixu thought it was a good idea and gave the address of the storefront he had prepared as the office for Xinyu Company. "Boss, I need 20 tons this time. Send someone to deliver it. Call me when it arrives, okay?" With the remaining 100 yuan from Zheng Ran, he paid the boss a deposit of 300 yuan up front and left. He had initially planned to buy other supplies like the liquor and Lao Gan Ma chili sauce he had purchased before, as these could help ward off the cold in the perpetually frozen land opposite. But recalling that Chief Nia had mentioned steel was their most urgent need, the other items could be skipped. With that in mind, Chen Zixu decided to head straight to the storefront to wait. No. 268. Suaping Avenue was the location of the storefront Chen Zixu had rented. The sun was blazing, the temperature soaring, and inside the south-facing storefront a few workers were taking a break. This was the renovation crew Wu Mengqiu had just hired to turn the space into a temporary office. It was called a temporary office because according to Wu Mengqiu's vision, Xinyu Company would be anything but small. She planned to hire at least 100 employees to fully showcase her exceptional leadership skills. This storefront was too small unless he rented out the entire upper floor as well. Although Chen Zixu was the boss, the renovation workers clearly didn't recognize him and clamored to keep him out, afraid he might cause damage. After finally calling Wu Mengqiu to explain the situation to the foreman, Chen Zixu was able to verify some things will be stored here shortly, so it won't be convenient for renovations. You might as well head back for today and come back tomorrow. The foreman replied that since their pay was based on the workload, it didn't matter to them if he wasn't in a hurry. With that, he led the workers away. Watching their retreating figures, Chen Zixu thought to himself, soon the steel market will deliver the steel, and he'll have to trade with Chief Nia. With all this coming and going, how could I let you see it? Not long after, the boss from the steel market called to say the truck was on its way and asked Chen Zixu to go to the delivery location to handle the handover. As before, the truck carried a small forklift, and each bundle of steel on the wooden pallets weighed 2 to 3. After the steel was neatly stacked against the inner wall, Chen Zixu called the boss and settled the remaining payment through the same online transaction method as before. Delighted to have received the money, the boss spoke pleasantly on the phone, saying that if Chen Zixu needed anything else, he only had to make a single call, and it would be delivered to his doorstep. Chen Zixu thought this was great. He wouldn't even need to go to the steel market anymore. A single phone call would suffice. What a time saver. After the man left, Chen Zixu closed the rolling shutter door and swept his phone over the area. In an instant, the pallets and steel all vanished into the phone's space. While waiting for word from Chief Nia, Chen Zixu opened Ha. To his surprise, someone had sent him a message. It was a friend named Fei Yong 989. After a moment's thought, Chen Zixu remembered who it was. Thanks to this friend, Chen Zixu had gotten together with Wu Mengqiu. That's right. This was the online seller of the potent dragon-mating liquor. Fei Yong 989. Heavenly Lord, are you there? Such a respectful address. He hadn't replied at the time, so the other person sent another message. Fei Yong 989. Have you finished the dragon-mating liquor? How was the effect? Could you help me with a survey, Heavenly Lord? A smiley face followed along with a link. Chen Zixu found it amusing. Aliens using links for survey. Having nothing better to do, Chen Zixu clicked the link. A clean survey questionnaire appeared on the screen. But as he carefully read the questions, he realized they were incredibly risque. Question 1. Have you used similar products before? Question 2. What was your previous physical condition, specifically regarding reproductive organ length and strength? Question 3. What was your previous marital intimacy level? There's no need to list the rest. They'd be censored. Suffice it to say they were extremely explicit. Oh well. Since I'm kind-hearted, and it was your liquor that helped me find a wife, I'll fill it out for you. And so with a lecherous grin, Chen Zixu completed the survey, chuckling slyly as he went along. Not to brag, but there's probably no one on Earth with stronger abilities in this area than me, right? After completing the questionnaire, Chen Zixu clicked submit and received a reply of submitted from Fei Yong 989, feeling as if he had helped a classmate with their homework. It seemed the other party had been waiting by the communication device without leaving. As soon as Chen Zixu sent the message, Fei Yong 989 received and replied to it. Fei Yong 989, Lord Celestial, thank you for taking the time to fill out the survey. Since you are the first consumer to complete it, a small gift awaits you. Smiley. He hadn't expected a gift and wondered what it might be. Chen Zixu, what is the gift? After about 10 seconds, a large red envelope appeared on the phone screen, followed by another message from Fei Yong 989. Fei Yong 989. This is an ice fire ant egg hunted by our giant beast group during an interstellar hunt. It is naturally of little use to a celestial lord, but you may bestow it upon your juniors. I hope you do not disdain it. Ice fire ant egg. It must be the egg of an ice fire ant, right? But what in the world is an ice fire ant? Upon clicking to claim, he saw a fist-sized oval jade shell sphere. Its surface was not entirely smooth, presenting an overall yellowish hue tinged with blood red. Startled, Chen Zixu examined the ice fire ant egg from all angles, but could make no sense of it. Just as he was about to inquire of Feiyong, 989, Chief Naya replied. Having already traded with Chief Naya twice this time, it was a familiar routine. He clicked to trade and obtained 60,000 ice lotus fruits. Chen Zixu had initially considered finding a more cost-effective item for trade, but he realized that no matter how he calculated, the value of an ice lotus fruit was roughly equivalent to 1 yuan in RMB. Fortunately, ice lotus fruits did not exist on Earth. With absolute market monopoly, Chen Zixu could sell them at a profit margin exceeding 1,000. This was undoubtedly a mutually beneficial transaction for both consumers and himself. They sought health, while he sought profit. The trade itself took no time, but the conversation lasted about half an hour. Chief Naya felt that Chen Zixu was a true blessing to his tribe, having delivered desperately needed strategic resources. Thus he lavished much praise and finalized a long-term trade agreement. Reminding himself to stay clear-headed when speaking with important figures, Chen Zixu was not swept away by the flattery. However, he learned from Chief Naya that the Naya tribe was under military threat from several neighboring tribes. Among other things, Chief Naya mentioned a term called Sweatamu, explaining that the Naya tribe had never won in the triennial Sweatamu competition. Chen Zixu pondered that this might be a multi-tribal martial competition, possibly related to resource distribution and tribal honor. The world on the other side of the phone was a frozen, snowy realm with scarce iron production directly impacting the equipment level of tribal warriors. With the steel Chen Zixu had traded to them, the Naya tribe's warriors could now each be equipped with a set of armor and an iron sword. As the saying goes, might makes right. If Chief Naya were to weep, it would likely be tears of emotion. More often he would laugh, loudly, wildly. With the trade concluded, Chen Zixu began studying the ice fire ant egg. Returning to Haha, he asked Feiyong, 989. Chen Zixu, how do I hatch this ice fire ant egg? Feiyong, 989. Question, doesn't the Celestial Lord know? I assumed you were aware of the hatching method, so I didn't include a manual. Please wait a moment, Lord Celestial. I will send you a manual right away. It turned out this friend had mistaken Chen Zixu for a celestial expert. Perhaps it was due to the strength level he had casually selected as Tianwu during the free Galizard wine acquisition, leading to the misunderstanding. Nevertheless, pretending to be an expert felt quite pleasant, as the other party was exceptionally polite. Soon Chen Zixu received a file on his phone, knowledge on ice fire ant rearing and methods for hatching ice fire ant eggs. First, he stored the ice fire ant egg in his phone space, then opened the file and began reading. Oh, not bad. This manual is in PDF and GIF format. These ice fire ants are truly magnificent. To vividly illustrate the ice fire ant, the manual included several images, all in animated GIF. In the images, the ice fire ants either roared silently or brandished their claws. They had a metallic texture, were pitch black with a few red spots on their abdomens. The ice fire ant is a rare low-grade arthropod beast in the Cosmic Star River. Adult ice fire ants can reach a body length of 18-23 centimeters. Their pincers are sharp enough to bite through materials with a Brinell hardness of HB 100220. Their 6 legs are powerful, capable of lifting 1,600 times their body weight and dragging 7,200 times their body weight. Reading this, Chen Zixu paused and looked up information on earth ants. First, earth ants could never reach such a size. The largest ant, the bull ant, has a worker body length of less than 4 centimeters. Second, no ant on earth could bite through something with a Brinell hardness of HB 100. This hardness is equivalent to that of cast iron. Finally, the lifting and dragging capacities were far beyond any ant on Earth. After the comparison, Chen Zixu shook his head and chuckled, feeling foolish for comparing earthly things to those of an advanced cosmic civilization. The manual contained a wealth of information, but it was mixed and varied. Chen Zixu skimmed through it and turned directly to the section on hatching methods for ice fire ant eggs. Method 1, lava heating method. Place the ice fire ant egg beside hot volcanic rock, allowing it to absorb the Earth's fire energy. Hatching takes about 5 minutes. Chen Zixu muttered, then shook his head and said to himself, this method won't work. Would I have to find a volcano? Next method. Method 2, boiling blood method. Place the ice fire ant egg in boiling beast blood, allowing it to absorb the essence of demon blood. Hatching takes about 15 minutes. Chen Zixu rolled his eyes, finding the method rather bloody. But on second thought, it was quite feasible. Just boil some blood in a pot, right? Pig blood would do, wouldn't it? He might even get to eat some extra pig blood curd. There were 4 more methods listed, but aside from one that involved enveloping the egg in fire attribute energy for about an hour, the other 3 were utterly impractical due to ridiculously long hatching times. Having made up his mind after delivering the iced lotus fruits to Wu Mengqiu, he would stop by a meat processing plant on his way home to get some pig blood. If that failed, he could buy 2 chickens and slaughter them himself. Ice fire ants. How could mere earthlings have ever seen such advanced creatures? They'll film a video, spread the word, and hold a pet auction. I could probably make a few million. At the very least, several 100,000. Yes, that's the minimum. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day. Wu Mengqiu brought Wang Ji and Marrow to pick up the goods as usual, but there were no cardboard boxes or other packaging. Chen Zixu had to prepare 500 pieces in a food bag in advance. As soon as she got out of the car, Wu Mengqiu appeared particularly excited. When she ran towards Chen Zixu, she took off her mask and sun hat, pointing at her right cheek, and asking Chen Zixu, look, has the scar gotten smaller? Indeed, the wound, originally over 10 centimeters long, had started to heal directly, without scabbing, and the mark was becoming blurry, although it was still noticeable upon closer inspection. Is it the wound medicine given to you by second senior brother? It looks really good. Yes. The effect is great. It feels cool when applied, then it warms up a bit, and within half an hour you can see the results. Wu Mengqiu was obviously very happy. After all, she initially thought she would surely become ugly, but unexpectedly, she could still return to being beautiful. Wang Ji had almost been injured earlier, and as a shareholder in the company, Chen Zixu expressed his concern for him. Of course, he also offered his condolences to Marrow. Wu Mengqiu kept nodding, and said suddenly, you seem to have some presents, not bad. Chen Zixu scratched his head and smiled foolishly. Next, Wang Ji and Marrow acted as laborers. Without cardboard packaging, Wang Ji quickly went to buy some and returned with over 100 sheets, taking out a few for this time, and putting the rest in the storage room of the storefront. As Wang Ji and Marrow began to move the iced lotus fruits, a taxi stopped outside. Wu Mengqiu grabbed a sunshade and got out of the car wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and hot pants, catching Chen Zixu's eyes wide open. Hey, sister, you're here too. Wu Mengqiu hurriedly put on her mask and prepared to wear her sun hat again, purely not wanting her sister to see her injured face. Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu had no intention of telling anyone else about what had happened, as it would only add to their troubles. However, Wu Mengqiu, having sharp eyes since childhood, noticed more than she should have. Wu Mengqiu's actions to conceal only raised her suspicion, and as she approached, she discovered the truth. Sister, what happened? Your face. Your face. As she spoke, she forcibly pulled off Wu Mengqiu's mask and sun hat despite her attempts to stop her. Wu Mengqiu smiled slightly and said in a calm tone, it's nothing, I just accidentally fell and got scratched on my face. I'll be fine in a few days. It's not that simple. Wu Mengqiu pouted almost in tears as she touched the scar on her sister's face. That scar is so long, but it's going to stay for a lifetime. What are we going to do about that? As a younger sister, Wu Mengqiu truly felt sorry for her sister. Chen Zixu quickly comforted her, saying, Qian, don't worry. I guarantee that in a few days this scar on your sister's face will disappear, and I will return you a brand new sister. It's easy for you to say. How can you get rid of the scar? A brand new one. Are women turning into virgins? Wu Mengqiu was too crude. Wu Mengqiu simply couldn't bear to respond. Instead, she spoke plainly and directly, you'll find out in a few days. While they were talking, Wang Ji and Marrow had already moved the iced lotus fruits onto the Wuling van designated for transport. It wasn't tiring, and Chen Zixu gave each of them a bottle of water to let them rest for a bit. At this moment, Wu Mengqiu asked her sister why she was here in this scorching weather, and Wu Mengqiu suddenly remembered something important. Oh no. Sister, if you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten. Sister, when we discussed the company with brother-in-law last time, we mentioned that the iced lotus fruit business should belong to Xianyu from now on. I heard that brother-in-law is going to deliver goods to you again, so I hurried over here. I'm here to snatch the business. This little girl kept calling him brother-in-law, turning both Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu's faces red with embarrassment. However, with outsiders present, it wasn't appropriate to argue about this. Wu Mengqiu playfully flicked her sister's forehead, pretending to be angry, and said, oh, so you're snatching business from your sister now. You really are capable. But your company's business license hasn't even been processed yet. How do you plan to compete with me? Wu Mengqiu clearly had a countermeasure ready. No matter what her sister said, she turned and stood next to Chen Zixu, grabbing his hand and shaking it while pouting her lips and acting cute, saying, brother-in-law, I'm working for you. Look at your wife. If she isn't being reasonable, can't you manage her? Wang Ji and Marrow had already smartly taken a seat in the Wuling van outside, even though it was hot inside. Chen Zixu could only grin awkwardly. There was no way to deal with this child's verbal prowess. Then he couldn't avoid the intense killing intent from Wu Mengqiu. With just a single glance, the playful Wu Mengqiu became obedient. If there's nothing wrong, just go back to school and study hard. What's the point of meddling around? Wu Mengqiu retorted indignantly. Brother-in-law is still a student, just like me, in his second year of college. Well, if Wu Mengqiu hadn't said that, Chen Zixu might have almost forgotten that he himself was also a genuine socialist university student in an industrialized setting. In the end, Wu Mengqiu began to act cute again, saying, no matter what, I finally want to manage the company myself. Sister, have some pity on me and let me take over the iced lotus fruit business. After all, you have your own business. How about it? To be honest, although the iced lotus fruit business seemed thriving with profits reaching 900, the quantity was too low and the maximum sales revenue was only around $1 million per month. If it were in the hands of a large enterprise, it might not even be worth their attention, but here, whether it was Wu Mengqiu or Wu Mengqiu, they already viewed it as a treasure trove. Sister Wu Mengqiu was a career-oriented, strong woman. Trying to snatch business from her was akin to carving out her flesh. How could she be willing to part with it? It was likely that younger sister Wu Mengqiu had also been influenced by her sister's career-oriented character and valued this business greatly, showing signs that she would continue to make a fuss if she didn't get it. In the end, sister made a slight concession, facing Chen Zixu and saying, the iced lotus fruit originally belongs to you. We haven't signed any agreements. You decide who to hand the iced lotus fruit business over to. Chen Zixu was taken aback and found it difficult to make a decision for a moment. At that time, Wu Mengqiu tugged at his hand. When Chen Zixu looked over, Wu Mengqiu was pouting her lips, appearing charming, making it hard for Chen Zixu to refuse. However, on the other side was his own woman. Shouldn't he consider her feelings? Caught in a dilemma, Chen Zixu truly found it hard to choose. Wu Mengqiu couldn't wait any longer, and with a furrowed brow, she said, is it so difficult for a big man to make a choice? All right, this woman was still the same CEO, demanding efficiency in her work and showing impatience with delays. Chen Zixu had no choice but to take out a 1 yuan coin and said, let's decide by flipping a coin. If the flower side is up, it goes to Qianqian. If the head side is up, it's still given to Mengqiu. How about that? The two sisters responded with a disdainful humph. The coin was flicked onto the top of his head, rolling down before falling from the highest point. Chen Zixu furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing a deceleration in the coin's descent. Then he suddenly thought, can I control the coin? As soon as this thought arose, Chen Zixu felt a sudden daze in his mind, and then a force surged out from his intang point, reaching towards the falling coin. However, the coin's descent was affected by gravity, accelerating as it fell until the moment it touched the ground, when the force finally made contact with the coin. Ultimately, what should have been propelled upward by the elastic force, the coin, after being touched by the force emanating from Chen Zixu's mind, landed with the flower side facing up. Hooray! It's mine, it's mine. Wu Mengqiu bounced around, wrapping her arms around Chen Zixu's arm, her chest nearly comparable to her sister's, creating a shocking display as it rubbed against him. Rubbing. Chen Zixu awkwardly pulled his arm away from Wu Mengqiu's chest, his face turning red. Brother-in-law, you are so good. Wu Mengqiu continued to flirt with him. Chen Zixu coughed ahem. This is all fate. Fate. Then I'll leave the sales of the Binglian fruit to you. You must work hard. Since it had come to this, Wu Mengqiu had no choice but to say that for the time being, Mengqiu would handle the Binglian fruit business for this month, or else they would incur a large penalty for breaching contracts with several supermarkets. Regardless, Chen Zixu had no issues. He once again drove with Wu Mengqiu to the Beichen Security Company. Just last night, the negotiations with Beichen Security Company had not proceeded due to the sudden attack from the Zhang family. Today, Wu Mengqiu specifically contacted their manager Zhu Xian. This time, driving in broad daylight without any hindrance, they arrived at Beichen after a 20-minute journey. Zhu Xian was a slightly plump, middle-aged man with a buzz cut, likely a veteran from the military, exuding an aura of a tough and iron-willed man. Wu Mengqiu personally appreciated this tough demeanor of Zhu Xian, which made her perception of Beichen Company slightly better. Chen Zixu stood behind Wu Mengqiu with the somewhat clingy Wu Mengqiu beside him. Manager Wu, it's an honor to meet you. I have heard of your reputation as the beauty of the business world, and seeing you today, it truly lives up to its name. Wu Mengqiu intentionally let her wavy hair down, partially covering the scar on her right cheek, and with the magical touch of makeup, even upon close inspection, the scar was not easily noticeable. The reason she didn't continue using a sun hat and mask for disguise was that it was extremely impolite in a business setting. Manager Zhu, you flatter me. With a slight smile, Wu Mengqiu directly got to the point. Manager Zhu, I apologize for not being able to meet you on time yesterday. Oh, I believe you are aware that some unexpected incidents occurred yesterday. Therefore, I was at the hospital before today, and I just brought this batch of goods over. I still hold the same intention. I hope your company can specifically open an insurance room for us, and I hope we can receive some discounts on the fees. Everyone arrived in the reception room, and after some polite exchanges while sitting down, Zhu Xian replied, our company has rich experience in security. Based on client needs, we have constructed no less than 1,000 square meters of insurance rooms and over 3,000 safes. Before this, several hundred companies in Longqing and the surrounding cities have chosen our Beichen's insurance services, so you made no mistake in choosing us for your insurance needs. As for the insurance rooms, we have plenty. Don't mention 1, even 10 or 8 we can provide. But regarding the fees, we have strict regulations, so I must apologize for that. Authors note the mention of the security company having insurance services akin to banks is purely for plot necessity and is fabricated by the author. Whether it exists or not, please don't mind such details. Fortunately, the fees for each insurance room are not particularly high, generally rented quarterly, with the cost being 300,000 for a quarter, which is 100,000 per month. 100,000 compared to Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu might have seemed a bit much in the past, but now the sales revenue of Binglian fruit alone could reach around 100,000 a day, and that's just the beginning. If they could supply in large quantities, who knows, earning 10 million a day wouldn't be out of the question. Before signing the contract, Zhu Xian first led everyone to inspect the insurance room built by their company. After circling around a large corridor, they arrived at an elevator with only buttons for the basement and the second floor. Zhu Xian introduced. Our insurance rooms and some safes are built underground, surrounded by a thick layer of reinforced concrete designed to withstand explosions, and each insurance room has a 0.5 meter thick steel reinforced load-bearing wall. So anything stored in our company is absolutely. Chen Zixu listened in confusion, having no idea what their security coefficient was, but felt that storing valuable items like Binglian fruit here should be relatively safe. Upon reaching the first basement, everyone saw the heavy mechanical doors, and on both sides of the corridor were insurance rooms arranged like hotel rooms. Each door had both a mechanical dial and a keypad lock for security. According to Zhu Xian, if possible, they could also provide a third layer of manual identification system exclusive to VIP users. Inside the insurance room, however, there was nothing at all, and it was almost spotless. Returning to the reception room, Wu Mengqiu and Zhu Xian reached an agreement on the rental of the insurance room and signed several contracts, which did not require a specialized notarization, making this agreement effective. Then 50,000 Binglian fruits were transported to insurance room 712. In the future, if a person without the relevant proof did not appear in person, even employees of Beichen Company could not open the insurance room privately. Sitting in the Porsche, Chen Zixu clicked his tongue a couple of times, his tone filled with envy, and couldn't help but say, "Once our company grows bigger, can we also build an underground vault? That way we can save on the hundreds of thousands in insurance fees each month." Wu Mengqiu giggled and patted her proud chest, saying, "Brother-in-law, don't worry, leave the company to me. In less than 3 years, its market value will surely exceed 100 million. By then we will build an underground vault." Seeing her so confident, Chen Zixu nearly wanted to tell her that when he had bet with her father at the Sihai Hotel and the hospital, he had claimed he would earn 1 billion within half a year. The car was driving normally when, after a turn, it had reached Dongguan Avenue. At that moment, Chen Zixu's superphone in his pocket suddenly vibrated a few times. Taking it out, Chen Zixu focused his gaze, realizing it was a message from his master uncle and the land deity. "Old Temple Street, land god temple, hurry over." As the Porsche entered Dongguan Avenue, Chen Zixu's super smartphone in his pocket suddenly vibrated twice. He immediately took out the phone and focused on the screen, where a message from Xianin read, "Lao Miao Street, land god temple, come quickly." The sender was none other than Chen Zixu's Shu and the land god. The message contained only the brief words, "come quickly," which filled Chen Zixu with an uneasy feeling. Could something urgent have happened? He quickly asked Wu Mengqiu to make a turn and park by the side of the road, saying, "I have something to do, drive carefully." Seeing his anxious demeanor, Wu Mengqiu guessed it was related to immortals and didn't ask further, just nodded and advised him to be careful. Just as he was about to drive away, a handsome guy walked past by the roadside. The guy had a charming demeanor, dressed in the most ordinary attire, yet his striking handsomeness was undeniable. Wu Mengqiu held her heart and exclaimed, "So handsome." Wu Mengqiu turned to look and raised an eyebrow, saying, "So it's him." This handsome guy was none other than Chen Zixu's second senior brother, Wei Qixuan. "Senior brother, what are you doing here?" Chen Zixu also spotted Wei Qixuan and greeted him, his tone naturally carrying a hint of curiosity. "Could it be that you also?" Without finishing his sentence, Wei Qixuan slightly nodded, his expression aloof and proud. "Then let's hurry. By the way, this is the first time Zai Shu has summoned me. I wonder what it's about." The two of them hurried with Chen Zixu, almost jogging to Zai Land God Temple. As for Wei Qixuan, he maintained a casual pace, yet it seemed like he had rollerblades on each step, allowing him to glide forward a considerable distance. It was unclear what method he used, but he managed to confuse all the passers-by, leaving them oblivious, and it was already around 4 in the afternoon. The sun was setting, but it was still quite hot. Outside Zai Land God Temple stood 2 delinquent-looking non-mainstream individuals. Both were tall, one with red hair and the other with green. The green-haired one blocked Chen Zixu's path and rudely asked, "Hey, who are you to barge in here? Do you know where this is?" Chen Zixu was stopped. Looking at the plaque of Zai Land God Temple, he muttered to himself, "This is indeed the Land God Temple. Why am I not allowed in?" Just when he was at a loss, Wei Qixuan stepped aside, glanced at the red-haired delinquent, and calmly said, "Step aside." The red-haired one looked Wei Qixuan up and down, and immediately his haughty demeanor turned respectful, speaking in a flattering tone. "Oh, I must have misjudged. It turns out Wei Qixuan is here. I truly apologize for my lack of hospitality. Wei Chuan, please come in. Please go in." Chen Zixu was taken aback, staring in amazement at Wei Qixuan as he confidently stepped over the threshold, wanting to ask, "Is there really such a huge difference in treatment for this person?" Just as he was about to call out to his second senior brother for help, Wei Qixuan paused for a moment and then said, "He's with me. He is my junior brother." The red and green-haired delinquents then disdainfully glanced at Chen Zixu and stepped aside, saying, "Go in." Then with a look of disdain, Chen Zixu felt both amused and exasperated. The moment he stepped into the Land God Temple, he was struck with awe. It was impossible for him not to feel this way. The last time he sought to meet Zai Land God, he had turned into the temple, leading to his apprenticeship, joining groups, and starting his cultivation journey. It could be said that the Zai Land God played a significant role when Chen Zixu embarked on the path of cultivation. At that time, the Land God Temple, although not entirely dilapidated, was still covered in dust and cobwebs, with even the deity statue being incomplete, and worse yet, there were a few piles of human or dog excrement in the corners. Fortunately, later on, Zai Land God appeared and performed a cleaning spell. Overall, the Land God Temple in Chen Zixu's memory was a target for renovation and environmental improvement. However, just as he entered the Land God Temple, Chen Zixu looked up and was immediately astonished and speechless. Was this still the same Land God Temple? How had it transformed so completely? The main deity statue had been replaced with a gilded figure standing 8 feet tall, with divine altars on either side manned by golden boys and jade maidens. In front of the deity statue was a small bronze cauldron inside, which incense smoke curled up, and above were intricately carved beams and painted rafters with golden threads hanging down, adorned with jade beads. On the left, a stone dog lay on the ground, while 3 or 4 young people sat cross-legged on cushions. On the right, Zai Land God was painting vigorously, and the walls displayed magnificent dragons, colorful phoenixes, and auspicious clouds with the sun and moon. Is this really the Zai Land God Temple? The temple was still the same size, a small area, but its old appearance had been replaced by a new look, and it felt as if the quality had risen from a muddy ground to the clouds of the 9 heavens. Wei Qixuan pulled him along, and Chen Zixu understood, sitting together with him and the young people on the left. "Hello, he." Unlike his second senior brother, who always wore a poker face like a mute, Chen Zixu greeted everyone first. Unfortunately, no one paid him any attention. Their eyes were glued to the scene of Zai Land God painting, as if a stunning beauty was performing a dance of dazzling allure. Ignored, he felt his face flush. After sitting down, he looked around and saw nothing happening, so he turned his gaze towards the wall. On the wall was the painting of dragons and phoenixes by Zai Land God. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, just an old-style Chinese landscape painting. But as he gazed, Chen Zixu exclaimed, because to his eyes the dragon's spine suddenly moved. No, even the colorful phoenix's longest tail feather moved. It was as if a breeze had passed, causing a slight tremor. This time Chen Zixu became serious and observed closely. Then a miraculous event occurred. Just like a scene from a sci-fi or fantasy movie, Chen Zixu found himself suddenly pulled into a space where the scenery on both sides blurred rapidly, and before his eyes was the world of dragons and phoenixes. A magical giant dragon soared through the sea of clouds, with the sun and moon shining together, and the cloud sea dyed in 7 colors. The colorful phoenix danced beneath the auspicious clouds, its tail followed by a flock of colorful birds. The dragon soared through the 9 heavens while 100 birds gazed at the phoenix. At this moment, Chen Zixu was truly dumbfounded, wanting to gaze at the majestic dragon soaring and the elegant phoenix dancing. His 2 eyes felt inadequate. Suddenly, a divine brush flew in from the edge of the sky, which was a brush dipped in ink. Wherever the brush tipped, when a cloud would appear or a bird would take flight. This was truly a mythical world. Silently marveling, Chen Zixu intended to take a few steps forward to approach the dragon and phoenix, but after just 1 step, the scenery changed drastically, and a small island appeared in midair beneath his feet. Chen Zixu stomped his foot, feeling that this small island was quite real. Looking around, the dragon and phoenix had moved from a level view to hovering above him. The small island beneath his feet was growing larger, with patches of grass spreading outwards, and occasionally a small tree would burst forth from the ground, transforming into a towering giant within seconds. "What is this place? It's amazing." Just as he marveled, a booming voice filled his ears. "The valley spirit never dies. It is called the mysterious female. The gate of the mysterious female is called the root of heaven and earth. It exists like a thread, yet can be used without effort. Following the sound, Chen Zixu saw a Dao platform coming closer from afar, now just a few meters away. Seated on the platform were Zihe and the land deity with several young people below them whose faces seemed familiar. Were they not the ones who had just sat in the land deity temple? Zihe and the land deity were dressed in white holding a whisk and jade slips accompanied by a purple gourd and a black dog. Wen Ku, why aren't you sitting down yet? Wen Ku was the immortal name given to Chen Zixu by his ancestor Gong Yan. Chen Zixu responded and quickly sat down cross-legged. Zihe and the land deity began their booming discourse. Heaven and earth endure eternally. The reason heaven and earth can endure and last is because they do not give birth to themselves, hence they can achieve longevity. Thus the sage places himself after others, and yet is ahead. He is outside himself, yet remains intact. Is it not due to his selflessness? Hence he can achieve his own desires. Dwelling in a good land with a kind heart, speaking with sincerity, governing well, and acting skillfully, moving at the right time. Only by not competing can there be no blame. Holding on to fullness is not as good as letting go. Striving for sharpness cannot be preserved for long. A house full of gold and jade cannot be kept safe. Wealth and pride lead to self-inflicted disaster. Accomplishing one's task and then retreating is the way of heaven. These were classic Taoist phrases that Chen Zixu had heard before, but he had never understood their meaning as he was not a liberal arts student and had not spent much effort on classical Chinese. At that moment, Zihe and the land deity's lips moved as if golden light and jade symbols scattered with their words. Chen Zixu suddenly felt his mind clearing. Truths he previously did not understand now became crystal clear. Then the true qi surged within his dantian. His breath elongated as a stream of spiritual energy entered his body, causing his power to rise rapidly. His previously inadequate foundation establishment cultivation began to stabilize slowly due to the influx of true qi, but clearly he was still some distance from actual foundation establishment. When he felt the accumulation of true qi gradually slowing down, he turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where a droplet of liquid true qi had already formed. For ordinary cultivators, transforming gaseous true qi into liquid was not merely a matter of accumulating enough gaseous true qi. It was a qualitative change process exceptionally difficult related to the evolution of the Tao body and sea of consciousness. But Chen Zixu did not need to, for the river god of Xiang had already helped him prepare for foundation establishment. Opening his eyes, the world reverted to its original state. It was still that small land deity temple crowded with several young people around him. Second senior brother Wei Qi Xian had a flushed face, looking rather embarrassed. What happened? Chen Zixu felt puzzled, and a rather filthy thought crossed his mind. Could it be that because he was too handsome a man had been smitten and thus harassed him? The truth was hard to guess until Zihe and the land deity put away the heavy talisman brush in their hands and turned around. Still in the form of that old man with short hair and no beard, radiating an aura of a transcendent being, his demeanor was that of a celestial Taoist. He scanned the young people sitting on the cushions, finally fixing his gaze on Wei Qi Xian. Wei Qi, you still have not comprehended this time. What have I not comprehended? Chen Zixu turned his head in confusion to look at second senior brother, only to see him unusually bowing his head, almost hiding it in his chest. Is he feeling ashamed? Disciple is foolish. He could only mutter these 4 words. His voice. Zihe and the land deity ignored him and turned to the others, their expression starting to show a smile, for among these few there were still some who had yet to open their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes, they all stood up together, and Chen Zixu rose with them. Thank you, Master Uncle, for bestowing the teachings. Suddenly Chen Zixu, whose mind was still quite active, realized that this was actually a lesson, just a rather unique. The painting on the opposite wall might be the teaching tool used by Zihe and the land deity. The effect of this class was evident, naturally leading to everyone's power growing. In fact, it was not just a lesson. As everyone sat down again, Zihe and the land deity waved their hands, closing the temple doors, and the surrounding scenery began to transform into an ancient battlefield filled with scattered white bones. Even though Chen Zixu had killed before and had his karma cleansed by the river god of Xiang, his mental fortitude could not withstand the encroaching aura of slaughter on this battlefield. Trembling like sifted chaff, he did not attract others' attention as everyone was gazing at the sky. There a mass of dark clouds was gathering thick as ink. The ancient demon god is about to awaken, bringing with it raging winds and torrential rains sweeping across the 9 provinces. The calamity for humanity. Can it truly be avoided? A young man sitting at the front asked, Master Uncle, what will the omen be for this demon god's arrival? Wei Qi Xian had returned to his former arrogant demeanor. He whispered to Chen Zixu, he is the closed-door disciple of Master Z, Wen Wenjing, a mid-stage golden core cultivator, one of the best disciples among the literary lineage. Chen Zixu exclaimed, ah, which caught the attention of a few people. Wenjing also turned to look at him, and smiled slightly, though his smile was more cold and aloof than anything else. The dark clouds in the sky were gathering even faster as He and the land deity said, "It is nothing new. As the demonic path rises, it corrupts the hearts of mankind, and evil spirits wreak havoc, leading to a decline in social morals." Everyone sighed. Chen Zixu merely curled his lips. What is this old man rambling about? After about 15 minutes, the scene reverted to the land deity temple. He and the land deity said, "You have all seen the previous scene. The demon god is about to descend, and this vast world faces yet another calamity. As cultivators, from the moment we stepped into the path of cultivation, we bore the responsibility of maintaining world peace." World peace. Chen Zixu burst into laughter. Isn't that Shui Zhiqian's thing? Forgive him, he had never really engaged. While others were seriously discussing the grand issues of the universe's existence, he thought they were just chatting. He and the land deity shot him a glare, asking, "Who is Shui Zhiqian? What are you laughing about?" Chen Zixu stopped laughing, putting on a serious expression. Our Earth is a fragment among countless particles in the primordial universe. During the primordial period, the battle between gods and demons shattered the universe, leading to the existence of our Earth. Today, the divine path has declined, while the celestial path has flourished, but our lineage in this galaxy is gradually withering. As an immortal, I hold the position of the land deity, which is indeed a source of ridicule. One should know that before the Tang dynasty, the position of land deity was traditionally held by foundation establishment cultivators, and the highest divine position was only achieved by those in the combined body or great ascension realm. At this point, he seemed to recall something, his face filled with contemplation, followed by a hint of sadness. The decline of the world and the turn of people's hearts is not something the immortals can control, and as cultivators there are fewer and fewer of us. To this day, we the immortals are even allowed to hold the positions of land and river deities. Do you all think it is laughable? It is laughable. Hey, Mengqiu, what is the matter with you? I'm speaking here, and you're causing trouble. Chen Zixu retracted his head and eyes, thinking, wasn't that your question? I was just trying to liven up the atmosphere a bit. Is that not allowed? And the land deity conveyed to him through undeniable facts that this was a serious place. In order to make Chen Zixu more aware and stop causing trouble, and the land deity flicked a finger, and a speck of starlight fell upon the black dog statue lying beside several people. Before long, the black dog, gleaming with a metallic sheen, rapidly transformed, standing up to reveal that it had turned into a real dog. The black dog took a few steps and sat down beside Chen Zixu, its eyes fixed intently on him. And the land deity gave Chen Zixu a meaningful glance that clearly conveyed, "Kid, if you continue to cause trouble, don't blame me for unleashing the dog on you." Chen Zixu became obedient, trembling with fear, not daring to make a sound. The lecturer and the land deity resumed the previous topic. The decline of cultivators on Earth is not only a consequence of people's hearts turning away, but also a result of societal industrialization, where it is difficult to benefit oneself, let alone benefit others. As spiritual energy thins, the number of cultivators will also decrease, prompting the celestial beings to intervene. But with the demon gods descending, how can such a small place like Earth survive? You people are the key. From today onward, under the celestial beings arrange duties to protect the common people, as is the way of the heavens. The land of the divine continent is divided into 5 regions, with 5 major supervisory offices established, namely Central Plains, Northeast, Northwest, Southwest, and Southeast, each with 12 celestial beings stationed for supervision. All beneath the celestial beings will be supervisory officials divided into 5 ranks, with the first rank being the lowest and the 5th rank the highest. You will be promoted based on the number and level of the demons you capture, regardless of your cultivation level, focusing solely on your achievements. Those who are promoted will receive rewards each time, determined by one's cultivation level. After saying this, and the land deity looked at the young people on the mat, and aside from Chen Zixu, the others seemed to have understood. Nodding, he clapped twice. The main door opened, and 2 colorful-haired individuals resembling punk rockers entered. They then bowed and transformed into a pair of small birds, each no bigger than a sparrow. Chen Zixu was astonished, realizing that the 2 punks had transformed into birds. It made sense. How could celestial beings be entangled with social outcasts? And the land deity pointed to the 2 quiet little birds on the ground, saying, "Demons can be good or evil, and people have their virtues and vices. As cultivators, you must not only possess the strength to move mountains and seas, but also the wisdom to distinguish right from wrong. You must never indiscriminately harm the innocent or betray the loyal." The crowd agreed, then began expressing their loyalty, vowing to maintain the stability and harmony of the realm, ensuring that no evil spirits would threaten the peace of the common people. In the end, everyone received a piece of ironwood plaque, which felt cold to the touch and had a very solid texture, though nothing was written on it. After distributing the plaques, Z and the land deity did not say a word, and along with the black dog and the two birds they vanished in a puff of blue smoke. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. Chen Zixu took a breath of relief, smiling as he performed a bow to introduce himself. Brothers, my Dao name is Wu Mengqiu, and my name on my ID is Chen Zixu. I look forward to your guidance. Thinking he was quite polite, he expected the other brothers to smile and introduce themselves too, perhaps adding each other as friends, discussing future gatherings for drinks or meals, or even wellness activities. However, in reality, there were no smiles or self-introductions. Aside from Wei Qixuan, the others seemed to ignore Chen Zixu entirely, getting up, brushing off non-existent dust, and striding out. Hey, what's going on? Isn't this a bit rude? Chen Zixu stared in disbelief, secretly giving a middle finger to these impolite brothers. With this matter concluded, Chen Zixu and his second brother Wei Qixuan strolled back to the school. By this time the sky was nearly dark, and checking his phone revealed it was already around 7 o'clock. Suddenly Chen Zixu recalled what Z and the land deity had said about Wei Qixuan not having comprehended something. Not understanding the context, he asked, brother, when we were at the land temple listening to Uncle Z's teachings, he mentioned you had not comprehended something. What was that? Wei Qixuan paused his steps, his expression darkening. Chen Zixu's heart skipped a beat, realizing he might have touched on a sensitive topic. Nevertheless, Wei Qixuan answered, though his tone was flat, failing to mask the underlying gloom. Since I began cultivating, I have made rapid progress until reaching the peak of foundation establishment, yet I have not been able to advance an inch. What you saw earlier was a painting in the sea of consciousness. You all entered Uncle Z's sea of consciousness, but I could never enter. After saying this, Wei Qixuan tilted his chin at an angle, and there seemed to be a glistening liquid swirling. Perhaps this was why Wei Qixuan often looked up at a 45-degree angle, as he hid his fragility from others. Some pains can only be endured alone, and some heartaches must be digested in solitude. Upon returning to the staff dormitory area, Wei Qixuan directly closed the door to his room, leaving Chen Zixu with his mouth open, unsure of what to say. Cut off line. The night shrouded the earth, and the metropolis glowed with dazzling lights. A gust of cool wind blew by, causing Pan Weihua to tighten his tie. Today he wore an Armani suit, which cost him a whopping $34,000. If it weren't for meeting the CEO of Jume Cosmetics, he would never have splurged like this. At 9:10, a Land Rover pulled up in front of Pan Weihua. Upon recognizing the model, Pan Weihua was taken aback. This was a Range Rover worth over $3 million. The window lowered, revealing the imposing face of the person in the back seat. It was Cui Haifu. Mr. Cui, you're here. Cui Haifu did not respond at all. The driver opened the passenger door, beckoning him. Let's talk inside the car. The vehicle headed out of the city, moving at a leisurely pace, yet Pan Weihua felt extremely tense. You must be Xiao Pan. This is our first meeting. Did you bring the research materials for Mengqiu Xinlu? Cui Haifu spoke first. Pan Weihua instinctively reached into his leather bag, but hesitated and turned to Cui Haifu. Mr. Cui, regarding what we discussed about me assuming the position of general manager at Jume. Cui Haifu waved his hand, saying, everything can be discussed, we will talk more at the hotel. Coincidentally, the Range Rover stopped at the Four Seas Hotel, which Chen Zixu had previously visited. The attendant mentioned that the private room had already been prepared. The moment they entered the private room, Pan Weihua was taken aback and asked in confusion, Boss Zhang, why are you here too? Boss Zhang is indeed my esteemed guest. Xiao Pan, you should get to know each other better. Cui Haifu unreservedly took the lead, while a very ordinary-looking man with a pale face and graying hair forced a smile that was more painful than crying, his hoarse voice scraping like stones against glass. Mr. Cui, brother Pan, I have been eagerly anticipating this meeting for a long time. It's great to see you again. The Four Seas Hotel is quite famous in Longqing, rumored to offer everything one could desire for entertainment and leisure. If one indulges in spending, they could easily spend over 10 million in a single day. The luxury of the private room is evident, with an area exceeding 30 square meters adorned with blue and white vases and other decorative artifacts. Master Zhang, the cost here must be quite substantial, right? You really have gone all out, Master Zhang. It is quite strange that Cui Haifu is treating Zhang Tao with such politeness, subtly hinting at some flattery. The dishes ordered are all signature dishes, and before they arrive the waiter has already stepped out. Pan Weihua, the youngest and lowest in rank among the three, feels it's only right to pour tea for the two seniors. Zhang Tao keeps smiling, even though his smile is rather unpleasant. His voice is also harsh, but he talks a lot. President Cui, this little expense is nothing to mention. After a pause, he continues, I've heard that Brother Pan is going to collaborate with President Cui. It seems that Jume Cosmetics will flourish even more, so I must congratulate both of you in advance. Huh. Pan Weihua also forces a smile. Soon dishes are served one after another, and the three of them politely drink nearly half a bottle of Wuliangya. As they drink through 3 rounds, the conversation shifts from casual chit-chat to serious matters. President Chui, do you remember the wonderful things I prepared? I had some bottles ready to bring them back for you shortly. Chui Haifu takes a bite of the greens, leisurely wipes his mouth, and asks, Snow honey. That's right. Zhang Tao chuckles, filling his glass, while sipping a couple of times, saying, It truly is a good thing. If it weren't for Brother Pan informing me, I wouldn't have been able to acquire such a treasure. Brother Pan is also part of this, so he'll have someone send you 2 bottles shortly. If Wu Mengqiu were here, she would surely be filled with rage. It turns out that this guy Pan Weihua has revealed the biggest secret of the company's new product to the Zhang family gang, allowing them to steal their snow honey. Chui Haifu taps the table and quietly asks Zhang Tao, Master Zhang, why not just give me all this snow honey? In this way I have a suite at the Carnival, 170 square meters, and I was thinking it could serve as a place to stay while conducting business here, so I can give it to Master Zhang. Hearing Chui Haifu's generous words, Pan Weihua feels his face burning, thinking to himself that if he had acted at that time, this suite might have been his. But reflecting on it, he realizes he lacks the capability. He wouldn't even pass the warehouse manager's scrutiny. Otherwise tonight he could have stolen the goods, and the police would have dragged him away for coffee. The kind of coffee before entering prison. However, Zhang Tao clearly does not need that suite, so he declines gracefully. If President Chui wants such exquisite items, I believe it would be a trivial matter. Zhang Tao, having not completed the task, immediately offers a countermeasure after refusing Chui Haifu, saying, Where does this snow honey come from? I trust President Chui knows better than I do. Given President Cui's position, acquiring these items again should require minimal effort, right? Chui Haifu fixes a scrutinizing gaze on him, and Zhang Tao meets his eyes without fear, both of them reflecting an emotion known as ambition. Pan Weihua has never realized how frightening those in power can be. Is it really necessary to resort to unscrupulous means to achieve one's goals? Master Zhang is right. What is it that I cannot obtain? Chui Haifu suddenly bursts into hearty laughter. But for this matter, I still need your assistance, and naturally the benefits will not be lacking for you, Master Zhang. I am more than willing. Zhang Tao reveals a smile that is more painful than crying. It is Monday again, and after a light rain in the morning, summer in Longsheng has become somewhat cool. Today is the day to collect the business license from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Normally Chen Zixu should be excitedly running over to collect it, but the English teacher warned him that if he dares to skip class again, he will lose the qualification to take the exam for this semester's English, and will have to wait for remediation. Reluctantly, Chen Zixu arrives early to attend class. Either way, his English performance has been consistently on the edge of passing, and he can't be bothered to even look up at what the teacher is lecturing about. Taking out the manual for Yin Yang Strength, Chen Zixu scrolls through information while memorizing the manual's incantations by heart. After the preaching from his uncle Zai, Chen Zixu's strength has doubled, bringing him a step closer to the true foundation establishment stage. Last night, he discussed immortal techniques with his second senior brother, who directly taught him a move. This is a method that utilizes true qi to control external objects. In fact, it is the most basic means for foundation establishment practitioners. Some qi refining stage practitioners may also use it, resembling the telekinesis found in novels. While the teacher lectures above, Chen Zixu is multitasking below, occasionally glancing at the Yin Yang Strength manual to see if he has memorized it incorrectly, and then looking at his phone, discovering that the clowns from Yaowang Singing have started bragging again. Finally, feeling inspired, he lightly swirls his finger under the desk, allowing his true qi to leave his body and move freely, knocking a water-based pen off his roommate's desk, which falls directly to the ground. Fortunately, this guy is carefree and genuinely believes the pen just rolled off on its own. Being a cultivator really has its perks. If I ever run low on money, I could just reach into those unscrupulous rich people's pockets and casually swipe a few $100,000 without them noticing. Then I remember the time I decided to let Wu Mengqiu manage the iced lotus fruit business. I flipped a coin, and it seemed I controlled it a bit, but it was nothing like this true qi separation. I can't help but scratch my head trying to figure it out. At noon, after class, Chen Zixu runs outside, receiving a message from Wu Mengqiu that the business license. Having grown up, this is the first time he has established a company, and now that the business license is finally acquired, he is of course elated. In his excitement, he naturally wants to see what this license, which took so much effort to obtain, actually looks like. At the Xinya Lu community, Wu Mengqiu has prepared to enjoy a free meal here at noon. Chen Zixu, due to his outstanding physical condition, reaches the door of Wu Mengqiu's home in just 8 minutes. Without even catching his breath, he knocks on the door, striking a suave pose, thinking that if Wu Mengqiu opens the door, he will give her a big hug. However, the moment the door opens, Chen Zixu questions whether he has climbed to the wrong floor. Checking the door number, he thinks not bad. Could it be that Wu Mengqiu rented out the place? Otherwise, how could there be a man here? And one who is even more handsome than him? Recently, Chen Zixu has been encountering handsome guys everywhere. First, there was the low-key rich second-generation Zheng Ran at school who resembles Peng Yuyan. Then, there is his second senior brother, who is a disaster-level beauty, and now another handsome guy appears. Are handsome guys now free of charge and can be mass-produced? Who are you looking for? This handsome guy asks Chen Zixu. Before Chen Zixu can respond, another voice comes from inside the room. What can I say? This voice is quite sultry and sweet. Darling, why did you take so long to come? I've missed you so much. Following the sound, Chen Zixu saw Wu Mengqiu dressed refreshingly, quite different from her usual self. Wait, that's not Wu Mengqiu, it's Wu Mengqiu. What a laugh-cry expression. Darling, why did you take so long to come? I've missed you so much. Indeed, Wu Mengqiu would never speak like that. If asked, she would just sternly ask, why are you so slow? Chen Zixu watched as Wu Mengqiu approached him, then like wrapping her arms around her boyfriend, she nestled Chen Zixu's arm against her soft chest. Fortunately, Wu Mengqiu appeared shortly after, her cold gaze directed at Chen Zixu, extinguishing the unnameable fire that had just ignited within him. Qian, what are you doing? Just as he was about to retract his arm, Wu Mengqiu suddenly exerted force, hugging him tighter, resting her head on Chen Zixu's shoulder as she pulled him through the door. Darling, do you know we haven't seen each other for 3,000 years? I really miss you. Wu Mengqiu pouted her lips. To be honest, this was probably the sexiest she had ever looked in Chen Zixu's eyes. How can it be 3,000 years? Didn't we just see each other yesterday? Chen Zixu retorted while casting a look of helplessness and confusion towards Wu Mengqiu. He also wanted to know what was going on with the handsome guy standing nearby. Wu Mengqiu pulled Chen Zixu to sit down on a single sofa, and as soon as he sat down, she plopped herself onto his lap. In that moment, Chen Zixu recalled the nights spent rolling in bed with Wu Mengqiu, forcing himself to suppress the indescribable urge, feeling both his hands and feet stiffen. He could no longer endure, otherwise his little brother would soon rebel. But at that moment, Wu Mengqiu's expression changed, and she blinked at Chen Zixu while pinching the back of his neck with one hand. Chen Zixu froze for a moment and remained seated. After finishing these little movements, Wu Mengqiu replied, how can it not be 3,000 years? Haven't you heard that a day in the cave counts as 1,000 years in the world? Then Wu Mengqiu affectionately leaned her head closer to Chen Zixu, who initially thought she was bold enough to kiss him in this setting, only to realize she merely rested her head on his shoulder. With her mouth near his ear, Wu Mengqiu's breath felt like a gentle breeze rustling the willow leaves, causing Chen Zixu's ears to flush red. Wu Mengqiu had already turned her head away, trying her best to conceal her feelings, yet a hint of resentment remained on her face. But upon closer inspection, the scars on Wu Mengqiu's face had completely vanished. He couldn't help but admire the cultivators. The world is truly marvelous. Scars can disappear in such a short time. Wu Mengqiu whispered close to Chen Zixu's ear, brother-in-law, pretend to be my boyfriend, or I will tell my sister that you want to get with me. With eyes wide in disbelief, Chen Zixu could hardly believe such crude words came from the mouth of a beautiful disaster, and he couldn't believe this girl wanted him to act as her boyfriend. Suddenly, he glanced at the handsome guy still standing at the door, his expression grim, and it dawned on Chen Zixu. A shield. Then he relaxed. Chen Zixu even placed his hand on Wu Mengqiu's waist and squeezed it, leaning in to whisper back, when did I ever want to get with you? Humph. Wu Mengqiu shifted her bottom, and Chen Zixu immediately felt a lack of control between his legs, hastily restraining Wu Mengqiu to prevent her from swaying left and right. This wasn't just swaying, it was clearly rubbing fire. You still say you don't want to get with me? You're obviously getting hard already. Despite being a girl, Wu Mengqiu turned red from her neck up after saying this. Wu Mengqiu finally beckoned the handsome guy at the door to come in. Then you stop standing there, come sit. Chen Zixu and he nodded at each other, considering it an introduction. Wu Mengqiu introduced, this is young Master Lung from Lung International, named Lung Xinyu, and he is also Qian Senior. He currently holds a high executive position at Lung International Tower. Then when introducing Chen Zixu, she simply said, this is Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu smiled, waiting for Wu Mengqiu to introduce him further, but she had already turned and sat down. Wait, isn't the script wrong? Shouldn't there be some more introductions like titles? Although he didn't have any particularly impressive titles, at least a few more words should be said right. On the other side, Lung Xinyu seemed a bit displeased because of the closeness between Wu Mengqiu and Chen Zixu, but he still maintained a polite demeanor, standing up like a gentleman to shake hands with Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu found it inconvenient, since he had Wu Mengqiu sitting on him. Standing up would be awkward. Where does Brother Chen work? Lung Xinyu was the first to ask. Chen Zixu wanted to say he was still a university student, but as a second-tier university student there really wasn't much to brag about. So he settled for mentioning the name of his company and added, the company is mine. Oh, not bad. I didn't expect Brother Chen to be such a successful businessman at such a young age. Flattering. Lung Xinyu was genuinely polite, and Chen Zixu was truly pleased. It was the first time someone had called him a successful person. Lung Xinyu took out a beautifully printed business card and handed it to Chen Zixu, who replied, "I'm really sorry, I didn't bring any business cards with me. I'll give you one next time." After exchanging a few polite remarks, Wu Mengqiu finally turned to her sister and said, "Aren't you coming down? Chen Zixu might be tired." "I won't be. I'm still so light. Right, darling? Hey, are you getting more and more into it?" Chen Zixu felt it was time to let Wu Mengqiu stop sitting on him. He should consider his future wife's feelings, not just his own discomfort. As he stood up, Wu Mengqiu ran over to grab a high stool and still sat beside Chen Zixu. "Darling, I want to eat grapes. Will you feed me?" "Ah, hurry and feed me, ah." Lung Xinyu's expression grew even uglier at this moment. He suddenly stood up, forcing a smile, and saying, "Qian, I won't disturb you any longer. Driankia, brother Chen, I'll take my leave now. Stay a little longer." Wu Mengqiu feigned reluctance. "No, goodbye." Chen Zixu seemed to sense a wave of disappointment emanating from Lung Xinyu as he left. The moment the door closed, Wu Mengqiu suddenly jumped up, dancing with joy. "So happy, huh? You don't know, brother-in-law, that Lung Xinyu is too clingy. He's really not my type, so of course I'm happy now that he's gone. But I think he seems quite sad. Giving him hope, now only to break it later, will truly hurt him. So I've been very considerate towards him, okay?" After Lung Xinyu left, Wu Mengqiu rejoiced for a while, but she clearly failed to notice her sister's darkened expression. Chen Zixu, however, saw it, and quickly went over to offer a placating smile. "Forget it, it's not your fault. I don't blame you." Wu Mengqiu waved her hand, rose, and headed to the kitchen. Lunch still needed to be prepared. As Wu Mengqiu busied herself with lunch, Wu Mengqiu took out the business license issued by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Chen Zixu, his face nearly creased with smiles, held the license so close that his nose almost touched the paper. The business license bore the company name in bold: Longqing Xinyu Health Products Co., Ltd. Huh. From today onward, I'm a man with his own company. Cut the smugness. Having a company doesn't mean you're rich. But come to think of it, with a company can wealth be far behind. They had lunch at Wu Mengqiu's place. Chen Zixu didn't take the business license back, partly because it wasn't yet framed in glass for safekeeping, and partly because Wu Mengqiu was now the general manager of Xinyu Company, so it was fine to leave it with her. After the meal, Wu Mengqiu tactfully excused herself, claiming she needed to supervise the renovation crew at the company. In truth, she was giving Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu some time alone together. They say that a full belly stirs carnal desires, a saying likely coined by someone well-versed in the way of passion, and it couldn't be more true. Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu hadn't been together for days. Now, as they gazed at each other, the memory of past intimacy ignited a blazing fire between them. Compounded by the earlier provocation from Wu Mengqiu bore the brunt of Chen Zixu's unrestrained fervor, enduring his passionate torment. After their fervent encounter, Chen Zixu channeled his true energy through Wu Mengqiu's body, inside and out. It not only soothed her swelling and pain, but also imparted a subtle purifying effect akin to washing the marrow. This feels even more effective than eating lots of iced lotus fruit. Wu Mengqiu languid as melted butter, stretched into the most comfortable position. Chen Zixu caressed from the woman's hairline down to her hips, chuckling softly. "Actually, the most effective thing is doing what we love to do." Wu Mengqiu thought Chen Zixu was merely teasing her, unaware that he was hinting at a cultivation method. Dual cultivation, using the art of yin-yang force. Having reached the foundation establishment stage, Chen Zixu had become adept at circulating his true energy through recent practice. Moreover, he found his mind growing sharper and more agile. The most notable improvement was his enhanced memory. Previously, memorizing the vocabulary from an English lesson might have taken half a class or longer. But now, during this morning's English class, Chen Zixu had finished in just 10 minutes. Overjoyed, Chen Zixu wondered if he needn't worry about this year's CET4 and CET6 exams. Feeling somewhat weary, Wu Mengqiu fell asleep peacefully in the crook of his arm. Gazing at the beauty beside him, Chen Zixu mused that having such a wife would leave him with no more desires. He picked up his phone. The Earth Immortal chat group on CNN was buzzing again. The same uncles and senior masters of the Z generation were handing out red packets in his absence. The day before yesterday, Chen Zixu had asked second senior brother Yuqi Xian why the Earth Immortal chat group on CNN had no messages from their Wen generation senior brothers and sisters. Second senior brother calmly told him that all their juniors had been muted. Fortunately, Chen Zixu had joined recently and hadn't offended any elders, so he could still speak and chat freely in the group. Ancestor Ganyan started sending red packets. Chen Zixu quickly got ready, hoping for something good this time. System notification: you have grabbed a red packet from Ganyan. Please check and accept. Chen Zixu grinned, his lips curling upward. Not bad luck. Grabbed a packet on the first try. Come on, let me see what I got. First grade fortune talisman. Soak the talisman in fresh blood. Once the jade talisman dissolves, the user will be blessed with fortune for half a day. What a treasure! Since delving into the world of cultivation and encountering troubles had never faced in over 20 years, Chen Zixu had wondered if he was prone to bad luck. After all, look at his misfortune. Su Hong dumped him and slapped him drinking aphrodisiac. Wine nearly caused him to burn up a shopping trip, led to a gang encounter. Goods were stolen during business, and on the way to transport them, he ran into an enemy seeking revenge. The protagonists in novels all had bumpy roads to glory, but they were formidable. A love talisman brought beauties, a luck talisman brought wealth. Today he finally had a fortune talisman of his own. Time to test its effect. Carefully climbing out of bed, Chen Zixu crouched in a corner with his phone and took out the jade talisman. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he pricked a small cut on his toe with his flying sword. Why the toe? Let's just say the protagonist felt like it. A drop of blood fell onto the first-grade fortune talisman. In the blink of an eye, it was absorbed cleanly. Then the talisman emitted rings of light, and a particularly large spark shot into Chen Zixu's body. Startled, Chen Zixu carefully checked for any discomfort, but everything felt normal. Ding! Ding! His phone chimed again. The other uncles and senior masters had started another round of red pack. Ziwen, haha, yesterday, I caught a nest of little foxes, even some cubs. I'm sending them out today for everyone to keep as pets. Chen Zixu didn't even bother reading the message. Seeing a red packet, he tapped it. System notification, you have grabbed a red packet from Ziwen. Please check and accept. A rain of red packets began. Who had time to check what they'd grabbed? System notification, you have grabbed a red packet from Ziying. Please check and accept. System notification, you have grabbed a red packet from Zai. Please check and accept. System notification, you have grabbed a red packet from Zikuei. Please check and accept. After 8 or 9 consecutive red packets, Chen Zixu grabbed every single one. Overjoyed, he realized this must be the effect of the fortune talisman. But the saying good fortune never lasts long proved true. He missed the next packet. Missing one wasn't a big deal, but he missed many more that followed. Damn, what kind of crappy talisman has an expiration date? Zikuei, hey, looks like Wen Shizhi was the luckiest just now. Zing, Wen, since you are the luckiest, send a packet. Ziwen, if he doesn't send one, mute him. Laughing, Chen Zixu off-screen broke into a cold sweat. He suspected had just discovered why his senior brothers and sisters had been muted. Wen's ancestor and all uncles and senior masters, please wait. A packet is coming. But what should he? Checking his phone and storage pouch, he found aside from the items from the red packets, only iced lotus fruits and snow honey. The quantities weren't huge, but enough for a red packet. For Chen Zixu in the present, as long as he has money to exchange for strategic goods like steel and salt, isn't the iced lotus fruit something he can have in abundance? Moreover, he currently doesn't have many iced lotus fruits left, so he sent all of them out without a single one remaining. The same goes for the snow honey. System notification, Gong, Yen has snatched the red envelope you sent out. System notification, Z, Wen has snatched the red envelope you sent out. System notification, your red envelope was snatched in 1 second. Z Kuei is the luckiest. System notification, your red envelope was snatched in 1 second. Z, he is the luckiest. Chen Zixu sent out luck red envelopes. Z Kuei snatched the most iced lotus fruits, and Z, he got the most snow honey. Z, he Master Wank, is thoughtful managing to obtain such honey and spirit fruits infused with spiritual energy. Gong Yin, yes, although the spiritual energy is scarce, it is still a fine product. Wank is thoughtful. Chen Zixu was taken aback and quickly replied, it's my duty, it's my duty. On Wednesday morning, after more than a week of renovations, no. 268, Suaping Avenue, a Xinyu Health Products company finally looked brand new. At 9 a.m., the company was officially established. Wu Mengqiu, the general manager of Mengqiu Cosmetics, personally delivered a floral basket and cut the ribbon with Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu kept a low profile at school, so aside from Zheng Ran, no one else from the Science and Technology University attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Wu Mengqiu was also present, and with two beauties on either side, Chen Zixu felt a sense of pride. Lung Xinyu also brought along a floral basket and some cash, shaking hands with Chen Zixu. Chen, brother, I'm not only here to celebrate your company's establishment, but also to seek justice. Chen Zixu was taken aback. Had it not been for Lung Xinyu's friendly demeanor, he might have thought otherwise. It was only when he saw Lung Xinyu frequently glancing at Wu Mengqiu that he realized the other party had secretly investigated his relationship with Wu Mengqiu and discovered he had been deceived, which was why he was here to seek justice today. Understanding this, Chen Zixu found it amusing. Lung, brother, you jest. Let's discuss it later, please come inside first. He politely invited the few people into the front office. Previously, Wu Mengqiu had already recruited 4 employees through her connections and had one of them order a table of food at a nearby restaurant along with several boxes of beer, preparing for a fun time for the company staff at noon. Time flew by, and the joyful moments passed in a flash. After the plaque and ribbon-cutting ceremonies, the 8 of them gathered around a table, feasting on good food and drink. The 8 people included Chen Zixu, Wu Mengqiu, Wu Mengqiu, Zheng Ran, and 4 employees from Xinyu. Although it was called good food and drink, it was merely a few hearty dishes: crystal pork knuckles, sweet and sour carp, and spicy chicken, with beer, totaling just over 700. At the table, Chen Zixu, as the major boss of Xinyu, stood up to give a speech. Ahem. Everyone here aside from manager Wu from Mengqiu Cosmetics are all members of Xinyu Company. There's nothing much to say from now on. We are all family. I hope everyone can unite and support each other, and through our efforts make Xinyu grow stronger. At the same time, we can also realize our great ideals in life. Then he raised his glass. Come, let's toast to this cup, marking the start of a new journey. Perhaps it was due to Chen Zixu's joy, or perhaps others were deliberately pouring more drink for him. In the end, nearly 7 bottles of beer found their way into his stomach. In the past, Chen Zixu would have likely been sprawled under the table, unsure if he would throw up, but he would definitely be intoxicated. However, now with his divine skills and being a foundation establishment expert, whenever he felt the effects of alcohol rising, he would circulate his true energy to dispel the intoxication. In the end, while others were seeing double, Chen Zixu sat there showing no signs of drunkenness. Zheng Ran, who also couldn't hold his liquor, shouted as he fell, "Chen Zixu must be cheating." The gathering lasted until 3 or 4 in the afternoon before Chen Zixu waved his hand. Everyone can head back early today, rest well, and be ready for work tomorrow. However, no one responded to him. Looking down, they were either asleep on the table or lying on the ground. He couldn't leave first, nor could he take just 1 or 2 people away. But what about the others? Chen Zixu had to wait for them to sober up. Not wanting to just wait idly, he took out his phone to see what fun things there were. On the main screen, there was a game he had downloaded a long time ago called Broken Wilderness, but it required a gaming pod or headset to play. Even the most basic gaming headset required a lot of cosmic currency, and Chen Zixu only had 58, which was far from enough. Previously, he had been too busy with his career to focus on obtaining cosmic currency. Now that he had nothing to do, Chen Zixu planned to chat on Haha, hoping to find a way to obtain cosmic currency. The group, Yao Guang singing, had 99 messages, but surprisingly, it was quite quiet. Chen Zixu browsed through the messages from top to bottom and learned that the group leader Yao Guang had indeed been promoted and was now the director of Yeting. Initially, Chen Zixu was puzzled as to why they were all directors, but still referred to it as a promotion. It was only later that he realized Yeting was a higher position than Yao Guang, similar to the comparison between a prefectural city and a county-level city, so it was indeed a promotion. Since it was so quiet, Chen Zixu didn't plan to speak here. He shook his device. Hey, what universe is this? It looks amazing. He added a new friend, Tai Gu Naj, and the friend's profile clearly stated the universe name, Giant God Universe. Chen Zixu actively sent a friend request, and to his surprise, the other party agreed. His friend count reached 5, leaving 5 remaining slots. Hello, Chen Zixu greeted, and after translation by the system, this greeting would become a sentence that the other party could recognize, and which held the same meaning. Hello to you too, friend. The other party was quite polite, and they exchanged messages back and forth for more than 10. Feeling that they had become a bit familiar, Chen Zixu first suggested, "We have a custom here that friends should exchange gifts, just local specialties will do." Then he took out a book he had stored on his phone and sent it over. This book was one he had snatched in the Earth Immortal chat group, and found it most useless to himself, so he decided to send it out. System notification: the other party has successfully received the item Tao Te Ching. After waiting for about 10 seconds, the other party suddenly sent a big emoji, a bowing gesture of thanks, followed by another emoji still bowing. After 10 such emojis, Chen Zixu wondered if the other party was spamming when he received a message. "You still have paper antiques over there." The reason Chen Zixu mentioned the custom of exchanging gifts here is to see if the other party has any particularly rare items. Unexpectedly, after sending over what he thought was a useless copy of the Tao Te Ching, the other party reacted so strongly. Perhaps in that universe, at least in the place where Tai Gunaji Live's books have already become antiques. It seems from the other party's words that paper items are all considered antiques. Reply message: Chen Zixu, this is just a small token of my appreciation. We also have very few paper books left here, as we all use digital versions now. He dared not disclose where he was for fear of revealing the secret that his phone could connect to multiple universes. Chen Zixu, who was not at all embarrassed to lie, thought that if the other party valued paper books so much, they should offer something more valuable in exchange, while he also couldn't let on that paper books were actually everywhere on Earth. Sure enough, the other party replied, "So precious. I haven't seen such well-preserved antiques in almost 100. Of course, this copy of the Tao Te Ching has not even been opened since he got it. It is definitely well-preserved." Then a golden light flashed on the screen, and a large gift package appeared. Haha, the software has powerful functions allowing for various types of files to be sent, which can be represented as red envelopes or items. Chen Zixu tapped to receive, and as a ripple of water spread out, something very high-tech appeared on the screen. How to say it, like a motorcycle? Yes. It looked very much like a motorcycle, but with a strong mechanical feel. Looking at the description below, Chen Zixu learned that it was called Flying Motorcycle No. 752, a transportation tool that can transform and has over a dozen forms. The most impressive part is that it can transform into a very small flying vehicle shape. It can carry one person. This transportation tool can indeed fly with a maximum speed that surprisingly reaches the speed of sound. This is high technology. Subsequently, during the chat, Chen Zixu asked one question after another. Are there many such high-tech products on your side? What do you lack the most over there? What do you all play with? Have you watched any movies? It seemed the other party was not particularly smarto anyway. Whatever Chen Zixu asked, he answered, typing quickly and almost always providing detailed responses. This is a low-level civilized planet in the giant God universe, which after connecting to the universe, and with the help of some high-level civilizations, embarked on the path of becoming a technological planet. However, the creators of high technology were not these original inhabitants, but the outsiders who helped them. Over the decades, these alien high-level beings transformed their planet, causing the once lush greenery to vanish, leaving only scorched earth and mechanical roars under a sky filled with steel. Taiguna Ji is a city resident with a decent standard of living. He had seen paper books and newspapers when he was young, but after those things were abandoned, they had almost disappeared without a trace over the decades. After learning all this, Chen Zixu's eyes sparkled. It seems I've discovered a path to wealth. Indeed, Chen Zixu was considering trading antiques and high-tech products with the other party. By the way, he hoped to exchange for some universal currency of the universe. So Chen Zixu sent a message saying, I actually have some old paper items that I don't need much. How about we trade? Taiguna Ji, sure. But the flying motorcycle is gone. Oh, can I use universal currency directly? Chen Zixu thought that this was exactly what he wanted. Immediately, Chen Zixu replied positively, and then he sent over a stack of promotional brochures from the company. These things, if thrown at people on the street, would probably be avoided like the plague. But in the giant God universe, they are antiques. Taiguna Ji, wow. The craftsmanship is simply exquisite. What a good item. Can I offer 10000 universal currency for it? 10000. Chen Zixu thought that was fantastic. 100 could buy 10 headsets for the game Broken Wilderness. Then Chen Zixu asked, can you add a bit more? He probably remembered he had a title called Universal Merchant, so he wanted to maximize his profits. That's right. Finally, they settled on 13000, and Taiguna Ji really transferred the money to him. Looking at the balance of 13058 universal currency on his phone, Chen Zixu slapped his thigh and exclaimed, I'm rich now. Where's the money? Wu Mengqiu suddenly looked up. In Chen Zixu's dazed gaze, Wu Mengqiu glanced around with vacant eyes, and finally, with a bang, she collapsed onto the table. That night, as everyone sobered up from the drinks, they returned to their homes. Zheng Ran and Chen Zixu supported each other back to the staff dormitory. After sending Zheng Ran to room 602, Chen Zixu also opened the door to his little nest. Wow, what did Chen Zixu see? His second senior brother Wei Qi was actually having a secret meeting with a beautiful woman. A big news. His second senior brother was sitting on the sofa with his eyes closed, seemingly enjoying himself, with two stunningly beautiful half-naked women sitting on his left and right, capable of outshining almost all Earth women. Why say almost all? Because in Chen Zixu's heart, Wu Mengqiu is the most beautiful. Senior brother, what are you doing? The second senior brother also heard the sound of the door opening, opened his eyes, and still had no expression on his face, staring blankly, seemingly not looking at Chen Zixu. The two beauties also glanced at Chen Zixu before continuing to flirt with Wei Qi. Chen Zixu looked at the delicate back, blushing and dark, feeling a tickle in his heart, and couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He quickly turned around. Senior brother, I didn't see anything. You guys continue, I'll just step out for a walk. Just as he lifted his foot to reopen the not fully closed door, Chen Zixu suddenly felt a coolness on the back of his neck. Hey! A hand wrapped around his neck. One of the women actually snuggled closer to him. A gentle moan made Chen Zixu's hair stand on end. It was not fear. Rather, it felt like his mind was stirred by that moan. The woman floated over, one hand rubbing against Chen Zixu's chest, and the other caressing his cheek. The eyes that were close at hand seemed to possess the ability to attract everything like a black hole, making Chen Zixu unable to look away. Although he had previously undergone the purification of karmic obstacles by the Ziyang River god, his mind was usually very calm, but at this moment it seemed to have stirred again. Love me. Kiss me. Like a drifting voice carrying a hint of seduction, it pierced deep into his heart. Swallowing another mouthful of saliva, Chen Zixu's lower body had already risen. In the afternoon, the sky gradually darkened. The setting sun lingered playfully with a smile, and the evening glow painted a blush across the horizon. Inside Chen Zixu's rented room in the faculty housing area, Chen Zixu, who had originally intended to open the door and step out to give his second senior brother some privacy, was suddenly provoked by a bewitching beauty who leaned against him, nearly igniting a blazing fire within him. His lower body had already protested, and Chen Zixu's willpower was not particularly strong. As he was on the verge of mounting his steed and galloping forward amidst the bowtie's seductive moans, suddenly, second senior brother Yuqi Xian, who had been tightly shutting his eyes, suddenly shouted, "Demon, where else can you hide? Huh, what's going on?" In an instant, the beauty vanished without a trace. Yuqi Xian glared, angrily staring fixedly at a corner of the room. Chen Zixu followed his gaze, but there was nothing there. Just as he was wondering what was happening, Chen Zixu saw his second senior brother raise his hand, and a yellow talisman, like a soaring azure bird, arced through the air and struck the corner of the room. Puffed! It sounded like the rush of steam escaping from a pot. Wisps of smoke also rose from the corner, a fleeting shade of green. "What is that?" Chen Zixu exclaimed in shock. It turned out that in the corner of the room, where there had been nothing, a clump of tree roots had suddenly appeared. "This is the demon root Poppy Camellia, a type of spiritual root," Yuqi Xian said, pointing at the thing that looked remarkably like tree roots. The mass was dark in the center, like a clump of mud, its surface covered in dense roots with several thicker ones waving in the air. It certainly looked like tree roots. Chen Zixu was still astonished. Was this thing causing all the trouble just now? Yuqi Xian did not reply. Instead, he formed several hand seals, and in an instant the entire room was filled with surging true qi. A large hand condensed into being, reaching out to grab the demon root Poppy Camellia. Chen Zixu gaped, truly admiring his second senior brother's skills. How much true qi did it take to form such a large palm? And it also required immense mental control. Chen Zixu knew he was incapable of such a feat. He fully expected that with this strike, even if it didn't shatter the demon root, it would at least flatten it. But just as the palm imprint formed from true qi came crashing down, a piercing shriek suddenly rang out. The demon root's waving roots weaved left and right, front and back, forming a massive net. The net was incredibly resilient. The large palm was temporarily blocked and failed to achieve its goal. The sharp shriek, however, made Chen Zixu's hair stand on end. The sensation was like a thunderclap exploding right beside his ear, or a ghost wailing in his ear. Chen Zixu wasn't the only one who heard it. It seemed the entire floor, the whole building, and most of the residential complex could hear it. You could already hear people shouting in panic. "What the hell? Is someone getting killed over there?" A burly man from the opposite building clearly bellowed. The demon root's howl was truly unbearable. Chen Zixu frowned and quickly plugged his ears with his fingers. "Senior brother, get rid of it quickly. It's too awful to listen to." However, it was obvious that Yuqi Xian's methods were still insufficient. That large hand seal certainly couldn't crush this demon root. Thump, thump, thump. Someone had started knocking on Chen Zixu's door, and then a voice came from outside. "What are you doing in there? Can you keep it down, eh? Do you realize this is a residential area?" Chen Zixu leaned against the door, not daring to open it, while also preventing anyone from breaking it down. Just as he was worrying about how to deal with the demon root, it suddenly transformed into a humanoid figure. The large hand seal Yuqi Xian had conjured also vanished, replaced by a massive staff. Yes, a staff. And it was a real one. One end of the staff was thick, the other thin. The thick end was carved with a dragon, while the thin end was smooth and unadorned. Now the demon root was pressing its chest against the thick end of the staff, not retreating a single step, yet a pained expression seemed to flicker across its nearly featureless face. Yuqi Xian held his right index and middle fingers together. Chen Zixu could sense that controlling that staff was also extremely taxing for him. "Senior brother, how can I help you?" Seeing that his second senior brother and the demon root seemed evenly matched, Chen Zixu wondered if he could lend a hand. "Metal overcomes wood. Where is your flying sword?" Yuqi Xian pondered for a moment, then said to Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu quickly slapped his storage pouch, which had been tucked in his pocket. A black light flew out from it, landing in his hand as a 2-foot-long black sword. This flying sword could change size. Normally, it was 3 feet 3 inches and 3/10, but Chen Zixu was not yet capable of enlarging it to that extent. 2 feet was the limit of his ability. Sword Saint of Infinity, borrowing the power of heaven and earth. Reciting an incantation he had learned from somewhere, Chen Zixu tossed the flying sword into the air. It spun several times 2 meters above the ground before, under his control, shooting straight toward the demon root. The demon root was also sentient. Seeing the flying sword charging at it, its dense roots skittered across the floor, and it actually dodged. Smack! Boom! The window shattered. The glass broke into pieces both inside and out. "Oh my God! Not only does manna not fall from heaven, but now we have deadly weapons dropping down." Clearly someone downstairs had been hit. Chen Zixu silently murmured an apology then controlled the flying sword for a backstab. Yeth, a hit. The sword pierced the demon root, severing a thick root. At the same time, the demon root emitted an even higher decibel demonic scream. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Qixian exerted more force and shouted, "Go!" Thump. It sounded like a hammer striking solid wood, not loud, but with a faint echo. The demon root was knocked to the ground and rolled into a ball. "Hey, it's rolling toward us." Chen Zixu quickly dodged its path and hid in another spot. "Where do you think you're hiding?" Yu Qixian declared. Then a row of gleaming golden tokens shot out from his left sleeve. Each token seemed to have a 360-degree reflective surface, dazzling to behold. "Oh, that thing is charging again." Chen Zixu yelped and dodged aside once more, but the demon root actually flew up and hurtled toward him. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a row of golden tokens arrived. These tokens seemed to be interconnected, linking together to form a hollowed-out net. Compared to the net the demon root had woven from its roots, this one was far more stylish. If nothing unexpected happens, the demonic root has nowhere to hide. The net formed by the talisman, supported by Wei Qixian's profound cultivation, trapped it firmly. The demonic root could only let out a final sharp scream before being completely suppressed, a wisp of blue smoke rising from it, and then it vanished entirely, leaving only an irregular wooden lump. Finally, the piercing and harsh sounds were gone, and the world became quiet. Chen Zixu couldn't help but feel that this world was suddenly so lovely. "Senior brother, what on earth is going on?" The irregular wooden lump was now embedded with pieces of metal, seemingly carrying some patterns, likely remnants of the golden talismans that had just displayed their formidable power. Wei Qixian kicked the wooden lump and stored the uneven wooden stick. He said, "In the world there are myriad spiritual beings, not just humans, but also livestock such as pigs, dogs, cattle, horses, sheep, and wild beasts like tigers, wolves, jackals, lions, and leopards. The demonic root is also a type of spiritual being. It possesses exceptional qualities, having developed its abilities through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth." Chen Zixu responded, "Wasn't it said that after the establishment of a nation, it was prohibited for animals to become demons?" Wei Qixian remained silent. The occurrence of the demonic root quickly spread through the earth immortal circle, of course, thanks to Chen Zixu's contributions. As for how to deal with the demonic root in the end and why it appeared in a bustling urban neighborhood, Chen Zixu didn't know. Wei Qixian didn't provide him with answers, nor did the big shots in the earth immortal circle explain. Chen Zixu only remembered that Gong Yin sent a sigh emoji in the chat group, saying, "This child Wei Qi has faced many hardships." Wei Qixian took out the wooden token that had been given to them during the sermon 2 days ago and brought it close to the demonic root, causing it to change. The token completely absorbed the demonic root, as if a space existed within the token. Then astonishingly, the token transformed from wood into iron. Was this a promotion? After a moment of daze, Chen Zixu hurriedly congratulated his senior brother, saying, "Senior brother, congratulations. It's also thanks to the contributions of my junior brother." Wei Qixian maintained a stoic expression, though his tone softened significantly. Hearing this, Chen Zixu scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed, as he said, "Not at all. It's all thanks to my senior brother's great display of power. I merely helped a bit on the side." With the disturbance of the demonic root gone, the entire neighborhood quickly returned to its peaceful and serene. Wei Qixian first used a spell to clear the mess in the room, then sat down on the sofa with Chen Zixu and began to impart knowledge about the demonic root. It turned out that the demonic root was a type of spiritual root, specifically referring to wild conscious plants that could harm other living beings. The domesticated ones, or those without sufficient consciousness, were simply called spiritual roots or spiritual plants. Generally, demonic roots appear in suburbs far from cities or in rural areas where there are plenty of blood offerings, namely humans or livestock, but they rarely attract much attention. Demonic roots seldom appear in urban areas, otherwise they could easily catch the attention of the police and other special departments. Those far from people, or those that grow by absorbing spiritual energy, are referred to as spiritual plants. For example, the zhugua tree, a low-level spiritual plant, is rare. Among a million seedlings, it's difficult to find even one true spiritual plant. Wei Qixian remarked, "It seems the return of the demon god is an inevitable trend. These demonic roots are even being utilized by the demon god." Among demonic roots, the poppy camellia is quite special, with many classifications. The one just now clearly displayed a high talent in mental fantasy. Others possess remarkable resilience in their physical form, with branches and roots as tough as steel, impervious to blades and bullets. Some have unique attributes, such as branches charged with electricity, while others can transform their leaves into butterflies that dance around the treetop, and so forth. After listening to Wei Qixian's explanations, Chen Zixu truly felt that the past 20 years had been in vain. Instead of fear, he felt that the world was vast, and he should go out more often to see those peculiar plants and animals. However, Wei Qixian's words struck him down. Wei Qi said, do you think your current cultivation can guarantee? As night fell, Chen Zixu lay in bed, carefully recalling the scene of his senior brother battling the demonic root in the evening, as if it were vividly before him. If only I could record this process, it would probably surpass Hollywood movies. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful. Oh, why was it just fake? Such a beautiful girl, and it was about to start a why was it just fake? Ding, ding, Someone sent a message. It was a message from the game Breaking the Wilderness. Upon logging into Breaking the Wilderness, he found that it was a notification of arrival. In the afternoon, Chen Zixu had traded with the giant God Universe's Tai Guna Ji, surprisingly exchanging a dozen promotional flyers for over 10,000 universal currency. It would be foolish not to spend money. Moreover, Chen Zixu had long been wanting to get a Breaking the Wilderness game helmet, so now that he had the money, he would certainly buy it immediately. On the official website, there was an email and the attachment was the helmet. Clicking to claim it, a super modern game helmet roughly the size of a motorcycle helmet appeared in his hands. After seeing the design on the helmet and its shape, Chen Zixu exclaimed how stylish it was, then eagerly removed the padding inside the helmet, which also contained a manual. The manual was straightforward, illustrated for convenient reading. Wow, so high-tech. It doesn't even need charging. It can serve as a pillow while lying down. Oh, it can also watch movies, listen to music, read novels, and browse the web. It was incredibly high-tech. More importantly, the helmet displayed three-dimensional images, which were far more realistic than effects in 3D movies. Impatient, Chen Zixu no longer cared and directly put on the helmet. The helmet then proceeded to the safety setting stage, requiring Chen Zixu to confirm the usage permissions. After the setup, no one else could use it. Ding. Little Wilderness reminds you game data is loading, please wait. A series of sounds rang in his ears, then Chen Zixu saw a starry ocean appear before him, honestly feeling as if he were immersed in this starry sea. Except for one thing, Chen Zixu couldn't see his own figure, almost like playing a shooting game, where he could only see a pair of arms in front of him. Ding. A character setup page appeared before him, which was quite different from those online games. Primarily the character setup page appeared before him, which was quite different from those online games. Primarily the characters could not only be humanoid, but also include many bizarre other forms to choose from. Hey, could this be Debayatin? Among the selectable characters, there was one resembling a Warcraft orc, and Chen Zixu had never seen Warcraft, only knowing of a halforc named Durotan. This figure essentially inherited the traits of a halforc from Warcraft, standing 2 feet taller than an average human with arms thicker than a human's thighs and a pair of tusks protruding from his lower jaw, flanking either side. In terms of clothing, there wasn't much fabric. Around his waist was a large piece of beast skin resembling tiger stripes completely covering his lower body, and there were also circular decorations made of grass stalks around his wrists and ankles. The weapon was a large wooden club with one end embedded in a stone. That's the one. Majestic. It was named Demon Lord, adding an extra touch of grandeur. With the character setup complete, the game officially began. As the environment shifted, Chen Zixu felt as if he had arrived at a desolate tidal flat, where some quadrupedal humanoid creatures were slowly crawling away in the distance, resembling goblins. Near the water bay by the tidal flat, there was a dilapidated small boat, with several goblins holding sharp harpoons standing guard. As Chen Zixu was looking around, one goblin spotted him, raised its head, pointed in his direction, and began to howl incessantly. Oh no, these monsters attack automatically. Indeed, those once crawling, emaciated goblins all stood up, still hunched over, but with vicious expressions, charging towards Chen Zixu. Oh, that hurts. Before he could react, a goblin grabbed his thigh and bit down hard. Damn, this goblin is surprisingly fast. Indeed, the goblins moved swiftly, their sprinting speed comparable to a human's 100-meter dash. Fortunately, the goblins were generally quite small, barely 2 feet tall, making them look diminutive compared to humans, not to mention the 2-meter-tall halforc. Instinctively, he wanted to grab the goblin clinging to his leg, and Chen Zixu discovered that his hand in the game actually moved while in reality his hands remained on his stomach. With a palm the size of a fan, he grasped the goblin's head, and amidst the goblin's piercing screams lifted it. Let me see what you look like. Chen Zixu brought the goblin closer and realized just how ugly it was. Just as he was about to throw it far away, the goblin suddenly spat at Chen Zixu's face, or rather at the demon lord. What the hell? The pale green goo obscured Chen Zixu's vision, causing him to fling the goblin away and wipe his face, finally regaining his sight. At this moment, most of the goblins had also closed in. Come on, let me kill you all. He drew the large wooden club from his back, hunched slightly, and swung it forward effortlessly, sending several goblins flying. However, there were too many goblins, numbering in the hundreds, and after knocking away a dozen or so, the halforc demon lord was surrounded by goblins. Oh no, some of the little ones had even climbed onto the demon lord's back, biting and punching, attacking him, as if to relieve their frustrations on this newly arrived halforc. Hey, enough. I'm serious. If this keeps up, I won't be polite anymore. Oh, and what's with digging in my nose? Chen Zixu was getting angry. To be honest, the consequences of his anger could be quite severe. Indeed, one could see Chen Zixu controlling the halforc, effortlessly tossing the goblins that climbed on him dozens of meters away. But these goblins were too unruly. After being treated with courtesy, why did they still attack? I'm not here to kill you. After all, you're too real, and I'm worried about developing a psychological shadow from killing you. But you all are pushing your luck. With that, the halforc swung his club down, and crunch. A goblin was smashed into a pulp. The world descended into chaos with goblins scattering in all directions, but after a distance they stopped to pick up stones and mud to throw at the halforc. Chen Zixu noticed that the goblin that had been smashed into a pulp did not result in a gory scene. Although it was indeed wrecked, it wasn't overly bloody, indicating that the game company had handled this aspect carefully. Slap. His vision was obscured again. Damn. It was a clump of mud. Just as he was about to explode with rage, Chen Zixu suddenly noticed an experience bar below, with experience points reading 125. What the hell? Why didn't I realize that killing monsters gives experience? After all, this is a game. Chen Zixu clarified this line of thought, and without hesitation fixated on the goblins standing opposite him, his eyes filled with EXP symbols. My beloved experience points, here I come. The halforc ran quickly, primarily because of his large stature and long legs. Crash. Crash. Bang. Bang. 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20. Chen Zixu had already lost count of how many goblins he had smashed in that short time. All he remembered was chasing and smashing. While reveling in the thrill of slaughter, he also watched the experience points rise rapidly. Almost there. Just a few more experience points to level up. Chen Zixu muttered to himself. But seriously, leveling up is too difficult. It takes almost half an hour. As he spoke, he had already caught up to another goblin. This little guy was crying out, probably realizing that today was his last day. Crash. Wow. The goblin died, contributing dozens of points of experience to Chen Zixu. Ding. Little Wilderness reminds you congratulations on leveling up. As the system prompted, Chen Zixu's perspective elevated above the halforc, circling around him, visibly absorbing a stream of azure energy, and he seemed to grow a tad taller. Returning to the halforc's perspective, Chen Zixu checked the character's attribute panel. There weren't many attributes, only 3 aside from race and name, title level, and star rating. There was nothing after the title level was 2, and the star rating was 1. Chen Zixu said, I understand titles. Having a title may grant extra rewards in the game, and level is clearly a symbol of strength, but what is this star rating? He checked the game's help documentation and finally understood that the star rating represented racial advantages. In other words, the star rating is the innate racial talent level, akin to the spiritual root grade in cultivation, though not entirely the same. To put it simply, the star rating for pigs, horses, dogs, and sheep is 1, while for humans it is 2, and for dragons, phoenixes, and cheelants it is 3, representing inherent racial advantages. Similarly, if they both have a level of 1, a creature with a star rating of 2 is significantly stronger than one with a star rating of 1. That is the significance of the star rating. In the game, characters start with a star rating of 1. Advancing to a higher star rating is not as simple as leveling up, it requires special conditions. Since star ratings only range from 1 to 9, with 9 stars being the pinnacle, all players have only 8 opportunities for advancement. If leveling up were as easy as slaying monsters, there would be an abundance of top-tier characters everywhere. Clearly, the game developers would not make it so simplistic. Let's set that aside for now. Focusing on leveling up is the way to go. Chen Zixu then controlled the halforc to start slaughtering the little goblins. As he continued, he noticed that the number of goblins did not diminish, a result of the respawn mechanics that most games employ. Hey, I can't just grind goblins here all the time, can I? Isn't there a map where I can find some higher-level monsters to fight? At the beginning, the game offers very little help. As for maps, sorry, there are none. Checking the time, the game helmet automatically set to Beijing time. It was already 9 in the evening. It wasn't too late, especially for most night owls like college students. This is just the beginning of the nightlife. Let me pull an all-nighter today. Chen Zixu truly meant what he said. The next day, his second senior brother, Chen Zixu, didn't explain how the helmet worked, silently packed it away, and then felt a bit ashamed as he muttered to himself, I promised an all-nighter, but how did I end up falling asleep? Wei Qixuan said, today we need to go to this place. As he spoke, he handed Chen Zixu his phone, which displayed an image. Chen Zixu glanced at it. It was an old residential building. It was likely already demolished in the present day, and he wondered when the photo was taken. He asked, where is this? Wei Qixuan put away his phone, saying, I don't know either, he just gave me this picture. We need to find it ourselves. Chen Zixu noticed a particular word, he. Who is he? Fan Tong. A junior brother. Fan. Fan Bucket. Chen Zixu chuckled twice. That name is quite interesting, huh? Breakfast was easily settled with 2 servings of pancakes bought from the roadside, and he still had a bit of iced lotus fruit making do with that. In fact, pancakes are quite tasty, but Wei Qixin clearly was not interested and only ate a dozen iced lotus. For ordinary people, 5 or 6 iced lotus fruits would be filling, but cultivators can absorb the spiritual energy regardless of how many they eat. Clearly, Wei Qixin was mainly relying on the iced lotus fruits to refine his qi. He contacted Fan Tong, who had a rather peculiar name, and soon received a reply. According to the information, the old residential building was actually built in the 1960s, originally serving as a dormitory for workers of a factory. However, when the factory closed down, the building was left as collateral, and the workers moved away, leaving the land abandoned for some reason. Hailing a taxi, Chen Zixu and his second senior brother arrived at the desolate abandoned factory, where the most prominent feature was the 6-story residential building. A building constructed in the 1960s could be considered a high-rise at that time, right? Chen Zixu casually asked, but Wei Qixin certainly wouldn't respond. The iron gate was overgrown with weeds, and rather than using the front entrance, Wei Qixin circled around to the side and jumped over the courtyard wall. Chen Zixu followed suit and leaped in. Wow, these weeds are outrageous. Indeed, the place was overrun with wild grass thriving during this season, and the expanse of grass was taller than a person. Chen Zixu felt as if he were in a fantastical world embarking on an adventure. Wei Qixin turned to him and said, "Use your flying sword." "For what?" "To cut the grass." Chen Zixu. Thus, a celestial treasure that was meant for slaying enemies was unexpectedly repurposed into a tool for mowing. Nevertheless, it was indeed a celestial artifact. It was far more effective than a sickle for cutting grass. In Wei Qixuan's hands, the flying sword glided across the ground like a door panel, effortlessly slicing through weeds that were thicker than rolling pins, creating a 2-meter-wide path. Once back in Chen Zixu's hands, the flying sword was covered in green. Approaching the residential building, Chen Zixu looked up and then rather belatedly asked, "Senior brother, why didn't we just fly over there earlier?" Wei Qixin replied, "I can't fly." "No way." Chen Zixu exclaimed in disbelief. Yet Wei Qixin offered no explanation, merely pulling out his large stick. The weapon he used against the demon root yesterday, nothing more. Chen Zixu followed closely behind him. "Hey, it's really eerie here, senior brother," Chen Zixu remarked as he entered the hallway, feeling uncomfortable all over. "There aren't any ghosts here, right?" Chen Zixu was just asking casually and didn't expect Wei Qixin to respond. After all, given Wei Qixuan's personality, it was proper for him to remain his taciturn self. But unexpectedly, Wei Qixin replied with a simple "hmm." It was better not to answer. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Chen Zixu's spine, making his hair stand on end. "There really are ghosts." Wei Qixin glanced at him again, saying, "Not now, but there will be at night." "Phew." Chen Zixu patted his chest, relieved. "You scared me. I thought there were ghosts watching us right now." "Hey, senior brother, what exactly are we doing here? This place feels quite creepy. How about we go somewhere else?" He stepped over a pile of garbage as Wei Qixin pried open a door with his stick. As the door swung open, Chen Zixu was hit by a wave of moldy odor. Looking inside, the floor was covered in dust, the wooden table was rotten and broken, and an iron bed was covered in rust. Meow. A cat appeared. It didn't run out from the room, but suddenly appeared behind Chen Zixu, giving him a fright. "What the heck? You scared me." Chen Zixu patted his chest again. How could there be a cat here? Could it be that there are a lot of mice? Just as he was talking to himself, something fell from above where the heating pipes were supposed to be. With a thud, it was alive. The nearby cat immediately lunged forward to attack. Damn, there really are mice. Next, Chen Zixu squatted down to watch the epic battle between the cat and the mouse. Indeed, that mouse was nearly a foot long without its tail, only slightly smaller than the cat. One mouse squeaked while a large cat growled, lone natural enemies. Yet the mouse showed no signs of fear. It truly caught the attention of both Chen Zixu and Wei Qixin. Chen Zixu grinned as he watched the commotion from the side, while Wei Qixin frowned slightly, seemingly deep in thought. Suddenly, just as the battle between the cat and mouse reached a peak, a large python slithered down from the heating pipe. As the python poked its head down, Wei Qixin noticed it and swung his stick, but unexpectedly he missed. That large python was not a real creature. When the giant python stretched its head down, Wei Qixin noticed it and swung his stick, only to find that he had struck empty air. The giant python was actually not a real creature. What? Chen Zixu immediately took several steps back, sword in hand, his face showing astonishment. The cat and mouse chase continued, and the giant python did not divert its attention despite being attacked by Wei Qixin. It lunged toward the flower cat and mouse, with its mouth wide open. Surprisingly, just as the enormous mouth was about to descend upon them, the entangled cat and mouse separated, splitting into two paths. One darted past Chen Zixu's foot, while the other dashed between Wei Qixin's calves. It ran away. Moreover, it dashed between the bodies of Chen Zixu and Wei Qi. The giant python also swam through, raising its head and passing through Wei Qi's lower abdomen. They were not living beings at all. They were merely images. Senior brother. Wei Qi squinted his eyes, raising a hand to interrupt Chen Zixu. Then he turned and hurried after the giant python. Chen Zixu hesitated for just a moment, but when he wanted to follow, he turned a corner and could no longer see the second senior brother. Hesitating Chen Zixu didn't know whether to move forward or retreat. An unsettling emotion surged wildly in his heart. Meow, another cat called. Looking back, he saw it was still that flower cat crouching in the spot where it had first appeared. Thud. A mouse about a foot long fell from the heating duct. Chen Zixu looked dumbfounded at this familiar scene, and sure enough, the flower cat charged up and got entangled with the giant mouse. How could this be? What is going on? Chen Zixu's mind was a mess as he looked up at the heating duct above in the corridor where a giant python was coiling. It was still the same scene. The giant python was about to descend to devour the fighting cat and mouse, but in the end it couldn't catch them and swam away. Everything was exactly the same as before. Everything was a replay. Everything was an illusion. Meow. The cat called again. The mouse continued to fall, and the giant python still couldn't catch them. Senior brother, what is this place you brought me to? With a hint of grievance, Chen Zixu crossed his arms, tightly pressing against the crumbling wall, unwilling to move away, and anxiously waiting for the second senior brother to return. But after waiting left and right, he ultimately saw no one. Sigh. Senior brother, where have you gone? Just as he was troubled, he suddenly thought of something, smacking his forehead and muttering, Hey, why am I so foolish? Senior brother just ran with the giant snake. Shouldn't I follow it too? Just then a new round of the giant python stretched its head down. The cat and mouse separated, and the python swam toward him. Chen Zixu felt energized, secretly bolstering his courage. When the giant python slithered past him, he hurriedly followed behind. Turning a corner, he went up the stairs and then into another room. Chen Zixu couldn't help but frown. The place was covered in snake skin. The giant python lay still on the ground, and Chen Zixu remained motionless as well. After 2 minutes, the giant python vanished, likely signaling the start of a new round of replay downstairs. Indeed, less than a minute later, a giant python crawled in and lay still on the ground. Chen Zixu diverted his attention, scanning the room, and then fixated on an open cupboard. Although the cupboard was open, no light could penetrate inside. It was pitch dark. Senior brother must have gone in. Should I go in too? His first thought was, who on earth would go in there? Then his second thought was, damn, I am going to become a great deity. Would a little unknown danger scare me off? Although a bit frightened, I will not back down. However, taking some safety precautions is still necessary. He took out a box from his storage ring and retrieved a talisman made of black iron. Reciting an incantation in an unknown language, the talisman transformed into an invisible protective shield enveloping him. This was one of the 2 talismans given to Chen Zixu by the river god of Xiang when he was at the Chan Yuan mansion, the iron armor talisman. Gaining a bit of courage, Chen Zixu gritted his teeth and dashed into the cupboard. Chen Zixu stepped into empty space. Damn, who is so wicked? This cupboard has no bottom. Bang! Oh no! Chen Zixu landed on his backside. Luckily, with the iron armor talisman, he didn't feel much pain. He dusted himself off, stood up, and looked around. It was pitch black except for a light point straight ahead. He grew even more frightened, using his flying sword as a blind man's stick, and trembled softly, calling out, Senior brother, where are you? The light point approached, and as Chen Zixu squinted to see, it was Wei Qi. Senior brother, look at you, why didn't you respond when I called you earlier? Seeing Wei Qi was like finding his team. All the fear in Chen Zixu's heart dissipated significantly. This is the place, so follow me and don't get lost again, Wei Qi said flatly. Chen Zixu rolled his eyes, thinking, what place is this? You should explain clearly. Also, it was you who ran fast, not me, who got lost, alright. Under the illumination of that faint white light, things around became somewhat clearer. This was clearly an underground air raid shelter with concrete-like tunnel walls, glowing dark cyan, and the ground covered in dust, mold, and moss. To be honest, this air raid shelter was quite spacious. After several twists and turns, they finally arrived at an open area. Wow! It was unimaginable. The ground was covered with things shining with golden and silver light. It was nothing other than gold and silver. Gulp! Chen Zixu swallowed hard, muttering to himself, what the hell is this place? It can't possibly be a national gold reserve, right? How could there be so much gold and silver? There must be 10 to 8 tons here. While Chen Zixu was focused on that, Wei Qi was more concerned about the scattered skeletons on the ground. Chen Zixu didn't ignore them. He was just completely captivated by the shimmering gold and silver, not noticing the skeletons in his peripheral vision. Meanwhile, Wei Qi observed the skeletons while Chen Zixu mumbled, let's estimate that gold is worth 270 yuan per gram. There must be 8 or 9 tons here. 8 tons is 8,000 kilograms, which equals 8 times 10 to the power of 6 grams, and 270 times 8 times 10 to the power of 6. 785 million. Possibly the last part was too loud. Wei Qixuan heard it, and asked, "What's 60 million?" Chen Zixu mumbled counter-questioning. "Senior brother, do you think our storage bags can carry all this stuff in one go?" He still remembered the bet with Wu Mengqiu's father 1 billion in 6 months. If they could take this gold and silver, let alone 6 months, do you believe I could conjure up 1 billion the day after tomorrow? Perhaps for most people 1 billion is used to describe the number of human cells. If it truly became money, anyone would go insane with joy. Finally, Chen Zixu discovered the scattered skeletons on the ground. It was indeed difficult for him. He didn't jump in fright, but merely raised an eyebrow and squatted down like Wei Qixuan, preparing to pick up a leg bone to examine it closely. "Don't move, it's poisonous." Wei Qixuan stopped Chen Zixu. "It's fine, I used an iron armor talismans." Chen Zixu thought that using this talisman would keep him safe. However, Wei Qixuan replied, "The iron armor talismans is useless." Chen Zixu quickly retracted his arm and moved closer to the mountains of gold and silver. "Then it's still poisonous," Wei Qixuan stated calmly. Chen Zixu opened his mouth, and after a full minute he jumped up and shouted. Then with a face that shifted from excitement to melancholy, Chen Zixu spread his arms wide, virtually embracing the mountains of gold and silver. "This isn't 16 billion. This is wasteful. This is all my life." Endless wealth lay before him, yet it was unattainable. This was probably the greatest tragedy. "Senior brother, do you think what would happen if I took a little back?" Wei Qixuan gestured, and a bone flew up, crashing against the mountain of gold, turning into powder. So fragile. Chen Zixu thought it was due to the bones being too old and weathered that they turned to dust upon contact with them. Wei Qixuan shook his head and told him, "What I mean is these things cannot be touched, or your fate will be like this." Gulp. Chen Zixu swallowed hard. "My life is the most important. It seems I don't have this fortune." He gazed longingly at the mountains of gold and silver, unable to suppress his sighs. Chen Zixu remarked, "Just the gold alone is worth over 2 billion, and there's so much silver." "Boo-hoo. Don't look anymore, come with me." Wei Qixuan called out to Chen Zixu and led the way, bypassing the mountains of gold and silver toward a dark tunnel. The tunnel looked the same, but there were many more skulls on the ground, many of which had died leaning against the concrete walls. Some of the clothing was still intact, indicating they were people from that era. Strangely, despite the presence of so many skulls, Chen Zixu felt no fear. Instead, a sense of sorrow inexplicably welled up within him. Nothing significant happened as they walked down the tunnel, which stretched over 60 meters and turned at one point with bones scattered on both sides. During this time, Chen Zixu accidentally crushed many leg bones and kicked several skulls that had rolled into the middle of the tunnel. "We're at the end." Hearing this, Chen Zixu looked up, and lo and behold, there was light. It was a giant pit much lower than the tunnel's elevation, appearing to be an artificial reservoir. However, how was an artificial reservoir connected to an air raid shelter? There wasn't much to see in the pit, just a puddle of water and a lot of weeds. Now that they were here, Chen Zixu had to ask, "Senior brother, you didn't mention it before. Can you tell me what exactly we came here for?" Wei Qixuan extended his hand, looked at the sky, and abruptly said, "It's raining." Hey! Indeed, a small cloud had drifted in, blocking the sun, and a light rain began to fall. Following Wei Qixuan, they jumped out of the giant pit together. The old residential buildings stood not far away, with a distance of about 100 meters between them. "That thing isn't here, let's go back." After saying that, Wei Qixuan led the way. Chen Zixu was once again confused. What was going on? "You said we came here, and now you're saying to leave. Shouldn't you at least clarify things?" Catching up, Chen Zixu asked the same question again, and this time Wei Qixuan answered. "Junior brother Fan Tong informed me that a snake demon failed its tribulation and its soul escaped here. We are searching for it." "Is it the one we saw in the corridor before?" "No, that was just a trick of the snake demon, similar to an illusion," Chen Zixu said. "Oh," then recalled something and asked, "Senior brother, are we not here to find a ghost?" "But you previously said there was a ghost in this building." "The snake demon only has one soul now. Oh, by your definition, it could also be called a ghost, right?" Chen Zixu. Until they returned to the neighborhood, Chen Zixu was still pondering about the gold and silver in the air raid shelter. If it weren't for Wu Mengqiu calling to inform him that with Wu Mengqiu's help, Xianyu had signed some contracts regarding the iced lotus fruit with several supermarkets, he might have already forgotten about the company's matters. After taking a shower and comfortably lying on his bed, Chen Zixu logged onto Haha and used the steel he had previously purchased to exchange for a batch of iced lotus fruits. Due to the increased frequency of purchases, the steel market's owner specifically gave him a discount. To be honest, steel was too expensive, 3,000 yuan per ton. If it were pig iron, it would probably only be over 1,000, but pig iron's quality is not comparable to steel. The Nia tribe leader on the phone only recognized steel. Although they accepted pig iron, the quantity of ice lotus fruits exchanged was naturally reduced. After the transaction, the Nia tribe leader spoke sincerely, "Brother, thanks to your steel, our Nia tribe is no longer as it used to be. Now our strength can be regarded as the strongest tribe within a radius of thousands of miles." Chen Zixu sent a smiling emoji and then asked a question, "Brother, is it true that besides me no other cosmic merchants trade with you?" This question had long been on Chen Zixu's mind. Just think about it. The universe is so interconnected and transactions are always so convenient. Whatever you lack there, you can solve your problems by finding a friend on your phone. But why are there such significant loopholes for newcomers to take advantage of? It can't be that just because you are the protagonist you can act recklessly and illogically. However, the Nia tribe leader said there were none. Although there were some friends on the phone who exchanged gifts, there had never been a transaction on the scale of Chen Zixu, nor had any other cosmic merchants traded with them. Seeing this news, although Chen Zixu was somewhat puzzled as to why there were no other cosmic merchants, he felt it was because the Nia tribe leader had become familiar with Chen Zixu, and the trading rules had no longer changed that they could talk so deeply. Otherwise, if it were on Earth, how could two businessmen have such a conversation without leaving some words unsaid? Anyway, the company was about to start operating, just waiting for Wu Mengqiu's ice lotus fruit contract to expire, and the subsequent ice lotus fruit business would be handled by Xinyu. At that time, Chen Zixu would increase the trading volume with the Nia tribe leader, and the daily revenue could be described as raking in gold. Of course, relying solely on ice lotus fruits would not be enough to earn 100 million in half a year. Chen Zixu could not just do business with ice lotus fruits. It seems that the matter of brewing gaochao liquor needs to be put on the agenda, and the zhugua saplings should be planted soon. Also the shui fei fish oil. These are all tools for making money. At noon, a roommate called to ask if Chen Zixu would attend the afternoon class, to which Chen Zixu simply replied, "What do you think?" Moreover, having just returned from the frightening old residential building, Chen Zixu wanted to rest and calm his mood. However, lying in bed, he couldn't fall asleep. Thinking of the game, he took out his helmet and continued to play Breaking the Wilderness. Still at the same old place, the goblins had respawned in large numbers. Around the ship by the swamp, there were several dead fish, and a group of goblins was ravenously devouring them. What the hell? I can't stand this scene. Hey, you filthy creatures, die. With a thunderous swing of his club, Chen Zixu controlled his halforc character Demon Lord and charged toward the small ship. Wow. Many goblins noticed the halforc and rushed towards him recklessly. Then they fled in panic. One down. Boom. Another one down. What the hell? This is impressive, a whole bunch down. After leveling up to level 2, the halforc was significantly more powerful than at level 1, at least in terms of speed, which had increased by about 20%, making it easier to hunt down goblins. While fighting, the halforc had already approached the ship by the swamp. The goblins around the ship were like ants on a hot pan, anxious and terrified, yet they did not abandon the ship. Chen Zixu's mind was quick. With just a blink, he guessed that there must be something valuable inside that ship. Running towards the ship, the halforc was truly unstoppable. Although there were only goblins here, the goblins guarding the ship were evidently programmed by the system not to leave this area and would not escape on the ship, so they could only resign themselves to being cleaned out by Chen Zixu's halforc. Clinging to the side of the ship, Chen Zixu peered inside and was delighted. It was all gold. It is said that goblins are greedy, second only to dragons, and it appears to be true. Reaching out to touch the gold, it vanished. Where did it go? Oh, it turned out to have entered the game warehouse. The gold wasn't real, just data counted as looted items. Besides the gold, there's this thing. It was a handgun resembling a Type 54. Unfortunately, Chen Zixu's halforc character had 2 large hands, and the system indicated that the handgun could not be equipped. What a pity, truly a pity. Holding it and examining it closely, Chen Zixu couldn't put it down. After all, isn't it said that a gun is a man's second life? What man doesn't like firearms? After playing for about half an hour, Chen Zixu was still wandering in this swamp, but he had leveled up again and could now venture further. After killing so many goblins, besides experience, Chen Zixu also obtained many items, mostly relatively rare treasures. However, it was a pity that these were just a set of data in the game. Upon exiting the game and taking off the helmet, Chen Zixu sighed, still thinking about that handgun. At that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Wu Mengqiu urging him to deliver the goods. After greeting Wei Qishuan, Chen Zixu headed to the Beichen Security Company to store the ice lotus fruit there. This time, the quantity of ice lotus fruit was considerable, a full 12,000 pieces. Chen Zixu rented a small truck, and as for the packaging, it was just some makeshift cardboard boxes he had bought. The ice lotus fruit would be stored at Beichen, and every day 2 designated personnel, Wang Ji and Marrow, would come with a signature verification code to take out 1 or 2,000 directly sending them to the packaging assembly line, which logistics companies would then deliver to various supermarkets. Manager Zhu Xin of the security company recognized Chen Zixu, so the entire storage process went smoothly. After leaving Beichin, Chen Zixu's phone rang again. It was the class monitor. His logistics management major had only recently gained popularity, yet it was not a key major. There were 40 students in the class, with 2 having later switched majors. The class monitor was a girl named Zhao Xinxin, who was considered one of the best looking in the class. Class monitor, what's the matter? Zhao Xinxin always spoke softly and slowly, but she managed the class, while only someone like Chen Zixu, an old hand, wouldn't pay her much mind. This semester your absences are about to reach 15 class hours. Do you want to drop out? If she hadn't mentioned it, Chen Zixu wouldn't have known. He knew he had skipped classes, but some absences were recorded, while others were not. How was he to know that the recorded absences had reached 15 hours? The counselor will talk to you. Find me later. Are you free tonight? Chen Zixu really wanted to say he was not free. He was quite lazy about dealing with the class monitor. However, he still had to continue his studies. He didn't need to excel, but he had to show some results to his parents. Otherwise, if it got back to them that he was being forced to drop out due to skipping classes, it wouldn't look good. Alright, I guess I should go to the school. It might be beneficial. In the future, he would inevitably skip classes, so it would be good to mention things to the counselor and see if he could get an exemption certificate. However, it was still early, so Chen Zixu prepared to return to his rented room. Is someone following? At present, what cultivation level was Chen Zixu at? Foundation establishment. Although it wasn't the conventional foundation establishment, his abilities had not all been reached, but he was not someone an ordinary person could gauge. Moreover, with each passing day, Chen Zixu's abilities were improving. Not to say he was progressing by leaps and bounds, but he was certainly making daily advancements. The guy behind, dressed for a summer beach party, looked a bit conspicuous, and he kept glancing at Chen Zixu. Wherever Chen Zixu turned, he followed. This guy must have some screws loose. No one tracks an ordinary person like this. Narrowing his eyes, Chen Zixu devised a plan. They arrived at a supermarket in the downtown area, and Chen Zixu quickly dashed inside. The man behind hurried to catch up, glanced at the supermarket entrance, hesitated for a moment, and then also entered. This man had a gold tooth. Let's call him Gold Tooth Man. Upon entering the supermarket, he realized he had lost sight of his target. Slapping his cheek, he exclaimed, "That kid didn't notice me, did he? I should have reported first. But my tracking skills are quite superb. How did he see through my disguise?" While he was muttering to himself, a hand landed on his shoulder, and a voice drifted into his ear from behind. Chen Zixu said, "Are you looking for me?" Gold Tooth Man's eyes widened in shock, and he wanted to flee, but despite using all his strength, he felt the hand on his shoulder, like a steel claw, gripping him tightly, making it impossible to break free. What is Chen Zixu's cultivation level? Although he has never specifically tested his strength with his foundation establishment cultivation, he is certainly not comparable to an ordinary person. The man with the gold tooth looked horrified, fully aware of the strength of the grip on his shoulder. What are you doing?" Chen Zixu smiled slightly. "I ask you, are you looking for me?" "Who is looking for you?" "I am just wandering around." "Who are you? Why are you grabbing me?" "Let go." The gold-toothed man shouted loudly, quickly attracting the attention of a crowd. Even the cashier glanced over several times. Chen Zixu was somewhat wary of the crowd, frowning as he increased the pressure of his grip by 30%, causing the gold-toothed man to grimace in pain. "I can't be bothered to waste words with you. Just tell me who sent you to follow me. Remember, tell the truth, otherwise I will make you wish for death." "Ouch. It hurts. Please. Let go. They'll tell you." Chen Zixu loosened his grip, slightly urging the gold-toothed man, "Hurry up." Their conversation was quite loud, and some people overheard it, realizing that there was a personal grudge between the two. The gold-toothed man's breathing was ragged, clearly in pain, and after a moment, he awkwardly said, "Big brother, you don't need to do this, right? Did I not just sleep with your sister? You see, it was your sister who came onto me. Ooh, I didn't deceive her. Why are you still?" Ouch. "Big brother, let go. What nonsense are you spouting?" Chen Zixu was suddenly filled with rage, mentioning his sister. Family is a forbidden topic, don't you know? Crack. Chen Zixu used his other hand to grip the gold-toothed man's wrist and gave it a light twist. It was clear to everyone that it was really broken. The gold-toothed man was hysterical, but before he could scream, Chen Zixu covered his mouth. "How can you shout with your mouth closed? Are you going to talk? Do you believe I will break your other hand too?" Tears filled the gold-toothed man's eyes as inside he was collapsing. "Oh heavens, why did I have to encounter such a freak? Brother Chao's task is just woo. Brother Chao, it's not that I, the gold-toothed man, don't play fair, but I really had no choice. I can only confess." Immediately he recounted everything about the stalking. When mentioning the Zhang family gang, the expressions of the onlookers changed, revealing how formidable the Zhang family gang's influence was. Chen Zixu narrowed his eyes and muttered, I don't go looking for you yet you come knocking on my door. You keep causing me trouble as if I'm easy to deal with. Brother Chow the Zhang family gang. Tonight, I will make you taste the consequences of offending me Chen Zixu. Call the police. The gold-toothed man weakly pleaded with the people around him for help as he was too pained to dial on his phone. At first some were prepared to call the police, but upon hearing he was actually from the Zhang family gang no one felt any sympathy for him, and someone spat deserved it. Finding a place, Chen Zixu sat quietly for 2 hours, thoughtfully considering matters concerning the Zhang family gang. Initially he had no connection to the Zhang family gang. Had it not been for the conflict with Brother Chow, later the Zhang family gang would have remained merely a symbol with no intersection in his life. However, Chen Zixu understood that since that night he and the Zhang family gang could no longer be said to harbor only a slight grudge, he had killed members of the Zhang family gang, and now they likely wanted him dealt with swiftly. Fu Xiaobing once said that the Zhang family gang is an underground criminal organization in Longqing with an unclear number of members, but definitely no less than 500 among the main members. The main members are categorized into 4 ranks: Dragon, Tiger, Wolf, and Ordinary. Chen Zixu has encountered the Wolf rank, and he has also met members of the Tiger rank, but has yet to see the Dragon rank. That night, when Chen Zixu's strength was still limited, he could knock the Tiger rank member, Zhou Chong, to the ground bleeding. Now that his strength has greatly increased, he naturally wouldn't fear the Tiger rank members, and he suspected that the Dragon rank members of the Zhang family gang, while stronger than the Tiger rank, wouldn't surpass his current abilities. However, Chen Zixu was still worried. Worried about the numerous members of these criminals, as 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, worried about these guys being ruthless, armed not just with knives and iron bars, but also with firearms and other hot weapons, worried that after taking revenge today these people filled with anger would find all kinds of information about him and implicate his parents' sister and Wu Mengqiu. He was also worried that he would hesitate to act as his heart is still soft red and warm. After struggling for a long time, he finally remembered that he still had an incredible cheat. He logged on to Haha and entered the Yaoguang singing chat group. Chen Zixu, everyone who is here. No one responded. Many people in the group had gotten used to lurking, and when they occasionally bubbled up it was just to send an emoji or some link, and then they would leave. It seems that sending red envelopes is the only way to get attention. While he had snatched some red envelopes a few days ago, including some snowfin fish oil he traded with the Nia chief, so taking out a portion to give a red envelope would certainly be sufficient. Chen Zixu, everyone come out, I'm going to send a red envelope. Grinning. Sure enough, someone popped up. It was Chen Zixu's first friend after getting his phone, the heavenly soldier Li Er. Celestial being, Li Er little brother, is sending red envelopes. Great, I'm already waiting. Just as he sent that, a celestial being that Chen Zixu absolutely did not expect also bubbled up. Celestial being, Wu Ting Maria Ye, is there a friend sending red envelopes? Hee, this little girl is also waiting. Smiley face. Celestial being Li Er, wow. The fairy also came out. Welcome, welcome. Then Chen Zixu could only use the excuse of sending red envelopes to get a group of lurkers to come out. After Wu Tung Maria bubbled up, they all started bubbling up as if they had made an agreement, and in the blink of an eye there were already 99 group messages. Celestial being Zhou Bang He. Didn't someone just say they were sending red envelopes? Then Li Er sold out Chen Zixu. Celestial being Li Er, that's right Chen Zixu, where are the red envelopes? I've been waiting for a long time. Below a neat row of messages read, I've been waiting for a long time. Sigh. Just send it. If I don't send it, how will I ask questions later? Chen Zixu to grab the red envelope. One must be agile. A large red envelope appeared, and within 2 seconds it was gone. The red envelope was emptied in 2 seconds, followed by a flurry of slander. Chen Zixu knew what these quick-handed deities would say with his eyes closed. Nothing more than that the red envelope was too thin, or what kind of thing was a red envelope. Regardless of what these guys said, Chen Zixu repeated a phrase 10 times, and finally someone responded to him. What Chen Zixu asked was, is there a way to control a mortal so that he has to obey? The first to answer him was the disciple of Wu Tung Maria, a certain Dao. Dao Chen Zixu, this is very simple. Use your big stick to tempt him, make him submit to you, and all day long he would think of the scenes where you ride and whip him. Naturally he will listen to you. Chen Zixu. Master Julie. Dao Caribbean senior brother is right. Master Li Er 1. What do you mean right? Chen Zixu laughed and cried as he looked at the subsequent messages flooding the screen, including the smiley face sent by fairy Wu Tung Maria, who then followed the formation with a 23. Sure enough, a bunch of misfits, all with their minds in the gutter. In the end, the group leader was more reliable and directly gave Chen Zixu a red envelope, which contained a small box. Chen Zixu, group leader, what is this? The group leader was originally the director of the Yaoguang division, but has since been promoted and changed their title. Previously mentioned, this person has now been promoted to the Yetting division. Fairy Yetting Division Director Goo worms, a type of mother and child goo worm. The box contains the mother worm. If you feed it fresh meat, it can produce child worms. The child worms are very small and visible to the naked eye of mortals, allowing you to control them, to enter the brain of the person you wish to control through the mother worm. Chen Zixu, so will I also control the child worms through the mother worm in the future. Fairy Yetting Division Director, yes, you can also swallow the mother worm into your stomach and nourish it with your own true qi. As long as a spiritual connection is established with the mother worm, the child worm will not be lost, even if separated by 1,000,000 miles. However, for cultivators above foundation establishment, this may not hold true. Chen Zixu, so after the child worm burrows into that person's brain, what kind of reaction will they have? Fairy Yetting Division Director, generally the controlled person's mental state will deteriorate day by day, and they will only recover after about 6 months, when the child worm naturally dies. Chen Zixu, the child worm will die by itself. Fairy Yetting Division Director, yes, after all, if there is no spiritual energy to sustain it, it can only meet its end. The human brain does not nourish it. Chen Zixu understood with a nod, thanked them several times, and then ended his time on the phone. Looking at the time, he realized it was already past 7 in the evening. It was time to head to school. When he arrived at the school gate, Chen Zixu saw someone selling fruits, and bought a bag. As he walked and ate, just as he reached the edge of Biyun Lake Bridge, his phone rang. It was the class monitor calling. Chen Zixu told her he had arrived at Biyun Lake. Coincidentally, Zhao Xinxin was also at Biyun Lake, calling to inform Chen Zixu to meet here. It was that pavilion again. Zhao Xinxin was wearing a white princess dress, holding a book in her hand, exuding elegance. Truly, she was the top student in the class. Even this late, a bit of light highlighted her studious nature. Class monitor, him here. Chen Zixu casually remarked as he placed the fruit on the table. Let's eat some. Zhao Xinxin was a girl with a round face, very pure, with no makeup on her face. Her hair was the most natural black. She never wore non-mainstream clothes or gaudy gold and silver jewelry. This was also why Chen Zixu held her in high regard. Zhao Xinxin, I won't eat, let's get straight to the point. Why did you skip class? Why? The bro cannot admit that he just wanted to skip class, nor can he confess his hatred for attending classes, otherwise this beautiful girl in front of him would definitely lecture him with righteous indignation. So Chen Zixu said, I have my reasons for skipping class monitor. Do you know that I'm no longer just a pure college student? Because now I am also a businessman. Yes, I started a company, and right now it's the beginning stage of the company. Starting anything is difficult. I need to be there every day to work hard. Think about it, what's more important, studies or business? Studies are important. Chen Zixu. He really wanted to ask, is it really good to be so blunt? Can't we have a proper conversation? Class monitor, we are studying to find jobs, right? Look, I already have a job, why should I still work so hard on my study? Of course, I'm not saying that once you have a job you don't need to study anymore. We know the saying that learning is a lifelong endeavor, but everything has its priorities. I thought it best to focus on the company first. As for studies, they can wait as long as I don't fail, right? But you've skipped so many classes that you don't even have the qualification to take the exams. It's already destined that you will fail. Chen Zixu. Damn, it really is like that, eh? Chen Zixu felt like crying, but had no tears. Tomorrow you will go with me to see the homeroom teacher after English class. Today is Thursday, tomorrow is Friday, and there just happens to be 2 periods of English class in the morning. The English teacher probably remembers him by now. All right. Chen Zixu reluctantly agreed. Then Zhao Xinxin was about to leave, elegantly stepping on the irregularly tiled path, the clicking sound attracting the attention of many males. Don't. Lu Xiao, there are still people here. Suddenly this voice interrupted the tranquility of familiar. Zhao Xinxin turned her head to look, and then frowned, her face turning red as she quickly walked away. A trendy couple walked towards the pavilion, embracing each other. Chen Zixu also frowned, cursing inwardly, what bad luck. These 2 people were none other than Lu Chao, the vice president of the student union, and his girlfriend Su Hong, who was also Chen Zixu's ex-girlfriend. Oh, someone is really here. Hey, it's you, kid. Lu Chao shouted. Chen Zixu ignored him and turned his face away. At this moment, Zhao Xinxin surprisingly walked back again, smiling at Chen Zixu, saying, Zixu, I still want to buy something, will you accompany me? What's going on? So friendly. Chen Zixu looked at her, his eyes revealing no concealment of his confusion, then looked at Lu Chao and understood. The class monitor is just being kindly considerate, afraid that he and Lu Chao, the vice president of the student union, might have another conflict, so she pretended to want to buy something and asked him to accompany her. Is that okay? Chen Zixu had never seen the class monitor act so coyly before, and today he finally witnessed it. All right. Anyway, he was too lazy to confront Lu Chao and Su Hong Heden. Chen Zixu thought to himself that his current status was not what it used to be. Meeting these 2 again to argue would actually be embarrassing. But some people, if you try to avoid them, would move to block you in the direction you were trying to go. Lu Chao was that kind of person. Chen Zixu, right? You see, I almost forgot your name. Why are you trying to leave as soon as you see me? We are alumni, don't you want to greet me? Chen Zixu didn't even bother to look at him while he glanced at him sideways. Then Chen Zixu smiled at Zhao Xinxin and said, sure, with a beautiful lady inviting me, how could I refuse? As the two were about to leave, Lu Zhao was furious. Indeed, who wouldn't be angry? He said a couple of words to Chen Zixu, but what did Chen Zixu do? Not even a glance. What is this? This is complete disregard. He, a dignified vice president of the student council accustomed to being flattered, could tolerate this. Stop right there. Lu Zhao shouted. Chen Zixu, are you taking my kindness for granted? Didn't you hear me speaking to you? Su Hong also wore a disdainful expression, siding with Lu Zhao, and spoke in a strange tone. Really uncultured, don't you even know basic manners? And you little girl, as someone who has been through this, let me tell you frankly, I am still your senior. Some people may appear harmless on the surface, but their true nature can be very complex. Be cautious of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. Her words were filled with insults. Su Hong's tongue was certainly sharp. He widened his eyes, appearing quite fierce on the surface, and scoffed. What are you two? Ignoring you is just me being lazy, and now you come here to be insulted. Zhao Xinxin thought it was bad, and pulled Chen Zixu hard. Why are you pulling me? Lu Zhao's insults had already returned. You are the one who is something. Su Hong said you are uncultured, and she was indeed right. Look at you acting like a country bumpkin, cursing like that. Aren't you embarrassed to say that in the campus of Keita? Damn it. Chen Zixu's face darkened. I'm warning you now, don't ever use the words uncultured to describe me again, or do you believe I will make you regret coming into this world, regret becoming human from liquid to human? Wow, Chen Zixu's words were quite outrageous, but it clearly had the effect of further enraging Lu Zhao and the others. Did you see Lu Zhao's face turning as red as a tomato? He probably looked like he was about to blow steam out of his ears. Damn it. Shaking off Su Hong, Lu Zhao charged forward, his fists clenched, ready to throw a punch. Chen Zixu was no pushover either. In terms of strength, he could probably take on a whole infantry regiment now. So if you ask him if he was afraid of such an aggressive Lu Zhao, he would just roll his eyes at you. But times have changed and his realm was different. Chen Zixu felt a bit lazy to fight with a mortal like Lu Zhao. If it really came to blows, Chen Zixu preferred to get angry. Getting closer. Lu Zhao like a beast grinned as he approached the gazebo, his fists ready to strike. Damn it, do you dare to say that again? Lu Zhao roared angrily, preparing to punch. However, Chen Zixu remained unfazed, not taking a defensive stance or dodging. He simply smiled slightly, then. Bang! Lu Zhao fell flat on his face. Oh no. Lu Zhao, are you okay? Su Hong rushed over to help Lu Zhao, and under the dim light, wow, how unlucky Lu Zhao was. Was he disfigured? Wiping his nosebleed, Lu Zhao cried out in pain, then grew even angrier, aiming a kick at Chen Zixu. Bang! This time both of them fell. Ouch! Lu Zhao, you crush me. My chest. As Lu Zhao fell, his reflex made him elbow backward, but who told Su Hong to be behind him? As a result, tragedy struck. Just think about how much force he had while falling. He directly elbowed his chest. Zhao Xinxin clutched her chest in sympathy. This must hurt a lot, right? Lu Zhao still did not realize that Su Hong had actually suffered a great injury, and instead he himself was unharmed because someone cushioned his fall. Standing up, he first looked at the ground. There were no fruit peels or water, so maybe it was just that he didn't pay attention to his balance before. Now that he was careful, Chen Zixu, right? You think you can be arrogant with me? This kick will make you lie down for 3 days, and then I will make sure you have no place to complain, believe it or not. Bang! He fell again. Lu Zhao began to doubt, looking at Chen Zixu not with anger, but with confusion. Once was a coincidence, twice was a coincidence, but it can't keep happening again and again. Zhao Xinxin covered her mouth in amazement. Was Lu Zhao really that unlucky? How could he fall 3 times? Wanna hit me? Then stand up. I'm right here. If I move, then you can take my last name. Come. Chen Zixu was flamboyant. Damn it. I don't believe in evil. Lu Zhao crawled up using both hands. Bang. 4th time. Bang. 5th time. Bang. 6th time. Lu Zhao truly cried, not because of the pain, but because it was bizarre. He couldn't get up at all. Zhao Xinxin took a significant step back. She was already convinced that this large area in front of her definitely had an unusual magnetic field, and it was related to Chen Zixu. Otherwise, how could he fall repeatedly? Unless he was a baby who couldn't even walk. But was Lu Zhao a baby? Taking advantage of the dim moonlight spreading across the ground, Chen Zixu escorted Zhao Xinxin back to the dormitory. Zhao Xinxin finally asked him with a special feeling, do you have superpowers? The incident with Lu Zhao falling was too bizarre, and Chen Zixu's behavior made people suspicious. It's no wonder Zhao Xinxin asked that. Chen Zixu handed the items Zhao Xinxin bought back to her, having graciously held them for her earlier. Then he shrugged and said, I am just a good youth of the new era, educated under the core values of socialism. Do you believe in that? Then he added, anyway, I am not one of them. Zhao Xinxin inexplicably got angry. Fine, remember to go to class tomorrow, I won't bother with you. Then flipping her hair, she walked away with big strides. Indifferently smiling, Chen Zixu looked up at the dim starry sky. The moon was already covered by dark clouds. On a moonless night, a night for murder, a windy night for arson. Okay, today marks the day I, Chen Zixu, step into the Jianghu to uphold justice and settle grievances. Let all grudges end today, and let all enemies perish today. At 9:40 p.m. in a bar in the CZ area of Longqing, Chen Zixu deliberately put on a nonchalant appearance, sitting not far from the bar, his gaze fixed on a stocky thug at the bar. This guy is Brother Chao, someone he cannot be unfamiliar with. Coming here, Chen Zixu was prepared to resolve matters with Brother Chao through force first, while to extract the whereabouts of Zhang Tao, the leader of the Zhang family, and then choose a place to knock him out, certainly not to kill him, or that would be yet another karmic debt. At 10:30, Brother Chao left the bar with an exposed woman in his arms, and Chen Zixu hurried to follow behind him. Hey, not taking a car. That's great, it saves me the trouble of spending money on a taxi. Brother Chao, holding the exposed woman, did not look for a hotel, but turned a few corners into an alley. Hee, this is your own doing. Chen Zixu thought this was indeed convenient for him. The alley was the easiest place to settle scores. A smile crept onto his lips as he hastened his steps and entered the alley, preparing to shout, "Hey, you two dogmen, I am here to represent the moon to eliminate you." But before he could finish his words, he was stunned. Hey, why are there so many people here? 1, 2, 3, 4. 12 people, holding stick steel pipes and chains. It seemed they were waiting for me. Chen Zixu's inner monologue went something like this. Oh no, this script is wrong. Wasn't it supposed to be just me and those two, one man and one woman, engaged in a fierce battle to the death? What the heck, they brought so many helpers. This is going to be a group fight. I haven't even come to trouble you yet, but you've come to me. That's fine. Today's new grudges and old grievances will be settled together. If I don't tear you apart, I'll change my surname. Chao Gu clearly knew that Chen Zixu was following him, deliberately putting on a show, bringing a girl along to set a trap waiting for him. However, that last sentence of his sounded quite familiar. Footsteps of several people came from the back alley, and when Chen Zixu turned around, he saw that his escape route was blocked. Chao Gu, you went to such lengths just for this guy? Isn't that a bit of an overreaction? The flirtatious voice came from the provocatively dressed woman. To be honest, she was very beautiful, but alas, she had gone astray. Chen Zixu had a different opinion. He wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Chao Gu. Chao Gu, brothers, be careful. This guy is a bit strange and not so easy to deal with. Everyone attack together. Don't waste time on chivalry. Did you hear me? Everyone agreed, and the woman asked, Chao Gu, does this guy belong to that kind of person? Why ask so much? Chao Gu shot her a glance, silencing her. At this moment, it was finally Chen Zixu's turn to speak. He felt a bit nervous, but also a bit excited. It was the first time he had encountered such a big scene. He said, to be honest, I came here for revenge today. Whether you tear me apart, or I beat you all black and blue, one of us has to be the victor, and one of us has to be a complete loser. Let's see who wins and who loses. There was a fat man, and due to the warm July weather, he was a bit hot at night. His shirt was off, revealing a tattoo of Hello Kitty between his left and right arms and a big gold chain around his neck. Whether it was real or gold-plated was unknown. He took a puff of smoke, wielding a baseball bat, and swaggered up to Chen Zixu, glancing at him before laughing. Just when Chen Zixu was about to lose patience, the fat man said, Who do you think you are? Hey, who wins or loses? Are you just flattering yourself? Do you see this bat in my hand? Do you believe that I can send you to the afterlife with just one hit? The fat man raised the bat and blew smoke into Chen Zixu's face. Chen Zixu coughed a few times. To be honest, he despised secondhand smoke. He used to cough as soon as he smelled it, and so did the author. Unfortunately, there was someone in the dorm who smoked, and sometimes he had to sit in front of the computer coughing while typing, secretly cursing him many times, but only keeping his mouth polite. Can you stay away from me? Chen Zixu covered his mouth and nose, expressing his disdain towards the fat. The fat man chuckled, said nothing, and really took a few steps back. Then he looked at Chao Gu and boasted, Chao Gu, you give the word, and he'll be the first to go. I'll surely break this kid's legs. That's quite a bold claim. Chen Zixu replied with a smile, arms crossed. At this moment, Chao Gu was struggling internally because he knew that someone from their gang had gone after Chen Zixu not long ago, but that person was still in the police station and the boss couldn't bail him out. You should know that Zhou Chong was a member of the Tiger clan, and his skills weren't too inferior to these small fry. On the other hand, Chao Gu also did not believe that this yellow-haired kid who looked only in his early 20s had such great skills. After all, last month's incident was due to his underestimation, and he wasn't particularly clear about Zhou Chang's situation. It could very well be that this young man was just average. After touching his nose, Chao Gu decided to go ahead. One reason was that there were many brothers this time, and they had enough strength. The other reason was that since it had come to this, they couldn't show weakness. To be honest, only Chao Gu could still hesitate at this critical moment. Damn. No more talking a break, all his limbs. Finally Chao Gu spoke, and the fat man grinned, raising the baseball bat. The others all surrounded him, forming a circle, and their weapons seemed ready for bloodshed. The moonlight filtered through the layers of clouds, the night wind caressed the dust of the earth, and the bustling city had yet to fall, silent crime lurking and waiting. The baseball bat shattered the air molecules with the fat man's fastest swing of his life, aimed at Chen Zixu. If Chen Zixu were an ordinary person, the next moment would have him clutching his shoulder in pain, screaming hysterically. But he was not. He was a foundation establishment cultivator, having transcended the realm of ordinary mortals to a certain extent. Chen Zixu took a step back, dodging the baseball bat, just before it struck him while squeezing into the gap among the few people behind. Oh. A punch hit one person's abdomen and a kick ended another man's happy life, thus the world had gained another eunuch due to special circumstances. Damn. Cut him down. Get out of the way. Let me do it. I want to bite him to death. The scene suddenly became chaotic, with a dozen people surrounding Chen Zixu, shifting positions as he moved. Kill him. Kill him. Twist off his head. Crush his balls. This was a woman's voice. There were no other women here, just the provocative woman in Chao Gu's arms. Through the not-so-thick wall of people, Chen Zixu gave that woman a sharp and cold gaze, without reservation. He swore that no matter how bad a woman was, he would maintain a certain level of tolerance, but for those who disregarded life regardless of age or gender, he had only one attitude: screw you. What? You say she didn't disregard life? Doesn't her statement prove her cold humanity? What? Can't prove it. Then. I say it can be proved. I say it is. Chen Zixu had some reservations in his heart. He didn't want to use divine powers. In fact, at most, he could only borrow the intangible, yet tangible true qi. Other means such as magic wands and flying swords were out of the question. Thus he endured a few hits from the bat, and Chainza. Luckily his skin was tough enough, and a few hits didn't matter. The chubby man with a tattoo of the left azure dragon, and the right white tiger, completely unaware of Chen Zixu's immense strength, felt an ominous premonition as he saw the playful smile on Chen Zixu's face, and heard his teasing words. And this premonition indeed came true. Now the plot twists. The chubby man watched helplessly as the stick in his hand flew away, then performed a flourish in the hands of his opponent, blocking all attacks, and finally collided with his thigh, with a force comparable to a car at 60 miles an hour. There were no sparks, no other spiritual entanglements, only the chubby man flying away and his wails echoing through the heavens. By the way, he also took two others with him. How is this possible? How could he? How could the big chubby man? Is he a human or a ghost? He flew. The big chubby man flew. Damn. This is the first time in my life I've seen someone fly out. What? How is this possible? One of the men, overwhelmed by the chubby man's presence, exclaimed. Chen Zixu tossed aside the now useless baseball bat, dusted off his hands as if there was something on them, and then took a step forward. Ah! The woman screamed, covering her ears and retreating, hiding behind Chao Gu, trembling. Everyone, don't be afraid. He's just one person. Oh, we shouldn't be afraid of him. A guy in a checkered shirt encouraged everyone. Come on, if you're brave, you go first. You lead the way. The checkered shirt guy replied, well, oh no, my stomach hurts, I need to go to the bathroom, I can't hold it anymore, it really hurts. Chao Gu said, damn. Chen Zixu smiled, feeling invincible. Hadn't he noticed that some people were already trembling and retreating? You guys, you few, come at me. Chao Gu shouted at his subordinates with a facade of bravado. Come on. You won't listen to me, huh? But true. The woman behind him peeked out and said with a trembling voice, you all. Go, whoever knocks him down, they'll let them sleep with me. Hey. This statement actually had an effect. A bald man had already retreated several steps. Upon hearing what the woman said, he hesitated and stopped retreating, gripping the chain in his hand, and said to the woman, you said it, I want to sleep for a night. No, 2 nights. Chao Gu, caught in the middle, extinguished the cigarette in his mouth, threw it to the ground, and pulled the woman out from behind him, shouting to everyone, today, if anyone can break this little brat's leg, this woman will give herself to him, sleep as long as he wants. No wonder it is said that desire is deeply rooted. The allure of women is indeed great, and the allure of beautiful women is even more immense. These small minions were previously calculating how to retreat with more face, but now they began plotting how to break Chen Zixu's leg. Everyone, let's go together. You attack the left, we attack the right, and the ones in the front and back, make sure he doesn't move. Wow. Some people have already begun to arrange positions and battle strategies. Was it so easy to beat Chen Zixu? In fact, they couldn't surround Chen Zixu at all. The formation they had encircled earlier had long since collapsed due to Chen Zixu's eastward and westward charges, and it was easier said than done to regroup. However, due to the woman's allure, more than a dozen minions armed with clubs and chains slowly closed in on Chen Zixu's lips curved into a smile as he fixed his gaze on the person closest to him. Having found some fighting techniques after the previous skirmish, Chen Zixu felt a surge of fiery excitement for battle within him. Come on, tonight is meant to be a night of revenge. His voice was low, he was only speaking to himself. A minion swung a steel pipe at him. Hey! Another person supported him by swinging a chain, aiming for Chen Zixu's head. Suddenly weapons surrounded him, varying only in distance. The show begins. Chen Zixu let out a low shout and a beam of intimidating light suddenly burst from his eyes. His figure shifted to the side of the nearest person, throwing a punch that struck the man's stomach before he could react. The man flew away. Without a pause, Chen Zixu's figure flickered again as he appeared beside another person, delivering a palm strike that landed on the man's back. That man collapsed. Moving again, he approached a person swinging a chain, forming a mantis fist with his fingers striking at the man's armpit. The man cried out in pain, dropping the chain, and one of his arms was nearly incapacitated. Following that, it was entirely Chen Zixu's solo showcase. In a few square meters, he twisted and turned, as if to say, spin, leap. I closed my eyes. Of course, closing his eyes was nearly impossible, but the result was staggering. Really, in less than a minute, everyone had already lost their fighting capability. Xiao Gu was dumbfounded, drenched in sweat at a loss. The seductive woman was also stunned, and along with it, she had also wet herself. On my hand. On my leg. On my balls. Chen Zixu said nothing. The groans echoed, and it couldn't be ruled out that he had once again used a low blow. Swallowing his saliva, Xiao Gu dared not wipe the sweat from his forehead. With a thud, he knelt down. Big brother. Big brother. I was blind to not recognize a great mountain. I was wrong. Please have mercy and don't hold it against me. Treat me like a fart, just let me go. The woman also knelt down. Big brother. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Moreover, we actually have no enmity or grudge. Chen Zixu pondered for a moment, but I don't have that many farts. Big brother. I have money, I'll give you money, just let me go, I promise I won't bother you again. You have money. Hee, just what I need. Chen Zixu's eyes brightened, then he added, but I want the money and I must avenge myself too. Xiao Gu was stunned, then his eyes flickered. He suddenly stood up unexpectedly, pushing the woman forward while turning to run into the alley. Hee, is he trying to escape? Chen Zixu thought, I can outrun cars, how could I let you get away? The woman fell to the ground, scraping her face along the ground for half a meter. She must have disfigured herself. She had not yet realized her disfigurement when she saw a shadow swoosh past above her, and then in less than 2 seconds a cry of pain from Xiao Gu echoed throughout the alley. Still trying to run? Can you escape from my grasp? Chen Zixu said as he slammed the captured Xiao Gu onto the ground. Like the others, Xiao Gu was left with nothing but the strength to groan. At that moment the woman realized how much her face hurt. A glance revealed it was covered in blood. Truly a disfiguring blow. This was a mournful sound akin to a dolphin's cry, yet its piercing clarity served no purpose. Chen Zixu looked at her with disdain. He had already held a grudge against her for her previous words, so despite her experiencing some karma, he was not about to let her off so easily. The exposed woman suddenly noticed another person standing in front of her. She looked up, and indeed it was Chen Zixu. With his eyelids lowered, Chen Zixu spoke in a voice that seemed to come from a demon of the region. Slap yourself 1,000 times with all your might, otherwise die. Of course he had no intention of actually killing her, it was merely a threat. However, at that moment Chen Zixu appeared to her as a Shura, a slaughtering demon who might actually dare to kill. She dared not plead for mercy or resist, hoping that this terrifying man would keep his word. Then she began to slap herself. Not to misinterpret, she was indeed slapping her own face while counting the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Imagine her face was already disfigured, and after being pushed by Xiao Gu, a large patch of skin had been scraped off, blood oozing profusely. It hurt terribly. At that moment, striking again. Even Chen Zixu could feel the pain. When she reached around 20 slaps, he stepped away from her and approached Xiao Gu. Crouching down, he heard Xiao Gu groaning, as well his face was now swollen like a pig's head. Chen Zixu asked, shall we find another place to talk? Or should we stay right here? Xiao Gu struggled to open his swollen eyes, and said in a voice barely above a mosquito's buzz, please. Spare me. Chen Zixu was not inclined to do so. As long as he didn't kill him, a little revenge would be fine. I think we should find another place to talk. Ignoring everyone else, he grabbed Xiao Gu by the waistband, as if he were a small object weighing a dozen kilograms, and casually walked away. Slap. 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 The exposed woman continued to slap her face, counting 49, 50, 51. At the end of the alley were old residential huts, though now they had been replaced by high-rise buildings that looked completely out of place, rented out to migrant workers. Night had fallen, the road, paved with floorboards, was uneven, making it difficult to navigate, and there were no streetlights in the residential alley. Thus there were almost no people, and it was quite quiet, the loudest sound being the distant DJ music from a bar. He tossed Chao Gu into a corner where no one was around, patted his face, and said, "All right, since there's no one else here, I'll ask you a few questions. If you answer satisfactorily, I'll let you go." Chao Gu finally managed to recover a bit, nodding painfully like a pig's head. Chen Zixu asked, "Where is the main base of the Zhang family gang?" The main base? Chao Gu truly wanted to roll his eyes. Did he think this was a martial arts novel with a main base? But his eyelids were too swollen to do so. He could only whisper, "Our headquarters is at the Jintai Entertainment City. The whole building belongs to us." Wow, a major force. They booked the entire building. Let me ask you again, how many members does the Zhang family gang have, and how many are in the dragon and tiger ranks? Chao Gu was stunned for a moment, seemingly surprised how Chen Zixu knew about the hierarchy of the dragon and tiger ranks, but it was only a moment's astonishment. Then he replied, "I don't know the exact number of dragon rank elders, but I know of 7. 5 are in Longqing. And there are 81 tiger rank protectors, most of whom also stay in Longqing." Chen Zixu nodded, showing no doubt that Chao Gu was lying. After all, he wouldn't dare. Finally, the key question, "Where does your gang leader reside?" Chao Gu shook his head. "I really don't know. Big brother, sir, please spare me. You truly don't know where your gang leader lives?" Chao Gu replied, "The gang leader is not someone we small fry can meet casually. I don't know where he lives. But the dragon rank elders definitely know." Patting his swollen, shining face, Chen Zixu threatened him, "You better not lie to me. If I find out you're deceiving me, watch out for your little life." Chao Gu replied, "The gang leader is not someone we small fry can meet casually. I don't know where he lives. But the dragon rank what's that to you?" Chen Zixu slapped him again. "By the way, tell me your bank card number and password. I warn you, if there's less than 200,000 in there, wait for your reckoning." Off. Chao Gu felt even more distressed, thinking to himself, "I only have about 200,000 saved over the years. This scoundrel is going to empty my savings in one go." But there was no choice. He could tell the difference between money and his life. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to part with his wealth to avoid disaster. After giving his bank card number and password, he eagerly awaited Chen Zixu to wave him off like he was nothing. But the result left him feeling greatly disheartened. Chen Zixu exclaimed, "Aha, the money has already been transferred to my account." Then he said, "You were honest, so I left 2,000 in your card. Now it's time for you to take a nap." Chao Gu was taken aback, then began to wail, "You can't go back on your word." There was no more sound. He had already passed out. Chen Zixu once again hoisted the man, maneuvering left and right, and half an hour later surprisingly appeared in a park. Securing Chao Gu to a large tree, Chen Zixu ensured he would not wake up anytime soon, then tore his pants to bind his hands behind his back. This way, even if he woke up before dawn, he wouldn't be able to pull down the tree, let alone report to the Zhang family gang. As for Chen Zixu, he still needed to venture into the Jintai Entertainment City at night, indeed to plant a curse on the Zhang family gang's leader. In the middle of the night, several floors of the Jintai Entertainment City were still brightly lit. At the entrance of the luxurious entertainment city, people were constantly coming and going, mostly women dressed provocatively and extravagantly alongside well-dressed men. That woman looks familiar. Hey, isn't that her? Chen Zixu, hiding to the side, used his extraordinary vision cultivated through his cultivation journey to see a woman just getting out of a BMW being embraced by a middle-aged man with a big belly. She looked incredibly familiar, clearly one of the campus beauties from the university. Upon closer inspection, it truly was her. Sigh. Usually presenting herself as a well-behaved girl at school, who would have thought she had fallen so far? One must not judge a person by their appearance. Just as he was lost in thought, Chen Zixu suddenly felt a warning signal in his heart. In a rush, he turned around, ready to draw his flying sword, which he had almost named Zhanlu. "Whoa, why is it you?" Chen Zixu's fist halted midair, just a couple of centimeters away from the pale, frightened face of Moron Wanwan. "What are you doing? Are you trying to kill me?" Moron Wanwan exploded, taking a step back before jumping up and pointing at Chen Zixu, scolding him. Her sharp and loud accusations drew the attention of the few night wanderers around, including a certain campus beauty from the University of Science and Technology, whom Chen Zixu recognized. This campus beauty would not know Chen Zixu, as he was quite low-key at school except for the time he made headlines after being ruthlessly dumped by Su Hong. However, it was evident that this beauty recognized Moron Wanwan, as she was also one of the campus beauties. Just a brief glance later, the beauty was ushered through the door of the entertainment club. At this moment, Chen Zixu noticed that Moron Wanwan was dressed elegantly in a beautiful evening gown adorned with a lovely necklace, suggesting she had attended some kind of party. Behind her was a woman wearing a mask. Judging solely by her figure, Chen Zixu was certain that she was also a beauty who could rival Moron Wanwan. He just couldn't understand why two women would suddenly appear here in the middle of the night. Moron Wanwan was still rambling on, and Chen Zixu slapped his forehead, feeling particularly troubled. "Stop." Chen Zixu placed his right index finger on his left palm, making a pause gesture. I say, Miss Morong, it's no surprise that I reacted when you suddenly appeared behind me, right? You were the one being so sudden, shouldn't you reflect on yourself? Why are you yelling at me? Upon hearing this, Morong Wanwan was about to explode. She was the kind of person who would repay any grievance and couldn't tolerate others speaking ill of her. But just as she opened her mouth before she could speak, Chen Zixu added, luckily, it's me. Do you believe that if it were someone else that punch would have already landed? Well, maybe they wouldn't hit your face because you're somewhat attractive, but they would definitely smack your backside. After saying this, he crossed his arms wearing a haughty expression. Morong Wanwan was so taken aback that she forgot what she wanted to say. Gritting her teeth, she pointed at Chen Zixu's arrogant face, struggling to voice her indignation before finally calling out, Xuanbing, beat him up. Chen Zixu was taken aback by her words and glanced at the masked woman, sizing her up. He thought, this woman seems delicate. Could she possibly know martial arts? Xuanbing shook her head, saying, I can't beat him. Upon hearing this, Chen Zixu nodded in understanding, thinking, I told you, how could a young girl be able to fight? Morong Wanwan was stunned, blinking her eyes, thinking she must have heard wrong, and weakly asked, you're really that strong? How can you not beat him? Chen Zixu was also curious about how Xuanbing would respond, so he leaned in to listen. Xuanbing replied, he is a Grand Martial Master. Grand Martial Master? What kind of title is that? Chen Zixu did not understand, but it was clear that Morong Wanwan did. So when she turned back to look at Chen Zixu, her eyes, face, and even her toes expressed a sense of disbelief mixed with awe, as if she were saying, I don't believe it, but you are so, how is this possible? You are a Grand Martial Master. Morong Wanwan's attitude changed immediately, completely different from the earlier aggressive stance she had towards Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu took a step back from her, feeling a bit uneasy due to Morong Wanwan's rapid change in demeanor. Shaking his head, he indicated that he had no idea what a Grand Martial Master was. Morong Wanwan continued to ask many questions, as if in her eyes a Grand Martial Master held a high status. At the same time, Chen Zixu learned from Morong Wanwan that a Grand Martial Master is a term used in the martial arts community for a class of individuals with formidable strength representing sheer power. During this phase, Chen Zixu encountered numerous similar titles for levels of cultivation, such as upper being celestial immortal and true monarch in the group for Yaowang singing, as well as the levels of Qi refinement foundation establishment and golden core. He learned from his master alongside the strength levels from the conversation with Feiyong 989 regarding levels from star 1 to heaven 5. Now he had gained more knowledge. It was quite normal for the martial arts world of ordinary people to also have tiered classifications. However, he was unsure what level a Grand Martial Master corresponded to in the cultivation realm. Hey, what were you looking at just now? Golden Tai Entertainment City. Do you want to go in it? Once Morong Wanwan decided that Chen Zixu was indeed a Grand Martial Master, her hostility turned into enthusiasm. Initially, Chen Zixu had intended to casually brush her off, keeping a respectful distance, but seeing her dressed so beautifully, a sudden thought crossed his mind. So can you take me in? There were guards at the main entrance of Golden Tai Entertainment City, making it difficult for a stranger like Chen Zixu to enter, but there were also other ways in. However, the ventilation ducts, 6 meters high windows, tightly closed back doors, and the underground parking garage elevator didn't seem like easy entrances either. Therefore, Chen Zixu asked Morong Wanwan with a glimmer of hope. Morong Wanwan smiled, of course. I'm a gold member here. Take me in. Let's go. Chen Zixu grabbed Morong Wanwan's hand and headed towards the entrance of Golden Tai Entertainment City. Morong Wanwan, not as strong as him, was being pulled along and demanded, you can take me in, but you have to tell me, are you really a Grand Martial Master? What a straightforward girl. Chen Zixu felt defeated. Was a Grand Martial Master so appealing? Chen Zixu sighed, well. Actually, I am a Grand Martial Master, always hidden among the crowd. I didn't expect to be discovered by you today. Perhaps this is fate. Upon hearing this, he noticed that both Morong Wanwan and Xuanbing's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if they were fans seeing their idol. Hee, I knew it. Morong Wanwan laughed, turning back to Xuanbing and saying, Xuanbing, you guessed it right. He really is a Grand Martial Master. Xuanbing nodded. Chen Zixu felt as if a flock of crows had flown over his head. With Morong Wanwan leading the way, Chen Zixu breezed through the entrance inspection. Then he experienced firsthand just how strict the entrance inspection was at such places. Chen Zixu speculated that there must be some illicit businesses going on here. After all, it was getting late, the night was deep. Morong Wanwan yawned several times. Chen Zixu told her not to worry about him, and to just go rest in a hotel room at the entertainment city, but the girl completely ignored him, truly like a brainless fan. Just then a voice from nearby caught Chen Zixu's attention. Chief Zhang, we should definitely drink a few more cups later. Chen Zixu turned his gaze toward the sound, spotting a portly middle-aged man. This man adopted a low posture, smiling as he conversed with another ordinary-looking man whose face bore a rather sullen expression and had graying hair. Several men accompanied them, some robust and strong, while others also sported gray hair. Additionally, there was a woman, the campus belle, whom Chen Zixu recognized. Moron Wanwan's thoughts were solely focused on Chen Zixu. Following his gaze, she too spotted the group. She didn't recognize any of the big men, but she was familiar with the campus belle from the university, as they both attended the same school, so it was quite normal for them to keep an eye on each other. Fancy, she's from our school, and she's a senior. I've heard for a long time that her life is quite chaotic, but I didn't expect it to be true, Moron Wanwan murmured, speaking to Chen Zixu. The goddess of the losers, the trophy of the rich, Chen Zixu remarked. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a footstep on his instep. What are you doing? I didn't say anything about you. Moron Wanwan's angry little face still expressed her displeasure. No foul language allowed. Raising an eyebrow, Chen Zixu could only reply, how absurd. Chen Zixu quietly followed the group, led by Zhang Tao, keeping a good distance, probably hoping not to be noticed. Xian Bing seemed to sense something. She, who usually spoke little, suddenly blocked Chen Zixu's path and hesitated for a long time before saying, it's too dangerous. I can't let Wanwan take risks with you. Moron Wanwan was puzzled, but Chen Zixu understood. He casually said, I don't intend to take you along either. Just take this girl away. Then Xian Bing came over to pull Moron Wanwan away. Moron Wanwan refused, waking up to the situation. She struggled fiercely and shouted at Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu, you bastard. I even helped you just now, and now you want to abandon me. Chen Zixu chuckled. You got it right, and remember you called yourself a donkey. With that, he ignored Moron Wanwan's expression and hurriedly ran away. Hey, he was surprisingly fast and vanished in a flash. Luckily, the first 3 floors were bustling gaming venues with few rooms, but plenty of partitions. Zhang Tao and his group took the elevator. Chen Zixu muttered a curse and quickly headed for the fire escape to climb the stairs. With each flight he climbed, he glanced to see if the elevator would stop for anyone. Finally, when he reached the 5th floor, he saw Zhang Tao and his group coming out. This floor resembled hotel accommodations, and Zhang Tao and his group entered one of the rooms. 2 strong men were left guarding the door. Chen Zixu muttered another curse and began to strategize how to capture and subdue Zhang Tao. Peeking out slightly, Chen Zixu noticed that there were quite a few surveillance cameras in the corridor, and even the fire escape had one at the half landing. Chen Zixu furrowed his brows. This was troublesome. He estimated that he had already been caught on surveillance, and if anything happened later, it would be easy for them to trace him through the footage. The Zhang family gang was already quite troublesome, but if they reached out to the state machinery to deal with him, that would be a real mess. First, find the surveillance room and smash the cameras. Chen Zixu turned back down the stairs, set on locating the surveillance room. He initially thought it would be hidden, but to his surprise, it was right next to the security guard station on the 1st floor. The 1st floor was divided into many areas, with most being gaming zones. The surveillance room was in a corner far from these gaming areas. Chen Zixu pretended to casually stroll, arriving outside the surveillance room. One of the security guards noticed him and immediately came out to question him. However, since only regulars or people with status could enter, the guard was not too strict. Sir, where are you heading? Outsiders are not allowed here. Chen Zixu quickly responded with a couple of ohs, feigning urgency as he approached, and asked, I'm in a bit of a hurry. It's my first time here, and I don't know where the restroom is. Is there a restroom around here? Oh, the restroom. It's over there. Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Zixu had already covered the guard's mouth with one hand, while using the other to strike down on his neck with some force. The reason for this was that he often saw similar scenes on TV, where a person was knocked out by a chop to the neck. Chen Zixu had heard it was supposed to strike the carotid artery, but he truly did not know the exact details. Thus, this chop did not knock the guard out, but caused him to be unable to speak from the pain. Chen Zixu felt awkward, thinking, my apologies, buddy. Then he struck another blow, and this time he finally knocked him out. All of this happened quickly without anyone noticing, as Chen Zixu dragged the guard into the security guard station. Another security guard on duty was watching a movie, likely amused by a funny scene as he was chuckling away. Chen Zixu was very careful, making little noise as he placed the guard he was dragging on the ground, quietly moving past, and then he dealt with the chuckling guard as well. A minute later, Chen Zixu emerged from the surveillance room, dressed in a security uniform, holding a black. There weren't many people in the surveillance room, only 6 in total, and they were all gathered together watching something. Chen Zixu approached them from behind, and they did not notice him. He leaned in to see what was happening, and lo and behold, the 6 people, 4 men and 2 women, were watching an intense European and American film right at a steamy scene with 2 of them breathing heavily. Watch closely, because in a few seconds you won't be able to see anything. As Chen Zixu raised the black baton in his hand, just as one of the women turned around to see him, a powerful electric current surged through the baton. The electric current was not aimed at the people, but at a nearby switchboard. Someone. The moment the scream rang out, sparks began to fly from the electrical devices in the entire entertainment venue, starting from the surveillance room. The lights flickered and sparks and smoke began to emerge from the switchboard, and several computer towers. Who are you? Chen Zixu glanced at the person, said nothing, and kicked him this time, without holding back, knocking him out direct. A minute later, Chen Zixu emerged from the surveillance room, and the entire entertainment venue had fallen into a pitch-black abyss. Everyone began to panic, especially on the first 3 floors where gaming was prevalent. Most were deeply engrossed in their games, and the sudden power outage felt like a sudden stop to their excitement, causing quite a commotion. Zhang Tao, the leader of the Zhang family gang, was having a lively conversation with a plump middle-aged man on the 5th floor, but he was feeling quite angry. Meanwhile, a young man beside him made a phone call to a high-ranking executive of the building, receiving a reply that they would call back in 2 minutes at most. As expected, Chen Zixu was preparing to sneak attack Zhang Tao under the cover of darkness, but just as he reached the stairwell, the lights turned on. Almost every light in the vicinity illuminated, although the monitoring room and some other areas remained dark. Phil, let you go dark one more time. Back in the monitoring room, Chen Zixu directed more of his true energy from his dantian through a magic stick, transforming it into a blue electrical current directed at a frayed wire. Zap! Almost simultaneously, the entire wire erupted with sparks, the rubber insulation having been pierced by the electric current, and a burnt smell quickly filled the air. Outside, the lights began to flicker on and off, with everyone shouting, "Oh my God, what's happening?" Those unaware thought it was the end of the world. Chen Zixu smiled, preparing to rush to the 5th floor, as subduing Zhang Tao was his main focus. Just as he stepped out of the monitoring room, he hadn't even had the chance to close the door when a loud bang erupted. Boom! It sounded like it was right next to his ear, and he felt a jolt. Screams rang out both from the monitoring room and outside. With his extraordinary vision, Chen Zixu could make out the situation clearly within a dozen meters, even in the dark environment. He noticed that everything hanging on the walls of the monitoring room had fallen due to the tremors, and items on some tables had been scattered and crashed to the ground, with new cracks appearing on the floor. It was an explosion. The source of the blast was right below the monitoring room. What Chen Zixu didn't know was that the monitoring room's wiring was connected to a room below, which housed the building's backup power supply, and another monitoring room. Now, because of Chen Zixu, the recently activated backup power had exploded. Everything in that monitoring room was already destroyed. What the hell? This is getting out of hand. Chen Zixu hurried to the 5th floor, coincidentally running into Zhang Tao and his group as they exited a room and walked toward the staircase. They were using their phone flashlights in the dark, which illuminated Chen Zixu's figure. "Who is it?" yelled an elderly man with graying hair. Chen Zixu squinted, ignoring them completely, taking a deep breath and quickening his pace as he approached them. One of the old men suddenly looked surprised and shouted for caution, then pushed aside the 2 people clearing the way ahead and threw a punch at Chen Zixu. Chen Zixu reacted quickly, dodging the punch, while countering with a kick, feeling his foot connect with soft flesh, causing the old man to stumble back several steps. Wow, this kid is quite skilled. After taking a hit, the old man, not knowing how he had managed to dissipate most of the force, stepped back and uttered those words. The others immediately became vigilant, with Zhang Tao retreating behind the group. "Who are you? Zhang has offended you in some way." "Offended? Whom? You indeed have offended me. Then there must be some misunderstanding, my friend. Speak up, and we can resolve it here." "Resolve? Sure." Chen Zixu smiled. "Then let me take you all down first before we talk." Zhang Tao's face showed disbelief. "Friend, it's better to resolve enmity than to escalate it." Hearing this, another elderly man with graying hair began making a phone call. It was clearly a call for help, but Chen Zixu wouldn't give him that chance. Without further ado, he ignored Zhang Tao and channeled his true energy into his legs and hands, launching himself at them. The elderly man who had fought him initially was no pushover, far stronger than the earlier encounter with that tough Zhou, likely a member of the Zhang family gang's elite. Another old man was drawn into the fray as well, failing to connect on the call. He simply tossed his phone aside and engaged in a full-on brawl. The 2 elderly men fought Chen Zixu to a standstill, yet astute observers noted that although experienced, their attack speed couldn't match Chen Zixu's. "Master, you should leave quickly and call the other old guys to come over." One of the old men, having been hit hard, stepped back, realizing that this young man was not something they could handle alone, and called out to Zhang Tao. The sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed in the narrow corridor, barely 3 meters wide, with 3 figures entangled in a fierce exchange, dazzling to behold. "Ouch!" One old man was kicked by Chen Zixu on his shoulder, immediately flying backward, coincidentally crashing into a university beauty familiar to Chen Zixu. The old man felt something soft against his neck and turned around to see the beauty retreating a step, obviously a bit frightened. The old man, not knowing what he was thinking, glanced deeply at her, then shouted and re-entered the fight. Chen Zixu found himself getting more adept at fighting, as if he had discovered a winning strategy. He already possessed a strong physique. What he lacked was experience. Regular fighting was simply an accumulation of experience, and these two old men were inadvertently giving him valuable lessons. I must end this quickly and capture Zhang Tao. While battling the two old men, Chen Zixu still kept an eye on Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao, seeing the two elderly men gradually weakening and beginning to retreat, was clearly looking for an escape route. Chen Zixu delivered a punch and shouted, "Fist breaks the 9 heavens." The two old men dared not take it heeded and quickly dodged. Chen Zixu then shouted, "Heavenly thunder 8 trigrams palm." The two old men evaded again. Taiha 9 heavens fist. The old men dodged once more. Yin Yang thunderclap fist. The two old men were becoming numb, dodging yet again. After a dozen moves, Chen Zixu shouted, "Invincible grasping hand." The two old men responded with silence, but still managed to evade. Monkey steals peach. Chen Zixu took a breath. Truthfully, after unleashing over 10 super invincible moves, he was quite exhausted. Chen Zixu exclaimed, "Hey, I say, are you just going to keep dodging? Dodging doesn't mean one isn't a hero." "Haha, is that so?" Chen Zixu laughed. "Then come on, let me hit you a few more times." As he said this, he charged forward again. Dragon subduing 18 palms. Ouch. Damn kid, you're so underhanded. What happened to fighting fair? Looking at the two old men on the ground clutching their chests and wanting to spit blood, Chen Zixu shook his raised right leg, sneering. "Who said I couldn't use my legs? Despicable. Shameless. Let them say whatever they want, the victor takes all." Chen Zixu stepped forward and delivered 2 kicks, knocking the two old men unconscious, while no one else dared to step forward to stop him. Chen Zixu clapped his hands. "These two troublesome old men are finally down. Now it's your turn." Zhang Tao twitched at the corner of his mouth. Without a few people shining their mobile phone flashlights, this place would likely be pitch black. Zhang Tao's lips trembled violently, and he felt that there was no way to escape this predicament. He gestured for Chen Zixu to stop advancing, his expression tense. "Today Zhang is willing to admit defeat, but at least I would like to know your identity and your purpose. They say one should die with clarity, though I do not wish to be a fool." His subordinates also retreated as Chen Zixu approached, all being skilled martial artists. They had witnessed the recent fight, and could not deny that this person was an absolute expert. Why would anyone rush and only to get beaten? Besides, he wasn't the one they were after. Chen Zixu smiled and said, "You will soon know who I am, and as for my purpose, can I simply say it's because I find you displeasing." The Zhang family often bullies their neighbors, oppressing ordinary citizens and rampaging with arrogance. In any case, it has truly displeased me. See, you've realized that displeasing me has severe consequences. Come on, let me give you a beating. As soon as the words left his mouth, he tossed something, and before it even hit the ground, Chen Zixu was already face to face with Zhang Tao, mere inches apart. Zhang Tao was startled, his complexion changed, and he immediately threw a punch with his right hand, while simultaneously kicking with his right leg. From the angle and force of his punch and kick, even an outsider could tell that Zhang Tao had evidently trained in martial arts, and likely possessed considerable skill. For an ordinary person, such a sudden attack would be difficult to defend against. Even if one managed to block the punch, they would not be able to evade Zhang Tao's kick. But Chen Zixu was no ordinary person. He did not dodge at all, but instead mimicked Zhang Tao's move, striking first his fist hitting Zhang Tao's chest, and a kick landing in his abdomen. Then they saw Zhang Tao arch his back and fly back 3 or 4 meters, finally landing on the ground with a thud. The people nearby quickly moved aside. The girl hiding behind them, named Fanxia, although not screaming, was clearly panicked, pulling the plump middle-aged man's arm and retreating. Given Zhang Tao's age, taking such a hit meant he couldn't get up immediately, which was also why Chen Zixu had struck hard. Lying on the ground, he gritted his teeth and said, "Your Excellency, please stop. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. I beg you, let Zhang go." Chen Zixu raised his eyebrows, walked over, and was about to crouch down to hit Zhang Tao's old face and toy with him. But suddenly he saw Zhang Tao's left hand pulling something from his lower back, which was hard to detect in the dark environment. Chen Zixu's hair stood on end as a strong sense of danger made him reflexively jump aside. At the same time, bang! It was not a particularly loud sound, nor was it something everyone had heard in real life, but everyone might have known. It was the sound of a gunshot. Zhang Tao had actually concealed a gun, intending to take advantage of the dark environment to launch a surprise attack, when Chen Zixu had subdued everyone and let his guard down. Chen Zixu's face twitched as he realized he had been shot in the shoulder. Thankfully, he managed to dodge in time, otherwise the bullet would have surely hit his head. A wave of fear surged within him, followed by a rush of anger. Damn it! Chen Zixu stepped forward and kicked the gun out of Zhang Tao's hand. Since he kicked Zhang Tao's left wrist, that hand was effectively rendered useless. Zhang Tao could no longer hold back his screams due to the excruciating pain, howling incessantly while clutching his wrist. It had been years since he had felt such pain. He never expected that after gaining power and status someone would do. Chen Zixu's anger would not subside. His right hand came up, and he began to slap Zhang Tao's face mercilessly. Visibly, Zhang Tao's face swelled up, looking more like a pig's head than before. Stop. Stop hitting. After nearly 3 minutes of relentless slapping, Chen Zixu's anger subsided slightly. He assessed the injury on his left shoulder, hissing, as it still hurt. Damn. I should have checked the calendar before coming out today, otherwise I would have chosen another day to cause trouble. Chen Zixu muttered, then walked to the side and picked up the handgun. The expressions of the others immediately turned 10 times more tense than before. Don't be nervous, this has nothing to do with you. I'm not killing anyone. As he said this, Chen Zixu glanced at Fanxia. It's about time to plant a curse on Zhang Tao. He discreetly stashed the handgun in his storage bag and dragged Zhang Tao into one of the rooms. Strangely enough, while the entertainment city was bustling, there were no people on the 4th floor and above except for the patrons on the first 3 floors. After dragging Zhang Tao into a room, Chen Zixu realized why there were no people on these floors. It turned out they were still under renovation, and the facilities in the rooms had not yet been set up, so naturally no one was staying there. This was actually good, as too many people would be troublesome. As for the plump middle-aged man Fanxia and Zhang Tao's subordinates, Chen Zixu merely threatened them lightly. You all can leave, but if I find out you report this place after leaving, think carefully, and I've already memorized your faces, and my earlier words about not killing won't count anymore. Consider it well. Now go. Even the bravest among them feared for their lives, so why wouldn't they leave? As soon as Chen Zixu's words fell, several of them ran off gratefully. As for the one who stumbled and fell in the dark, what does it matter if they fell a few times? What do you want? Zhang Tao could barely open his eyes, one hand incapacitated, and his other limbs were in extreme pain from the beating and unable to move. Chen Zixu first checked his t-shirt for injuries on his left shoulder. It was dark, so he couldn't see clearly, but it was evident that he needed treatment. Remembering that he was still a cultivator, Chen Zixu secretly circulated his energy, directing some of it to his shoulder. To his dismay, this movement caused the barely bleeding wound to start bleeding again. Damn it! Chen Zixu cursed. Forget it, let me plant a curse on Zhang Tao first, then I'll rush back to find my second senior brother to treat my injury. Now that I've said that, let me tell you what I'm doing. I'm not afraid to tell you now. He took out a box, opened it, and retrieved a beetle the size of a fingernail. It was clear that Chen Zixu was somewhat resistant, but in the end he still held the beetle in his hand. As soon as the beetle was taken out, it began to move its pincers, attempting to escape from Chen Zixu's control. Chen Zixu quickly circulated his energy, directing some of it to the beetle in his hand, causing it to obediently stop moving. This beetle is of course the goo worm that Chen Zixu obtained in the Yaowang singing group. To be precise, it is a female worm. It was Chen Zixu's first time seeing a goo worm, and he was somewhat astonished. Oh, was such a tiny beetle the size of a fingernail really a goo worm? Harboring a bit of doubt, Chen Zixu transmitted some true energy to the female worm. After transmitting for several seconds, the female worm began to move erratically, and Chen Zixu surprisingly received a will from this female worm, which stated that it was already full. Chen Zixu could hardly believe it. He exclaimed, yet he indeed received this silent will. The female worm's belly was swollen and began to wriggle. A thought occurred to Chen Zixu, and he instructed the female worm make a sound. SSS. Like the chirps of insects in the fields, the female worm made a sound. Chen Zixu chuckled, pleased with its obedience, and then issued another command, make 2 sounds. SSS, SSS. It seemed the female worm could indeed communicate its thoughts with him. Chen Zixu thought to himself. He then stopped pinching the female worm between his fingers and instead placed it in the palm of his hand, widening his eyes to observe it closely. The female worm transmitted another message, I am about to give birth to offspring. Upon receiving this information, Chen Zixu was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. After all, what he wanted was the offspring, as only with them could he control others. However, the previous leader of the Yaowang singing group, Yaowang, Ji, though now should be called Yi Ting Ji, had mentioned that to make the female worm produce offspring, she needed to feed on flesh and blood, but it seemed that was not entirely true. Regardless, the female worm producing offspring was a good thing. Chen Zixu waited quietly, and after about a minute the female worm conveyed the information, I have given birth. Yet Chen Zixu stared wide-eyed, but saw no sign of any offspring. He then remembered that according to the group leader of Yaowang, singing, the offspring were very small and difficult for ordinary people to discern with the naked eye. Although Chen Zixu was no longer an ordinary person, it was dark at this moment, making it hard to see. Fortunately, controlling the offspring was not a troublesome matter. He only needed to control the female worm. Chen Zixu commanded the female worm to control the offspring and instructed the offspring to burrow into Zhang Tao's brain. Zhang Tao was still speaking with his now hoarse voice after being beaten, uttering nothing but pleas for mercy. Having been part of the underworld for so many years, he had a strong sense of crisis. Chen Zixu ignored him, keeping his eyes closed while sensing the actions of the female worm. Chen Zixu seemed to perceive something as small as a speck of dust communicating with the female worm, which then under her command floated into Zhang Tao's hair. Locking onto this extremely tiny dust, Chen Zixu sensed it slowly approaching Zhang Tao's scalp, and then beginning to penetrate into the skin layer. Zhang Tao also began to feel something straightening up in his please, uttering a yelp, and then started scratching his head. Chen Zixu raised an eyebrow, initially a bit worried that the offspring might be scratched to death by Zhang Tao, but then he received information from the female worm indicating that the offspring had quickly entered the dermal layer, nearing the cranial bone. After a while, Zhang Tao stopped scratching his head, as if he felt no discomfort. Chen Zixu laughed, saying, "You felt it, didn't you? That was the sensation of the goo worm entering your scalp. Now it's starting to travel through your capillaries into your brain. Just think about what it will feel like once this worm is inside your brain. What will it feel like?" Chen Zixu wasn't sure either. He said this merely to scare Zhang Tao. Indeed, Zhang Tao became frightened and asked, "What do you want to do? It can't be just because you dislike Zhang Tao. Are you after money? Or something else?" Chen Zixu secretly admired Zhang Tao for being quite sharp. Even at this juncture, his mind was still clear. "All right, tell me how much money you have. If your offer can move me, I guarantee I won't torment you." "How about that?" Zhang Tao replied. "Is there really no chance of simply letting Zhang Tao go?" Chen Zixu remained silent. If there were light, one could certainly see the contempt in his eyes. After about another 2 minutes, Zhang Tao felt some pain in his head and finally believed Chen Zixu's words. "Sir, how about I offer you 10 million? That's quite a sum of money." The higher one's status, the more one values their life. Zhang Tao was particularly concerned about his own life. Chen Zixu opened his mouth. 10 million. In fact, he was quite surprised, as he had never possessed 10 million before. He thought that 10 million would suffice. However, his questioning tone led Zhang Tao to misinterpret that 10 million was too little, prompting him to lament. 10 million is too little. "All right, how about 50 million? This is the highest price I can offer." Chen Zixu swallowed hard. "Is that still not enough?" Zhang Tao said angrily. "Then how much do you want? Do you want me to offer 100 million? Off." Chen Zixu was taken aback. Then after a moment his eyes gleamed. "Yes, 100 million. Thud. Zhang Tao fell to the ground. Chen Zixu chuckled. "Actually, 10 million is quite a lot. I didn't expect you to be so generous, so I won't be polite." "Huh?" Zhang Tao spat out a mouthful of blood, creating a splendid scene of plum blossoms, but unfortunately in the dark night no one could appreciate it. He stomped his feet and pounded his chest, tears streaming down his face. You. My 100 million. There was no way around it. He still had to pay. To intimidate Zhang Tao, Chen Zixu had the female worm control the offspring to sting him a few times, causing him to roll around in agony, like Sun Wukong under the tight spell, clutching his head in pain, ultimately having no choice but to unwillingly transfer 100 million to Chen Zixu's bank account. To the sound of police sirens, Chen Zixu left the Jintai Entertainment City. While waiting for a taxi, he kept chuckling softly at his phone, but then grimaced as he felt the pain from the gunshot wound on his left shoulder. 100 million. From now on I'm a billionaire, ha. What's going on? Why isn't there a taxi in? Could it be that all the taxi drivers are taking a collective day off? Or are they no longer working night shifts? Forget it, without a taxi, I'll just walk home. Just as he was about to lift his leg and step forward, Chen Zixu suddenly remembered that he actually had a mode of transportation stored in his phone space. This is it. He glanced around to see if anyone was watching and took it out. Wow, so cool. It was a highly mechanical motorbike given to him by a friend named Tai Guna Ji from the Cosmic Giant. Sky Flying No. 752. It is said to be capable of flying today. I will also experience the sensation of flying in the sky. This is very comfortable, even more so than sitting on a luxurious sofa. As soon as he sat down, Chen Zixu couldn't help but exclaim. Then he carefully studied how the Flying 752 could take flight, and of course how to operate it in regular. It turned out that on the left side was the selection for driving modes, allowing him to choose between ground mode and flying mode. But to select flying mode, he first needed to choose a sufficiently long runway. Looking at the road, Chen Zixu realized that it was actually quite long and should suffice as a runway for takeoff, at least longer than an airplane's runway. Flying mode. My God, come on, baby. Shifting in his seat, Chen Zixu turned on the power, and the intelligence system of the motorcycle began to take over the driving control. Of course, this didn't mean that the driver was off the hook. The driver still needed to manually correct any possible errors. For example, just before takeoff, if there were obstacles ahead, the intelligence system would refuse to take off, the wheels would remain immobile, and in that case the driver would need to adjust the direction. Prepared, Chen Zixu pressed the start button. Then the front and rear wheels began to roll from slow to fast, and by the end the night wind was blowing on Chen Zixu's face, making it hard for him to even open his eyes. Accompanied by the low roar resembling a sports car engine, the flying motorcycle had already crossed a kilometer in just a few seconds. Then the front wheel began to lift off the ground, and beneath where Chen Zixu's feet were placed, two streams of fire could be faintly seen continuously, providing the flying motorcycle with upward thrust like rocket boosters. "Whoa, we're taking off." Chen Zixu barely opened his eyes and looked down slowly, leaving the ground a feeling truly indescribable. Coincidentally, Murong Wanwan, accompanied by Xuanbing, exited the Golden Tai Entertainment City, having been waiting for the driver to arrive. While in the car on the way home, Murong Wanwan looked up and exclaimed, "Wow." She happened to see several sparks above her head, accompanied by loud booming sounds. "What is that?" Murong Wanwan, who was already annoyed, wondered. Who was she angry with? Naturally, it was Chen Zixu and Xianbing. Previously, Chen Zixu had completely ignored her and left while Xianbing had helped block her. To be honest, Murong Wanwan particularly admired martial artists, especially the masters among them. Chen Zixu's strength was formidable, nearly the most powerful master she had ever seen, indeed a great martial artist. Yet just like that, she hadn't had a proper chat with the great martial artist, and they parted ways again. Who wouldn't be upset about that? At that moment, the peak of her anger had already passed, and being drawn to an outside spectacle, she returned to her usual self. "My." Xuanbing, sitting next to her, leaned over to look clearly puzzled. "I don't know, is it a hot air balloon?" "No. Then it can't be a hot air balloon. If it's not a hot air balloon, then what could it be?" Murong Wanwan replied, "I'm asking you. How come you're the one asking me?" After a moment of silence, the two watched as the lights in the sky grew fainter and fainter. Suddenly, Murong Wanwan said, "Tomorrow will you go to school with me? Let's find Chen Zixu, okay?" Xuanbing's eyes lit up, clearly delighted, and she nodded in agreement. The perspective shifted back to while piloting the flying motorcycle for the first time, soaring through the sky, Chen Zixu, surprisingly, felt not particularly excited. This was no longer related to that time when Xiang River's deity had removed his demonic obstacles. Although the speed was still quite fast at a height of 100 feet, looking down at the city below, the skyscrapers appeared as small as matchboxes. Chen Zixu felt as if he had broken free from the shackles of society, living in a world where he could observe the changes of the world. The night sky was tranquil, with twinkling stars above and flickering neon lights below, leaving only the roar of the motorcycle and the whispering night wind in his ears. It felt as if even blinking would take a long time, which made him feel so calm. I wonder if those immortals are transcendent because they possess such an ethereal demeanor. He inexplicably sighed. It was Friday morning. The sun was shining brightly, and the birds were chirping. Chen Zixu sat up from his bed, rubbing his sleepy eyes. To be honest, he wanted to sleep for half the day again. When Chen Zixu returned to his rented place last night, it was already nearly 4 in the morning. The reason wasn't that he spent a lot of time at the Golden Tai Entertainment City, but rather he accidentally flew out of Longqing. If it weren't for his phone's notifications saying, "Welcome to the city," he would have enjoyed the feeling of soaring in the air a little longer. Upon returning to his rented place, Chen Zixu had his second senior brother help him deal with the gunshot. The second senior brother was remarkably calm. He didn't ask how Chen Zixu got hurt or where he had been. He casually extracted the bullet from Chen Zixu's shoulder and applied a powerful healing ointment. Indeed, although Chen Zixu still felt pain in his shoulder when he got up in the morning, the injury had healed by more than half. One reason was that he was also a cultivator, so his body recovered quickly, and the other was thanks to the effectiveness of his second senior brother's healing ointment. Previously, when Wu Mengqiu had a wound on her face, it was because she had used this healing ointment, which allowed her to recover so quickly that even the scars were hard to find. At that moment, Chen Zixu had sensed a strong business opportunity from this ointment. Lazily strolling into the school building, as soon as he entered the classroom, his eyes widened in surprise, thinking he had walked into the wrong room. Indeed, Murong Wanwan was a student of business administration, and the courses were completely different from those of the property management major. How could she possibly be in the same classroom? But this girl was indeed sitting in the last row, and for some reason, she was resting her chin on her hand, her little head bobbing as she dozed off. Oh, there was also a beautiful girl sitting next to her wearing a mask. It was Xuanbing, whom he had seen yesterday. Looking at the other students, they were all from property management, indicating that Chen Zixu had not walked into the wrong classroom. "What are you all doing here? Our classes aren't the same, you know." Not saying anything was fine, but as soon as he spoke, Murong Wanwan's sleepiness retreated like the tide, and she instantly stood up, her eyes wide with joy, gripping Chen Zixu's hand as if she had received a beloved gift. "Chen Zixu, you finally came. I thought you weren't coming." She was the school beauty, someone whose every frown and smile attracted countless attention, yet here she was holding hands with a nobody. Onlookers erupted in hushed whispers, some cheering, others questioning. "Damn, Is the school beauty being overtaken by a nobody? Oh my god, is this not the world I know anymore? Mom, take me home. This city is so scary. Nobodies are not something I can mess with. Stop talking, can't you see class is about to start? The class monitor Zhao Xinxin spoke up. Her face was expressionless, but she still glanced at Chen Zixu many times. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but the students obeyed the monitor, so the commotion quickly died down. Marrow Wanwan shifted seats to let Chen Zixu sit beside her. Is this appropriate? Looking at the seat Marrow Wanwan had vacated, Chen Zixu guessed it still held her lingering warmth. In the past, when he was just a loser, he would have secretly touched that warmth when no one was looking, or even pressed his face against it when alone. What a loser he was. But now everyone was watching. If someone had the bizarre thought that he was desecrating the school beauty, he would face criticism. However, the school beauty clearly didn't mind such details, instead thinking Chen Zixu was disgusted by her. What's wrong? Don't tell me you think I'm dirty. Marrow Wanwan pouted. Fine, I'll wipe it clean for you. Then she actually moved to do so. How could Chen Zixu possibly dislike her? A school beauty adored by all. Every part of her was flawless. Even her flatulence would be free. Yes, that was Chen Zixu's belief. He sat up straight, ready to thank her. But Marrow Wanwan spoke again. Chen Zixu, when did you learn martial arts? Her delicate face was full of curiosity. Xianbing also turned his head, curiously listening intently. Chen Zixu sighed. Where would I have learned martial arts? I just exercise regularly. Over time it's become... His roommate Zhao Gang, sitting in front of him, turned back and silently glanced at him a few times, then Marrow Wanwan, that's your roommate, right? I saw him before. He doesn't seem to agree with you. Chen Zixu's mouth twitched, cursing inwardly what a teammate sabotaging jerk. But he had to keep up appearances, so he laughed again. Haha, no, Zhao Gang is actually expressing full agreement, right Gongzi? Zhao Gang, Xianbing then spoke. Classmate Chen, was it you who did what happened yesterday? Marrow Wanwan also stared at Chen Zixu's face, scrutinizing for any change. Chen Zixu's eyes shifted unnaturally. What? I don't even know what happened. How could it be me? Xianbing looked thoughtful. Marrow Wanwan said, it was you, otherwise why wouldn't you let us follow you? Chen Zixu coughed twice to ease the awkwardness, looked up to see the English teacher had arrived, and then pretended to be silent, focusing on his studies. 2 classes passed quickly. After class, Chen Zixu had to go with the class monitor Zhao Xinxin to find the counselor or the head teacher. As class was about to end, Chen Zixu hesitated, but finally said to Marrow Wanwan, look, what happened before was all a misunderstanding. Why don't we let those misunderstandings pass? What do you think? If he hadn't mentioned it, Marrow Wanwan might not have recalled so much. But as she remembered, her expression grew more and more vivid, until she buried her head under the desk like an ostrich, her face red to the neck. What's wrong? Chen Zixu thought he had said something wrong, and was very troubled. Fortunately, when class ended, Marrow Wanwan lifted her head, glanced at him several times, and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, no, the past isn't over, you have to make it up to me. Huh? Chen Zixu was stunned. His first thought was that this girl was determined to keep the battle going. Only a girl truly understands a girl's heart. As Zhao Xinxin led him to find the counselor, she said, Marrow Wanwan seems to like you. Chen Zixu made an exaggerated Stephen Chow expression, and his inner monologue was equally dramatic. Impossible. How? With my condition. She's the school beauty. Oh, how could it be? But after Zhao Xingxin's words, Chen Zixu began to think it might be true. Come to think of it, everything seemed to have changed since last night. Marrow Wanwan thought he was a grand martial master, so she developed feelings of admiration, and some girls might turn admiration into love. So it wasn't impossible that she had fallen for him. But why couldn't Chen Zixu feel any excitement about a school beauty liking him? Troubled, Chen Zixu and Zhao Xinxin went to the counselor's student affairs office. Amid the noisy office environment, they listened to the counselor's earnest advice and sincere education, but in the end, how much they heard and how much they forgot was a blur. As they left the office, Chen Zixu rubbed his calf and complained to the class monitor, why did you drag me here? A whole hour of lecturing, my legs are shaking. Zhao Xinxin rarely covered her mouth and laughed. Serves you right. While the counselor was scolding Chen Zixu, she had been sitting and reading the whole time. Yes, it was all Chen Zixu's own fault, who told him to skip so many classes before. But this time things were cleared up. Chen Zixu told the counselor that he had started a company off campus, and after repeatedly assuring him that he wouldn't fail any courses, actually obtained a waiver from attending classes. Still, this trip was worth it. Come on, I'll treat you to a feast. Chen Zixu had just come into possession of over 100 million yuan, so he was feeling lavish. But mentioning the 200,000 yuan reminded him of Brother Chow, whom he had beaten to a pulp. He wondered if anyone had rescued him from the tree where he was tied up. Zhao Xinxin didn't accept the meal invitation. Instead, she said, let's call it a debt for now. Well, I didn't know you were already a big boss. In the future, I hope the big boss will take good care of me. If I have nowhere to go after graduation, you'll have to take me in. Chen Zixu scratched his head and laughed, of course, of course. Back at the rented place, the second senior brother was still meditating, occasionally eating an iced lotus fruit, looking very content. Chen Zixu couldn't envy the second senior brother's lifestyle. He had many worldly affairs to attend to. The money he had just received needed to be spent quickly, or it would only depreciate in the bank. Both Xinyu Company and Mengqiu Company were in need of funds. Spending this 100 million could yield 200 million, or even a billion in returns. Sister Chiu, let's have a meeting to discuss merging Xinyu and Mengqiu. Yes. I have the money, 100 million. Really, why would I lie to you? Really? So tomorrow. Is it tomorrow? Alright, I'll prepare first. Hey, he'll come find you tonight. Leave the door open for me. That night, Chen Zixu, despite the injury on his shoulder, stealthily slipped into the home of Wu Mengqiu. Feeling the warm and soft embrace, Chen Zixu couldn't help but feel a stirring within him. You're cooking, don't move around too much, Wu Mengqiu said calmly, her hands never pausing in their work. Chen Zixu took a deep breath and exclaimed, it smells amazing. It was unclear whether he was referring to the alluring scent of Wu Mengqiu or the delicious food. Swatting away Chen Zixu's playful hand, Wu Mengqiu focused on preparing two exquisite dishes. After serving the dishes on the table, the thin pancakes and fried sauce, along with the fragrant chicken and celery, were visually appetizing. Chen Zixu, being unabashed, thought to himself, why should he hold back when they had such a close relationship? Since childhood, he had never been graceful while eating and had been despised by many for it. However, Wu Mengqiu was an exception, not minding at all. While eating, she asked, earlier you mentioned wanting to consolidate the company. Do you have a specific idea in mind? After taking a sip of water mixed with snow honey, Chen Zixu swallowed the food in his mouth, smacked his lips, and said, I have a rough idea. I was thinking of merging Xinyu and Mengqiu to establish a new company. You could be the head and Shanxian could be the deputy, diversifying our product lines with cosmetics and health products made from snow honey. The iced lotus fruit could fall under health products, which could be processed into dried fruits or something similar. Ultimately, everything would be under one company, making management easier. What do you think? It's not very useful, Wu Mengqiu replied coolly. If that's all there is to it, there's no need to merge the two companies considering the different nature of their businesses, which makes consolidation quite challenging. Moreover, the sales channels for cosmetics and health products differ significantly, making mutual benefit impossible, thus eliminating the necessity for integration. More importantly, merging two companies often results in significant changes involving various factors, such as supply chain and personnel management. Since we won't be going public, this will not lead to any premium for the company, only a costly endeavor with losses. She explained in detail, and Chen Zixu realized that his previous idea was somewhat naive. However, we could consider listing the companies under a single group instead. Wu Mengqiu then proposed this idea. This method wouldn't alter the internal organizational structure too much, while allowing the relevant departments of both companies to closely cooperate. Departments like finance could even be established separately under the group. Oh, that's a great idea, Chen Zixu encouraged. He was not an expert in this field, but Wu Mengqiu, who had experience spanning several years in the business world, was well-versed and knowledgeable. Wu Mengqiu set her chopsticks down and meticulously began to elaborate on this nascent concept. I recall you mentioned before that you received not just snow honey and iced lotus fruit from those celestial beings. Even with just these two items, they could yield significant contributions beyond merely the health and cosmetics industries. Basic food processing and beverage industries are also awaiting development and hold bright prospects. If we were to introduce other products, it would become something beyond the operational capacity of the current two companies. At this point, a comprehensive group company is necessary to oversee and coordinate the personnel, financial, and other aspects of all subsidiaries, thus adapting better to the competitive market environment, significantly reducing operational and personnel costs, positioning us at a higher level, and focusing on future growth for greater development. Of course, considering our current situation, we only have two companies. We could establish a shareholding group company by investing our companies. Mengqiu Cosmetics would continue operating its original projects while Xinyu would still focus on health products. Additionally, under the group name, we could set up a research and development center for the items you obtain from those celestial beings. If new products developed show promise based on market forecasts, we could establish a new company to operate those products. We could even set up a dedicated marketing company or logistics company to facilitate product promotion and logistical activities during production and marketing phases. Chen Zixu couldn't help but applaud. This idea represented the application of knowledge he had learned but struggled to articulate. Giving Wu Mengqiu a thumbs up, he refrained from interrupting and attentively listened to her further elaboration. Wu Mengqiu smiled and said, creating a plan is not as simple as just talking, especially when it involves a commercial company. It requires rigorous market research and comprehensive information gathering. It's not something I can simply conjure with a lip movement. Let me have my team put together a detailed plan, and once it's ready I will show it to you. If you agree we can implement it. Sounds great. Chen Zixu clapped his hands and smiled. Sister Chiu, you're truly the expert. You can come up with ideas for such complex matters in the blink of an eye, unlike me, who can only think of bad suggestions. You haven't even graduated yet. There's still room for learning, she replied. It's different this. Feels like a genetic issue. I just feel I lack the instincts for business. But both Xinyu and Mengqiu companies cannot do without you right now. Wu Mengqiu smiled at Chen Zixu, saying, everyone has their value but just depends on where it is applied. Your strengths lie not in running a company, but in other areas. Chen Zixu nodded thoughtfully. All right, let's finish eating first, and we can talk more afterwards, Wu Mengqiu said, then proactively served Chen Zixu some vegetables. After finishing the meal, without saying a word, Chen Zixu rushed to wash the dishes. Just as he was about to pick up the clean plates and bowls, Wu Mengqiu, who was slowly standing up, stopped him, gently brushing his hands aside. Don't worry, I'll wash them myself. Oh, come on. Let me do it, Chen Zixu insisted. Wu Mengqiu replied, this is my home, you don't need to do any work. You're being too polite. Oh, what's the big deal about washing a bowl between us? The two ended up competing to wash the dishes. After a while, Wu Mengqiu fell silent, standing aside and watching Chen Zixu's eyes, quietly holding his wrist without saying a word. Chen Zixu said, really, I should do it. It feels wrong to bother you every time. Besides, you are the hero today, and the idea for the group company was yours, so this bowl. All right, fine, you can do it. He found himself dazed by Wu Mengqiu's calm gaze. That's more like it. She smiled again as she moved Chen Zixu aside, tidying up the table and taking the plates to the kitchen to wash. He found himself dazed by Wu Mengqiu's calm gaze. That's more like it. She smiled again as she moved Chen Zixu aside. The more he watched, the more he felt that Wu Mengqiu was charming. As a company owner, she held a position of authority, yet acted humbly at home. Although she could sometimes seem aloof, over time he realized she was genuinely warm and friendly toward those she cared about. In short, she was simply the best candidate to marry and bring home as a wife. Night had truly arrived, signaling that it was time to sleep. Wu Mengqiu dried her big wavy hair with a hairdryer, and just before getting into bed, she removed the towel wrapped around her chest, momentarily dazzling Chen Zixu's eyes. What are we waiting for? With warmth and beauty by my side, if not now, then when? Hey, be careful, I'm very gentle. Wu Mengqiu rolled her eyes to slow down. It'll hurt. At this moment, Chen Zixu should have felt quite proud, but after experiencing several intimate encounters, he had learned that sometimes being larger wasn't always a good thing. Oh, what a hassle. A night of indulgence led to both of them getting up quite late the next morning. While having breakfast, Chen Zixu briefly explained the source of the 100 million, leaving Wu Mengqiu stunned. Who would have thought that he would actually provoke the Zhang family? However, hearing Chen Zixu mention that he relied on divine methods and wasn't afraid of the small Zhang family, she felt relieved. You need to be careful in the future. Look, you almost lost your life this time. Brushing her t-shirt collar aside, Wu Mengqiu touched the scabbed wound on Chen Zixu's left shoulder and said, please don't do such dangerous things again, okay? Chen Zixu felt warmth in his heart. He agreed to whatever Wu Mengqiu said. Looking back, there was really no need to play hardball with these groups that could only bounce around in a small area. With his super phone, Chen Zixu was no longer limited to Earth. Speaking of which, today was Saturday, a legal holiday, but for business purposes the company couldn't really close down. At most they provided overtime pay to the employees. Around 10 o'clock, Chen Zixu and Wu Mengqiu arrived at Mengqiu Cosmetics company, simultaneously notifying Wu Mengqiu. As usual, when Wu Mengqiu arrived at the company, she first prepared an order for Wang Ji and marrow, and then the two of them drove a Wuling to Beichin Security Company to collect the iced lotus fruit. This time, it was different. They picked up 30,000. 20 minutes later, Wu Mengqiu also arrived. As soon as she came in, she rushed in, opening the general manager's office door with excitement, her face a mix of urgency and joy. Sister. Really? The iced lotus fruit is mine. I've waited for this day for thousands of years. What do you mean thousands of years? How old are you? Do you think you're a turtle? Wu Mengqiu pouted. What? Sister, are you that forgetful? Don't you know that a day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world? That was the same joke she had used on Chen Zixu last time. Enough with the chit-chat. Did you bring the contract? Wu Mengqiu got back on topic, already preparing her water-based pen. Wu Mengqiu, how could I forget? Here it is. She pulled out a stack of printed A4 contracts from her bag. Chen Zixu took a quick glance that looked quite nice. She handed it squarely to Wu Mengqiu, who was bending down to see how she would sign it. As Wu Mengqiu signed, she said, you should get a folder for the contract, but let's let this slide this time. Next time, especially when signing contracts with other companies, don't forget these details, okay? Wu Mengqiu was indeed a good listener, and Chen Zixu remembered her words. After Wu Mengqiu signed both copies of the contract and stamped the company seal, she gave one to Wu Mengqiu and had the other archived by her assistant. This afternoon we will have a meeting, and your brother-in-law will announce some things, Wu Mengqiu said to Wu Mengqiu while handing the contract to her assistant. Brother-in-law. Wu Mengqiu quickly caught on to that term. Hee sister, you usually don't speak so openly. What's going on? Are you the one who talks too much? Wu Mengqiu laughed even more happily. Haha, didn't you say there were 3 tests? What have the tests already been completed? Chen Zixu suddenly remembered, yes, there were supposed to be 3 tests. Why didn't Wu Mengqiu mention it? Leaning back against his chair, Wu Mengqiu tapped her chin, then turned to Chen Zixu and said, Zhao Honghu, that time counted as the first test. You saving me on Beichen Road was the second, and what you said yesterday about having 100 million counts as the 3rd test. What a... Chen Zixu, you have 100 million. Wu Mengqiu exclaimed in surprise. Don't lie to me, how could you have 100 million in such a short time? Chen Zixu scratched his head, just wanting to be modest, but Wu Mengqiu asked with suspicion, 100 million isn't your way of describing the quantity of sperm, is it? Chen Zixu. Wu Mengqiu was also speechless. Stop messing around. If you have nothing to do, stay for a while and eat together. If you have something to do, go on your way. Wu Mengqiu scolded her sister. I'm fine, I'm not leaving, I'll stay and eat with the big shot later. Wu Mengqiu giggled and stayed sitting on the sofa with Chen Zixu to see proof of his 100 million deposit. Although the origin wasn't quite presentable as it wasn't obtained through legitimate means, saying it was a gift from someone, Chen Zixu thought would it really lead to charges of unknown origin of large property. At Wu Mengqiu's urging, Chen Zixu checked the balance on his phone and showed it to her. Wow, it's real. So many zeros in the middle. Wu Mengqiu checked and said, $125.93. Yes, that's what the bank card showed. Brother-in-law, can a deposit of 100 million earn over $20 in interest in a day? Well, that little bit is from my previous savings. Who would believe that just half a month ago Chen Zixu was an ordinary college student with less than $1,000 in savings? Hey, brother-in-law, what software is this? When I opened it, who are all these people? Holding the phone to check the balance, Wu Mengqiu suddenly returned to the main interface and opened Oh no, the secrets in the phone were about to be discovered. Chen Zixu was startled and nearly reached out to snatch the phone back. Although the phone was a super phone, Chen Zixu had tested it, it wasn't just for his use. It didn't yet have an intelligent ownership recognition system, so others could still open the software and browse freely. What kind of people are these? Talking so unreliable. Brother-in-law, look at what this person said about some alliance competition yesterday, claiming to have split a mountain. Wu Mengqiu showed the phone to Chen Zixu. Does he think he's the Erling god who split Huashan to save his... Chen Zixu chuckled and explained, actually this is just a gaming group, though it's a bunch of brainless nuts chatting about games. Even Chen Zixu himself felt that this explanation didn't hold up, but Wu Mengqiu's attention was no longer on this, and she surprisingly accepted the explanation with an O. Chen Zixu quickly took the phone back under the pretense of making a call, and went outside to find a quiet place, patting his chest in fear. That was too close, the secret of the phone almost got discovered by this little girl. Chen Zixu pondered, resting his chin on his hand. I can't let others see the phone's secrets, but something frequently used in daily life, and I can't just never let others touch it. But what if someone plays with it and realizes that this phone is extraordinary? I need to think of a way to prevent others from seeing the secrets in the phone. The simplest way is to download an app lock so that some applications on the phone can only be used by the owner. However, most of these common app locks can only lock the applications, but cannot hide their shortcut icons. If they are hidden, it becomes inconvenient to use them again. I wonder if there are similar software in the cosmic app market. Chen Zixu opened the app market. To be honest, he hadn't browsed it for a while. There were so many apps here, yet he had hardly tried any. The most essential thing on the phone is not those chat apps or games, but this app market. I need to download some of these apps to try them out later. Now the urgent matter is to download an app lock software to protect the secrets of the phone. He entered app lock in the search box and many software options appeared. The first software caught Chen Zixu's attention. It was called Mobile Polyhedron. Upon opening it, he found that the description matched his requirements. Developed by the Victoria Universe's Level 5 civilization. Want to hide something on your phone from others? One click hides to the other side of the phone. Want to use it again? Pull down the screen, use your fingerprint to unlock and enter the other side, and freely explore your private realm. After looking at some reviews, while almost all of them were 5-star ratings. One review said, this software almost turns one phone into two, one visible and one hidden. The visible side contains all legitimate software and files, while the hidden side contains things you don't want others to see. Haha, it's so convenient. What can I say, you deserve it. Chen Zixu chuckled, thinking to himself, I underestimated the wisdom of these aliens, thinking that an app lock would be enough, but I found such an incredible software. Without hesitation, he decided to download it. Then he looked at other software and found a few others that met his requirements. One software called App Hiding has a disguised icon that turns into a clock widget after installation. By long pressing for 3 seconds, a password input box appears allowing access to the software's operation platform, where he could choose to hide the desktop icons he wanted. It's simply too useful. No doubt I will download it, and as long as it doesn't conflict with mobile polyhedron, it's fine to use both. Each software has a memory size of over 100 megabytes, which would be considered a large mobile game on Earth. But who would have thought that advanced alien civilizations are at the forefront of technology, with software in dozens of gigabytes being commonplace? Ding! The system alerts you that you will spend 256 megabytes to download and install the software Mobile Polyhedron and App Hiding. Do you confirm? Confirm. Install them both. This month, besides chatting and conducting some online transactions, Chen Zixu hadn't downloaded any software. He estimated that he hadn't even used 1 gigabyte of the 100 gigabytes cosmic data, so what's 256 megabytes? In fact, both of these are similar plugin software without direct icons, thus avoiding the situation of having a conspicuous icon on the desktop. Currently, Chen Zixu's superphone only had 4 applications that couldn't be casually touched by others: Cosmic App Market, Haha Xianin, and the game-breaking Wilderness. Long pressing the small plugin created by Mobile Polyhedron, he first needed to set a fingerprint password, which would serve as the password to enter the other side of the phone, though it could still be retrieved. With the password set, there was also a list of all the software on the phone, allowing him to select those 4 apps that shouldn't be easily accessed by others and hide them with one click. Returning to the phone's home screen, the icons were gone, leaving only those for QQ, WeChat, Taobao, and others. Pulling down the notification bar, there was a fingerprint decoding area. Chen Zixu placed his finger on it, and in less than a second the phone's screen changed. This was a brand new phone desktop with the 4 essential plugins at the bottom: dialer, contacts, messages, and browser, besides which there were only 4 icons: Ha Xianin and others. Clicking Haha, it could still be used normally. Pulling down the notification bar after fingerprint decoding, he returned to the original phone desktop. It really feels like it was designed just for me. Ooh, I'm no longer afraid of others playing with my phone. And what would they see? Just a regular phone. Who would know this is actually a super phone connected to the cosmos? Chen Zixu chuckled, but then thought it might be a bit troublesome since he would have to pull down the notification bar for decoding every time he used it. It might be better to try App Hiding. He opened the application and set up a shortcut gesture for the software that had already been hidden. For example, setting an X shortcut gesture for Xianin would hide it, and in the future, as long as he drew an X on the desktop, Xianin would automatically launch. Such similar applications had actually appeared on Earth before, but the shortcut gestures were not particularly rich, only a few types, and the recognition system was not sensitive. How could it compare to the software developed by these advanced cosmic civilizations? With these 2 app locks, I bet if I gave someone 2 hours to study, they wouldn't even figure out the secrets of my phone. Chen Zixu smiled proudly, but then suddenly thought, the phone's contacts seem to be different from an ordinary phone, but it's similar enough, though anyway there aren't many contacts. Returning to the general manager's office, Wu Mengqiu was commanding Wu Mengqiu to do this, and that while the assistant was just sitting outside the office idly doing nothing. Haha, this is your sister giving you a chance to train, Chen Zixu said with a smile. Oomph. Wu Mengqiu replied unhappily, what training opportunity? It's all trivial matters. She doesn't teach me any real business tricks. Wu Mengqiu, you still have emotions, huh? Don't you know that everything starts from small things? If you can't handle these trivial matters, well, how can you prove you have the ability to do the big things you talk about? Wu Mengqiu certainly understood these principles, but she still felt emotional, yet she didn't neglect her tasks, and kept working. Chen Zixu looked over and saw that it was indeed trivial matters like printing forms, entering data, and correcting typos in reports. With a wry smile, Chen Zixu sat back on the sofa and drew an X to open Xianin. The second senior brother had sent a message earlier. When are you coming back? Why does it feel a bit strange, like a lonely widow calling for her lover? Chen Zixu replied, I have a company meeting today, it might be late. What's up, senior brother? Is there something? After a while, Wei Xian replied, going to catch a monster tonight. Catch a monster? Where to? To the place we went last time. That snake, demon. Chen Zixu suddenly felt a chill blow on his back, his scalp tingling, and some of his hair stood up. The last time I went to catch a demon, or rather to scout the area. According to the explanation from second senior brother, there should be the soul of a once powerful snake demon in that old residential building. Its strength cannot be underestimated. Chen Zixu was actually deceived by this snake demon's soul for quite a while, with a little trick. To be honest, he felt a bit nostalgic about that place simply because of the several tons of gold and silver. After all, it was 1 billion. If converted to RMB, how much space would be needed to hold all that? Moreover, that was just Chen Zixu's rough estimate, only counting the gold. As for the silver, although not as valuable as gold, it must still be worth several hundred million. For someone like him, that was indeed a significant amount. That's just a number. A number that describes the quantity of sperm. However, those gold and silver were all laced with poisons that even immortals shouldn't touch, making them useless and unable to be exchanged for money. What a pity. So in the end, Chen Zixu concluded that he did not want to revisit that place. Some areas are too dark, but in the end he still agreed. In fact, Wei Qixuan had expressed himself in a manner that left no room for negotiation, making it impossible for him to refuse. At noon, the three of them drove to a small restaurant and ordered a few dishes by the window. Oh, isn't that Zheng Ran? After Chen Zixu sat down and ordered, he suddenly noticed a handsome young man somewhat resembling Peng Yuyan slumped over a table in a corner. Wasn't that Zheng Ran? Zheng Ran was lying on the table, face outward, seemingly drunk and dozing off. The waiter also noticed him and politely approached, shaking his shoulder. Sir, could you wake up? Don't disturb me, I'm sleepy, Zheng Ran mumbled. Chen Zixu chuckled and shook his head while Wu Mengqiu asked him, what's wrong? That guy, remember? He was at the company opening last time. Actually, he was the one who funded the company registration, Zheng Ran. Chen Zixu gestured towards Zheng Ran with his chin, saying, I don't know what's going on, he's drinking again. Should we go say hello? Wu Mengqiu actually meant to go over and greet him, saying, he seems quite drunk, you should check on him. All right, Wu Mengqiu said, I'll wait for you. Wu Mengqiu, I won't wait for him. Chen Zixu felt quite speechless about this girl who always spoke unexpectedly and hurtfully. Approaching Zheng Ran, Chen Zixu said to the waiter, this is my friend, I'll take care of him. Just put the bill on my tab later. The waiter nodded and walked away. Chen Zixu shook Zheng Ran only to be hit by a strong smell of alcohol, making him wonder just how much this guy had drunk. After shaking several times, he found that Zheng Ran was completely out of it and couldn't be woken up. What to do? Hey, it seems that true qi has the effect of sobering someone up. Instead of figuring it out, why not just experiment on this guy? Grabbing Zheng Ran's wrist, he slowly guided his true qi into Zheng Ran's body, carefully controlling its flow. Before long, under Chen Zixu's control, the true qi had circulated around Zheng Ran's arteries, and he did not know the principle behind it, but it surprisingly worked. Although it only made Zheng Ran groan a bit in comfort. About 2 minutes later, Zheng Ran became a bit more alert. When he realized someone was sitting next to him, he was startled, then patted his chest. Oh, my brother Chen, you scared me to death. I thought it was a beauty coming over. Beauty? Huh. Chen Zixu couldn't help but laugh as he recalled it, saying, so those two strange women are still chasing you. That's quite strange. You, aside from being a bit handsome to show off, have no other redeeming qualities. Why are women chasing after you so relentlessly? Oh, I guess those two women are hard to find a new partner, so they ended up on you. Brother Chen, can you stop making sarcastic remarks? I'm really worried. Zheng Ran wore an extremely distressed expression, saying, you have no idea how fierce those two women are. They follow me wherever I go. As long as it's within Longcheng's borders, it doesn't matter where I hide. Even if I go to the countryside, they would still find me. You're like a dog with good hearing, and your nose is just as sharp. Huh. So they're all like dogs. Then you just have to endure it. Just consider it being ridden by a dog. Brother Chen, I've recently found that I don't like hearing you talk. You've changed. You're no longer the pure, kind, and helpful brother Chen in our minds. Chen Zixu laughed to the point of tears. Go away, you're talking about Lei Feng. Brother Chen, to be honest, I still like that girl from our class. Oh, Chen Zixu knew Zheng Ran was talking about Marrow Wanwan. It's no surprise if you ask around at the School of Management who doesn't know that there's a beauty from the class of 2014 in business administration. Which beast? Oh no, which guy doesn't take Marrow Wanwan as their dream girl? Seeing her a few more times, talking a bit more, even if there's nothing to say, you should still say a few words. Most of those who like her are because of her beauty. Chen Zixu said, if you like her, go after her. From what I know, she seems to have never had a boyfriend. Sigh, Brother Chen, you are being a bit inappropriate. You know who I'm talking about, isn't it, Marrow? Yes. Zheng Ran felt a bit embarrassed, saying, Brother Chen, don't you think it sounds a bit disloyal for me to say that? After all what? You keep hesitating. Can't you just say it outright? Zheng Ran pondered for a moment, and then said, Brother Chen, what I mean is almost everyone in the school knows that Marrow Wanwan likes you. If I go after her, isn't that plainly trying to steal someone else's partner? And it truly seems a bit disloyal. She likes me. Chen Zixu pointed at his own nose, making an exaggerated expression. Actually, just yesterday, the class monitor Zhao Xinxin mentioned something similar. Considering the previous events, Chen Zixu himself felt it was possible, but the problem was that he knew it was impossible for them to be together since he was already with Wu Mengqiu. He couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. Indeed, it's a bit of a pity. A life of being embraced by beauties is ultimately just a trope found in novels. Forget it, I can tell you that you don't have to consider my existence. If you want to pursue her, just do it boldly. You should know you're an invisible, rich, second generation, good-looking as well. If you don't take action, it would be a waste of your handsome exterior cultivated just for attracting women. If he had said this 2 days ago, Chen Zixu would probably have said it with a tinge of jealousy, but today with 100 million in his pocket, would he still envy you? Alright, let's leave this topic here. I have 2 beauties waiting for me over there. Are you coming or not? After we finish eating, there might be a meeting related to you that you need to attend. Beauties, eh? That word always had an effect on Zheng Ran. Where? Oh, aren't those the 2 Ms. Wu